I, a mere human infant, was tragically orphaned by vengeful foes and cast into the chaotic currents of space. Yet, by an unforeseen twist of fate, I was discovered by the majestic Dragon Emperor of the Stars, becoming the most cherished prince of the Dragon clan in countless millennia. This fortunate turn of events was entirely due to my penchant for self-destruction. Scene 1. Upon first encountering my adoptive father, the Dragon Emperor, he bestowed upon me a drop of his sacred blood. Unable to withstand its potency, I erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. The outcome: I was flawlessly reconstituted amidst the laws of annihilation, awakening the primal essence of a magic dragon. My adoptive father, visibly astonished, exclaimed, "What a remarkable find! This human infant is a treasure." Scene 2. Concerned for my well-being, my adoptive father summoned a star for warmth. I was nearly roasted to a crisp when I instinctively inhaled a portion of stellar energy. The result: I treated the star like a feeding bottle, enhancing my constitution by 10%. My adoptive father, in a state of rapture, declared, "How delightful! This is truly fascinating." Scene 3. The aloof Dragon Empress found me unclean and sought to purify me. Clutching her crystalline dragon horn, I bit down, leaving a distinctive mark. The result: I unlocked an affinity for the laws of life and time, causing the Dragon Empress's CPU to smoke in disbelief. My adoptive father, in fits of laughter, proclaimed, "Did you see that? My son's bite is as fierce as mine." Quite impressive. From that moment on, I strode confidently within the Dragon clan. Today, I gnaw on divine gold to sharpen my teeth. Tomorrow, I dismantle a sacred palace to use as building blocks. My elder siblings, with tears in their eyes, lamented, "Father, mother, please, rein him in." The Dragon Emperor and Empress replied in unison, "He is but a child. Grant him some leeway." At the age of 18, I returned to the Blue Star with a legion of 1,000,000 dragons to avenge my family, leaving my enemies utterly bewildered. Chapter 1. My dragon father feeds me a star. Silence. Coldness. What is happening? Is this the hellish beginning? Suju's consciousness flickered like a dying ember, adrift in an abyss of darkness. He was but an infant, unable to form coherent thoughts, only gripped by the primal fear emanating from the depths of life itself. Fragments of memory flared like shattered sparks amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars. They were remnants of the Su family's martial estate on the Blue Star, a stronghold that had stood for millennia, now reduced to a mere elegy overnight. Shadows of countless figures clad in black armor loomed, their weapons singing solely for the purpose of slaughter. In those final moments, the family's last loyal servant, an elder at the 9th level of body refinement, expended his last breath to place him in an escape pod, hoarsely urging, "Young master, survive. You must live." Then came the unending turbulence. The escape pod was hurled into a highly unstable space-time wormhole, a death route expressly prohibited by federal law. Years passed. Warning. Energy depleted. Life support systems imminent shutdown. The mechanical voice echoed within the cramped pod as the oxygen grew thin. Suju's tiny form had turned a chilling shade of purple, his breath barely perceptible. He was on the brink of demise. This was truly the end. Just as his consciousness began to fade, an overwhelming stench and terrifying gravitational force enveloped the escape pod. Through the viewport, he beheld an immense beast of the cosmos. Its size rivaled that of a small planet, adorned with countless tendrils, its head a mass of compound eyes. A gaping maw opened slowly, capable of devouring an entire fleet. Within that maw swirled a vortex of gravitational force, drawing the escape pod towards it with precision, like a mere cookie caught in a tempest. Death was all but assured. Yet, at the moment the escape pod was about to be consumed, a colossal shadow unexpectedly cast itself over the starfield. This shadow was so vast that it obscured a nearby nebula entirely. Suju beheld a dragon claw, a mere claw larger than the previously encountered cosmic beast by 100-fold, emerging from the void. This claw was covered in obsidian-like scales, each shimmering with the intricate patterns of the universe's birth and destruction. With a gentle grasp, the claw proceeded, crack. The planet-sized cosmic beast, unable to utter a lament, was instantaneously crushed into cosmic dust. What once was a planetary form was but a handful of sand in the face of such absolute power. Following this, an unimaginably colossal dragon head emerged from the ripples of space. Its eyes, like two burning crimson suns, radiated infinite majesty and indifference. It was the sole sovereign of this forbidden realm, the peak of the 13 realms, the ancient starry magic dragon emperor, Ao Yuan, who had endured for billions of years. Ao Yuan gazed with curiosity at the diminutive escape pod, delicately nudging it closer with the tip of his claw. Human infant, his thoughts, potent enough to shatter stars, transformed into gentle waves of divine intent that resonated within Suju's mind. On the brink of death, Ao Yuan observed the nearly lifeless form within the pod, clad in an adorable onesie, and pondered deeply. He had been solitary for far too long. The realm of magic dragons had languished in silence for eons. Never before had such a diminutive and intriguing entity graced his presence. Raising one seemed like it could be quite amusing. At that moment, another ancient and hostile presence crossed the vastness of space. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Humans are a vile and cunning race. Their bloodlines are tainted beyond measure. Eliminate him at once. This voice belonged to an elder of the dragon clan, a being of the 12th realm. Ao Yuan's eyes flashed with displeasure. This is my domain. I shall make the decisions. Do you have any objections? Your Majesty, allowing this sets a dangerous precedent. To spare this human infant is an affront to the entire dragon race. The elder's voice brimmed with urgency and ire. Ao Yuan chose not to respond further. Rules? My word is law. He gently pried open the escape pod's exterior, drawing forth the nearly lifeless infant. Before him, the child's form appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. He could sense the flickering flame of life waning. How to revive him? Ao Yuan, with the intellect capable of unraveling the universe's cycles, found his CPU momentarily overwhelmed. This problem was beyond the syllabus. He had never nurtured anything, let alone a fragile human infant. Feeding? What could he possibly consume? Fragments of stars. Healing? With the dragon clan's healing arts, this little being would likely disintegrate into nothingness. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ao Yuan made the simplest and most direct decision. He summoned forth a droplet of his own primordial blood. This drop, imbued with the essence of complete annihilation, was dark gold in hue. Its mere presence caused the surrounding space to warp and collapse. This single drop could grievously wound a being of the 12th realm or reignite life in a dead star. He carefully controlled the droplet, suspending it at Suju's lips. Glug, driven by instinct for survival, Suju unconsciously swallowed the droplet. Boom! A terrifying energy erupted within him. Suju's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, akin to a balloon inflated to its limit, bursting spectacularly. Oh dear, was that too forceful? Ao Yuan mused, taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, a miracle unfolded. That cloud of blood mist, under the influence of the power of annihilation, began to reshape itself in an incomprehensible manner. Each cell cycled through a process of destruction and rebirth. Bones, flesh, and veins. Everything was metamorphosing towards a higher, more powerful form of life. Amidst the agony of this ultimate transformation and the euphoria of rebirth, a cold mechanical voice resonated deep within Suju's newly formed soul. Detecting host soul is undergoing reconstruction. Conditions for activation met. The universal analysis system is now being activated. Activation successful. Your external enhancement has been credited. Analyzing the host's current state. Name, Suju. Race, human, primary dragon physique. Realm, none, body reformation in progress. Detection of exceptionally high-tier energy, Sacred King Realm origin blood, containing the complete destruction law. Shall we commence the analysis? Suju's consciousness awakened amidst a realm of chaos. He felt as if he had slumbered for an eternity, his body brimming with an unprecedented power, as if a single punch could fell a mighty beast. He instinctively gazed at the azure panel materializing in his mind. Universal Analysis System, Sacred King Realm origin blood. Before he could ponder the significance of these terms, he instinctively issued a command within his mind. Analyze, command received. Initiating analysis of Sacred King Realm origin blood. Analysis progress, 0.01. 0.02. Warning. Target energy level excessively high. Given the current strength of the host's soul, complete analysis is projected to require 19.8 billion years. Emergency protocol activated. Prioritize the analysis of absorbable portions. Analysis successful. Acquired 1 affinity for destruction law and obtained the enhancement plan for primary dragon physique. A surge of warmth coursed through Suju's fragile infant form, rendering it surprisingly resilient. Beneath his skin, a faint golden glow pulsated. Awakening. Chapter 2. This thing is not to be consumed. Ao Yuan's grand voice resonated once more, shaking the stardust around him, this time imbued with undeniable astonishment. By the heavens! This human infant appears to have stumbled upon a treasure. He placed Suju upon a scale far more massive than any mountain. Only then did Suju comprehend his surroundings. He lay upon the back of a colossal black dragon, enveloped by the profound cosmos. with distant star rivers glittering in the void. The giant dragon, seeking vengeance, invoked visions in Suju's mind of leading countless starry dragons back to launching for retribution. Very well, once I mature, I shall set a modest goal of bringing 10,000 dragons to exact revenge on launching. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate an impoverished infant. The enmity of extermination cannot be overlooked. Noticing Suju's tiny frame trembling slightly, Ao Yuan misinterpreted this as shivering from the cold rather than the quaking of wrath. Warmth? Simple. Let us raise the temperature. What serves as the greatest heat source in the universe? Naturally, a star. Thus, Ao Yuan lifted his gargantuan claw toward a distant blue star, spanning tens of thousands of light years away, and with a gentle grasp, distorted the fabric of space. In the next moment, a blue star, thousands of kilometers in diameter, was forcibly torn from its galaxy and dragged before Suju. The overwhelming heat and radiation surged forth instantaneously. Suju felt as if he had been cast into a steel furnace, every inch of space around him ablaze. Warning: detection of ultra-high-density gamma-ray bursts. Expected irreversible damage to the host's soul within 3 seconds. Warning: environmental temperature exceeds biological survival limits by 100,000 times. The primary dragon physique is undergoing dissolution. Warning: mortal threat. Immediate evacuation required. The system's alarms flooded Suju's mind. He felt like crying, yet lacked the strength to do so. Was this dragon guardian intent on roasting him alive? Why does it seem even more unbearable? Ao Yuan observed Suju's skin beginning to char under the extreme heat. His dragon eyes filled with confusion. Was the heat insufficient? Just as he prepared to summon a red giant star, Suju's body underwent a transformation. The instinct to survive ignited within him, pushing his primary dragon physique to its utmost limits. He opened his tiny mouth and forcefully inhaled toward the floating blue star. Detection of host's survival instinct. Energy conversion conditions met. Universal analysis system activated. Analyzing blue star's energy structure. Analysis successful. Formulating optimal absorption plan. Isolating harmful radiation. Converting pure fire elemental energy. Integrating into the host's body. A visibly blue stream of fire was forcibly extracted from the star's surface, morphing into a gentle energy flow that surged into Suju's mouth. His body acted like an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming this vast energy. The charred skin swiftly shed, revealing new, crystal-clear skin, imbued with a layer of draconic majesty. Absorbing stellar source energy, primary dragon physique experience 10. Physique enhanced, slight increases in strength, speed, and defense. Suju belched contentedly, feeling a warm comfort enveloping him. He gazed at the immense blue star before him, smacking his lips, seemingly craving another bite. What? Ao Yuan's dragon eyes widened in disbelief. A human infant consuming a star as if it were a mere snack? Although it was just a small nibble. This exceeded all comprehension. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Ao Yuan erupted into a booming laughter that reverberated through the starry expanse, filled with joy. He resolved to raise this unique little one as his treasured progeny. However, his delight was swiftly interrupted by a chilling divine consciousness. Ao Yuan, have you lost your mind? You dare to use our dragon clan's restricted resources to nourish a human? It was none other than the dragon clan elder, whose thoughts brimmed with seething fury. Does this sovereign require your guidance on how to conduct affairs? Ao Yuan's voice grew cold. You are inviting disaster. The very existence of this human infant is a profound insult to our clan. In the name of the dragon clan elder, I demand you execute him immediately. Your name? A flicker of cruel intent flashed in Ao Yuan's dragon eyes. Mo Sha, have you forgotten who reigns supreme in the magic dragon star domain? The elder named Mo Sha hesitated but persisted. I act for the future of the dragon clan. All elders would oppose your actions. He must perish. Enough. Ao Yuan impatiently severed the mental communication. He gazed down at the curious little one who looked up at him, and his earlier irritation evaporated. Raising a child is quite troublesome. Not only must he be kept warm, but he also requires sustenance. Having just consumed a star, he must be hungry. A star is warm, suitable as a dessert. The main course should be something substantial. Contemplating, Ao Yuan's massive form shimmered and vanished in an instant. Minutes later, he reappeared with a resounding thud. A colossal sphere radiating brilliant light and fearsome energy fluctuations was cast before Suju. This sphere resembled a small planet, its surface adorned with golden crystals, while within, molten rock flowed. Suju curiously reached out his small hand to touch it. Detection of high-grade energy conglomerate. Star core, juvenile phase. Quality, 9-tier spiritual material. Characteristics, contains vast powers of earth elemental and fire elemental origin, representing the essence of planetary evolution over millions of years. Analysis. Direct consumption is possible, but energy is excessively volatile. Recommended to analyze before absorption for a 1,000 increase in utilization. Shall we commence the analysis of the juvenile star core and formulate the optimal absorption plan? Without hesitation, he instructed within his mind. Yes, initiate analysis. Command confirmed. Juvenile star core analysis commencing. Structure analysis and energy model construction underway. Analysis complete. Host-specific star core absorption plan formulated. Step 1. Lock onto the weakest external shell, directing mental power to induce targeted disintegration. Step 2. Extract internal earth elemental origin law fragments, integrating into limbs and bones to enhance strength. Step 3. Extract internal fire elemental origin law fragments, integrating into vital organs to bolster vitality. Step 4. Absorb remaining pure energy. Advancing martial cultivation. The plan has been generated. Shall we execute it immediately? Execute. Suju needed no verbal command. His body instinctively began to act. He extended his chubby little hand towards the star core. Guided by the universal analysis system, his feeble mental power pierced through the star core's energy shell like a needle. A crisp crack echoed. The seemingly indestructible shell of the star core, capable of shattering a Federation flagship into fragments, had split open with a narrow fissure. Immediately, wisps of earthy yellow and crimson rays of law surged forth from the gap, akin to two serpents writhing and eagerly entering Suju's body. At the opposite end of the Mo Long Star region, several Dragon Clan elders, concealed within an independent space, watched in astonishment through spatial secret arts. Chapter 3. A single drop of blood turns the tables on the great sage, the Dragon Emperor stunned. What is he doing? Is he absorbing the star core? Impossible. That is a 9th grade spiritual material. Even for those of us who have reached the king realm, refining it would take a century of arduous effort. And here is a mere infant who has yet to sprout hair. Look, those fragments of law. They are actively approaching him. How can this be? The power of law is so proud. How could they? Their thoughts were filled with shock. Amidst their astonished gazes, Suju's body was undergoing a monumental transformation. The primal force of the earth surged into him, causing his bones to crackle explosively as their density and hardness skyrocketed, instantly surpassing the realm of mere copper skin and iron bones. The primal force of fire flowed into him, rendering his blood as hot as magma, each heartbeat resonating like a thunderous drum, brimming with explosive power. Following this was a torrent of pure energy, akin to a flood breaching its dam, sweeping through his meridians. In his mind, the system's prompt echoed like a waterfall, absorbing earth primal force, strengthening bones, significantly enhancing primary Mo Long physique. Absorbing fire primal force, invigorating blood, significantly enhancing primary Mo Long physique. Massive energy influx, beginning to impact martial realm. Body refinement realm breakthrough. Bone refinement realm breakthrough. Marrow washing realm breakthrough. Chi condensation realm breakthrough. In a mere moment, having only taken his first bite of food, Suju had shattered 4 realms and ascended to the Chi condensation realm. A layer of faint golden protective Chi materialized around him, illuminating his small form like a deity. Burp. Suju let out a contented belch, expelling a wave of scorching air that reddened the dragon scales beneath him. Meanwhile, the enormous star core had only dimmed slightly. A prodigy. This is undoubtedly a prodigy. The great elder Mo Cha's consciousness was filled with terror and envy. This child must not be allowed to remain. His growth rate is too frightening. Today he can consume the star core. Tomorrow he could devour us. In 10,000 years. Even the emperor may not be able to contain him. Another elder concurred. Indeed, the emergence of such a monster among the human race spells catastrophe for our clan. He must be extinguished in his cradle before he matures. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Mo Cha's eyes. The emperor has been blinded. We cannot wait any longer. I shall personally eliminate this blemish. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling, malicious power, heavy with an aura of annihilation, crossed the vast expanse of space. Appearing above Suju, it took the form of a black poisonous needle, forged from pure consciousness, embodying the law of attack from a 12th tier great sage. This strike was silent, aimed specifically at the soul. Should it pierce, not even an infant, nor a formidable figure of the Dharma realm, would survive its obliteration. At that moment, Ao Yuan's attention was captivated by a spatial storm at the edge of the star region. A remnant of his recent manipulation of a star that needed his immediate pacification. He had not anticipated that Mo Cha would dare to strike beneath his nose. The black poisonous needle descended towards Suju's head at a speed surpassing light. The shadow of death loomed once again. The protective chi surrounding Suju appeared fragile as paper against this force, instantly pierced. Every hair on his body stood on end as he sensed an unprecedented threat to his life. He wished to evade, but his body could not react in time. In this critical moment, the prompt from the all-encompassing analytical system sounded urgently. Warning. Detected a 12th tier Great Sage level soul attack. Conducting extreme analysis. Analysis successful. Discovered the soul flaw in its law structure. The attack is woven from 37 strands of annihilation law, and within them, the energy node of the 19th law exhibits a trillionth of a second delay. Locking onto the flaw. Counterattack plan generating. Almost simultaneously, Ao Yuan sensed this foreign power. A fury potent enough to freeze the cosmos erupted from him. Mo Cha, how dare you? His voice shook the entire Mo Longstar region. The divine consciousness imbued with the might of the Supreme Saint transformed into an immense axe that cleaved through time and space, aimed at the independent space where Mo Cha concealed himself. But in that instant, Ao Yuan's movement halted. His dragon eyes, akin to a blood-red sun, fixated on the diminutive figure on his scales. To his astonishment, rather than collapsing under the pressure of the black poisonous needle, Su Ju's body emitted an incomparably pure aura. Destruction. It was the purest force of destruction drawn from his bloodline. Locking onto the flaw. Counterattack plan generated. Channeling the host's destruction law. Precisely striking the target's 19th law energy delay node. Executing. The drop of power, derived from Ao Yuan's primal blood, split off a thread of dark golden energy. Puff. A faint sound was heard. The soul-piercing poisonous needle, poised less than an inch from Su Ju's head, abruptly froze. Then, starting from its tip, intricate cracks rapidly spread. The 37 strands of annihilation law that constituted the needle collapsed like the first domino in a chain reaction. Crack. The black poisonous needle exploded in the air, dissolving into a void of soul fragments that scattered across the cosmos. At the opposite end of the Mo Longstar region, within an independent space engulfed by endless darkness. Puff. An elderly man clad in a black robe, his visage withered, spat out a mouthful of dragon blood as his soul's essence instantly waned. He was the Dragon Clan's great elder, Mo Cha. How could this be? How is this possible? His face betrayed shock and confusion. My law attack has been thwarted? Moreover, by an infant, who dismantled it from within in the most brazen manner. It felt as if he had exerted all his strength to deliver a punch, only for the opponent to strike precisely at the most uncoordinated point of his power with a needle, causing him to injure himself. What kind of terrifying calculation and insight into the laws does this require? Could it be the Emperor's intervention? No, that cannot be. Mo Cha quickly negated this thought. The counterattack's power, though pure, was far too weak. It was certainly not the work of a Saint King. It was the strength of that infant. A chilling realization began to flourish within Mo Cha's heart. This human child can see through the laws. Just as he was paralyzed with horror, a cold will descended upon this independent space. Ao Yuan's figure had appeared before him, though he did not roar in fury nor question. Ao Yuan gazed at him with an unsettling calmness, his immense dragon eyes reflecting boundless indifference. Yet, more terrifying than indifference was disappointment. Chapter 4. The Arrival of the Dragon Mother. Did I just call her mother? Mocha's divine consciousness trembled as he sought to explain. I was misled by slander. I was bewitched. Ao Yuan did not grant him the opportunity to elucidate. He merely raised his dragon claw and gave a gentle wave. No. Mocha emitted a desperate wail. He felt his connection to this star domain, to the very essence of the Dragon Clan's fortune, being forcefully severed. His grand sage cultivation, the law insights he took pride in, were rapidly dissipating. This was more agonizing than death. Out of consideration for your million years of service to the Dragon Clan, I shall spare your life. Ao Yuan's cold voice resonated. From this day forth, you are no longer an elder of the Dragon Clan. In this abyss of silence, reflect upon your transgressions until the end of the universe. After speaking, Ao Yuan's figure vanished. Only Mocha, whose cultivation had been reduced to the realm of kings, his soul severely wounded and eternally imprisoned here, let out a cry of resentment and unwillingness. On the scales, Su Ju remained in a daze. What just happened? It seemed something perilous was about to strike me, and then it was gone. He smacked his lips and turned back to gnaw at the enormous star core. Sustenance was his priority. Ao Yuan reappeared, observing the unscathed Su Ju, who had even burped contentedly, with astonishment in his dragon eyes. He had just witnessed everything clearly. That counterattack, precise, efficient, directly targeting the essence. Though immature, that line of thought, that acute awareness of the flaws within the laws, left even him, a Saint King, in awe. He had stumbled upon a treasure. This time, he had genuinely found a cosmic gem. The displeasure in Ao Yuan's heart, born from Mocha's betrayal, dissipated in an instant. As he contemplated what reward to bestow upon his prodigious son, a cool, haughty female consciousness unexpectedly resonated throughout the star domain. This consciousness bore an unparalleled majesty, equal to Ao Yuan's. Ao Yuan, you have turned my garden into a mess. Furthermore, what is this foul human scent? With the sound, a spatial rift elegantly tore open. A silver dragon, matching Ao Yuan in size, stepped gracefully through the crack. Her scales shimmered like moonlight, each piece radiating a sacred glow. Her dragon horns, sculpted from crystal, were entwined with the laws of life and time. Her eyes, dazzling gold, exuded nobility and an air of inviolability. The companion of the starry demon dragon emperor. A fellow 13-realm Saint King, the life dragon empress, Elizabeth. The dragon mother has arrived. Ao Yuan's dragon form trembled. He glanced at the stellar remnants he had dragged over for Suju's warmth, then at the star core, now pockmarked from Suju's gnawing. Ahem, Elizabeth, you are awake. Ao Yuan's consciousness softened noticeably. I am handling a minor issue. Elizabeth's golden dragon eyes did not acknowledge Ao Yuan, but instead focused directly on the diminutive figure struggling to gnaw at the star core upon the vast scale. Her gaze turned frigid. A human cub? Ao Yuan, have you been asleep for too long? Your mind deteriorated? You brought this inferior race into my sacred land? Elizabeth's voice brimmed with disgust. Ao Yuan hastily defended. He is different. He is a genius. Did you not see what he just? I saw it. Elizabeth coldly interrupted him. A mere insect that barely survived after consuming a drop of your blood. Relying on your power, he fortuitously blocked an enraged strike from a useless elder. Is this the genius you speak of? Her gaze fell upon Suju, her expression akin to that of observing a pile of filth. I offer you two choices. Elizabeth's voice brooked no argument. First, I shall personally purify him along with the drop of blood that belongs to you. Second, cast him out of the demon dragon star domain and let him fend for himself. Upon hearing this, Ao Yuan's expression darkened. He is my child. Your child? Elizabeth seemed to hear the universe's most ludicrous joke. Our dragon clan's bloodline is of the utmost nobility. Does he deserve it? The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point as the wills of the two 13-realm Saint Kings clashed in the void, causing the surrounding laws to spiral into chaos. At that moment, Suju, who had been engrossed in his meal, suddenly lifted his head. He looked at the beautiful silver dragon with wide, curious eyes. Then, under the astonished gazes of Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, he opened his chubby little hands and, in a babyish voice, called out, Mother? The air fell into a dead silence. A crack appeared in Elizabeth's previously frostbitten demeanor. Her golden dragon eyes widened slightly. He called me what? Ao Yuan was equally taken aback. This little one is impressive. He learned to call me mother so quickly? Mother? This term was both familiar and foreign to Elizabeth. As a dragon royal, she had countless offspring. But those offspring were powerful dragons from birth, addressing her with only reverence and submission, referring to her as empress or mother. Mother? This term, imbued with the warmth of humanity and intimacy, was uttered for the first time by someone she most despised, a filthy, weak human cub. An unprecedented, unexplainable emotion surged through her long-dormant soul like a jolt of electricity. Ha ha. Ao Yuan's raucous laughter shattered the silence. Elizabeth, did you hear that? Our son is calling for you. His consciousness brimmed with pride and delight. Look how clever he is. Just born, and he can already call me mother. This indicates that he is destined to be one of us. Elizabeth's golden dragon eyes narrowed sharply, her icy resolve coalescing once more. Silence. He is merely a despicable thief. He has stolen your blood, and now he seeks to deceive me with sweet words? Fate. All I see is the taint upon my dragon clan's bloodline. Elizabeth forcefully suppressed her peculiar feelings, refocusing her gaze on Suju as her murderous intent surged once more. She would not allow her composure to be shaken by a human cub. Elizabeth, do not go too far. Ao Yuan's tone turned frigid. He is my son now. If you wish to harm him, you must first ask for my consent. Your son? Ridiculous. He cannot even pass the most basic trials of the dragon clan. He is but a parasitic creature reliant on your protection. Elizabeth countered coldly, just as the wills of the two Saint Kings clashed once more. The surrounding space began to emit anguished cries of strain. Hungry, Suju patted his little belly, casting a pitiful glance at Ao Yuan. He had just broken through to the fourth realm, and the expenditure had been substantial. He had barely taken a small bite of the enormous star core. In an instant, Ao Yuan's defenses crumbled. The majesty of the Saint King, the dominion of the star domain, vanished entirely. He hastily pushed the remaining half of the star core towards Suju with the tip of his dragon claw. Eat, quickly, but take your time, don't choke. Chapter 5. The dragon horn is irresistibly crunchy. The dragon emperor's CPU is overheated. His cautious demeanor resembled that of a clumsy new father on launching. Suju's eyes immediately sparkled with joy as he embraced the miniature star core and began to munch on it vigorously. Commencing absorption of juvenile star core, experience gained in primary magic dragon physique. 1. The cultivation in the Qi realm is being stabilized. Elizabeth observed this scene, her golden dragon eyes reflecting a growing complexity of emotions. One was a starry sky magic dragon emperor who had lived for billions of years, exuding cosmic pressure, now behaving like a fool, coaxing a human infant to eat. The other was a recently born human infant, as fragile as dust, treating a ninth-grade spiritual material, sufficient to draw envy even from those of the king realm, as a teething toy. This scene was absurd to the extreme. She remained silent for a long time. Ao Yuan assumed she was still angry and protectively shielded Suju. Elizabeth, I warn you, give him to me. Elizabeth suddenly spoke, her voice still cold, yet devoid of murderous intent. Ao Yuan was taken aback. What do you mean? You say he is not a parasite. Prove it to me. Elizabeth's gaze fell upon Suju. Our dragon clan has no worthless beings. Every newborn must undergo the most rigorous bloodline trial. You want him to participate in the trial? No way. Absolutely not. Ao Yuan rejected without a second thought. What is the dragon clan's bloodline trial? It involves casting a newly hatched dragon directly onto a harsh, desolate planet, leaving it to fend for itself. Survival of the fittest, with a survival rate of less than 1 in 10. This trial is meant for dragons. Sending Suju, a mere human infant, is no different than crushing him outright. What? Afraid? Elizabeth mocked. Afraid your genius son might perish on the first day? He is still a child. Dragon children are warriors from the moment they are born, Elizabeth asserted without room for debate. Her massive dragon head slowly leaned closer, her golden dragon eyes scrutinizing Suju at such proximity for the first time. Suju paused his munching, curiously looking up at the face approaching him. He sensed that this giant silver creature seemed less inclined to harm him. He tentatively extended his chubby little hand towards Elizabeth's dragon horn. Elizabeth instinctively wanted to recoil. She had a cleanliness obsession and never allowed any beings beyond her approval to touch her. Yet for some reason, as she gazed at that clean, delicate little hand, her body remained still. Detecting unknown life form approaching, initiating analysis. Target: Life Dragon Emperor, Holy King Realm. Race: Starry Sky Dragon Clan, Royal Bloodline. Realm: Pinnacle of Holy King Realm. Laws: Life. Time. Danger level: Extremely lethal. Please refrain from any provocative behaviors. The system's alert echoed in Suju's mind incessantly. Suju tilted his head. Provocative behavior? Like this? He grasped Elizabeth's crystal-like dragon horn and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he took a hearty bite. Crack. Crisp. Resounding. The atmosphere once again fell into a deathly silence. Ao Yuan was dumbfounded. Elizabeth was equally stunned. Her dragon horn, composed of the purest life laws and time crystals, was sturdier than Ao Yuan's magic dragon scales. Not even a 12th realm great sage wielding a top-tier magical artifact could leave a scratch on it with a full-force strike. Now, it was being gnawed by an infant? Elizabeth focused her thoughts inward, examining her dragon horn. To her astonishment, a tiny bite mark appeared on the pristine surface of her dragon horn. It was small, yet it undeniably existed. Elizabeth gazed at the little one, who was savoring her dragon horn with delight, her CPU also overheating. Ding. Detecting ultra-high-level energy entity, Life Dragon Horn, containing the essence of life and time laws. Initiating emergency analysis. Analysis successful. Gained life law affinity, 0.01. Time law affinity, 0.001. Physique received slight nourishment. Cellular activity, slightly enhanced. Suju felt a refreshing energy coursing through his body, far more comfortable than gnawing on the star core. He became even more enthusiastic in his munching. Ha ha ha. Ao Yuan erupted into thunderous laughter once more. Did you see that? My son's bite strength is just like mine. Remarkable. Elizabeth ignored Ao Yuan's mockery. She simply observed Suju quietly. A human infant capable of digesting the essence of a holy king and challenging the laws of a great sage, while also being able to gnaw on her dragon horn. This could no longer be described as genius. This was a monster, a creature cloaked in human skin. The disdain she once felt was gradually replaced by an intense curiosity and acceptance. She slowly retracted her dragon horn. Suju, having missed the opportunity to gnaw, pouted in dissatisfaction. All right. Elizabeth finally made a decision, her voice returning to its usual coolness and authority. Ao Yuan, you will hand him over to me. From this day forth, I shall personally supervise his trial. I will ensure he understands the price of becoming a member of my dragon clan. He will either perish in the trial, proving he is merely a lucky thief, or... Elizabeth gazed at Suju, her golden dragon eyes shimmering. I will personally mold him into a true dragon. Elizabeth's decision was indisputable. Even Ao Yuan could not refute it. For this was an ironclad rule upheld by the Dragon Clan for billions of years. Every royal offspring of the dragon clan, regardless of how noble their bloodline, must prove their worth through trials. This pride was inscribed in their very genes. Very well. Ao Yuan remained silent for a moment before ultimately consenting. He understood that a true warrior cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. Since Su Ju had inherited his power, he must learn to control it and how to fight. However, Elizabeth, you must promise me. Ao Yuan's tone turned serious. The trial is acceptable, but it must align with his developmental stage. He is merely an infant now. You cannot impose the standards of adult dragons upon him. Humph, do I need your guidance in my endeavors? Elizabeth scoffed, yet ultimately did not refute it. This tacitly acknowledged his point. With a flick of her thoughts, a silver spatial door slowly opened behind her. On the other side lay a magnificent temple suspended in the cosmos. The temple, crafted from unknown silver metal, was adorned with countless dragon totems, exuding an ancient and grand aura. Return to Longbao, Elizabeth stated calmly as she stepped through the spatial door. Ao Yuan retracted his aura, transforming his massive dragon form into a streak of black light, sweeping up Su Ju, who was still gnawing on the star core, and followed her inside. Chapter 6. Human Brother? The Dragon Clan brothers are anxious. The moment they passed through the spatial door, Su Ju felt his surroundings open up brilliantly. This place was no longer the cold, desolate universe. It is not merely a vast and boundless independent world. The sky lacks a sun, yet hundreds of luminous orbs float above, illuminating the entire realm as bright as day. Beneath, undulating mountains rise and fall, while golden rivers surge forth, their waters flowing with pure liquid energy. The air is suffused with an aura of spiritual essence so dense it nearly takes on a tangible form. Each breath taken by Su Ju amplifying the vital energy within him. This is the very core of the Mo Long Xingyu, the dwelling place of the Dragon Clan, known as One Longbao. With the return of Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, an overwhelming presence of divine thoughts converges from all directions of the world. Welcome back, Father, Mother. Father, you have returned. Voices filled with reverence resonate throughout the heavens and the earth. Su Ju curiously raises his head. In the distant sky, he observes several colossal dragons of various shapes. There is the flame dragon, engulfed in golden flames, the winter dragon, surrounded by icy storms, and the thunder punishment dragon, commanding thunder with every flap of its wings. Each dragon exudes a terrifying aura, at least at the level of kings, with some of the most powerful having attained the 11th realm of sanctity. They are the progeny of Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, Su Ju's elder siblings. However, as their gazes fall upon the diminutive human infant nestled within Ao Yuan's claw, all reverence swiftly transforms into astonishment, confusion, and profound disdain. What is that? A massive dragon. Its scales a dark golden hue, furrows its brow. This is Ao Shang, the eldest son of Ao Yuan, a being at the pinnacle of the 11th realm. A human infant? Why is a human in father's grasp? What a filthy presence, unworthy of appearing in Wan Long Bao. Hostile thoughts swiftly circulate among the dragons. Their looks at Su Ju are akin to that of a pest that has inadvertently crawled into the palace. Silence. Elizabeth's cold voice cuts through the commotion, instantly quelling all unrest. Her gaze sweeps over her offspring, her regal will dominating the atmosphere. From this day forth, he shall be your brother. This declaration sends shockwaves through the assembly. What? Mother, are you jesting? A human as our brother? This is undoubtedly the greatest joke in the history of the Dragon Clan. The dark golden dragon Ao Shang is the first to voice his dissent. Mother, allow me to speak candidly. This is utterly unacceptable. How can the noble blood of the Dragon Clan be sullied by a lowly race? Indeed, we shall never acknowledge this. Cast him out, or slay him. The crowd is incensed. These children of the heavens, born atop the pinnacle of the cosmos, cannot tolerate a humble human standing on equal footing with them. Dare you question my decision? Elizabeth speaks, and an immediate silence falls upon the dragons. They may scorn Su Ju, but they would never dare to defy their mother. Whether he is worthy or not is not for your lips to decide. Elizabeth's golden dragon eyes survey the assembly. He shall undergo the most ancient trial of origin of the Dragon Clan. I will select 7 trial planets, representing the 7 fundamental laws governed by our lineage. Should he succeed in all, he shall earn his own title and become a true prince of the Dragon Clan. Should he perish along the way, Elizabeth's tone chills, it shall prove he is but a waste. Upon hearing this decree, the previously outraged dragons fell silent, their expressions shifting to mockery and schadenfreude. The trial of origin? 7 planets? That is a trial only the most exceptional talents of the royal lineage can complete. Even in their time, most only managed 3 or 4. Those who completed all 7 are but a rare few throughout the ages. To send a human infant to participate? He won't even survive the storm on the first planet. Brilliant, Mother. Ao Shang is the first to lower his proud head, his thoughts brimming with glee. Let this little insect prove our greatness with his demise. The other dragons echo in agreement. In their eyes, Suju is already as good as dead. Ao Yuan watches this scene, his whiskers trembling with anger. He wishes to speak, but is silenced by a mere glance from Elizabeth. Ao Yuan, do you wish for him to remain forever beneath your wings? Ao Yuan falls silent, gazing at Suju. Suju appears completely unfazed by the hostility surrounding him. He merely finds the commotion bothersome, interrupting his meal. He gnaws on a fragment of a star core, crunching away, and curiously glances at the dark golden dragon Ao Shang. Who had been the loudest? Target detected. Dark golden Saint Dragon, Sanctity Realm. Analyzing analysis successful. The opponent possesses the laws of golden power, but there are defects in the fusion of these laws, resulting in a 0-3 rejection response between spirit and body. Suju blinks. It appears to be a rather flawed individual. He dismisses it and continues to munch on the star core. Elizabeth observes this entire exchange, a hint of approval flickering in her golden eyes. Faced with the pressure and hostility of dozens of beings at the Sanctity Realm, he remains unfazed and undisturbed. This fortitude alone surpasses that of the vast majority of her offspring. The trial will commence at once. Elizabeth states, no longer indulging in pleasantries. As her dragon claw gently swipes through the air, a rift in space appears. On the other side of the rift lies a dark red planet brimming with endless thunder and destructive storms. Terrifying waves of energy seep from the rift, causing even some king-level dragons to feel a tremor of unease. The first trial planet, Storm Star. Elizabeth's voice reverberates throughout one long bow. A young planet, only 300 million years old, its atmosphere filled with violent electromagnetic storms and corrosive gases, with a surface gravity 300 times that of Earth. Go. She gazes at Suju. Survive here until you crush the core of this planet with your own hands. As soon as her words fall, an irresistible force sweeps up Suju, propelling him into the rift. Ao Yuan watches anxiously, his claws tightening. Dear, be gentle. He is still small. The rift slowly closes, cutting off Ao Yuan's worried gaze. Within one long bow, an uncontrollable chorus of mocking laughter erupts. 300 times the gravity? Ha ha. That little insect will be crushed into a pulp upon landing. I am eager to see his expression of despair. Chapter 7. Landing on Storm Star. Beginning with 300 times gravity. Ao Shang, too, conjures a massive spatial magic mirror in the void, clearly displaying the image of Storm Star. He wants to witness firsthand how this so-called new brother meets a miserable end. Storm Star. This is a world forsaken by the gods. In the dark red sky, there are no sun or moon, only ceaseless flashes of lightning. Each bolt is as thick as a mountain, carrying terrifying energy capable of instantly vaporizing steel, tearing the heavens asunder. Thunder rumbles. The thunderous roar reverberated across the planet, serving as its sole background music. In the atmosphere, dense blood clouds churned, unleashing corrosive acid rain. Below, an endless expanse of black desolation was sculpted by fierce winds into grotesque shapes. With a swish, Suju's diminutive form plummeted like a meteor through a spatial fissure from above. The terrifying gravitational force, 300 times that of Earth, bore down upon him instantaneously. Under such immense pressure, any practitioner at the bone refinement stage, even those at the cleansing vein stage, would have their bones crushed to dust, their organs ruptured. Yet Suju was different. His body, remade by the blood of the Saint King and infused with the energies of stars and stellar cores, had long transcended the mundane realm. However, under the dreadful pressure, his bones still emitted a sound of strain. Warning. Detected in ultra-high gravity environment. Host's bone density is insufficient. Microfractures are appearing, initiating primary magic dragon physique response, mobilizing the innate power of the earth to strengthen bones. A surge of earthy golden light erupted from within Suju, enveloping his skeletal structure. Those bones on the verge of shattering began to mend visibly, becoming denser and more resilient. With a resounding crash, Suju slammed into the hard black terrain, creating a massive crater several meters wide. Dust billowed into the air. Inside the Wanlong fort, dragons watching through the spatial magic mirror erupted in laughter. I told you so. He's dead for sure. How could a mere human infant withstand 300 times gravity? Ao Shang displayed a satisfied smile. This blemish had finally been erased. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. As the dust settled in the center of the crater, Suju staggeringly rose from the pit. His garment, conjured from dragon aura by Ao Yuan, was tattered, yet his body remained unscathed save for a bit of dust. He even extended a small hand to brush off the grime, his expression one of disdain. A profound silence enveloped the Wanlong fort. All the dragons were rendered speechless, as if their laughter had been abruptly choked. He is unharmed? How is that possible? His physical strength rivaled that of a dragon hatchling in the bone refinement stage. What in the world? Is he truly human? Ao Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief, a proud smile gracing his draconic visage. Truly my son. Elizabeth's golden dragon eyes flickered with surprise. She had anticipated Su Ju's survival, but not with such ease. On the Storm Star, the tiny Su Ju steadied himself and began to survey this unfamiliar world. Environmental analysis in progress, atmospheric composition, nitrogen 71, sulfur oxides 22, unknown corrosive gases 7. Warning, corrosive gases may cause persistent lung damage to carbon-based life forms. Please activate internal respiration or utilize protective aura. Environmental temperature, surface 112 degrees Celsius. Energy radiation, high-intensity lightning magnetic radiation, slight interference with the soul. Overall evaluation, extremely harsh living conditions. Su Ju furrowed his small brow. This place reeked. It was also unbearably noisy. He did not like it. The blood clouds in the sky began to coalesce, and a torrential downpour of acid rain was imminent. Warning, high-concentration acid rain clouds detected. Expected to arrive in 30 seconds. Acid rain pH value 0.5, capable of instantly dissolving steel. Recommendation, host should seek immediate shelter. Seek shelter from the rain? Su Ju glanced around the barren black expanse, devoid of any cover. Where could he find refuge? Scanning initiated, searching nearby area. 37 kilometers to the left. A natural cave detected. 81 kilometers to the right. A subterranean fissure detected. Plan generated. Proceeding to the cave on the left is the optimal choice. Without hesitation, Su Ju scampered toward the cave, his tiny legs moving rapidly. Under 300 times gravity, each motion was laborious. Yet, with the continual operation of the Earth's innate power within him, he felt himself rapidly acclimating to this environment. From initially struggling to move, he transitioned to a swift run in less than 10 minutes. This adaptability left the dragons before the magic mirror in stunned silence. They recalled their own awkwardness during their first gravity trials and compared it to Su Ju, a human surpassing a dragon. Infuriating. The acid rain descended as predicted. Large droplets struck the ground with a sizzling sound, rising in clouds of white vapor. The faint golden aura surrounding Su Ju was quickly eroded by the acid rain, prompting him to accelerate. Finally, just as his protective aura was about to be entirely corroded, he dashed into the cave indicated by the system prompt. The cave was modest in size, merely a few dozen square meters, partially concealed by a massive boulder, a suitable refuge from the rain. The interior was dry and tranquil. Su Ju sighed in relief and plopped down. From a small spatial storage bag left by Ao Yuan, he retrieved a half-eaten stellar core, intending to replenish his energy. Just then, a chilling sound of friction echoed from the shadows deep within the cave. Su Ju paused. Warning, life form detected approaching. Species, storm crystal scorpion, juvenile. Realm, bone refinement stage 3. Abilities, venomous stinger, high-frequency sound wave, shell defense. Weakness analysis in progress. Weakness identified. The joint at the 17th segment of the shell, the nerve center, is the weakest point. From the shadows emerged a creature 3 meters in length, entirely black and resembling a scorpion. Its massive pincers gleamed with a metallic luster, while the venomous stinger glowed with a ghostly green light in the dim illumination. A pair of blood-red compound eyes fixated on Su Ju, and the stellar core in his hand. To it, that core was a treasure brimming with boundless energy, while Su Ju was merely a smaller obstacle in front of its meal. Hiss! The storm crystal scorpion emitted a sharp cry, its pincers snapping open as it lunged at Su Ju. Chapter 8. A single punch to defeat. The Dragon Prince is urgent. This was the first adversary Su Ju encountered since arriving in this world. He felt no panic. In the instant the storm crystal scorpion lunged, his tiny form advanced rather than retreated, meeting it head-on. The 300 times gravity affected the enemy just as it did him. The scorpion's speed appeared to slow down significantly in his eyes. Target locked. Attack path planning in progress. Optimal attack angle. Crouch. Advance 12 meters forward to the right. Angle body upward 37 degrees. Deliver a punch. Following the system's guidance, Su Ju executed a flawless evasive maneuver and counterattack. His small figure narrowly slipped beneath the scorpion's massive pincers. Then, he clenched his tiny fist, targeting the marked weak point with precision. With a forceful punch, he struck. With a powerful punch, he unleashed all the strength of the recently stabilized Ganchi realm. Bang! The fist made contact with the soft flesh at the junction of the carapace, producing a muffled sound. The storm crystal scorpion's predatory attack abruptly froze, its compound eyes filled with bewilderment. In the next moment, a violent surge of Ganchi erupted from Su Ju's fist, instantly penetrating the storm crystal scorpion's body and precisely obliterating its nerve center. The monstrous creature, 3 meters in length, could not even emit a cry of despair before its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling completely lifeless. A swift kill. Suju retracted his fist, glancing at the speck of green blood that had stained it, and disdainfully shook it off. He then approached the corpse of the storm crystal scorpion and gave it a kick. Energy absorbable detected. Refining bone realm demon core. Would you like to absorb it? After a moment's thought, Suju withdrew his star core. That one was not palatable. He returned to his corner and resumed gnawing at his rations. Meanwhile, within the Wanlong fortress, before the magic mirror, the dragons who had anticipated watching Suju being torn to shreds stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Did he just kill a storm crystal scorpion at the third level of the refining bone realm with a single punch? The angle and execution of that move were nothing short of a perfect counterattack. Could he truly be just an infant? Ao Shang's expression darkened to an extreme. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. An enraged mental roar echoed across the skies of Wanlong Fortress. The source of the roar was none other than Ao Yuan's eldest son, Ao Shang. He fixed his gaze on the magic mirror, where Suju was happily holding his star core and munching away, jealousy and resentment swirling in his amber dragon eyes. A human, an infant who had yet to fully grow hair. How could he possess such a terrifying combat instinct? Ao Shang turned to the regal figure seated on the throne in the temple, Elizabeth, his voice laced with accusations. Mother, this is unfair. He must have used the life-saving trump card left by father. Otherwise, he could never have killed the storm crystal scorpion in a single blow. The other dragons echoed his sentiment. Exactly. It must be so. How could a mere human discern the weaknesses of the storm crystal scorpion? He is cheating. This trial holds no significance for him. They could not accept that a being they regarded as insignificant had displayed a talent more monstrous than their own in their youth. Thus, they preferred to believe it was cheating. Elizabeth's cold gaze swept over her agitated offspring, remaining silent. She understood far better than her foolish sons. In that previous strike, Suju had not employed any external force. It was purely a flawless amalgamation of strength, timing, and combat instinct. That precise insight into weaknesses even startled her. This little fellow seemed to be born for battle. Ao Yuan puffed out his chest with pride, mentally communicating with Elizabeth. What do you think? My son is impressive, isn't he? Collectively, your inept sons do not measure up to even a finger of mine. Elizabeth shot him a frosty glance, offering no response. Yet, the slight lift of her dragon head betrayed her surprisingly good mood. Silence. Elizabeth's voice resonated once more, her authoritative presence silencing all dragons. The trial continues. She uttered those 4 words, disregarding Ao Shang's outcry. Ao Shang trembled with fury. Mother's attitude clearly showed favoritism toward that little bastard. He glared at the magic mirror, where Suju, well-fed and now dozing against the cave wall, was the target of his barely contained malice. You are quite pleased with yourself, aren't you? A chilling intent for murder filled Ao Shang's mind. Since mother is unwilling to intervene, as the elder brother, I shall add a bit of difficulty for you. A malicious thought took shape in his heart. He stealthily retreated, his massive dragon form slipping into a side hall. He extended a dark golden dragon claw, lightly waving it in the air. Esoteric and intricate spatial runes materialized beneath his claw. He was constructing a long-range miniature teleportation array. What was he planning? He intended to increase the difficulty of Suju's trial. The origin trial comprised 7 stars, with the storm star being merely the first and simplest. Ao Shang smirked cruelly. Then let him experience the specialties of the 3rd celestial body ahead of time. His mental energy traversed endless space, precisely locking onto the 3rd trial star, where a terrifying creature lay in slumber. The spatial teleportation array was complete. Go, my little darling. I hope that little bastard becomes your delectable snack. A barely perceptible ripple of spatial disturbance flickered across Wanlong Fortress. Elizabeth seemed to sense something, her golden dragon eyes narrowing slightly as she glanced in Ao Shang's direction, but ultimately chose not to intervene. She wanted to observe what miracles this little fellow could conjure when faced with true peril. On the storm star, within the cave, Suju was sound asleep, a glimmer of drool escaping the corner of his mouth. The foundations of body refinement, bone refinement, and Gongqi realms have been thoroughly stabilized. Junior Magic Dragon Physique Experience, 35, Destruction Law Affinity, 101, Life Law Affinity, 001, Time Law Affinity, 0001. The data on the system panel quietly increased as he slumbered. But at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him like a bucket of ice water, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes wide. At the cave entrance stood a colossal figure, having appeared without his notice. It was a creature 5 meters tall, resembling a mantis but possessing 4 arms. Its body was entirely composed of pristine white bones, with ghostly blue soul flames flickering atop the skeletal frame. Its 4 arms wielded massive bone blades, each 3 meters long, glinting with a chilling sharpness. Its aura was at least 10 times more formidable than that of the previous Storm Crystal Scorpion. Chapter 9. Gongqi Realm vs. True Essence Realm. A punch that shatters. Warning. Warning. Detected an oversized life form. Species, Bone Reaper, Adult. Realm, True Essence Realm, First Level. Abilities, Supersonic Movement, 4-Blade Slash, Soul Harvest. Bone Regeneration. Danger Level, Fatal. The host's current strength is insufficient to contend. Immediate evacuation is advised. The system's alarm blared urgently. True Essence Realm. This was entirely beyond the capabilities of the Gongqi realm. It was akin to a toddler attempting to challenge the world champion in boxing, utterly hopeless. Hiss. The Bone Reaper emitted a piercing hiss, its target unmistakably Suju. It sensed the abundant life force within Suju, which was the very sustenance it craved. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, the Bone Reaper's form vanished from its original position. Supersonic movement. When it reappeared, it had already reached Suju's front. For massive bone blades sealed all of Suju's escape routes from 4 different angles, descending towards him with lethal intent. It was astonishingly swift. So rapid that Suju's eyes could not capture its movement. Within one long fortress, Ao Yuan abruptly stood, the overwhelming might of the Saint King erupting uncontrollably, causing the entire fortress to tremble. Ao Shang, you seek death. He instantly comprehended the situation. A surge of furious wrath surged to his head. He was about to tear apart the space and descend upon the storm star. Stop, came Elizabeth's cold voice, halting him. Ao Yuan, do you wish for him to live under your protection for eternity? But he is a monster of the true origin realm. He has only just reached the Qi realm. Ao Yuan roared in fury. And so what? Elizabeth's voice remained unwavering. A true dragon dares to face any challenge. If he cannot break through this moment of despair, then he is unworthy of your bloodline. He will die? Then let him die. Elizabeth's voice was chillingly resolute. Yet, her dragon form, which was fixated upon the magic mirror and slightly trembling, betrayed her inner turmoil. Inside the cave of the storm star, the shadow of death enveloped Suju entirely. The 4 bone blades, carrying the sharpness to rend anything, were mere inches away. His protective chi was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper before these bone blades. To flee? There was no time. To endure? It was a certain death. At this critical juncture of life and death, clarity suddenly surged within Suju's mind. Extreme analysis activated. Analyzing the attack pattern of the Bone Reaper, 4-Blade Slash, composed of 372 subtle movements. With energy circulating between the 4 bone blades at a specific frequency, flaw detected. In the 0.00001 seconds where the first and third bone blades intersect, their energy flow will create a momentary stagnation node. At this node, the coordination of its entire power is at its weakest moment. Locking onto the flaw. Counterattack plan generated. Channeling the power of destruction from the host's being, abandoning all defense, narrowly evading all blades, and launching a full-force attack at the node. This was a madman's plan. To abandon defense and actively confront a fleeting flaw amidst the assault of 4 blades? What kind of terrifying computational prowess, courage, and mastery over one's own body did this require? Suju could not comprehend the intricate calculations. He only understood 2 words. Execute. Just as the 4 bone blades were about to turn him into mincemeat, Suju's body moved. His small form, with a peculiar step that no mere mortal could achieve, wove through the entangled lights of blades. The first bone blade grazed his scalp, severing a few strands of hair. The second blade, slicing near his ribs, left a faint white mark upon him. The third and fourth blades nearly passed him simultaneously on either side. A hair's breadth. A moment between life and death. He evaded all lethal attacks. As he passed through the web of blades, his clenched fist had already gathered all its might. The power of destruction, that dark golden energy from Ao Yuan's essence, was actively channeled and enveloped around his fist. Target locked. It was that moment of energy stagnation. Break for me. Suju roared within his heart. His fist struck precisely against the bone-constructed chest of the Bone Reaper. Boom. A deep, resonant sound erupted within the confined cave. Suju's fist, encased in the dark golden power of destruction, collided solidly with the indestructible ribcage of the Bone Reaper. In the next moment, the Bone Reaper's movements froze. Its eye sockets, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, fixated on the minuscule human infant before it, filled with confusion and bewilderment. It could not comprehend how its 4-blade slash had missed. How could this small creature breach its bony defenses? The next second centered around Suju's fist. A web of fine cracks rapidly spread across the Bone Reaper's ribcage. The laws constituting its body began to collapse and disintegrate under the erosion of the power of destruction. A chain reaction ensued. Crack, crack, boom. The towering 5-meter-high Bone Reaper, exuding a terrifying aura, shattered like porcelain. Starting from its chest, it fractured inch by inch. First the ribs, then the bone blades of its limbs, and finally its skull. In less than a second, its massive body transformed in midair into a pile of pale bone dust, drifting downwards. Only a fist-sized core, glowing with ghostly blue light, remained suspended in the air. It was its demon core, the true Origin Realm demon core. The entire process was swift and surreal. Within one long fortress, before the magic mirror, time seemed to stand still. All the dragons, who were reveling in anticipation of seeing Suju torn apart, froze in a single posture, motionless. Their minds were blank. Their thoughts completely crashed. What just happened? What transpired a moment ago? The Bone Reaper simply vanished? Reduced to dust by that small child with a single punch? No. This must be an illusion. It had to be an illusion. A Thunder Punishment dragon shook its head frantically, unable to believe what it had witnessed. That was a true Origin Realm Bone Reaper. A mere child. How could he possibly? Did I not see it wrong? He actually summoned the power of the laws. It was the law of destruction. Such pure law of destruction. It was the bloodline power of the Father Emperor. Yet he is merely in the Chi realm. How could he possibly comprehend and wield the laws? Chapter 10. The Best Assists. Ao Shang was so enraged that he fainted. Shock, confusion, horror, and fear, various emotions wildly intertwined within the hearts of these once arrogant dragon offspring. They gazed at the small figure within the magic mirror, their eyes filled with astonishment. This human is a monster, a creature utterly incomprehensible to them. A sound of blood being spat broke the silence. The crowd turned towards the sound. Emerging from the shadows of the side hall was Ao Shang, his massive dragon form staggering forth. A trace of golden dragon blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. His aura was feeble. His eyes brimmed with terror and resentment. Moments ago, he had split a part of his soul to imprint upon the Bone Reaper for the purpose of locating and controlling it. Yet at that very instant, as the Bone Reaper was obliterated by Suju's punch, the overwhelming power of destruction surged back through the soul connection, striking him. His soul was injured. A plan gone awry, losing both the chicken and the rice. Ao Shang. A roar infused with boundless fury erupted from the throne of the temple. Ao Yuan's dragon eyes, akin to two crimson suns, were fixed intently upon his firstborn. The terrifying might of the Holy King pressed down on Ao Shang like a multitude of towering mountains, rendering him unable to withstand even a moment's wait before he was forced to kneel, immobile. Father, spare me. Ao Shang was enveloped in dread, sensing that his father was truly intent on taking his life this time. You very well. Ao Yuan's voice was icily cold. As an elder brother, he not only failed to protect his younger sibling, but instead harbored murderous intent, sabotaging the trial. You are no longer worthy of being my son. With these words, Ao Yuan lifted his dragon claw, gathering an even more terrifying aura of destruction within its grasp. He intended to personally render this rebellious child powerless. Stop. At that moment, Elizabeth's cool voice resonated. Rising from her throne, her massive silver dragon form shielded Ao Yuan from Ao Shang. Ao Yuan, enough. Ao Yuan's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. You wish to protect him? He has erred, but his crime does not warrant death. Elizabeth's tone remained calm. Moreover, despite his transgression, he has revealed a surprising outcome, has he not? Her gaze shifted to the magic mirror, prompting Ao Yuan to unconsciously glance in that direction as well. Within the cave of the Storm Star, Suju curiously extended his small hand, poking at the demon core suspended in midair. Detected high-quality energy source. Demon core, comprising pure soul energy and fragments of the law of death. Quality. Grade 5 spiritual material. Analysis. Can be directly consumed to strive for a higher realm. Suju tilted his head. Can I eat it? He opened his small mouth and gulped down the demon core in one bite. Burp. He let out a satisfied belch as a torrent of pure, overwhelming energy exploded within him. Massive energy influx detected, beginning to impact martial arts realm. Breakthrough to the true essence realm. In merely a second, Suju's realm surged from the recently stabilized Qi realm to the coveted 5th realm. The true essence realm. The gaseous Qi within him rapidly condensed into a higher quality liquid true essence under the relentless pressure and influx of energy. Its quality and recovery speed skyrocketed tenfold. He felt an unprecedented power coursing through his body. With a mere thought, a glimmer of pale golden true essence surged from his feet, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Flight through Qi manipulation, the hallmark of the true essence realm. After accomplishing this, Suju seemed unsatisfied. He turned his attention to the pile of pale bone powder on the ground. Detected special substance. Bone powder of the Bone Reaver contains information of the law of death. Shall deep analysis be conducted? Analyze. Suju commanded in his mind, extending his small hand to gather a handful of bone powder into his palm. Analysis initiated, extracting information of the law of death. Analysis successful. Acquired affinity for the law of death. 0, 1. comprehended a fragmentary divine ability. Soul Harvest, Beginner. Soul Harvest, Beginner can inflict minor soul tremors on living beings, with a very low probability of directly extracting a portion of their soul energy. Within the Long Dragon Fortress, all dragons, including Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, fell into a prolonged silence as they observed the magic mirror displaying the newly ascended Suju, who had just broken through to the true essence realm and grasped a new divine ability while delving into the study of bone ash. Aoshang's grand display, risking his own potential ruin to summon a true essence realm assassin, had instead gifted the opponent experience, equipment, and techniques. This was truly the universe's finest assist. Witnessing this scene, Aoshang was consumed with rage, spewing a mouthful of dragon blood before collapsing into unconsciousness, utterly infuriated. The other dragon prodigies lowered their heads, too intimidated to even breathe. The little fellow in the magic mirror had become an indelible shadow in their minds. It was a severe blow to the dragons. When they participated in the trials, it was a harrowing struggle for survival. Meanwhile, this human brother found the trial akin to a leisurely holiday buffet. The enemies merely presented themselves as experience packages, and the dangers were trivial appetizers. How could they possibly compare? There was no comparison. Ao Yuan, observing his thoroughly demoralized children, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He approached the unconscious Aoshang and kicked his massive dragon head. Wretch! Then, he disregarded him and eagerly continued to watch Suju's performance. Elizabeth waved her claw, signaling two smaller dragons to carry the unconscious Aoshang away for healing. Her gaze returned to the magic mirror, her heart filled with anticipation. The first trial star, Storm Star, had the objective of survival and personally shattering the core of this planet. With Suju having now reached the true essence realm, survival posed no challenge for him. The most powerful native creatures on this planet were merely in the bone-refining realm. His only task now was to locate and destroy the planet's core. Inside the cave, Suju familiarized himself with the powers of the true essence realm, feeling invigorated. He glanced outside at the still tempestuous weather, with lightning flashing and acidic rain pouring down, and frowned. He disliked this place. He wanted to go back. How could he return? He remembered Elizabeth's words, shatter the core of the planet. Mission confirmed, destroy the core of Stormstar. Initiating task analysis, scanning the geological structure of the entire planet. Scanning, please wait, Chapter 11. This is not a trial. This is demolition. Scan completed. The planet's core is located deep within the Earth's center, approximately 1,800 kilometers from the surface. The core consists of high-density thundermagnetic crystals, protected by the gravitational and magnetic fields of the entire planet. Generating plan. Plan 1. Recommended utilize the power of the Earth's origin to carve a direct path to the core for destruction. Advantages. Direct and efficient. Disadvantages. Enormous workload, estimated to take 37 days. Plan 2. Alternative. Employ the newly comprehended law of death to erode the planet's life magnetic field, disintegrating its structure at the law level. Advantages. Saves time and effort. Disadvantages. The host's understanding of the law of death is rudimentary, with a success rate below 0. 1. Suju frowned deeper at the proposals presented by the system. 37 days. That's far too long. He didn't wish to linger in this ghastly place for even a day longer. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rummaged through his storage pouch and retrieved the gnawed 9th-grade star core from Ao Yuan. This star core was the essence of an entire planet. Detected host's intent. Conducting feasibility analysis. Analysis successful. The profound Earth origin within the 9th-grade star core can resonate with the geological veins of Stormstar, accelerating the process of opening a passage. New plan generated. Plan 3. Optimal. Using the Jiupin Xing He as the focal point. Construct a gravitational resonance formation to forcibly tear apart the crust and strike at the heart. Estimated time. 1 day. 1 day? This is excellent. Suju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he embraced the star core, which was larger than himself, and exited the cave. The acidic rain and thunder outside posed no threat to his protective true essence. Following the system's guidance, he positioned the star core at a geologic node. Then, he extended his chubby hands and pressed them upon the star core. Gravitational resonance formation, activate. Channel the host's true essence into the star core. Buzz. The Jiupin Xing He erupted into a brilliant golden radiance under Suju's true essence, emanating an invisible gravitational wave that spread in all directions. Subsequently, the entire Stormstar began to tremble violently. Boom, boom. The ground shook. The black gobi beneath Suju's feet fractured, revealing torrents of crimson magma below. What was he doing? Within one long fort, a giant dragon emitted a horrified roar. He was igniting the Earth's veins. What was his intention? To dismantle the entire planet? A madman. He was undoubtedly a lunatic. Ao Yuan and Elizabeth were equally astonished by Su Ju's blunt and reckless actions. Typical trial seekers would cautiously delve underground, avoiding various perilous subterranean creatures and chaotic energy currents, eventually locating the core before devising methods to destroy it. Who would dare to start from the surface and attempt to upend the entire planet? This was not a trial, this was blatant demolition. Under the astonished gazes of all dragons, the fissure beneath Su Ju's feet widened under the influence of the gravitational resonance. Finally, a terrifying abyss, exceeding 100 kilometers in diameter and unfathomably deep, manifested before him. At the abyss's depths, flickers of lightning could be seen. There lay the planet's core. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ju leaped into the abyss. He sought a swift resolution. Approximately half an hour later, the dragons anxiously watching before the magic mirror suddenly felt the image within shake violently. Then, with a crisp crack, the sound resonated clearly in every dragon's ear. They beheld Su Ju's diminutive figure leisurely emerging from the vast abyss, holding something aloft. It was a massive crystal sphere, a meter in diameter, entirely composed of crackling lightning. This was the core of the storm star. However, at that moment, the core was riddled with cracks, resembling a glass sphere on the brink of shattering. Su Ju raised this colossal trophy high. Then, amidst the dazed gazes of all dragons, he clenched his tiny hands with force. Boom! The thunderous core, containing the energy of the entire planet, was crushed in his grip. The explosive energy transformed into a spectacular display of fireworks, dazzling in the skies above the storm star. As the core shattered, the gravitational and magnetic fields of the entire storm star began to collapse rapidly. The storm clouds dispersed, and the acidic rain ceased. In a conceptual sense, this planet was now dead. The first trial star conquered. Time taken, less than a day. After completing all this, Su Ju clapped his hands and then sat cross-legged in the void, closing his eyes to absorb the dissipating lightning energy. Within one long fort, silence enveloped the space. The expressions of all the dragon prodigies were grim, especially Ao Shang, who had just awakened and witnessed Su Ju crush the planet's core, rolled his eyes, and nearly fainted. A slap in the face. This was an unabashed humiliation. What they perceived as a deadlock was, in his eyes, merely a warm-up exercise. Elizabeth gazed at the tranquil figure meditating in the magic mirror, her golden dragon eyes sparkling with intrigue. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. Open the portal and bring him back. Moments later, Su Ju returned to the temple of Wanlong Fort. As soon as he appeared, Ao Yuan dashed forward, his massive dragon head nuzzling against him. My son, are you unharmed? I nearly died from worry. Su Ju found the nuzzling somewhat irritating, wrinkling his brow and pushing him away. Meanwhile, the other dragon siblings lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. At that moment, Elizabeth, her imposing figure approaching, looked down at the miraculous young one who had just achieved the impossible. You have performed exceptionally well. This was the first time she had ever uttered words of praise to Su Ju. As per tradition, having conquered the first trial star, you are entitled to a reward. Saying this, Elizabeth extracted a droplet of her own essence blood from her brow. It was a droplet exuding an infinite vitality, shimmering silver in hue. This is my life essence. Consume it, and it will heal all your injuries and allow your physique to undergo another transformation. Chapter 12. Devouring the Sacred King's Essence Blood, stunning the entire dragon clan. Elizabeth's voice remained calm and steady. Yet, the item she presented sent the entirety of Wanlong Fort into an uproar. Essence Blood. Moreover, the essence blood of the life dragon emperor. The value of this item was beyond description. For the dragon race, it was a sacred object, a treasure. Just a single droplet could rejuvenate a dying dragon. A single droplet could purify the bloodline of a hybrid dragon, granting the potential to ascend to higher realms. Aside from their eldest son Ao Shang, who had received half a droplet as a reward upon reaching adulthood, the other dragons had never even had the opportunity to catch a whiff of it. Now, Elizabeth intended to bestow a complete droplet upon a human infant? By what right? Why him? Ao Shang, still a bit dazed from awakening, felt his eyes redden at this sight. An uncontrollable surge of jealousy and anger erupted from within him. Mother, no. Without a second thought, he voiced his opposition. Essence blood is the foundation of our royal lineage. How could it be easily granted to an outsider, especially such a lowly human? Please reconsider, mother. Indeed, mother. I refuse. The other dragons echoed, their minds stirred into a frenzy within the temple. They had just been awed by Su Ju's display. But when it came to such core interests, all reason was swept away by jealousy. Elizabeth merely cast a fleeting glance at them. With just a single look, the entire temple fell silent. All dragons, including Ao Shang, felt as though their souls had been frozen, unable to utter a single word. This was the might of the Sacred King. Undeniable. Unquestionable. Are you instructing me on how to act? A chilling voice reverberated deep within the souls of every descendant of the dragon clan. Ao Shang, humiliated, lowered his head, yet within his dark golden dragon eyes, resentment simmered, nearly solidifying into a tangible form. He could not comprehend it. Why? Why did both the emperor and empress show such favoritism towards this little bastard? What made him so special? Was it merely luck, being able to gnaw on the star core and withstand a blow from a great sage? So what? He was ultimately just a human, an inferior race. Meanwhile, Ao Yuan observed the commanding demeanor of his wife with immense satisfaction. He eagerly approached Su Ju, his massive dragon head leaning closer, speaking in a thought that only Su Ju could hear. Son, look, your mother has brought you something wonderful. This is a treasure, far superior to my blood. Hurry, thank your mother. Su Ju paid him no mind. His entire focus was captivated by the droplet of silver blood suspended before Elizabeth's claws. It exuded an enticing aroma, a fragrance originating from the very essence of life itself. Just a whiff made him feel as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. It was more delectable than the star core, more exquisite than dragon horns. At that moment, his only thought was to consume it. Beep. Detected a top-tier cosmic treasure, the blood essence of the life dragon emperor, Saint King realm. Initiating emergency analysis. Warning. Energy level excessively high. Analysis failed. Activating emergency protocol to analyze surface law information. Analysis successful. This essence contains the law of life, ultra-high concentration. The law of time, high concentration. And over 17 unknown extraordinary laws. Consumption recommendation, extremely dangerous. The power of the laws contained within this item fundamentally conflicts with the law of destruction within the host. Forceful consumption carries a 9,999 probability of law collision, leading to bodily collapse and soul annihilation. Only feasible option, guided by the system. Counteract and annihilate the law of life and the law of destruction with a precision of 1 in a trillion. Extracting the most primal creative and destructive power to reshape the host's foundation. Success rate of this option, 0.001. Please choose wisely. The system's alerts flooded Su Ju's mind, a barrage of warnings and red text dazzling to behold. A 99.99 death rate, a 0.001 success rate. What kind of parenting are you two doing? Any normal person, upon seeing these figures, would likely be paralyzed with fear. But Su Ju was not a normal person. His family had perished, and with the system backing him, he felt undeterred. If the system said it was consumable, then it was. As for success rates and dangers, what were they? Could he eat it? Su Ju opened his mouth wide and gulped down the droplet of silver blood in one swift motion. What the hell? Ao Yuan exclaimed, startled. Be careful, my dear. Elizabeth was taken aback as well. She hadn't expected Su Ju to be so audacious, diving straight in. Her intention was to guide him gently in absorbing it, but this little one was clearly not following the script. The droplet transformed into a streak of light, instantly vanishing into Su Ju's mouth. Gulp. Su Ju smacked his lips, savoring the moment. Then, silence enveloped the entire hall once more. All the dragons, including Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, fixated their gazes on Su Ju, awaiting his reaction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Su Ju let out a satisfied burp. A look of contentment spreading across his face. Was that it? It was gone. Where were the supposed law collisions? Where was the bodily collapse? Ha ha. Ao Yuan erupted into a thunderous laughter, exclaiming, Did you see that? My son is exceptionally gifted, drinking the blood of a Saint King like it's water. His laughter echoed, his dragon whiskers trembling with mirth. Meanwhile, the other dragon descendants looked ashen, particularly Ao Shang, who felt as if his worldview had been repeatedly shattered and rebuilt, only to be shattered again. An infant devoured the blood of a Saint King and simply burped? Was this truly happening right before his eyes? Surely he was not dreaming? Only Elizabeth's golden dragon eyes sparkled with profound astonishment. She could keenly sense that at the moment her blood essence entered Su Ju's body, a terrifying law filled with the essence of annihilation and finality, equal to her own law of life, awakened instantly. It was Ao Yuan's law of destruction. These two diametrically opposed supreme laws collided within Su Ju's small frame with a thunderous impact. The energy released in that instant even made her heart race. She was prepared to intervene and forcibly suppress the surge of energy. But in the next moment, an unfathomable event unfolded that left even her, a Saint King, bewildered. The two terrifying laws capable of tearing apart a plane reached a peculiar equilibrium at the moment of collision. They did not annihilate one another, but, under the guidance of a mysterious force, began to mutually extinguish, decompose, and then reassemble. One black, one white, one life, one death. The two forces swirled within Su Ju like a Taiji diagram. Ultimately, a strand of essence, surpassing both life and destruction, emerged as an even older, more primal gray vapor, heralding the birth of the Chaos Dragon body. This was the pinnacle of VIP treatment. The power of creation and destruction, the very essence of the universe's birth and demise. Though it was merely a trace, its emergence rendered Elizabeth's mind utterly blank. After living for billions of years, she had never witnessed or heard of any being capable of simultaneously wielding life and destruction. What manner of creature was this little one? Meanwhile, Suju remained blissfully unaware of the cataclysmic changes occurring within him. He simply felt incredibly comfortable, as if soaking in a warm spring, enveloped in a gentle warmth. Beep. Extraction of the power of creation and destruction successful. Utilizing the power of creation and destruction to reshape the host's foundation, elementary magic dragon physique evolving into elementary chaos dragon physique. Evolution successful. Comprehensive enhancement of physique. Strength, speed, defense, and recovery significantly improved. Affinity with the law of destruction, 5. Affinity with the law of life, 5. Affinity with the law of time, 1. Comprehended a new divine ability. Life absorption elementary. Life absorption elementary can slowly absorb the target's vitality through contact, converting it into personal energy. A series of system notifications made Suju nearly cry out in delight. He felt as if his body had undergone another transformation. The foundation of his previous true essence realm had become even more robust, and the quality of his true essence had elevated to a new level. He even felt that he could now confront that skeletal predator without needing to utilize the law of destruction. He could obliterate it with sheer physical strength. What a thrill! Such exhilaration. He lifted his head, gazing at Elizabeth with sparkling eyes, clearly conveying his desire for more. Is there more? Just one more drop. Elizabeth gazed into his clear eyes, and her lips twitched involuntarily. Another one? Do you think this is merely a cabbage? This is primal essence blood. It took me countless millennia to condense even a single drop. With a cold huff, Elizabeth suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her and restored her aloof demeanor. Her grand dragon head slowly lowered, her golden dragon eyes scrutinizing Suju. From this day forth, you shall reside in my temple of life. Before the second trial, I will personally guide your cultivation. What? The moment her words fell, all the dragons were once again astounded. The queen herself would personally instruct him? This was a privilege that even Ao Shang had never experienced. Ao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then he rejoiced. My wife is brilliant. It should be this way. I have long thought that my dragon palace, steeped in dark energy, is unsuitable for raising a child. Saying this, he attempted to follow along. Stay here. Elizabeth coldly interrupted him. Your methods of education will only cultivate a brute who knows nothing but destruction. Without waiting for Ao Yuan to retort, a gentle silver light enveloped Suju, and he instantly vanished from sight, leaving Ao Yuan bewildered in the wind. My wife. Don't go. Take me with you. I promise I won't cause any trouble. As the space shifted, when Suju opened his eyes again, the scenery had entirely transformed. This was no longer Ao Yuan's dark and ominous dragon palace, but a magnificent temple suspended among the clouds. The temple was composed entirely of a silvery crystalline substance, intricately carved with countless elegant life runes. At the center of the temple lay a vast pool of life, filled with liquid silver that resembled liquid moonlight, emanating a refreshing fragrance. Above the pool, floating orbs of light, the size of fists, dotted the dome like stars, illuminating the entire temple with a sacred brilliance. The air was thick with a concentrated essence of life. A single breath made Suju feel as though he were ascending to the heavens. This was the dwelling of the life dragon empress, Elizabeth. From today onward, you will reside here, Elizabeth's cool voice echoed within the temple. Her figure appeared beside the pool of life, her massive dragon form elegantly coiled, her golden eyes looking down upon Suju. He curiously surveyed his surroundings. This place was far superior to Ao Yuan's dark palace. He found himself fond of it. Before the second trial, you must acclimate to and master the power within you. Elizabeth continued, your body is akin to a treasury filled with divine gold and celestial diamonds. Yet you are currently but a child who cannot even push open the treasury door. My task is to teach you how to find the key to unlock it. As she spoke, she lightly waved her claw. Suju's body uncontrollably soared into the air, then splashed down into the pool of life with a thud. What the heck? Suju silently cursed. This dragon mother was just like dragon father, tossing him around. I'm just a baby. The cool yet gentle liquid instantly enveloped him, and an incredibly pure life energy surged into his body through every pore. Warning. Detected ultra-high concentration energy body, spring of life, 9th rank. Analyzing energy composition analysis successful. This spring water is condensed from the purest source of life, capable of cleansing the flesh, nourishing the soul, and repairing all injuries. Absorption plan generated. Activate maximum power absorption mode of the chaotic dragon body. Convert all life energy into personal foundation. Commencing absorption, Suju felt as if he were a desiccated sponge thrown into the ocean. The sensation of being filled with boundless energy was so pleasurable that he nearly moaned. His small body began to form a whirlpool in the center of the pool. Vast amounts of the spring of life were being voraciously absorbed into him. This scene was vividly displayed through the spatial magic mirror for the dragon offspring in the dragon fortress to witness. Is that the pool of life? Mother actually allowed him to soak in the spring of life? That is the place she uses for healing and restoring her essence. What on earth was he doing? Was he absorbing the spring of life? The speed. My heavens. Is the water level in the pool dropping a little? The dragons were once again rendered speechless. If Suju's previous performance had shocked and incited jealousy, now they were beginning to feel numb. Taking sacred king's blood as a beverage. Using the spring of life as bathwater. This boy's daily life was the ultimate fantasy they wouldn't dare to dream of. Comparing humans to humans is infuriating. Comparing dragons to humans is utterly devastating. Ao Shang watched the scenes in the magic mirror with a blank expression, his dark golden dragon eyes filled with dead silence. He no longer wished to voice any complaints about fairness, for reality had already revealed to him that this world was inherently unfair. All he wanted was to observe how this little bastard, upon whom the king and queen had pinned their hopes, would meet a grim fate in the upcoming trials. In the Temple of Life, in a corner of the side hall, a dragon with an entire body of icy blue scales, resembling translucent ice crystals, was quietly lying down. Among many dragon offspring, she was relatively petite. Yet, the cold aura emanating from her, stemming from the realm of laws, was enough to instill fear even in those of the Saint Realm. She was Ao Yuan and Elizabeth's third daughter, the master of the frost laws, Ao Ning. Chapter 14. The curious nature of the research dragon mother, the treasure explodes. At this moment, she was observing the scene in the pool of life through a mirror made of ice crystals floating before her. Her gaze held none of the jealousy or resentment seen in her siblings, nor the pride of Ao Yuan or admiration of Elizabeth. Instead, it was filled with the curiosity and fervor akin to a scientist observing a rare specimen. Fascinating, she murmured softly, her voice crisp. During the absorption of energy, the structural composition of the body has undergone over 370,000 microscopic reorganizations. The energy conversion rate is astonishingly above 999, with almost no waste. The destructive force within him, though feeble, had a priority level that surpassed any known law. This had completely transcended the existing field of life sciences. A perfect research sample. Ao Ning's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. She held no interest in princely titles or the glory of the dragon clan. Her sole passion lay in researching the laws and origins of the universe. The emergence of Suju was akin to opening a door to a new world for her. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she rose, her icy blue form transforming into a streak of light as she silently flew toward the main hall. She wished to observe this intriguing specimen up close. When Ao Ning arrived at the main hall, Elizabeth merely cast her a fleeting glance without stopping her. Among all her offspring, she held a certain admiration for this third daughter, who was wholly devoted to the study of laws and unconcerned with worldly matters. Ao Ning silently descended upon the edge of the life pool. From her storage space, she retrieved a uniquely shaped silver ring, intricately adorned with countless precise runes. This was her magnum opus, the law-structured deep scanner, crafted over thousands of years with a plethora of rare materials. It was capable of deeply scanning and analyzing the structural laws and energy patterns within a living being. She was eager to uncover the myriad secrets concealed within this small creature's body. She aimed the scanner at Suju, who was leisurely bathing in the pool, and activated it. A hum resonated as the silver ring illuminated, sending forth invisible detection waves that enveloped Suju in an instant. Suju seemed to sense something amiss, halting his absorption, and curiously lifted his head to gaze at Ao Ning and the shimmering device in her hand. Unknown energy detection. Initiating reverse analysis. Analysis successful. The detected energy attempts to siphon the host's law information. Activating countermeasures. Before Suju could comprehend the unfolding events, he witnessed the silver ring in Ao Ning's grasp begin to tremble violently. The runes flickered wildly, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Ao Ning was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Her scanner, which could analyze even the most formidable sacred artifacts, was reacting so violently to an infant? In the next moment, a crisp explosion echoed. The scanner, which had consumed countless efforts, detonated, scattering a multitude of sparking metallic fragments. Ao Ning stared at the sole remaining handle in her hand, her entire being frozen in disbelief. Had her prized possession truly vanished? Meanwhile, Suju, seeing the toy explode, assumed Ao Ning was merely playing with him. He clapped his tiny hands in delight, emitting a series of cheerful giggles. The sound rang out sharply in the tranquil temple. Elizabeth observed her typically calm and rational third daughter, now wearing an expression of bewilderment and shock, her lips twitching with barely contained frustration. You wish to study this little creature? You are still too naive. At that moment, Elizabeth's voice broke the awkward silence. The training was concluded for now. She surveyed the life fountain, whose water level had decreased by nearly 1/10, her lips twitching again. If he continued to soak, he would drain her reserves entirely. A surge of power lifted Suju from the pool, drying the moisture from his body. Tomorrow, the second trial begins. Elizabeth's voice regained its authoritative tone. The location of the second trial is the Withering Star. Withering Star? What kind of place is that? Suju tilted his small head in confusion. Just then, Ao Ning, recovering from the shock of her scanner's destruction, spoke gravely upon hearing the name. Mother, isn't it too early for the Withering Star? She couldn't help but interject. The laws of that planet were exceedingly unique. Even adult dragons would have their vitality swiftly eroded upon entry. Sending him there now, it seemed. The Withering Star was one of the 7 trial planets of the Dragon Clan, recognized as the most enigmatic and perilous among them. The laws there were completely contrary to those of the normal universe. Life was considered original sin. Everything living would be rapidly decomposed into dust by the decaying laws of that realm. Death and decay were the eternal themes of that planet. No worries. Elizabeth's voice remained calm. He is protected by my life essence. Moreover, she glanced at Suju. He is no ordinary child. The aim of this trial is neither combat nor destruction, but discovery. Hidden within the endless decay and death of the Withering Star lies an immortal seed of life. One that has existed since the dawn of the universe. Your mission is to find it and bring it back. Elizabeth's decree encompassed all of you. Ao Ning paused momentarily. Mother, do you mean you will go as well? Elizabeth regarded her, stating, your frost law can somewhat delay the decay's erosion. Thus, you can assist from the sidelines while also indulging your curiosity. However, you must not intervene directly. You may only provide limited information and advice. That is the rule. Upon hearing this arrangement, Ao Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. To accompany this little creature on the trial? To observe and study him up close? This was a magnificent opportunity. Yes, mother. She unhesitatingly agreed, her eagerness palpable. Her gaze toward Suju grew increasingly fervent. Suju felt a bit uneasy under her intense gaze. This ice-like giant had a rather strange look in her eyes, as if she wanted to dissect him to understand his inner workings. Instinctively, he shrank back behind Elizabeth. Elizabeth observed this exchange, a hint of amusement blooming in her heart. This little fellow, aware enough to seek me as a protector? It seems you possess some discernment. Very well, prepare yourselves. Elizabeth gestured with her dragon claw, signaling that they could depart. Ao Ning transformed into a stream of ice-blue light, leaving with satisfaction. She needed to return and gather her remaining precious instruments. This time, she would thoroughly analyze the data of this little creature's body. In the temple, only Elizabeth and Suju remained. Suju felt a pang of hunger. After soaking for so long, his energy had been quite depleted. Chapter 15. Parents uniquely stuffing treasures. What happened to the training? He casually retrieved a half-eaten star core from his storage pouch, intending to continue snacking. But just as he was about to take a bite, an invisible force snatched the star core away. Suju looked up in dissatisfaction, directing his gaze at Elizabeth. Why are you stealing my food? You are forbidden from consuming such inferior energy aggregates in the future. Elizabeth stated disdainfully. A 9th-grade spiritual material, the juvenile star core, which could make even the strongest of the sovereign realm envious, was reduced to a mere lowly energy aggregate in her words. If this were to spread, the powerful beings of the Blue Summer Universe Federation would surely weep in despair. Suju paid no heed to the notions of inferiority. He only knew that it was his food. Growing anxious, he reached out with tiny hands to reclaim it. I'm hungry, he whined pitifully. Elizabeth observed his anxious demeanor, and for reasons unknown, a part of her icy heart softened slightly. With a flick of her dragon claw, a fruit emanating a green glow, seemingly carved from jade, appeared before Suju. Upon its arrival, the life energy within the temple intensified remarkably. Ding! Detected a top-tier cosmic fruit. Fruit of the ancient life tree, grade 10. Contains pure life essence and gentlewood laws. Long-term consumption can significantly enhance vitality and recovery speed, granting a harmonious affinity with all flora. Swallowing suggestions, perfect. The best supplement at the current stage. With no side effects. Suju's eyes instantly gleamed. This seemed even more delectable than the Xinghe. He embraced the fruit. Larger than his head, and opened his small mouth to take a bite. Crunch. Crisp and sweet. A gentle, yet overwhelming surge of energy instantly coursed through his limbs and bones. Delicious. Exceedingly delicious. Suju beamed with joy, completely forgetting about the Xinghe. He held onto the live fruit, relishing every bite. Elizabeth observed his satisfied demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. Raising a child didn't seem quite so disagreeable after all. The next day, Suju was abruptly lifted from his bed by Elizabeth. He was still groggy, unable to open his eyes. Then, he beheld Ao Ning, who was already waiting nearby. Today, Ao Ning was no longer in her massive winter dragon form, but had transformed into a human shape. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17, with hair cascading to the ground, an exquisite visage, and an icy demeanor. Her expression remained largely unchanged. Behind her floated a dozen or so devices of various shapes and sizes. Some were for analyzing energy fluctuations, others for detecting soul frequencies, and still others for recording material changes. Judging by the setup, it seemed less like a trial and more like a scientific expedition. Good morning, little brother. Ao Ning greeted Suju in her flat tone. From today onward, I will be documenting all your physiological data. Suju felt a peculiar discomfort in her gaze. He extended his chubby little hand, tentatively reaching toward the crystal glasses on Ao Ning's face. Curious if this glimmering object was edible, Ao Ning instinctively took a step back. Recalling how her scanner had once exploded and the small bite mark that remained on her mother's indestructible time dragon horn. This brother's bite was rather peculiar. Ahem. Ao Ning cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. Mother, are we ready to depart? She inquired, glancing at Elizabeth. Elizabeth nodded and tore open a rift in space once more. On the other side of the rift lay a dim, gray world. A sense of decay and rot seeped through the rift, causing the vibrant plants within the temple to wither instantly. Go, Elizabeth instructed Suju and Ao Ning. Remember, do not trust anything that appears to be alive on the withering star. Survive and then locate that seed. Just as Elizabeth prepared to send Suju to the withering star, Ao Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in the life temple. Wait a moment, dear. He rushed over. A fawning smile on his face. Elizabeth turned to him. What brings you here? Ahem, since our son is embarking on his first journey, especially to a place as ghastly as the withering star, as his father, I must provide him with something to ensure his survival, Ao Yuan said, pulling a jet-black dragon scale from his chest. The scale was palm-sized, yet it shimmered with the runes of destructive laws. It was indeed his reverse scale. Dragon reverse scale, Saint King level. This scale contained a complete imprint of his law and a portion of his original power. Once activated, Ao Yuan could appear in an instant. Its value surpassed that of the previous drop of original blood. He presented the reverse scale to Suju. Take this, son. Keep it close. If you encounter an unbeatable foe or if your unreliable sister attempts to experiment on you, activate it with your true essence. I guarantee, within 3 seconds, I will be at your side. At that moment, no matter what monstrous beings you face, I shall turn them to dust. Ao Yuan spoke with great bravado. Suju blinked, staring at the dark scale before him. Ding. Detected a top-tier cosmic treasure. Reverse scale of the Starry Magic Dragon Emperor. Contains a complete imprint of the law of destruction and a fragment of Saint King level will. Function. Can summon a Saint King to descend. Suggestion. This item itself is a supreme treasure, useful for smashing foes in critical moments, with exceptional effectiveness. Suju. System, are you a bit off? Using the Saint King reverse scale as a weapon? How did you even think of that? He took the reverse scale, feeling its icy touch, imbued with a brutal aura of destruction. It felt quite satisfying in his hand, almost like a tooth-grinding tool. Just then, Elizabeth's cold voice rang out. Ao Yuan, you are violating the rules. She produced an item of her own, a radiant leaf that seemed to pulsate with the lifeblood of countless beings. Leaf of the ancient life tree, Saint King level. This too contained a unique imprint of her original law. You are coddling him, fostering a dependency that will hinder his true growth. As she spoke, Elizabeth pressed the leaf into Suju's hand. Hold this. It can shield you from 3 lethal attacks. Once used, it is gone. Therefore, do not employ it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Ao Yuan looked at Elizabeth, then at the leaf she had given to Suju. His expression a mix of incredulity. Didn't we agree not to spoil him? Didn't we agree to let him grow independently? You are even more generous than I am. Elizabeth felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, huffing in response and turning her head away. Chapter 16. The Dragon Father's Wrath. A full list of enemies. I am merely ensuring the minimum success rate for the trial, which is a reasonable investment. It is fundamentally different from your mindless indulgence. Yes, my dear, you are absolutely right. Ao Yuan could only nod vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Suju held a reverse scale infused with destruction in one hand and a leaf imbued with life in the other. He looked from one to the other, his small face filled with indecision. Both items appeared incredibly appetizing, yet he sensed they were not meant for consumption. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He raised both small hands, attempting to bring the reverse scale and the leaf together. He wanted to see what would happen when these two items made contact. Stop. Quickly cease. Ao Yuan and Elizabeth's expressions changed in unison. What a joke. One was pure destructive essence, and the other was pure life essence. When these two collide, it would not be a simple addition. It would be nuclear fusion, capable of blowing the entire dragon fortress sky high. The powers of the two Saint Kings surged forth, forcibly separating Suju's hands and isolating the reverse scale from the leaf. After accomplishing this, both Saint Kings were drenched in cold sweat. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and helplessness they felt. Raising a child, how does it compare to battling the adversarial Sheng Wang in terms of exhaustion? The mental fatigue is profound. Ahem, son, those two items cannot be played with together. It is perilous, Ao Yuan awkwardly explained. Suju nodded, seemingly understanding. Then, in their presence, he stuffed the reverse scale and leaves into his storage pouch. Out of sight, out of mind. All right, it is getting late. Let us depart. Elizabeth rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. She only wished to quickly send this little ancestor away. Seizing the opportunity, Suju summoned the system panel in his mind. Name, Suju race, human, primary chaos dragon body. Realm, true essence realm first level, foundation perfected. Technique, all things analysis system, divine abilities. Soul harvest, elementary. Life drain, elementary. Law affinity. Destruction, 601. Life, 501. Time, 1002. Creation and destruction, 1. Death, 01. Wood, 05. Equipment, Starry Sky Magic Dragon Emperor's reverse scale, Saint King level. Ancient Tree of Life leaf, Saint King level. Overall evaluation, an extravagantly equipped, extraordinarily background, yet somewhat lacking in intelligence juvenile monster. Not very intelligent? Is the system being courteous? Am I addressing you with courtesy? Immediately, a force propelled the two into the spatial rift. Before departing, Suju cast a reluctant glance at Elizabeth and the remaining half of the life fruit by her claws. His saliva betrayed him. Elizabeth remarked, this little glutton. The spatial rift gradually closed. Ao Yuan could not refrain from speaking again. My dear, are we just letting them go? That cursed place, the Withering Star, is no trivial matter. Fear not, Elizabeth replied without looking back. I have my own measures. She gazed at the spot where the spatial rift vanished, her golden dragon eyes profoundly deep. Moreover, do you not find the tranquility before the storm to be excessive? It is time to let those lurking in the shadows come forth to stir. Upon hearing this, Ao Yuan narrowed his dragon eyes slightly. A fleeting cold, killing intent surged. I understand. That night, in the dragon fortress, within Ao Yuan's magic dragon hall, the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Ao Yuan's colossal dragon form coiled upon the throne, his blood-red dragon eyes fixed intently upon a figure concealed in the shadows below. Speak, what have you discovered? Ao Yuan's voice was calm, yet the chilling killing intent rippled through the hall's space. From the shadows, a figure cloaked in black knelt, its face obscured. Reporting in a hoarse voice, reporting to your majesty, it has been ascertained. The annihilation of the Su family from Blue Star was executed by the Federation's 1st Legion, the Black Armored Army. The leader of the operation was Legion Commander Lei Xiaotian. Lei Xiaotian. Ao Yuan scoffed, how dare an ant, who has yet to reach the Saint Realm, touch my son, who stands behind him? According to intelligence relayed by our agents in the Federation's upper echelons, this operation seems to have received tacit approval from the Federation Council and the Martial Arts Alliance. Furthermore, after the Su family's destruction, several source crystal vein trade routes originally controlled by the Su family were divided among the Federation's prominent martial clans. The families that gained the most were the Wang family, the Li family, and the Chen family. With each name uttered by the shadow, the temperature in the hall plummeted by several degrees. By the end, the very air seemed on the verge of freezing. Wang family, Li family, Chen family. Ao Yuan slowly articulated these three names, each syllable squeezed from between his teeth. Very well. Very well. A horde of ants dares to covet what my dragon clan has set its sights upon. Boom. The terrifying might of the Saint King erupted uncontrollably. The entire magic dragon hall trembled violently, as if on the brink of collapse. The kneeling shadow did not dare raise its head, trembling as if shaken by a sieve. It understood that the Dragon Emperor was genuinely enraged. Convey my orders. Ao Yuan's cold voice was akin to the chilling winds of the abyss. Inform all our infiltrators in the Federation to keep a close watch on these families. I want every transaction they engage in, every person they meet, and every word they utter laid bare before me. And that lay Shao Dian, along with his black armored army. When the time is ripe, I will personally make them aware of what Dragoness wrath entails. Understood. The shadow acknowledged, vanishing swiftly into the darkness. The hall fell silent once more. Yet, the oppressive killing intent lingered for a long time. Ao Yuan surveyed the empty hall, his emotions complex. Avenging my son is not difficult. The Federation occupies the Blue Summer Star domain, harboring over 100 billion stars and more than 80 trillion inhabitants. It appears formidable. However, with my power, I could erase the entire Blue Summer Cosmic Federation from existence with but a thought. Yet, I cannot do so. For this is Su Ju's vendetta. It must be avenged by his own hand. As a father, all I can do is clear the obstacles from his path and pave the way for him. Then, I shall watch him step by step confront his enemies, trampling them underfoot. My son, there is little more that I can do for you. The road ahead ultimately lies in your own hands. Ao Yuan sighed, his massive dragon form gradually fading from the throne. As he traversed the spatial rift, a profound stench of decay assaulted him. Su Ju felt as if he had fallen into a landfill that had accumulated refuse for countless millennia. The air was thick with a peculiar odor, a blend of soil, decaying vegetation, and some unknown substance undergoing fermentation. It was simultaneously sour, foul, and cloyingly sweet, inciting an insatiable yearning. He opened his eyes. Chapter 17, A Desperate Gamble. Devouring the Law of Decay. The world before him was a monotonous gray. The sky was gray, thick clouds obscuring all light. The earth was gray, devoid of any vibrant hues as far as the eye could see. There were no mountains, no rivers. Only an endless expanse of plain. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the dust from the ground. This was no ordinary dust. Su Ju discerned clearly that it was the powder of completely decomposed substances. Environmental analysis in progress. Welcome to the Withering Star. Atmospheric composition. Unknown inert gas 92. High concentration decay particles 7. Others 1. Warning. Decay particles can cause irreversible decomposition effects on all organic matter. Please activate the energy shield immediately. Environmental temperature. Surface 21 degrees Celsius. Energy radiation. None. Overall evaluation. Life forbidden zone. Death paradise. This is the Withering Star. Ao Yuan's icy voice echoed beside Su Ju. She had transformed back into her ice-blue winter giant dragon form. Enveloped in a crystalline frost shield that isolated her massive body from the omnipresent decay in the air. How do you feel, little brother? She gazed at Su Ju. Her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. Su Ju furrowed his delicate brows, remaining silent. An uncomfortable sensation enveloped him as the life energy within began to be slowly disassembled and assimilated upon contact with the air here. It felt akin to ice meeting a hot iron. Although the process was gradual, the continuous erosion was profoundly distressing. With a flicker of thought, a faint golden shield of true essence materialized around his body, temporarily isolating him from the foul atmosphere. Not bad. Ao Ning nodded, acknowledging his prompt and correct reaction, which indicated a strong instinct for combat. However, relying solely on the true essence shield would not suffice for long in this environment. The principle of decay was insidious, gradually corroding his energy until it completely disintegrated him. To survive here, one must learn to resist it. Like a diligent mentor, Ao Ning began to elucidate the survival laws of this place. There are two methods to counter the principle of decay. The first, akin to my own, involves constructing an absolute defense using another powerful principle, thereby completely isolating it. This is the most direct approach, albeit one that expends tremendous energy. The second is to comprehend it, adapt to it, and even become a part of it. The life essence of the mother has left a seed within you. You may attempt to perceive it and use the power of life to neutralize the forces of decay, achieving a delicate balance. I suggest you opt for the second approach. Su Ju listened, somewhat bewildered. He merely understood that this place was detestable. He wished to quickly locate the so-called seed of immortal life, and then depart from here. Let us proceed. We must first find a relatively safe location. Ao Ning declared, setting forth into the depths of the plain. Su Ju followed suit, his short legs moving quickly to keep up. This expanse of gray plain appeared level and solid, yet upon stepping onto it, he found it soft and yielding, akin to treading upon a mound of cotton. With each step, he sank half a foot deep, exhausting his strength. The surface here was composed of biological remains accumulated over at least 100 million years. As they walked, Ao Ning explained, on this planet, nothing can endure for long. Even divine iron, if left here for 10,000 years, would decay into a heap of scrap. Therefore, do not trust anything your eyes perceive. No sooner had she finished speaking than the ground beneath Su Ju suddenly collapsed without warning. Oh no! He could only mentally exclaim in shock before plummeting downwards. It felt as though he had fallen into a swamp filled with viscous liquid. The cold, Foul-smelling sludge swiftly engulfed him. A force of decay, 1,000 times denser than the air, surged from all directions, corroding his protective true essence. ZZZT. The faint golden shield around him began to dim and thin at a visible rate. Warning. Warning. High concentration of decay, principle detected. The hostess' protective true essence is being rapidly disassembled. Expected to fail completely in 10 seconds. The life energy of the Chaos Dragon body is being eroded. Cellular vitality is rapidly declining. Warning. Life-draining divine abilities are suppressed. Cannot be activated. The system's alarms blared in Su Ju's mind like a death knell. He had been buried alive. On the shore, Ao Ning gazed at the bottomless pit of sludge, a hint of surprise crossing her face. Yet, she showed no intention of aiding him. She merely observed quietly. This was part of the trial. His survival or demise rested entirely on him. She was curious about what choices this brother, who repeatedly created miracles, would make in such a seemingly fatal predicament. Beneath the mire, Su Ju sensed his consciousness growing hazy. The shadow of death loomed over him once more. His body was swiftly deteriorating, and the life force within him was being drained at an alarming rate. The true essence shield had dwindled to a mere thin layer, on the verge of shattering. What to do? What to do? Should he crush the reverse scale? Or use that leaf? No, he couldn't. That was a life-saving trump card given by his parents. He couldn't squander it so easily. In that moment, Su Ju's mind became extraordinarily clear. His will to survive was ignited to its utmost. System. Quickly. Analyze it for me. Extreme analysis initiated. Deeply analyzing the decay principle. Analysis progress. 11050. Analysis successful. The decay principle is, in essence, the inverse application of the life principle. It is the ultimate manifestation of time's passage upon living beings. It is not purely destructive, but rather a force of compulsory disassembly and return. Countermeasure generation. Plan 1. Detonate the destruction principle within, leading to mutual annihilation with the decay principle, potentially creating a fleeting opportunity for survival. Success rate, 30. After effects, foundation damage. Plan 2. Activate the affinity of the time principle within the Chaos Dragon body, reversing the flow of time around oneself to forcibly negate the effects of decay. Success rate, 5. After effects, significant consumption of spiritual energy. Plan 3. Optimal choice, abandon resistance. Actively embrace the decay principle. Utilizing the power of creation and destruction as the core, draw the forces of decay into oneself, constructing a new dynamic balance cycle of life and death together with the life force. Nourish life with decay, resist decay with life. Success rate of this plan, unknown. Risk, extremely high. In the event of failure, the host will be instantly assimilated by the decay principle, reducing him to a pool of pus. Upon seeing the third solution provided by the system, Su Ju hesitated not for a moment. Let's do this. Fortune favors the bold. He dispersed the last vestige of his true essence shield and willingly opened himself up. The unknown. This is what true exhilaration feels like. Others fear the unknown. I fear the absence of opportunity. Isn't it just a gamble with my life? Since the moment I was thrown into the time-space wormhole. Each day has been a gamble. System. Execute Plan 3. He commanded deep within his soul, issuing this self-destructive directive. Chapter 18. Decay as Sustenance. Dragon Sister's device explodes. Command confirmed. Executing Plan 3. Warning. The host is about to fully engage with the decay principle. The process will induce extreme pain. Please prepare yourself. In the next instant. Boom. If the previous erosion by the forces of decay was a gentle stream, then now it was like the cataclysmic flood of prehistory unleashed. Endless gray mist, imbued with the terrifying power to disassemble everything, surged from every pore and cellular crevice of his body, flooding in with ferocity. Ah! Su Ju's soul screamed. It was an indescribable agony, akin to millions of ants simultaneously gnawing at his marrow and tearing at his essence. His body was disassembling. His life was vanishing. His consciousness was sinking. Primary Chaos Dragon body structure is being forcibly disassembled. Cellular vitality reduced to 321. Life signs are about to disappear. Is this it? Just like this? However, in the moment when the flame of his life was on the verge of extinguishment, a trace of gray energy, a fusion born from the collision of the supreme laws of destruction and creation lying deep within him, finally stirred. It resembled a once slumbering monarch, awakened by the raucous clamor of jesters. A profound ancient will, transcending the laws, awakened within Su Ju. The decaying force that rampaged within him transformed from a ferocious wolf into a docile lamb in the presence of this will. The system of life and death balance began to construct itself. The first step involved suppressing the decaying laws with the core of the creation destruction force. The second step guided the decaying force to decompose redundant energy, discarded cells, and impurities of the laws within the host. The third step directed the life force to undergo a superlative reconstruction and rebirth on the foundation of the void created by the decomposition of the decaying force. The fourth step commenced the cycle. Suju felt his body morph into a battlefield. The gray decaying force within the left side of his body wreaked havoc, shattering and decomposing the star core energy and the life spring energy he had previously absorbed, but not fully digested into their most primal energy particles. Meanwhile, the silver life force on the right side of his body undertook a fervent construction, reshaping his sinews, flesh, and spirit in a more perfect and efficient manner using those purest energy particles. Amid destruction and rebirth, decay and brilliance, these two diametrically opposed forces achieved an unfathomable dynamic equilibrium within him. His body was undergoing a cycle of death and rebirth at an unimaginable speed. With each cycle, the essence of his life leaped towards a higher echelon. On the shore, Ao Ning, in her winter dragon form, fixed her ice-blue dragon eyes on the unfathomable mire below. 10 minutes had passed without a stir. By all reasoning, that little creature should have been utterly decomposed, leaving not even a bone fragment. Yet, Ao Ning sensed something amiss. Her acute perception of the laws detected energy fluctuations beneath the mire that not only did not subside, but grew increasingly strange and immense. It was not merely the decaying force. It seemed intertwined with two other forces that made her heart race. One was the destructive force of her father, Ao Yuan, and the other was the life force of her mother, Ili Shaobai. No, that was incorrect. There was a third force, one that transcended both. Reminiscent of the chaos at the dawn of the universe and the void at its end. What was that? Ao Ning's typically stoic expression was overtaken by shock. She could no longer remain an observer. With a sweep of her dragon claw, a colossal ice crystal mirror formed before her, clearly reflecting the scene deep within the mire. There, Suju's small body floated serenely in the mire, his eyes closed, expression tranquil, as if in slumber. Half of his body appeared gray and lifeless, with matter decomposing and peeling away, while the other half radiated a sacred silver light, as new flesh grew and reassembled rapidly. Gray and silver intertwined within him, forming a perfect Tai Chi diagram. With each rotation, his aura grew stronger. The mire surrounding him, filled with the toxic essence of decaying laws, now gently swirled around him, as if paying homage to their sovereign. This was impossible. Ao Ning gasped. What had she witnessed? A life form that consumed the decaying laws as nourishment, treating poison as a supplement. This was beyond genius. It was monstrous. A being that defied the basic laws of the universe. She had to record this. Ao Ning's scientific spirit ignited fiercely. In an instant, she forgot this was a trial and that Suju was her brother. All she knew was that she had witnessed a miracle that could overturn the entire theoretical framework of the universe. With a flurry of dragon claws, uniquely designed instruments soared from her storage space, hovering above the mire. Law wave frequency analyzer, energy conversion efficiency recorder, life form transition spectrum analyzer. Dozens of devices representing the pinnacle of Dragonkind's scientific achievements activated simultaneously, focusing on Suju below. Countless probing beams interwove into a grand net, enveloping the area. A cacophony of alarms blared from each instrument. The indicators of all devices surged to maximum capacity, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Those invaluable scientific instruments, each capable of bankrupting a top-tier civilization, disintegrated into scrap metal upon encountering the trace of creation destruction force leaking from Suju's body, as if they had met their nemesis. Collapsing from the level of the laws, Ao Ning stared in bewilderment at the rain of falling parts. Her ice-blue dragon face a mask of confusion. Again it had exploded? This was the second time. What was this little rascal made of? Just then, the bizarre energy fluctuations beneath the mire peaked. A column of light, interwoven with gray and silver, shot into the sky, stirring the eternal gray clouds of the decaying star. A small figure, bathed in the light, slowly ascended. He opened his eyes. His left eye was deep and gray, as if it could devour all, while his right eye shone brilliantly, as if it could give birth to all things. The cycle of life and death lay within. Chapter 19. Physical evolution, starving to the point of eating mud. The system chimed, congratulating the host on the successful construction of the life and death balance cycle. His physique had undergone a successful metamorphosis, evolving from a primary chaotic dragon body to an intermediate chaotic dragon body. The host comprehended a new affinity for the laws, gaining a decaying law affinity of 10. The host also grasped a new divine power, acquiring the divine ability, decaying halo, primary. This ability could release a 10-meter radius halo, within which all non-allied targets would be continuously eroded by the decaying laws, with their life force and energy gradually decomposed. Suju reveled in the unprecedented power coursing through him and the marvelous sensation of merging with the entire world. He glanced at his tiny hand and then opened his mouth, letting out a hearty burp. A stream of gray energy burst forth from his lips, landing on a piece of ancient, unyielding black stone beside him. With a soft hiss, the stone, harder than diamond, instantly crumbled into a handful of ash. Observing the stone's transformation into dust, Suju blinked, intrigued. He now perceives that the world, once imbued with malice, has suddenly transformed into a realm of warmth and kindness. The air, thick with the scent of decay and decline, upon inhalation, no longer feels like a lethal poison that diminishes life. Instead, it resembles a unique energy supplement, enveloping him in a comforting warmth, akin to a fish returning to water. This sensation is unprecedented in its delight. He turns his gaze toward the immense figure of the winter dragon, Ao Ning, who remains in a state of stupor. Her ice-blue dragon eyes fixate on Suju, filled with a shock 100 times more intense than before, mingled with fervor and bewilderment, as if confronted with a paradox that should not exist in this world. Suju senses that this seemingly indifferent third sister harbors no ill will toward him. Her gaze resembles that of a top student encountering an advanced problem, or a scientist observing a perfect specimen, driven purely by curiosity. A most inappropriate sound emanates from Suju's stomach. Hunger strikes again. The life and death cycle he recently endured, while transformative, has depleted all the energy he had accumulated. He now feels capable of consuming an entire cow. Instinctively, he glances at Ao Ning, silently inquiring if she has anything to eat. Startled by his gaze, Ao Ning snaps back to reality, understanding the unspoken question in his eyes. Yet, as the esteemed third princess of the dragon clan and a sacred realm winter dragon, how could she possibly carry provisions? Her storage space is filled solely with various scientific instruments, roll crystals, and experimental materials. Those items, let alone being edible, could prove fatal even with a mere lick for a monarch-level warrior. Seeing the pitiful look in Suju's eyes, Ao Ning feels somewhat flustered. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieves a fist-sized, ice-blue crystal exuding a chilling aura from her storage. Here, this is for you, she offers, uncertain if this is the most benign item she possesses. To her, it seems the gentlest source of energy she has. Suju glances at it with disdain. What rubbish is this? Not even a dog would eat it. He shakes his head and diverts his gaze to the muck beneath his feet. Curiously, he reaches down and scoops up a handful of thick, foul-smelling black sludge. Detected low-grade energy mixture, decayed residue. Formed from the decomposition of countless organisms, it contains trace amounts of decay power and mixed life energy. Consumption is advised in moderation. It can replenish minimal energy and enhance affinity for decay loss. However, the taste is atrocious, and it contains unknown toxins. Long-term consumption is not recommended. Edible. Suju's eyes brighten. Ignoring Ao Ning's horrified expression, he unhesitatingly shoves the sludge into his mouth. The taste is indescribable, reminiscent of rotten tofu mixed with expired yogurt, accompanied by an earthy stench. Yet, energy flows into his body, albeit weakly, but better than nothing. Consumed decayed residue, affinity for decay loss, 0.01. Intermediate chaos dragon body experience, 1. Observing Suju consume the sludge that even the most basic scavengers would reject, Ao Ning's worldview is once again shaken. She silently stows away her Wanzaihan Bingpa, simultaneously, in one long fortress, within the Life Temple, before the massive spatial magic mirror. Dragon Emperor Ao Yuan and Dragon Queen Elizabeth find themselves enveloped in prolonged silence. Just moments ago, as Suju devoured the decay laws and constructed the life and death cycle, the screen of this sacred king-level artifact, crafted by Elizabeth herself to monitor vast realms, fizzled and turned black. A chaotic aura, mingling life, death, decay, and destruction, surged forth from the mirror. Had Elizabeth not reacted swiftly to sever the connection, the entire Life Temple would have been overturned by this force. My dear, I did not misinterpret that, did I? Ao Yuan's dignified dragon visage is etched with astonishment. He rubs his crimson dragon eye, uncertainly questioning. Did that lad consume the laws of the Withering Star? Elizabeth remains silent, her radiant golden dragon eyes fixated on the pitch-black mirror, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. He consumed it. She sees it clearly. That little rascal not only ingested it, but did so with remarkable proficiency. He not only avoided being assimilated by the decay laws, but transformed them into a part of his own power. Furthermore, he has utilized this as a foundation to evolve his physique once more. How could this be? The decay laws are the absolute nemesis of life laws. Even she, the sacred king who governs the essence of life, finds this power troublesome and repugnant. Yet, Suju possesses both his and Ao Yuan's source power within him, life and destruction. Now, adding decay to the mix, these three forces, which should be unable to coexist, have achieved a bizarre harmony within him. Elizabeth is utterly flabbergasted. What a peculiar monster. Ao Yuan mutters to himself. Having lived for billions of years and traversed the cosmos, he has encountered countless prodigies and anomalies. To him, divine bodies, Tao embryos, and sacred embryos are no different than the stray cats and dogs on the street. But a being like Suju? Chapter 20. Decayed Mother Nest? Add a dish for this young lord. He swears he has never even heard of such a phenomenon. He remains unaware that it is precisely due to his inadvertent acceptance that Suju has been granted a grander stage for his development. Were Suju's system to grow normally on launching, it would never have matured so swiftly, as it would lack access to these supreme laws. He could only begin by dissecting and absorbing the most inferior substances. Ha ha ha. After a brief period of shock, Ao Yuan erupts into thunderous laughter. Truly my son. Incredible. I knew he was extraordinary. Puffing out his chest with pride, his massive dragon tail swishes behind him, shaking the temple floor with a resounding thud. Dear, did you see that? I told you this boy was a treasure. You didn't believe me and insisted on conducting trials. How do you feel now? Do you yield? Elizabeth casts him a cold glance. Be quiet. Although she is equally astonished, she refuses to concede verbally. It is merely a stroke of luck, a fortunate success. The true test lies ahead. Humph, stubborn as ever, Ao Yuan retorts, a knowing expression on his face. Stealing a glance at Elizabeth's slightly raised dragon head. He feels a surge of joy. Keep pretending. Meanwhile, at the other end of the temple, in the shadows of the side hall, just awakening from a deep coma, the pale-faced Long Taiziao Shang, through his secret methods, witnessed the earlier scene. He coughed up a mouthful of golden dragon blood, and in an instant, the vitality of the dragon diminished once more. Jealousy, resentment, and a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge surged within him. That bastard. That despicable human. How could he possibly achieve such feats? By what right could he accomplish that? That was the Star of Withering, a forbidden realm designated as a death domain by both his father and mother. In his youth, he dared not even approach it. Yet that bastard actually treated the laws of that place as if they were mere sustenance? Why? Ao Shang raged inwardly, unable to comprehend. He was the noble heir of the dragon clan, the pure-blooded dark gold sacred dragon, the next in line for the dragon throne. From the moment of his birth, he had enjoyed the finest resources in the universe and received the most prestigious legacies. Yet why? Why did all his pride seem so laughable and fragile before that damned human infant? I refused to believe it. Ao Shang's eyes burned red, his nails digging deep into the floor. He must have cheated. His mother must have left some unknown trump card. Yes, it must be so. He could only numb himself with such reasoning to preserve his crumbling pride. Just wait, bastard. The trial has only just begun. The horrors of the Star of Withering are beyond your comprehension. You will surely perish there. Certainly. After consuming a few mouthfuls of dirt to quell his hunger, Suju felt a measure of strength return. He stood up, brushed the mud from his hands, and called out in a childish voice, "Let us go, third sister." Although still in his infant form and unable to speak fluently, he could articulate simple words. Upon hearing him call third sister, Ao Ning's body stiffened momentarily. She gazed at the exquisitely crafted human infant, whose lips were still smeared with black mud, feeling a tumult of emotions. Brother? Experiment? It seemed that these two identities did not conflict. HM. She responded with a sound from her nose, acknowledging him. Our mission is to find the seed of immortal life. According to Mother S information, it should be located in the area of this planet where the laws of decay are most concentrated. As she spoke, she transformed back into human form, a stunning girl with hair cascading to the ground and an icy demeanor. She had no desire to remain in dragon form while watching her brother eat dirt. The sight was too beautiful for her to bear. Suju nodded and opened the system map. Following his recent metamorphosis, the system's scanning and analytical capabilities regarding this planet had significantly improved. The previously indistinct regions on the map became clear, and he even spotted numerous moving red dots. Ding! Map function upgraded. You can now detect nearby life forms or high-energy entities in real time. Over there. Suju pointed with his small finger towards a specific direction on the plane. There. The map indicated a massive energy source emitting a faint green glow, with an energy intensity far surpassing any other area. Ao Ning glanced at him in surprise, but chose not to inquire further. She understood that her brother was shrouded in secrets. The two proceeded toward that direction, walking for about half an hour. The surrounding scenery began to change, as enormous white structures resembling bones emerged from the flat gray earth. The air grew increasingly thick with the stench of decay. Suddenly, the ground ahead began to writhe. A massive flesh lump, over 100 meters in diameter, slowly rose from the depths of the earth. The lump was grayish-white, covered in wrinkles and holes, continuously contracting and expanding, resembling a colossal heart. Warning: high-level dangerous creature detected. Race: decaying mother nest, mature. Realm, Law Manifestation Realm, First Stage. Abilities, Incubate Decaying Worms, Area Decay Force Field, Mental Shock. Danger Level, Extremely Fatal. As the mother nest emerged, countless gray worms, each exceeding 10 meters in length and resembling centipedes, crawled out from its surface. Thousands upon thousands. They swarmed towards Su Ju and Ao Ning with a rustling sound. Ao Ning's expression turned grave in an instant. She prepared to take action, but noticed that Su Ju, instead of displaying fear, seemed to brighten with excitement, as if he were not facing terrifying monsters, but a lavish buffet. Su Ju licked his lips. He stepped forward and activated his new divine ability. Decay Halo, activate. A visibly gray halo, centered around him, instantly expanded, enveloping a 10-meter radius. The foremost decay worms crashed into the halo's range. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Their bodies, previously immune to decay, began to decompose and rot at an accelerated pace upon contact with the halo. It was as if ice had met the blazing sun. 1, 2, 10. 100. Every worm that entered the halo's range turned into a puddle of pus within mere seconds, subsequently disintegrating into the most primitive gray powder. Chapter 21. Third Sister. Don't intervene. This is my experience, baby. Meanwhile, on Su Ju's system panel, a flurry of notification sounds flooded the screen. Ding. Killed decaying worm. Decay Law Affinity 0. 01. Ding. Killed decaying worm. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body Experience 1. Ding. Su Ju felt pure energy streaming into his body through the halo. This was exhilarating. This was not merely battling monsters. It was akin to indulging in a buffet. He even sensed a subtle loosening in his realm. Name, Su Ju. Race, human. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body. Realm, True Essence Realm. First Stage, Foundation Perfected. Cultivation Method, All Things Analysis System. Divine Abilities, Soul Harvest, Beginner. Life Drain, Beginner. Decay Halo, Beginner. Law Affinity, Destruction, 601. Life, 501. Time, 1002. Creation and Destruction, 1. Death, 0. 1. Wood, 0. 5. Decay, 1. 25. Equipment, Starry Magic Dragon Emperor's Reverse Scale, Holy King Level. Leaf of Life, Ancient Tree, Holy King Level. Overall Evaluation, a juvenile monster with an abnormal physique. Keen on scavenging for food in garbage heaps. Observing the swathes of worms dissolving within the decay halo, along with the rapidly increasing experience points on his system panel. Su Ju was overjoyed, dancing with exhilaration. This was undoubtedly a leveling paradise tailor-made for him. He was overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to plunge into the swarm of insects for a refreshing bath. Be careful, little brother. Ao Ning's cold voice snapped him back from his excitement. In the distance, the colossal Fu Shengchao seemed incensed by Su Ju's actions. Its tumor-like body contracted violently, and then, with a loud pop, a stream of gray viscous liquid erupted from a massive opening at its apex. The liquid, akin to a cannonball, shot forth with a piercing sound, precisely aimed at Su Ju. Warning. High concentration of primordial decay toxin detected. This attack harbors the power of law at the level of the Fashang Jing, and the decay aura cannot fully negate it. Immediate evasion suggested. Su Ju sensed the imminent threat. The mere aura of the liquid caused a stinging sensation on his skin. He attempted to evade, but the velocity of the liquid was too swift, and it had locked onto his essence, rendering escape impossible. As he braced for impact, a crystalline ice wall suddenly rose before him. It was Ao Ning's intervention. Although she had promised her mother not to directly interfere, witnessing Su Ju on the brink of annihilation compelled her to act. The gray viscous liquid collided with the ice wall, emitting a sound reminiscent of hot oil sizzling on ice. The wall was corroded and melted at a visible rate, pits appearing across its surface. Yet, as a Shengzhira, Ao Ning's mastery of the frost laws was exceedingly pure. The rate of the ice wall's deterioration paled in comparison to its regeneration. Ultimately, the viscous mass, having exhausted its strength, failed to breach the ice barrier. Su Ju exhaled in relief. Damn, that was close. I can't afford to be reckless. The gap in realms is too vast. Mere affinity with the laws won't suffice. Roaring in fury, the Fu Shengchao unleashed an enraged howl. This was not a sound wave, but a mental shock that directly impacted the soul. Su Ju felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Darkness clouding his vision as he nearly fainted. Warning. Subject experiencing mental shock. Soul experiencing slight turbulence. Ao Ning's complexion paled momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Humph. A mere mindless aggregation of laws dares to toy with mental power before me? Ao Ning's gaze sharpened. She raised her hand, targeting the immense mother nest. An extremely frigid aura instantaneously traversed the distance, descending upon the nest. Crack, crack. The gigantic, writhing mass immediately crystallized beneath a thick layer of frost. Its movements slowed significantly, and even the encroaching decay worms seemed to have been pressed on pause, halting in place. Absolute Zero. This was one of Aonang's signature divine abilities, capable of freezing the flow of laws and the fluctuations of the soul directly. All settled, Aonang declared, clapping her hands with an air of ease. Although her mother had instructed her not to intervene directly, the magnitude of the mental assault had constituted a provocation towards her as a Sangha. Her retaliation was entirely justified. This mother nest served as a nexus for the laws of decay on this planet. Its demise would ensure that the decay worms would not resurface for at least a century. Turning to check on Suju, she found him gazing mournfully at the frozen mother nest, his expression akin to watching a duck he had nearly caught fly away. Suju's heart bled internally. Heavens! My experience source. My buffet. The sky has fallen. Sister, how could you be so hasty? I could have farmed for a bit longer. Aonang, observing Suju's despondent gaze, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Had she inadvertently hindered him? His thought process was truly challenging for her to comprehend. Clearing her throat, she attempted to shift the topic. Let us hasten to locate the seed of immortal life. According to my analysis, that mother nest should be the final barrier guarding the seed. The seed is likely buried beneath it. Upon hearing this, Suju could only nod resignedly. Fine, fine. The main task is paramount. Once we obtain the seed and complete the trial, there will be plenty of opportunities to farm again. The two circumvented the colossal ice sculpture of the mother nest and arrived at a clearing behind it. The ground here, distinct from the gray of other regions, bore a dark red hue and emitted a faint warmth. Ding! High-intensity life energy reaction detected below. Target, seed of immortal life confirmed to be located 700 meters underground. Commencing optimal excavation path planning. Just as Suju prepared to instruct the system to commence, Aonang halted him. Wait. She crouched down, extending her slender fingers to gently touch the dark red ground. Closing her eyes, she focused intently on her surroundings. After a moment, she opened her eyes. Her ice blue orbs filled with perplexity. Strange, it seems there is something else beneath here besides the seed. An ancient and familiar aura, rising without hesitation. She stomped her foot firmly on the ground. Boom. The earth trembled violently. At her point of impact, the ground fissured, revealing an unfathomably deep chasm. Chapter 22. The remnant soul of the Dragon Emperor emerges. The abyss will awaken. A chilling, ancient essence imbued with a hint of draconic majesty surged forth from the depths of the chasm. Suju and Aonang exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Draconic majesty. How could such an aura exist on this desolate star, deemed forbidden even by the Shenhuang? Without hesitation, they leaped into the chasm. The descent was steep. They plummeted nearly 10,000 meters before at last arriving at solid ground. They found themselves in an immense subterranean cavern, its ceiling adorned with countless luminous crystals, illuminating the entire expanse as brightly as day. At the heart of the cavern lay an unimaginably vast skeleton, lying in repose. It was a dragon skeleton, a complete dragon skeleton, long deceased, its age unfathomable. Its size dwarfed even Aonang's winter dragon form by several magnitudes. The entire structure radiated a bronze hue, and despite the passage of countless ages, it still exuded an indomitable, terrifying presence, as if it could contend with the very heavens. Aonang stood transfixed before the dragon skeleton. She hurried to its colossal head. Beneath its enormous, hollow eye sockets, she beheld a sigil imprinted with the laws, a swirling emblem of a colossal dragon, engulfed in storms. The Storm Dragon Clan. Aonang gasped in astonishment. It was the Storm Dragon Clan, long extinct since the ancient era. Heavens! How could there be a complete skeleton of a Storm Dragon Emperor here? As a historian and archaeologist of the Dragon Clan, Aonang possesses an intimate understanding of the myriad secrets and ancient legacies of her kin. The Fengbao Longzhu, or Storm Dragon Clan, is an ancient branch of the Dragon Clan, inherently capable of wielding storms and thunder, boasting formidable combat prowess. In the primordial era, they could even stand toe-to-toe with the Starry Magic Dragon Clan, to which her father, Ao Yuan, belonged. Yet, inexplicably, following a cataclysmic war that engulfed the universe, the Storm Dragon Clan vanished without a trace, leading many to believe they had become utterly extinct. To her astonishment, she now stood before the remains of a Storm Dragon Emperor, an astonishing discovery that could reverberate throughout the entirety of the Dragon Clan. Aoning's breath quickened, her gaze more fervent than when she first witnessed Suju devour the laws. She rushed to the dragon bone, extending her hand as though caressing a world-class treasure. Delicately touching the ancient bronze skeletal structure, The perfect structure of the bones retained over 70 days of the law's imprint. This is a living fossil, a priceless treasure. With it, I shall undoubtedly restore the complete system of laws from the primordial era of the Dragon Clan, she murmured to herself, producing various instruments to commence scanning and sampling the dragon bone, completely forgetting about Suju and the trial task. Suju remarked, "All right then. You carry on with your work while I pursue my own." He harbored no interest in the Storm Dragon Clan or any archaeological revelations. His attention was wholly captivated by another object. Positioned at the heart of the massive dragon bone was a seed, no larger than a fist, radiating a vibrant green and faintly pulsating. The seed exuded an inexhaustible aura of life. With each pulse, it released a surge of life energy, nurturing the long-deceased dragon bone, allowing it to endure the relentless decay imposed by the decaying star for eons. Undoubtedly, this was their mission objective, the immortal seed of life. Beep. Detected a cosmic treasure, immortal seed of life, grade 11. This paradoxical object, forged from pure life laws and time laws, serves as the core of the decaying star's existence, representing its antithesis. Function: contains boundless vitality, capable of resurrecting the deceased and even reversing the flow of time within a certain area, rendering it eternally immortal. Swallowing recommendation: highly discouraged. The laws contained within this item are excessively vast and pure. Given the host's current physique, forcibly consuming it would result in catastrophic consequences, leaving not even a remnant behind. Upon reading the system's severe warning, Suju smirked. "Humph. You said the same about the Sacred King's blood last time. And what happened? I still consumed it. Though he couldn't ingest it at the moment, he could certainly stow it away for later." This was indeed a valuable find. He scampered up the colossal dragon bone, striving towards the heart's location. However, just as he was about to touch the seed, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The emerald seed suddenly erupted with brilliant light. An irresistible force propelled Suju away. Simultaneously, an ancient, desolate voice, laden with endless weariness, resonated deep within both Suju and Ao Ning's souls. "Descendants, do not touch it. Quickly leave this place. It does not belong to you. The abyss is about to awaken." The voice seemed to transcend the vast river of time, carrying an undeniable authority. Both Suju and Ao Ning trembled simultaneously. They turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold the massive skeletal remains of the Storm Dragon Emperor, where two hollow eye sockets had inexplicably ignited with a flicker of golden soul fire. It was a remnant soul. This ancient Dragon Emperor, who had perished countless ages ago, still retained a trace of his residual spirit. "Are you the Storm Dragon Emperor?" Ao Ning inquired uncertainly, gazing at the flickering soul fire. She had encountered his name in the ancient tomes of the Dragon Clan. Ao, the last emperor of the Storm Dragon Clan, a figure of unfathomable strength, had single-handedly contended against 3 similarly ranked foreign sovereigns in battle, severely wounding them all. Though not on par with the most powerful Ao Yuan, he remained a legendary figure ranking within the top 10 of Dragon Clan history. Ao chuckled softly. "It has been ages since anyone called me by that name." The flicker of soul fire seemed to dance in reminiscence. "Little one, you bear the aura of the Life Dragon Emperor. Are you the child of Elizabeth?" "Indeed, esteemed elder," Ao Ning replied respectfully, bowing her head. "My name is Ao Ning." "A fine name," the remnant soul of the Storm Dragon Emperor sighed longingly. "I never expected that after endless ages, I would once again meet a descendant of the Dragon Clan. Yet, alas, you should not have come here. This is a cursed land, a grave that buries all." His gaze, or rather the focus of that flickering soul fire, shifted to Suju. Upon seeing him, the faint flame flickered violently. Chapter 23, Dictating Eternity? What do I dictate? What is this? Coexistence of destruction and life? No. And decay? What kind of physique is this? How could such a thing possibly exist in the world? Even as a mere remnant soul, drained of vitality. Ao Tsang's experience as a once mighty sovereign allowed him to perceive the essence of Suju's being. That bizarre structure, which upended the fundamental laws of the universe, was both contradictory and harmonious. "A monster, a true monster," the remnant soul of Ao Tsang whispered in shock. He comprehended Suju's nature more profoundly than even Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, for he sensed that within the core of Suju's 3 powers lay an even more terrifying, ancient force that filled him, a former sovereign, with trepidation. The power of creation and destruction. No wonder you could arrive here. So that is it. Ao Tsang seemed to grasp something profound, his tone shifting from initial fatigue to a hint of excitement. "Child, come here." He beckoned to Suju. Suju blinked, feeling a twinge of hesitation. This elder seemed on the verge of passing. He wouldn't intend to do anything peculiar to him, would he? Such as seizing his body? This was how it was depicted in novels. Beep. Detected target. Remnant soul of the Storm Dragon Emperor, sovereign level. Status. Extremely weak, on the verge of dissipating. Analysis. The entity harbors no malice and appears to have a request. Upon seeing the system's notification, Suju felt reassured. He took a few steps closer to the enormous dragon skull, gazing up at the two golden flames. Child, I can sense the aura of the magic dragon emperor within you. Are you a descendant of that fellow Ao Yuan? Ao Tsang inquired. Suju pondered briefly before nodding. Though he belonged to the human race, Ao Yuan was indeed his adoptive father. Thus, it was not entirely inaccurate to say so. Haha, splendid. How delightful. That eternal bachelor Ao Yuan has finally produced offspring. What a rarity. The remnant soul of Ao Tsang emitted a feeble laugh, seemingly delighted. Child, since you are his descendant, I shall not beat around the bush. I, the Storm Dragon Sovereign Ao Tsang, humbly request a favor from you. His tone became exceedingly solemn. A request? A holy king. Requesting a favor from a mere child? Suju and Ao Ning were both taken aback. Senior, please speak. Ao Ning quickly responded, whatever we can do. We shall certainly not hesitate. No. Ao Tsang shook his head. This matter is beyond your capabilities. Only he, this child, has the potential to accomplish it. His gaze once more fell upon Suju. Child, do you see that seed? He gestured towards the location of his heart, the eternal life seed. Suju nodded. That is not merely an eternal life seed. It is my heart, a manifestation of my last remnants of life essence and the laws of time, condensed into the core of world sealing. What? Ao Ning was again struck with astonishment. That seed, imbued with boundless vitality, is actually the heart of a holy king dragon sovereign. During the epic war of Ur, my dragon clan suffered a Pyrrhic victory. Yet inadvertently, we breached a weak point in the cosmic barriers, opening a rift to the abyss of nothingness. Countless abyssal creatures surged forth from that rift, tainting the cosmos. To seal that rift, I led the last remnants of the Storm Dragon clan in a 10,000-year battle against the abyss. Ultimately, all my kin perished, and I was grievously wounded, contaminated by the primordial power of the most terrifying Lord of Decay from the abyss. Ao Tsang's voice resonated with sorrow and indignation. To prevent the decay from spreading and polluting the entire universe, I was left with no choice but to self-exile, arriving at this desolate star of cosmic refuse. With my heart as the core, my body as the formation, and my soul as the guide, I established this eternal grand formation to suppress that abyssal rift, sealing it along with myself here. The land beneath your feet is not merely a cavern, but the very entrance to that abyssal rift, and my skeletal remains serve as the final seal upon that entrance. Upon hearing this, Suju and Ao Ning finally understood. So that is the secret of this planet. A great dragon sovereign, sacrificing himself and his entire race to protect the cosmos, has transformed into a seal, suppressing the abyss for countless years. Truly unparalleled throughout the ages. Ao Ning's eyes brimmed with reverence. Suju felt a stirring in his heart. Though he had little comprehension of the cosmos or the abyss, he could grasp the essence of sacrifice and protection, just as the old servant of the Su family had once risked everything to send him into the time-space wormhole. However, Senior, Ao Ning inquired, if this is a place of sealing, why did Mother allow us to come here for trials? Why did she instruct us to seek your heart? Elizabeth, Ao Tsang sighed. She likely remains unaware of the truth here. As endless years have passed, my power has been nearly depleted, and the seal is on the verge of collapse. The life essence within my heart has begun to uncontrollably leak out, giving rise to the illusion of what you call the eternal life seed. Perhaps she sensed this immense vitality and mistakenly believed there to be some rare treasure here. Your arrival is ill-timed. Ao Tsang's soul flame dimmed even further. Just moments ago, the energy fluctuations from your battle with that mother nest have already stirred something beneath the seal. I can sense it awakening. The Lord of Decay is currently assaulting the seal. No sooner had he spoken than the entire subterranean cavern began to tremble violently. It felt as if an earthquake of cataclysmic proportions had struck. The massive skeletal remains of the dragon sovereign began to shake violently. A dark, inky mist, exuding an aura of extreme decay and malevolence, surged forth from the gaps in the dragon bones. Cackling, a dreadful and chaotic laughter echoed from the depths below, sending shivers down their spines. That laughter seemed to possess boundless malevolence. Suju felt as if his very soul was on the verge of being tainted, assimilated. Warning, warning. Detecting excessive abyssal decay power. This power level far exceeds the current rule system. The chaotic dragon body cannot fully exempt itself. The soul is being contaminated. Please stabilize your mind immediately. This is not good. Ao Ning's expression changed drastically. She swiftly conjured a frost shield to protect herself and Suju. Yet that black mist was insidious, penetrating even her sacred domain, seeping through in thin strands. Futile. Aotsong's remnant soul emitted a desperate sigh. Chapter 24. Though the task may fail, the treasure remains mine. This is the primordial magic energy from the abyss, impervious to any defensive laws. The seal is breaking. Child, I must now implore you. His gaze locked on Suju, the faint flicker of his soul flame reignited at that moment. Your constitution is the only one capable of resisting, even absorbing this power. I beseech you, take my place and become the new seal. Devour my heart, inherit my power, and forever suppress this abyssal creature here. In return, the last legacy of my Storm Dragon clan, the Storm Dragon Classic. And this, holy king dragon body, shall belong to you. Child, this is my final request. For the glory of the dragon clan. For the safety of this universe. I beg of you. With that, the massive skeletal remains of the dragon sovereign, the emerald green core of world sealing at its heart, began to levitate slowly towards Suju. Simultaneously, a golden mark, infused with the principles of storm and thunder, manifested at the center of the dragon's skull, transforming into a stream of light that shot towards Suju's forehead. Ding. Detecting Holy King level inheritance mark. Detecting Holy King level core. Do you accept? Warning. Upon acceptance, you shall bear the consequences of sealing the abyssal rift. This consequence level is cosmic. As Suju beheld the two gifts approaching him, he fell into contemplation. Suppressing the abyss? Protecting the cosmos? Consequences befalling me. It all sounded grand and lofty. But what does it have to do with me? I simply wish to return and exact my vengeance. Without hesitation, he communicated with the system in his mind. System, analyze this. If I consume these two items and make a swift escape, what would be the outcome? Analyzing the host's inquiry. Simulation in progress? Simulation 1. Should the host devour the core of world sealing and the Storm Dragon Classic and then immediately flee from the Withering Star? Predicted outcome. The seal will be utterly shattered. The Lord of Decay will be freed. Its estimated power level is peak Holy King with abyssal enhancements, rendering it invincible among its peers. Upon liberation, it will corrupt the entire Blue Summer Cosmic Federation within a millennium, including Blue Star. By then, all of the host's enemies will be reduced to cosmic dust. Conclusion. From a revenge perspective, this plan is feasible. However, the host will also lose their space for survival and become the primary target of the Lord of Decay, leading to an unending pursuit. Simulation 2. Should the host accept the inheritance, bear the consequences, and become the new seal? The forecast indicated that the host would inherit the entirety of the Storm Dragon Monarch's legacy, resulting in a substantial surge in power. However, it also foretold that the host would be confined to this place until they possessed the capability to utterly eradicate the decayed lord or discover a successor. The estimated duration of confinement, at least 1 million years. The conclusion drawn was that, from a personal growth perspective, the short-term benefits were immense, yet in the long run, it equated to a life sentence. The comprehensive advice suggested that risks and rewards coexist, urging the host to make their own decision. Upon reviewing the two simulated outcomes presented by the system, Suju's expression fell dramatically. What is this? It seems like no matter the choice, it's a trap. Either I accompany the entire universe's enemies to their demise, becoming the target of a formidable antagonist, or I endure 1 million years of imprisonment here. What nonsense. I refuse. 1 million years? By then, everything would be in vain. How could I seek vengeance then? Senior, can I refuse this? Suju raised her head, casting an innocent gaze upon the flickering soul flame. Aotsong and Ning were rendered speechless by Suju's unexpected response. Refusal? This was the legacy of the Sacred King, an unparalleled opportunity that could drive all the powerful beings in the universe to madness. And you dismiss it so casually? Child, do you even comprehend what you are rejecting? Aotsong's remaining soul was almost incoherent. This was the complete legacy of the Sacred King, along with my dragon body, which rivals a 13th tier magical artifact. With these, you would surely ascend to the realm of the Sacred King. I understand, Suju nodded earnestly. However, it is unacceptable for me to remain here for 1 million years. I have crucial matters to attend to. He must return home to exact revenge. That was the most significant undertaking of his life. What cosmic stability, what glory of the Dragon Clan could possibly eclipse the need to avenge the Su family? Aotsong was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that his wager of everything would be refused by an infant with the excuse of having matters to attend to. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a sinister laughter echoed from the depths below, clearer and more frenzied than before. More black mist gushed forth from the crevices of the dragon bones, causing the temperature within the cavern to plummet rapidly. That dark essence began to coalesce in the air, forming bizarre phantoms of creatures adorned with countless eyes and tentacles. There is no time left. The remnants of Ao Tsang's soul cried out in despair. My time has come. Child, since you are unwilling, I shall not force you. Take my heart and legacy and flee. Go as far as you can. Do not let the last hope of the Storm Dragon clan be extinguished in my hands. Please. With that, the 2 points of golden soul flame erupted violently, transforming into a final burst of light and heat that reinforced the faltering seal. Simultaneously, an irresistible gentle force propelled Suju and Ao Ning upward towards the fissure, while the Emerald Heart and the Golden Mark of Legacy accelerated towards Suju. The system chimed. The remnant soul of the Storm Dragon Monarch has dissipated. The core of the World Seal and the Storm Dragon Classic have become unclaimed objects. Do you wish to collect? Collect. Is that even a question? One must seize what is freely given. Suju concentrated, and the heart and mark of legacy vanished into the system space. The force then swiftly returned Suju and Ao Ning to the surface. With a thunderous roar, the fissure sealed shut behind them, restoring tranquility to the land as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion. Yet, the increasingly potent evil aura from the abyss served as a stark reminder that the crisis was only beginning. Senior, Ao Ning gazed at the restored ground, murmuring with sorrow and reverence. A great sacred king has fallen, leaving no trace behind in the world. We must depart. She snapped back to reality, pulling Suju along. Chapter 25, The Decayed Lord Escapes. The brother is calling for help. The seal here cannot hold much longer. We must leave the Withering Star immediately and report the situation to our mother and father. Suju nodded. He had no desire to linger here. Although the Decayed Lord sounded formidable, he was not eager to encounter them. However, before leaving, wasn't there still something left to do? His gaze fell upon the frozen, decayed mother nest, not far away. A creature of the law phase realm. This must have considerable value. Even the smallest mosquito counts as meat. It cannot go to waste. He broke free from Ao Ning's grasp, scampering towards the ice sculpture. Brother, what are you doing? Ao Ning urged. We must hurry. Suju ignored her. He placed his small hand upon the enormous ice sculpture and focused his mind. Decayed Halo, activate. Target locked. Decayed mother nest, frozen state. Commencing decomposition and absorption. A gray halo enveloped the entire ice sculpture. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The indestructible ice, imbued with the principles of saint-level frost, began to dissolve upon contact with the gray halo. No, it was not melting, it was decomposing. Suju's decayed halo disassembled it at the level of principles into its most primal energy. Pure ice energy, alongside equally pure decayed energy, surged like torrents into Suju's being. The system chimed, absorbed saint-level frost principles, ice attribute affinity 5, absorbed law phase realm decay essence, decay attribute affinity 10. A massive influx of energy has commenced, impacting martial arts realm. The second realm of true essence has broken through. The third realm of true essence has broken through. The fourth realm of true essence has broken through. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled sounds resonated from within Suju. His aura soared dramatically. In Ao Ning's already numbed gaze, he astonishingly broke through 3 realms in one go, ascending from the first realm of true essence to the fourth realm. And this was not the end. The colossal ice sculpture of the mother nest, having been drained of all its energy, shattered with a crack. A demon core the size of a human head, entirely black and radiating the pressure of the law phase realm, fell from within. The system chimed again, high-quality energy entity detected, law phase realm demon core, decay attribute. Quality, 8-grade spirit material. Suju's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly embraced the demon core, ready to consume it. Stop. Ao Ning finally reacted, teleporting beside him to snatch away the demon core. Are you insane? This is a demon core of the law phase realm. The power of the principles within is incredibly volatile. If you swallow it now, you will explode. She was truly on the brink of a heart attack due to this younger brother. What a mischievous little fellow. How dare he stuff everything into his mouth? Suju cast an annoyed glance at her. Why are you snatching my snacks again? He stretched out his small hand, attempting to reclaim what was his. Just then, a dull, thunderous roar reverberated from deep within the earth. The entire Withering Star trembled violently. An overwhelming aura, tenfold stronger than before, erupted from the depths. The gray clouds above were torn apart, revealing a massive gash in the sky. A pitch-black beam of light shot forth from the fissure, connecting heaven and earth. At last, I am free. A frenzied, ecstatic voice, brimming with boundless malice, echoed throughout the planet. The seal has been utterly shattered. The Lord of Decay has escaped. This is bad. Run. Ao Ning's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She could no longer afford to explain to Suju, swiftly cradling him in her arms while tearing open a spatial rift to flee. However, just as she was about to step into the rift. A colossal hand composed of black, demonic energy reached out from the dark beam. It seized her foot that was about to cross the threshold. Trying to escape? You have discovered my secret and still wish to flee? Remain here and become sustenance for my return. The enormous hand, though merely an illusory energy form, felt as solid as ice upon gripping Ao Ning's ankle. Even more terrifying was the frigid, malevolent force, reeking of decay, surging into her body through that hand. In an instant, Ao Ning's dragon form, at the peak of the Saint Realm, began to emit black smoke upon contact with this power. The frost shield enveloping her was pierced and shattered as if made of paper. Her skin and flesh visibly deteriorated, turning gray and lifeless. Ao Ning uttered a pained gasp, her face as pale as a sheet. She felt her vitality being frantically siphoned away. Even her soul seemed on the verge of freezing and decaying. Is this the power of the peak of the Saint King realm? Just a mere wisp of its released aura renders her a formidable Saint Realm warrior, utterly powerless. Despair, an unprecedented wave of hopelessness, surged within her. She struggled with all her might, activating the frost laws within her to their utmost, seeking to freeze that demonic hand. Yet, her strength before her opponent was like a trickle of water meeting the vast ocean, creating not even a ripple. It is futile. Before my essence of decay, all laws shall be dismantled. Surrender your resistance, little dragon maiden. To become a part of me is your ultimate honor. That deranged voice echoed within her soul. Just as it seemed Ao Ning would be completely dragged into the abyss below, a tender yet furious child's voice rang out from her embrace. Let go of my sister. It was Su Ju. He gazed at Ao Ning's tormented expression, at her body succumbing to decay. A surge of unexplainable rage ignited within him. This sister of his, though a bit eccentric and obsessed with self-dissection, had been dutiful all along. Just moments ago, she had saved his life. Now, could he simply watch as she was dragged away by a grotesque creature? Su Ju would not permit it. System, is there any way? He roared inwardly. Warning. Detected an attack at the peak of the Saint King realm. Conducting extreme analysis. Analysis failed. Opponent's power level exceeds current analysis limit. Generating plans. Plan 1. Immediately activate the inverse scale of the Starry Sky Magic Dragon Emperor to summon the Saint King. Success rate, 99. Plan 2. Immediately use the leaves of the ancient life tree to withstand the lethal attack and utilize its contained time laws for spatial leap. Success rate, 70. Plan 3. Not recommended host self-detonates all internal power, including creation and destruction power, to perish together with the opponent. Success rate, 0.001. Chapter 26. Summon the Dragon. My father, the Dragon Emperor, will obliterate you with a mere glance. Is there even a choice? Of course, summon help. If one cannot win, calling in parental reinforcements is perfectly reasonable. Su Ju directly retrieved the pitch-black dragon scale from his storage bag. He poured every ounce of his energy into that inverse scale. Boom. The owner of the massive hand below seemed to sense something, letting out a soft gasp. But it was too late. Boom. An overwhelming, destructive will, as if capable of annihilating the very fabric of the universe, erupted from that inverse scale. The entire withering star trembled before this will. The eternal gray clouds above were instantly obliterated. The earth cracked, and the space itself wailed in agony. A colossal dragon shadow, unimaginably majestic, slowly emerged behind Su Ju. What a terrifying dragon. Its form was more immense than the stars. Its eyes glowed like two blood-red suns, radiating a light that could obliterate anything. Its body was covered in obsidian-like scales, each scale inscribed with complete law runes. It was the Starry Sky Magic Dragon Emperor, Ao Yuan. Who dares to harm my son? A voice of authority resounded throughout the universe. This voice was imbued with boundless wrath and murderous intent. Humans, insectoids, beast folk, demons, and countless beings were paralyzed with fear, uncontrollably trembling. The once arrogant Lord of Decay, upon sensing this will, cried out in sheer terror, akin to a chicken caught by the throat. Saint King. No. This is a transcendent existence beyond the Saint King. Transcending the Saint King. How is this possible? How could such a formidable entity exist in this desolate universe? The Lord of Decay was utterly terrified. It wasted no time, releasing its grip on Ao Ning and attempting to retreat into the abyss below. Trying to escape? Ao Yuan let out a disdainful snort. He did not even need to lift a finger. With just a glance, a gaze filled with destructive intent, he crossed the distance of space, landing upon the fleeing massive hand. Puff! There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there a cataclysmic display. The hand, composed purely of the essence of decay, disintegrated into nothingness beneath that gaze, vanishing without a trace. A heartbreaking wail echoed from the depths below as the Lord of Decay suffered a grievous blow to its essence. Insect. Ao Yuan's dragon shadow coldly uttered those two words. He seemed intent on pursuing further, but at that moment in the other hand of Suju, the leaf of the ancient tree of life, which had remained still, suddenly emitted a gentle silver glow. A similarly cool, yet concerned and anxious female consciousness emanated from it. Ao Yuan, have you lost your mind? Your will for destruction will obliterate this planet, burying our sun alongside it. Stop immediately. It was Elizabeth. She had also left a trace of her will upon her source leaf. Following this, a soft force brimming with the essence of life and time surged from the leaf, enveloping Su Ju and Ao Ning, along with the overwhelming shadow of destruction that was Ao Yuan. Wife? Ao Yuan paused, seemingly surprised that Elizabeth had come as well. Ahem. I only rushed here because I saw our son in danger. His once formidable presence instantly diminished by a third. Enough with the excuses. Elizabeth's consciousness chastised. This place is not safe for long. The true body of that entity lies at the other end of the abyss. This fragment of your will cannot defeat it. Take the children home first. The silver light enveloped the three of them, swiftly merging into the spatial rift that Ao Ning had previously opened. They vanished from the withering star, leaving behind the deep underground, where the Lord of Decay roared with resentment, unwillingness, and fear. The demon dragon emperor Ao Yuan vowed, I will remember you. At the Wanlong fortress, within the Temple of Life, space twisted momentarily. Three figures stumbled out from the rift, Su Ju, Ao Ning, and Elizabeth. As soon as Elizabeth appeared, she transformed into a majestic silver dragon. She gazed at Su Ju, who was safe and even yawning in her embrace, and at their third daughter Ao Ning, who appeared pale with a ring of black decay marks around her ankle. Only then did her anxieties finally subside. Mother. Ao Ning's eyes reddened upon seeing Elizabeth, her voice quivering with emotion. Just moments ago, she truly believed she was facing death. It's all right now. Elizabeth extended her dragon claw and gently touched Ao Ning's forehead. A pure essence of life surged into Ao Ning's body. The grotesque wound on her ankle began to heal at a visible rate, and the decaying force that had gnawed at her was completely purified. Go rest in the side hall. Yes, mother. Ao Ning nodded, casting a complex glance at Su Ju, still cradled by Elizabeth, before turning to leave. Only Elizabeth and Su Ju remained in the temple. Oh no. Also, there was an awkwardly suspended Ao Yuan. Ahem. Dear, is our son all right? Ao Yuan cautiously approached. Thanks to you, he almost wasn't. If I hadn't reacted quickly, your shout could have shattered our son's spirit. Ao Yuan's dragon form visibly shrank. I was just worried. He mumbled, lowering his head in shame. Su Ju found the scene amusing. The mighty dragon emperor, who could crush stars with a single claw, was as timid as a kitten before his mother. Humph. Elizabeth was too weary to argue further. She looked down at Su Ju, acknowledging that despite the perilous situation, he had once again exceeded her expectations. Not only had he survived, but he had also returned with unexpected gains. She could distinctly feel the vitality within him, now multiplied several times over. Moreover, there was an ancient and immense aura belonging to a kin of his kind. Storm Dragon Clan, bring forth your spoils. Elizabeth spoke slowly. She knew that this little one must have acquired something remarkable once again. Chapter 27. Rejecting the Holy King's legacy, parents left dumbfounded. Su Ju blinked, understanding. Oh, it's time to present the spoils of war. He was not one to be secretive. After all, these items belonged to his parents. It was only natural to present them, right? He first pulled out an item from his small storage pouch. The first item he revealed was a demon core, the size of a human head, entirely black, radiating a pressure befitting a being of the law phase realm. The core of the decayed mother nest. Elizabeth glanced at it, emitting a disdainful snort from her dragon nostrils. Rubbish. Her evaluation was succinct. However, despite her disdainful words, her actions were quite earnest. With a gentle wave of her dragon claw, a silver light of life enveloped the demon core, suspending it in midair. The chaotic and violent power within is too unruly for you to consume directly now. I shall have Ao Ning refine it using the life furnace later, transforming it into some decayed true essence pills for you to enjoy as treats. Ao Yuan, overhearing this, felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth. The origin demon core of a law phase great demon. A precious 8th grade spiritual material that could incite fierce competition among sovereign realm powerhouses across the entire Blue Summer Universe Federation, was deemed rubbish in his wife's eyes, and it would be refined into pills for their son to enjoy as candy? This was too extravagant. But, he thought with a grin, my wife is truly magnificent. Filled with pride, Ao Yuan looked at Su Ju with a gleaming gaze. See, son, how well your mother treats you. Su Ju was oblivious to these sentiments. his mind solely occupied with food. Candy beans. That sounded much tastier than gnawing on stones. He eagerly nodded in agreement. Then, under the watchful eyes of Elizabeth and Ao Yuan, he flipped his small hand and retrieved 2 items from the system space. Boom! As soon as these 2 items appeared, the entire Temple of Life, this small world personally established by a holy king-level powerhouse, trembled violently. An ancient, desolate, and overwhelming aura descended, as if it had traversed billions of years through the river of time. Above the temple's dome, the star patterns formed from the laws of time flickered uncertainly under the impact of this aura, as though they might extinguish at any moment. Elizabeth's usually tranquil golden dragon eyes abruptly contracted to pinprick size upon seeing the 2 items. Even Ao Yuan beside her trembled. What is this? Ao Yuan's voice carried an unprecedented shock. In Suju's left hand rested a tome crafted from an unknown bronze material, ancient and majestic. The pages bore inscriptions of storms, thunder, and lightning in archaic dragon script, with tendrils of azure law power flowing slowly between the pages. Storm Dragon Tome. In his right hand was a heart. A heart, no larger than a baby's fist, yet seemingly containing the life energy of an entire universe, pulsating with vigor. It was still beating. Thud, thud, thud. Each beat resonated with the pulse of the cosmos. Each beat caused the flow of time around it to momentarily freeze. Core of the World Seal. The final relic condensed from the essence of the Storm Dragon Emperor Ao Tsong, utilizing his holy king origin and the laws of time. Ao Tsong. Elizabeth intently gazed at the heart and the tome, a name escaping from the depths of her soul. As an ancient holy king of the same era as Ao Yuan, she undoubtedly recognized the Storm Dragon Emperor. This was a powerful dragon sovereign renowned throughout the cosmos during the primordial epoch for mastering the laws of storms and time, whose combat prowess even surpassed her own at that time. However, following the epic war, he mysteriously vanished. The dragon clan believed he had long perished on some unknown battlefield. Little did they know that his legacy, his core essence, would manifest in such an unexpected manner in the hands of her adopted son. This transcended mere chance. It was a complete inheritance that could drive any holy king to madness. A supreme treasure capable of elevating one to the pinnacle, directly granting insight into the realm of holy kings. What on earth is happening? Elizabeth suddenly lifted her head, her golden dragon eyes radiating 2 beams of divine light. Locking onto Ao Yuan. What transpired on the dying star? Ao Yuan fell silent for a moment. He extended his dragon claw. A strand of divine thought penetrating into Elizabeth's soul. Instantly, all that had unfolded in the caverns beneath the dying star, the appearance of Ao Tsong's remnant soul, the truth behind the abyssal rift, the audacious request, and Suju's decisive refusal flashed rapidly through Elizabeth's mind. After a long while, she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the astonishment had faded, replaced by an unprecedented complexity. She gazed at the curious Suju in her arms, poking at the heart of the holy king, seemingly examining whether it was edible. This little fellow actually rejected an inheritance of a holy king? Refused the opportunity to become a new sovereign wielding storms and time? All for that matter of great importance he mentioned? Elizabeth found it incomprehensible. Yet, she could sense the resoluteness emanating from Suju's soul when he uttered those words. It was as if, to him, becoming a holy king and suppressing the abyss was merely a troublesome distraction from his true pursuits. What audacity! What irrationality! Yet how utterly captivating! Ha 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 ha! Beside them, Ao Yuan could no longer contain his thunderous laughter. Did you see that? My dear, did you see that? This is my son. The inheritance of a holy king is nothing. The cosmic causality is insignificant. My son, Ao Yuan, shall do as he pleases. No one can bind him. Does the mere abyss deserve to be guarded by him? He laughed heartily, his massive dragon form rolling in the temple, brimming with pride and elation. It was as if it was he, not Suju, who had rejected the inheritance of a holy king. Elizabeth shot him a cold glance. Silence. Ao Yuan's laughter abruptly ceased. His dragon form shrank back to a cautious demeanor. Ignoring him, Elizabeth turned her gaze downwards, deeply studying Suju. Do you realize what you have declined? She could not help but inquire. Suju looked up, bewildered. Of course, he understood. The system panel had clearly displayed. Ding. Detecting Holy King level inheritance mark. Detecting Holy King level core essence. Warning. Upon acceptance, you will bear the causality of suppressing the abyssal rift. This causality is of cosmic level. Do you accept? Option 1. Accept. You will gain everything from the Storm Dragon Emperor and become the new Holy King, but will be trapped on the dying star for at least 1 million years until the abyss calms or your power is exhausted. Option 2. Refuse. You will maintain your freedom, but will offend the Lord of the Abyss and miss the opportunity to ascend. 1,000,000 years? What a joke. I still need to return to Blue Star for revenge. By the time I go back, my enemies will have turned to dust. What revenge can I take then? Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. Offending the Lord of the Abyss? Huh. He dared to offend the Federal Assembly. So why fear an ugly creature lurking in some unknown corner? After all, if the sky were to fall, his dragon emperor father would bear the brunt of it. He feared nothing. Observing Suju's innocent and clear-eyed expression, Elizabeth suddenly understood. This little fellow did not regard the inheritance of a holy king with any significance. In his world, perhaps there existed only the useful and the useless, the edible and the inedible. This simplistic logic endowed him with an innocent heart, one unperturbed by external matters, surpassing even that of a holy king. Very well, Elizabeth sighed, deciding not to dwell on this matter further. She extended her dragon claw, and two gentle silver rays shot forth, layering seals upon the Storm Dragon Classic and the Core of World Sealing. These two items were poison to you at present. The Core of World Sealing contains Ao Tsong's lifetime mastery of the laws of time and the essence of life. If you dare to touch it, your chaotic dragon form will be instantly obliterated, leaving not a single cell behind. The Storm Dragon Classic is a complete Holy King-level technique. Without the soul strength of a sovereign, a mere glance would render your mind a blank slate amidst the information contained within its laws. I shall guard these for you. When you become worthy of wielding them, come find me. Having said this, she prepared to store the two treasures within her own space. Upon hearing this, Suju grew anxious. Guarding? ISNT that akin to confiscation. What difference is it from parents deceiving their child out of their New Year's money? He had painstakingly brought these treasures back from the dying star. Although they were inedible now, they could be consumed later. Instinctively, he attempted to clutch the two treasures to his chest. Observing his protective demeanor, Elizabeth felt both amused and exasperated. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to allow him a preliminary taste. Pausing, her voice carried a hint of playfulness. The core of Ao Tsong's Storm Dragon Classic lies in the fusion of the laws of wind and thunder. From this Dragon Classic, I shall extract a strand of the most primal storm law for you. If you can endure and absorb it, I shall acknowledge your potential to inherit this legacy. If you cannot endure it, then this item is of no use to you. With that, Elizabeth extended her dragon claw, gently touching the sealed Storm Dragon Classic. Buzz. A slender, electric blue arc, filled with wild and destructive energy, was forcibly drawn from the classic. The arc crackled in the air, tearing through the surrounding space, creating tiny black fissures. Come. Elizabeth looked at Suju, her expression indifferent. Consume it. Within the temple, the atmosphere instantly solidified. The slender blue arc hung quietly before Suju. Despite its diminutive size, it emanated a terrifying aura capable of rending space itself. The lightness and ferocity of the wind, the destruction and majesty of thunder, these two diametrically opposed forces were perfectly fused by a higher will, forming a new, more tyrannical force of storm. This was the path of Holy King Ao Tsong. Ding. Detecting ultra-high energy reaction. Holy King level law fragment. Storm. Warning. Warning. This fragment of the law encapsulates the complete will of the Saint King, its energy level far exceeding the current limits of the host. The forced absorption carries a 99 probability of shattering the soul under the weight of the law's will, with the physical body being torn apart into fundamental particles by the power of wind and thunder. The system strongly advises against any form of contact. In his mind, an unprecedented, sharp, and piercing alarm blared. Beside him, Ao Yuan's dragon form was equally alarmed. My dear, are you out of your mind? This is the primordial law of Ao Tsong. Do not forget, Suju is merely a child in the Zhenyuan realm. Even if a being of the Zunja realm were to attempt such a direct consumption, they would perish on the spot. This is akin to asking him to swallow a nuclear bomb. He circled around Li Shabai in a frenzy, his tone laced with desperation. This is no longer training. This is murder. Silence. Li Shabai coldly uttered two words. Ao Yuan's dragon form instantly froze. Ignoring him, Li Shabai fixated her golden slit pupils on Suju, observing the desire flickering in his eyes. She was fully aware of the dangers involved. Yet, she had greater confidence in her judgment. This young lad could not be fathomed by ordinary logic. Within him lay the Chuang Miezhili, a force that even sent shivers down her spine. It was a primordial power that transcended all laws. She yearned to witness what would transpire when this primordial force confronted another Saint King's primordial law. Would it lead to annihilation or fusion? What's the matter? Are you afraid? Li Shabai provocatively challenged. Suju lifted his head, glancing at his icy mother, then at his frantic father, who seemed on the verge of dissipating. Finally, his gaze settled upon the captivating azure lightning that emitted an enticing aroma. Afraid? What a jest! The concept of fear had never existed in Su Ju's lexicon. Moreover, this substance smelled even more exquisite than the fruit of the ancient life tree. Beep. Host S. Intense desire for absorption detected. Emergency protocol initiated. Risk assessment in progress. Plan generated. Utilize the Chuang Nye Ji Li as a core converter to forcibly strip the Saint King's will from the storm law, breaking it down into the purest essence of the wind and thunder, and then proceed with absorption. This plan requires the host to endure immense pain during the law's disintegration and demands a high level of precision in controlling the Chuang Nye Ji Li. Success rate, 30. Shall it be executed? 30%? What difference does that make from 100%? He hesitated no longer, opening his mouth wide and suddenly inhaling the azure lightning. Whoosh! The fragment of the Saint King's law, powerful enough to rend space, was effortlessly drawn into his mouth like a strand of noodle, followed by a gulp as he swallowed it. Ao Yuan's dragon form instantly turned to stone. Li Shabai's taut dragon body trembled violently. He consumed it? He truly consumed it. In the next moment, boom! A terrifying energy erupted within Su Ju's small frame, crackling and bursting forth. Countless azure electric serpents, mingled with razor-sharp wind blades, surged from his 7 orifices and every pore. His skin turned pitch black, his body ballooning as if inflated like a balloon. Sinister cracks appeared on his surface, rapidly healing under the formidable regenerative power of the Chaos Dragon body. An agonizing pain emanating from the depths of his soul compelled Su Ju to emit a tortured scream. His consciousness seemed to be cast into a meat grinder composed of countless wind blades and thunderbolts. An ancient, authoritative, and domineering voice roared within his soul. Lowly insect, you dare to pry into the path of this sovereign. Die. This was the vestige of will left by the storm dragon emperor Ao Tsong within the law fragment. This will sought to utterly crush Su Ju's soul. This is bad. Li Shabai's face paled, about to intervene. Just then, buzz. A chaotic gray mist slowly rose from the depths of Su Ju's being. The storm power rampaging within him instantly subdued like a mouse facing a predator, trembling in fear. The Saint King's will roaring in his soul was abruptly silenced. Filled with terror and disbelief. What is this power? Creation and destruction, impossible. Before it could finish its roar, the gray mist merely coiled lightly. Pop. Ao Tsong's domineering Saint King's will burst silently like a soap bubble, dissipating into nothingness. Beep. Chuang Nye Ji Li activated. Commencing plan execution. Initiating separation and disintegration of the storm law. Disintegration commencing. The gray Chuang Nye Ji Li began to rotate slowly like an immense grinding wheel. The storm law, now devoid of its guiding will, was cast into this mill. Creak, creak. One could almost hear the sound of the law being ground to pieces. An excruciating pain engulfed Su Ju once more. If being cast into the meat grinder earlier was merely an ordeal, now it felt as though both his soul and body were being ground down into the most basic particles. Yet, he gritted his teeth, remaining utterly silent. For he could distinctly sense that as he was being pulverized, fresh streams of power were continuously flowing back from that gray mill into his limbs and bones. Beep. Storm law disintegration successful. Extracting the essence of wind and thunder. Extraction successful. Commencing absorption. Congratulations, host. Wind law affinity 3. Congratulations, host. Thunder law affinity 3. Congratulations, host. Acquired incomplete divine ability. Wind Thunder Battle Armor, Beginner. Wind Thunder Battle Armor. Beginner can condense a layer of armor composed of wind and thunder power on the body surface, slightly enhancing defense and mobility, with attacks carrying paralysis and slicing effects. Beep. Massive energy influx, commencing physical enhancement. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body Experience 15. A series of system notifications resonated like celestial music in Su Ju's mind. His exterior wounds healed instantaneously under the dual influence of the wind and thunder essence and the Chaos Dragon body, his skin becoming more translucent than before, even faintly resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder. His aura surged dramatically. Though his realm did not elevate, his foundation and depth had multiplied several times. Su Ju exhaled a long breath laden with electric sparks, gradually opening his eyes. In his left eye, a vortex of wind coalesced, while in his right, thunder flickered. Within the temple, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ao Yuan's dragon form hung frozen in midair, utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the typically aloof and indifferent dragon queen Li Sha trembled gently in her massive silver dragon form. She had envisioned numerous possibilities, including Su Ju being overwhelmed. Su Ju was gravely injured and on the verge of death. He barely held on, slipping into unconsciousness. Yet, What astonished her was that he had truly digested that sacred king's principle as if it were mere baby formula. Moreover, judging by his current demeanor, he not only showed no signs of injury but appeared to be invigorated, as if he had overindulged and was now satisfied. What kind of monster was this? Just as Elizabeth's worldview was being repeatedly challenged and on the brink of collapse, Suju performed an action that nearly shattered her composure. He smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste from moments prior. Then, he raised his head, gazing longingly at Elizabeth and then at the sealed Storm Dragon Codex. His expression was clear and innocent, his intention unmistakable. "Mother, may I have another? This spicy snack tastes delightful." Elizabeth's draconic visage darkened instantly. "Another? Do you even know what that is?" "It is the culmination of the sacred king's lifelong efforts. Do you think it's just some common cabbage by the roadside? Yet you treat it as a snack? Go solidify your power." Elizabeth nearly spat out these words through clenched teeth. With a flick of her draconic claw, a gentle force enveloped Suju, casting him onto a cushion in the corner of the temple. "You are not to come down until you have fully mastered the tempestuous powers within you." She feared that if she looked at this little rascal one more time, she might be unable to resist the urge to hang him up and give him a good thrashing. Infuriating, Suju landed like a ball, perfectly alighting on a silver-white cushion in the temple's corner. The moment his bottom touched the cushion, a refreshing aura surged up his spine, instantly alleviating the pressure in his head caused by digesting the storm principle. Ding. Detected environmental item. Tranquility cushion, 9th grade. Effect. Woven from time's sand and life silk. It calms the mind and assists in cultivation, slightly enhancing the efficiency of principle comprehension. A splendid find. Suju promptly sat cross-legged, obediently consolidating his strength. Observing his compliant demeanor, Elizabeth's anger subsided somewhat. However, a deeper sense of helplessness arose within her. She realized that she was utterly at a loss on how to educate this son of hers. Body refinement, bone forging, marrow cleansing. His foundation was stronger than anyone else's. True essence. He was already at the 4th level of true essence realm, and due to his chaotic dragon body, the quality of his true essence was even purer than that of some beings in the transformation domain. Domains? Divine abilities? Principles? By the heavens. This little rascal had a chaotic affinity for principles within him that surpassed anything Elizabeth, a sacred king of over 1 billion years, had ever encountered. This was a veritable mishmash. A normal being could master 1 or 2 of these and dominate a realm, becoming a revered or holy figure. Yet Suju welcomed everything indiscriminately, consuming whatever came his way. Would this truly not lead to problems? For the first time, Elizabeth questioned her steadfast, iron-fisted elite educational approach. Perhaps A.O. Yuan's rough-and-tumble style of education held some merit? Cough, cough. A.O. Yuan, standing nearby, seemed to sense his wife's turmoil and cautiously approached. "Darling, do not overthink it. Our son possesses extraordinary talent. This is a good thing. Our dragon clan believes in the power to shatter all laws. As long as one is strong enough. Who cares about principles? A single claw can obliterate everything. Just look at him now, so healthy and vibrant." A.O. Yuan beamed with pride. Elizabeth shot him a cold glance. "Oaf, you will only turn him into a fool who knows nothing but brute strength. Power requires control. The chaos within him is akin to a powder keg. It appears stable now, but a single spark could trigger a catastrophic explosion, obliterating him." A.O. Yuan's draconic features stiffened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. What then? Elizabeth fell silent. Her golden dragon eyes sparkled with countless runes, seemingly engaged in an unfathomable computation. After a brief moment, she appeared to have made a decision. "Follow me." She directed Suju with a single command, then turned her dragon form to venture deeper into the Temple of Life. A.O. Yuan attempted to follow, but was halted by Elizabeth's icy glare. "You stay here. You cannot enter." Having said that, she led Suju through a radiant doorway of light. Once through the light gate, Suju was greeted by an astonishing vista. He found himself in a wondrous realm resembling a garden. However, the flora within was anything but ordinary. Each plant, crystalline and translucent as if sculpted from glass, grew silently around him. He witnessed a nearby crystal orchid undergo a complete life cycle in mere seconds. It blossomed from a bud into full bloom, only to wither and disintegrate into glimmering specks, eventually coalescing back into a new bud. This cycle repeated endlessly. Butterflies flitted through the air, their wings composed not of flesh, but of countless interlocking gears, each flap shedding golden grains of time. A clear brook meandered through the garden, its waters not liquid but flowing time. This was Elizabeth's absolute domain, the forbidden time garden, a place even A.O. Yuan had never set foot in. Here, the flow of time differed from the outside world. Elizabeth's voice resonated above Suju. In this realm, time is visible and tangible, and it serves as a most lethal weapon. She guided Suju to the heart of the garden. There, a massive pond held a gigantic lotus made entirely of pure light, the time lotus platform. Your current issue is not a lack of power, but rather your poor control. Elizabeth looked down at him with authority. Your first task is to sit upon this lotus platform, stabilizing the energy within you against the turbulent currents of time in this realm. If you can maintain your position, you will achieve 100-fold efficiency in cultivation compared to the outside world. If you cannot, Elizabeth's gaze turned icy. Your life will be entirely swept away by the chaotic time currents here. With that, she waved her claw, and Suju found himself involuntarily lifted and placed atop the enormous light lotus. The moment he settled down, his expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying force enveloped him instantly. He felt his body being violently pulled. In the blink of an eye, he sensed his bones aging rapidly, his skin wrinkling as he transformed into a decrepit old man on the verge of death. In the subsequent moment, he felt his body rapidly regress into a state of youthful fragility, his strength vanishing swiftly, transforming him into a truly delicate infant. Unable even to maintain a stable sitting position, the system's alarms blared chaotically in his mind, warning him of the extreme disorder within the temporal laws. The vitality of his cells was fluctuating violently. His life signs were deteriorating at an alarming rate. The intermediate chaos dragon's structural integrity was collapsing. Curse it! Is this truly a practice that a mere human can cultivate? It was indeed the classic tale of a wicked stepmother. Suju cursed inwardly. He desperately attempted to channel the true essence within him to resist this bizarre force. However, he soon discovered it was futile. The moment his essence came into contact with the chaotic temporal current, it was disassembled and scattered, rendering any effective defense impossible. If this continued, he would be utterly destroyed within 10 seconds. What to do? Enduring was certainly out of the question. He had to devise an alternative strategy. Control. His mother had said, one must learn to control. But how could one exert control over such a phenomenon? On the precipice of life and death, a flash of insight illuminated Suju's mind. He recalled how the creation and destruction power within him suppressed the opposing laws of life and destruction. It was not about suppression, it was about balance. It served as an absolute center, an eternal singularity. Regardless of how the two laws clashed and collided, they could not disturb its existence. Instead, their powers, in conflict, became the fuel that maintained this equilibrium. Yes, balance. Enlightened, Suju ceased his attempts to resist the temporal chaos. He abandoned control over all powers within him, allowing the nascent forces of wind and thunder to collide violently with the decaying, life-giving, and destructive forces within his body. Boom, boom, boom. His body instantaneously transformed into a battlefield. The four distinct powers, akin to four armies, engaged in a brutal conflict within his meridians and dantian. His body oscillated between fragmentation and reassembly in a frenzied rhythm. Pain, unspeakable agony. Yet Suju clung fiercely to a sliver of clarity in his mind. He was waiting for the awakening of the monarch. Finally, at the very moment he was on the brink of being obliterated by this violent force, a humming sound resonated. The gray mist that had lain dormant in the depths of his being gradually re-emerged. Chapter 31. The Power of Creation and Destruction. The third sister wishes to experiment on her brother. Upon its appearance, it resembled a true emperor descending upon its realm. The four forces still locked in fierce combat instantly fell silent. They seemed to acquire life and will, bowing in submission to the gray mist emanating from Suju. Ding. The power of creation and destruction has been activated. A microcirculatory system of laws is being constructed within the body, centered around the power of creation and destruction. The cycle is being established, with creation and destruction forming the dual principles, and wind and decay representing the four symbols. The microcirculatory system has been successfully established. Congratulations, host. Your control over internal energy has significantly increased. Congratulations, host. While in the time garden, your affinity with the temporal laws is at level 2. Buzz. Suju's body trembled. The wounds on his surface, which had been appearing and healing continuously, vanished instantaneously. A harmonious and life-affirming aura radiated from him. He opened his eyes once more. The chaotic temporal currents, powerful enough to reduce saints to ashes, now brushed against him like a gentle breeze, unable to disturb him in the slightest. He was firmly seated. Not far away, Elizabeth's massive dragon form lay quietly, observing the entire process. When she witnessed Suju deliberately detonating the power of laws within him, her heart leapt into her throat, nearly compelling her to intervene. But upon seeing the gray mist emerge and, in a manner she could not comprehend, reorganize all chaotic energies into a perfect cycle, she was profoundly astonished once more. This child was not merely cultivating. He was creating a path that was uniquely his own, unprecedented in existence. After a long while, she let out a gentle sigh. Perhaps Ao Yuan, that reckless fool, was right. For such a monstrous being, any tenets or plans would only serve as constraints. Allowing him to grow wildly was the best choice. Watching Suju, exhausted and deeply asleep on the lotus platform due to intense concentration, Elizabeth did not, as usual, toss a high-energy fruit his way. Instead, she extended her dragon claw, and a droplet of shimmering silver life essence flew from her fingertip. It transformed into a warm orb of light, gently landing in Suju's embrace. The orb emitted the purest and gentlest life energy, nurturing his weary body and soul bit by bit. In his dreams, Suju seemed to sense this warmth. Unconsciously, he clutched the light orb, akin to embracing a cozy teddy bear, his little face revealing a satisfied smile. Elizabeth gazed at this scene quietly, her eyes soft as water. Just then, her brows furrowed slightly as she lifted her head, glancing toward the entrance of the time garden. "Mother!" A cool voice resonated. The space rippled slightly, as the tall figure of the Dragon Clan's third princess, Ao Ning, gradually materialized. Her expression remained as cool as ever, yet her ice-blue eyes, fixed on Suju, glimmered with fervor. "I have a request." She deeply bowed to Elizabeth. "I wish to borrow my brother for a small experiment." "Experiment?" Elizabeth's voice betrayed no emotion. Yet the surrounding air temperature dropped several degrees, causing even the crystalline flowers, which flickered in and out of existence, to momentarily halt their cycles. Ao Ning, however, seemed oblivious to this pressure. Her gaze remained glued to the peacefully sleeping Suju, akin to a glutton who had fasted for 3 days and nights, gazing upon a feast of exquisite delicacies. "Yes, mother." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Just a moment ago, the law collapse counter I left in the side hall detected an unprecedented energy fluctuation. That fluctuation originated from within my brother." As she spoke, she retrieved a fragment of a crystal panel from her storage ring. It was the remnant of the law-structured deep scanning device she had spent countless years crafting. At this moment, a wisp of fine gray mist lingered upon its surface. Indeed, Suju's creation and destruction power. I analyzed this remnant energy. Ao Ning's tone grew increasingly animated. Its law priority surpasses anything I have previously comprehended, including the destruction of father and your life. It is not merely energy, it is a concept. A primal law capable of reshaping rules and defining all existence. Mother, can you comprehend this? This is a monumental discovery that could potentially overturn the existing laws of the entire universe. I must study it. I must unravel its composition and the principles that govern its operation. As Ao Ning spoke with increasing fervor, a pallid flush unexpectedly appeared on her otherwise icy visage. Elizabeth listened in silence, fully aware of what it was. It was the primordial force of creation and destruction, a power that even she and Ao Yuan could only revere from afar. Her initial instinct was to refuse. What a ludicrous notion! To hand Suju over to this scientific fanatic as a mere guinea pig? What if, in her fervor, she ended up dissecting him? Yet, gazing into Ao Ning's zealous and determined eyes, Elizabeth found herself wavering. She could not deny her own insatiable curiosity regarding that enigmatic gray power. If Ao Ning's research could unveil even a fraction of its mysteries, it would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for Suju's future development. After all, while that power was formidable, it was evident that Suju could not yet wield it with ease. Each time he tapped into it, it felt as though he were walking a tightrope. "What manner of experimentation do you propose?" Elizabeth inquired in a grave tone. This signified her concession. Upon hearing this, Ao Ning's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "I have constructed an entirely new laboratory," she exclaimed eagerly. "Law stability chamber. Crafted from the most stable metal in the universe, Hephaestus alloy. It can isolate all regulatory disturbances. Inside, I have inscribed 36,000 life stabilization arrays. I assure you, it is completely safe. I will not cause any harm to my brother. I merely wish for him to remain inside while I conduct a comprehensive, non-invasive scan from the outside. I only wish to collect data." Observing her daughter's fervent vow, Elizabeth pondered for a moment. Very well, she finally acquiesced. However, she immediately laid down her conditions. First, I must be present to supervise throughout the entire experiment. Second, should Suju display any signs of discomfort during the experiment, it must be halted immediately. Third, all data obtained from the experiment must be shared with me. Ao Ning's face flickered with hesitation. For a researcher, sharing data felt akin to sacrificing half of one's life. Fourth, Elizabeth did not allow her the opportunity for negotiation. her cold voice continuing, as compensation for your use of him, you must provide sufficient nutritional supplements to remedy his mental distress. Deal. Upon hearing the final condition, Ao Ning agreed without hesitation. For her, as long as it meant she could conduct her research, she would gladly part with some collectibles, even half of her fortune. Afraid that her mother might retract her agreement, she promptly retrieved a box carved from ancient ice from her storage space. Mother, this is a token of my gratitude. The box opened, releasing waves of strange energy fluctuations. Elizabeth glanced at it and, even with her discerning eye, could not help but nod slightly. This daughter of hers was truly investing heavily in her research. At that moment, Su Ju on the lotus platform seemed to be awakened by the energy waves. He rubbed his eyes and sat up groggily. Then he spotted his younger sister holding a box emanating cold air, her eyes shining with excitement as she gazed at him. The box was filled with an array of peculiar snacks. His stomach audibly protested. He turned to Elizabeth with an inquisitive look. Mom, can I eat this? Elizabeth nodded in approval. Receiving permission, Su Ju instantly perked up. He leaped off the lotus platform, his short legs carrying him to Ao Ning. Curious about the contents of the box. Ding. Initiating scan. High-quality spiritual material detected. Neurons of the void jellyfish, grade 9. Effect. Contains pure soul energy and spatial power. Consuming it can significantly enhance soul strength and improve affinity with spatial laws. Consumption suggestion. Perfect. The best soul supplement at the current stage. High-quality spiritual material detected. Heart crystal of the frost giant, grade 8. Effect. Contains the essence of the ultimate frost law. Consumption suggestion. Direct consumption is not recommended. Energy is excessively violent, with a 92% chance of freezing the soul. It is advised to absorb it slowly under system guidance. Unknown item detected. 7th dimension fragment, grade. Warning. Warning. High-dimensional space anomaly detected. Analysis failed. Analysis failed. This item does not conform to the current universe's three-dimensional physical laws and energy regulations. It contains extremely chaotic and unstable spatial power. Warning. Extremely dangerous. Touching it will result in death. Host, please vacate the vicinity immediately. The system's alerts grew increasingly frantic in his mind, the red warning box nearly consuming his entire field of vision. Su Ju's eyes lit up instantly. What on earth is this? Unknown grade. Analysis failed? Extremely dangerous? Oh my. This must be a top-tier treasure. The more perilous it is, the more beneficial it will be to consume. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out his little hand. Ignoring the jellyfish neurons that resembled jelly and the sparkling heart crystal, he seized the seemingly inconspicuous fragment that looked like a piece of coal, the 7th dimension fragment. Wait. Ao Ning was momentarily taken aback. This little fellow had quite the discerning eye. That fragment was something she had narrowly obtained from an ancient ruin. It was the most mysterious and dangerous item in her collection. Even she did not know what it was and certainly did not intend for her brother to consume it. Before she could warn him, she saw Su Ju grab the ominous fragment and, with lightning speed, shove it into his mouth. No. Ao Ning and Elizabeth's cries echoed in unison. The two dragons, one transformed into human form and the other remaining in dragon form, rushed forward at their fastest pace. Desperate to prevent this reckless child from sealing his fate. Madness. This little rascal was truly insane. Was that something one could eat? The chaotic spatial power contained within it was enough to tear apart the body of a saint from the inside into countless dimensional fragments in an instant. However, it was already too late. Under the horrified gazes of the two Saint Kings, Su Ju's mouth was drawing ever closer to that accursed fragment. Dark fissures of space beginning to quietly appear around his cherubic face. Stop. Spit it out. Elizabeth and Ao Ning's voices had turned high-pitched from sheer terror. Two immense forces, one of life and one of frost, manifested as invisible hands, rushing from either side, desperately attempting to seize Su Ju before he could swallow the deadly piece of coal. Yet, within the diminutive form of Su Ju, it appeared as though there resided a black hole. The powers of the two sacred kings, upon making contact with his body, were immediately drawn in and consumed by a formidable force, failing to even raise a solitary splash. This was the body of the Chaos Dragon. Instinctively, it activated its defensive and devouring mode in the face of external pressure. In that fleeting moment of delay, Su Ju had successfully stuffed the pitch-black, 7th dimensional fragment into his mouth. It was over. This thought flashed through the minds of Elizabeth and Ao Ning simultaneously. They could even foresee the scene that would unfold in the next moment. Su Ju's body exploding like a punctured balloon, erupting into a mist of blood. No. There would be no blood mist left, as he would be utterly banished to the boundless rifts of chaotic dimensions, forever denied rebirth. Elizabeth's heart brimmed with regret. She should never have agreed to Ao Ning's proposal. She should never have allowed this reckless child to come into contact with such perilous artifacts. Yet, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The entire time garden fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Elizabeth and Ao Ning stood frozen, akin to two petrified statues. They witnessed a scene that would be forever etched in their memories. Suju, the very child who had just ingested a cosmic blight capable of annihilating sacred beings, was now puffing out his cheeks, chewing away. The crisp sound of his munching echoed through the desolate garden, sharp and chilling as if he were crunching ice. Both Elizabeth and Ao Ning's minds faltered. Their worldview shattered under the weight of that sound. Was he chewing? No, that couldn't be right. Was he grinding his teeth? Meanwhile, within Suju's mouth, an unimaginable battle was unfolding. Warning, warning, warning. The host is currently chewing on a high-dimensional creation. Irregular collapse of the internal oral space structure detected. Chaos space turbulence intrusion detected. The intermediate chaos dragon body is being disassembled. Upper jaw tissue disintegrating. Tongue disintegrating. Gums disintegrating. Repair, repair, repair. Warning. Repair speed is slower than disintegration speed. The oral cavity is on the verge of complete annihilation. Chapter 33 Beep. 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 Alarm. Alarm. The system's frantic alarms had no bearing on Suju. For the chaotic spatial force capable of tearing everything to shreds encountered its nemesis the moment it entered his mouth. Power of creation and destruction. That gray stream, like a spider's web lying in wait for prey, swiftly ensnared the intruder. The tumultuous spatial force thrashed violently within this gray net, striving to tear apart everything. Yet, it was futile. The power of creation and destruction was the very essence of the universe. Space was merely one manifestation of the cosmos. How could a son hope to overpower his father? Ding. The power of creation and destruction has been activated. Initiating suppression and analysis of chaotic spatial turbulence. Analysis commencing. Extracting the fundamental laws of space, the gray grinding wheel began to turn once more. This time, the rebellious, high-dimensional spatial force was cast into it. As Suju continued to chew, he found the texture of this molar stick rather unique. It was somewhat hard, slightly astringent, with a spicy flavor reminiscent of spatial rifts tantalizing his taste buds. Ding. Analysis successful. Congratulations, host. Affinity with spatial laws, 5. Congratulations, host. Comprehension of the incomplete divine ability, dimensional pocket, beginner. Dimensional pocket, beginner allows the creation of an independent storage space of 1 cubic meter within the body, unaffected by any external spatial fluctuations, accessible by thought, and absolutely secure. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, the flavor of the grinding stick in Suju's mouth began to diminish. Ugh, disgusted. He spat out the stone that had been drained of all its lawful essence onto the ground. The fragment that had once instilled dread in the sacred kings was now reduced to an unremarkable carbon stone, devoid of any peculiarities. Not palatable. Suju smacked his lips, offering his assessment. He then lifted his gaze, casting a look of disdain towards the utterly petrified Ao Ning, as if to say that her snack was unsatisfactory and needed replacing. Ao Ning's body still trembled slightly. Like a sleepwalker, she approached the stone, crouched down, and with trembling hands, picked it up. Her portable analyzer scanned the stone. Composition, carbon, silicon, oxygen, energy fluctuations, none. Law residue, none. Assessment, an utterly worthless. Ordinary stone. Ao Ning's eyes reddened. The treasure she had painstakingly acquired at the risk of her life, possibly the most valuable research artifact in the universe, had been reduced to a mere chewing stick, to be deemed unpalatable after consumption. In that moment, the ancient dragon princess, whose heart had remained as cold as ice for countless millennia, found her composure utterly shattered. With a loud wail, she actually cried. Elizabeth watched as her usually composed and proud daughter, unruffled even in the face of calamity, now resembled a small girl who had lost her toy, crouching on the ground, clutching a worthless stone, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. She felt her dragon heart ache profoundly. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. Forget it. It was to be expected. Ao Ning. She spoke with a tone of exhaustion. Your compensation. He seems rather dissatisfied. Perhaps we should find something else. Half an hour later, after offering an entire box of top-tier spiritual materials, including the neurons of the void jellyfish, as compensation for emotional damages, and ensuring Suju was well fed, a weary Ao Ning finally brought him to her law-constant room. This was an immense spherical space composed of pure white metal. The walls bore no seams. Smooth as a mirror, inscribed with countless intricate golden runes. Suju was placed in the very center of the room, while Ao Ning and Elizabeth remained in the external observation chamber. Mother, I am ready to begin. Ao Ning dried her tears and regained her professional and meticulous demeanor as a researcher. Elizabeth nodded. Let us commence. As Ao Ning pressed the start button, the walls of the white room instantly turned transparent, and streams of blue data surged forth like a waterfall, racing across the walls. Various scanning beams enveloped Su Ju at the center from all directions. Beep. Vital signs stable. Beep. Soul wave fluctuation stable. Beep. Energy circulation stable. Under the multitude of beams, Su Ju felt a bit bored. He yawned and decided to take this opportunity to examine his current state. System. Open the personal panel. Name. Su Ju. Race. Human. Intermediate chaos dragon body. Realm. True essence realm 4th layer. Foundation extremely stable. Cultivation method. Universal analysis system. Divine powers. Soul harvest. Beginner. Life drain. Beginner. Decay aura. Beginner. Wind, thunder battle armor. Beginner. Dimensional pocket. Beginner. Law affinity. Destruction 601. Life 501. Time 3002. Creation and destruction 1. Death 01. Wood 05. Decay 225. Ice 5. Wind 3. Thunder 3. Space 5. Equipment. Leaf of the ancient tree of life. Used 13 times. Comprehensive evaluation. A young calamity that treats cosmic wonders as snacks. Leaving even the Saint King feeling fatigued, with a serious imbalance in law affinities. Observing his extensive array of law affinities, Su Ju nodded in satisfaction. Ah, splendid. The affinity for the decay law is the highest. It appears that the Feast of Muck was not in vain. However, this dimensional pocket, at merely 1 cubic meter, is rather inadequate. I must seek more spatial delicacies in the future. Just as Su Ju was contemplating his dietary choices, the expression on Ao Ning's face in the external observation room suddenly changed. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm, alarm. The piercing sound of the alarm reverberated throughout the entire laboratory. What is happening? Elizabeth's massive silver dragon form abruptly rose from its resting position, and an overwhelming pressure belonging to the Saint King descended instantly. The temperature in the observation room plummeted to freezing. Mother, look. Ao Ning's voice, now tinged with extreme excitement and fear, had entirely altered in pitch. Her slender finger was pointing rigidly at the central main screen, her knuckles turning white from the force. The calm demeanor of a researcher was completely absent from her face, replaced instead with a shock akin to encountering a ghost. Elizabeth followed her finger's direction. Her golden dragon eyes, capable of penetrating the river of time, suddenly narrowed. Chapter 34. Is my ancestor this powerful? On the main screen, the complex three-dimensional model representing Su Ju's life information appeared to be functioning normally. Whether it was the gray cycle denoting the chaos dragon body, or the various colorful dots of light representing life, destruction, decay, wind, thunder, and other intricate laws, they operated in perfect harmony, proceeding in an orderly fashion. The issue lay deep within the vast and intricate energy system of the dragon race. At its very core, a thread of golden silk illuminated. This was an exceptionally faint golden thread, so weak it could almost be disregarded. It resembled a small boat adrift in an ocean, nearly obscured by the surrounding, domineering forces of the laws. Yet it remained remarkably tenacious. No matter how those forces crashed and roared, it clung steadfastly to its position, refusing to dissipate in the slightest. Moreover, it was glowing. It was awakening. This made even Elizabeth's soul quiver. She recognized what it was. That power belonged neither to the dragon race, nor to any formidable race she was familiar with. It did not belong to destruction, to life, nor to any law consumed by Su Ju. It was ancient, mysterious, brimming with infinite possibilities. It was the most primal source power of humanity. It was the bloodline imprint inherent to Su Ju as a human. This revelation was 1,000-fold more impactful than Su Ju devouring the Saint King's laws or gnawing on dimensional fragments. How could this be? How could a mundane human bloodline survive amidst the onslaught of her life's primordial source, Ao Yuan's source of destruction, and the barrage of myriad laws? It should have been assimilated, obliterated, reduced to the most insignificant dust. Yet now, it not only remained unscathed, but thrived within Su Ju's perfect law microcirculation system. Under the protection of creation and destruction power, after countless cycles of destruction and reconstruction, it finally began to undergo some unknown mutation. Mother, this. Ao Ning's voice trembled as she gazed at the golden thread, as if witnessing a miracle. The power of the human bloodline was actually optimizing itself. It was evolving. It was absorbing the remnants of the surrounding law powers as sustenance. Its structure was undergoing a reorganization beyond our comprehension. Heaven, this entirely contravenes the law of energy conservation. It defies the theory of bloodline suppression. It is creating. It is conjuring a wholly new, higher-dimensional form of energy. This dragon race's scientific enthusiast had completely lost her mind. She lunged at the control panel, her hands moving like phantoms as she rapidly operated the equipment. Increase the scanning power. No. Activate the source lens. I must observe every microscopic change. I must document this extraordinary moment. Stop. Elizabeth's cold reprimand instantly halted all of Ao Ning's actions. An invisible force abruptly pushed Ao Ning away from the control panel. Do you wish to end his life? During this fragile and crucial moment of transformation, any slight external disturbance could cause the entire process to collapse. At best, the transformation would fail. At worst, it could lead to a bloodline conflict resulting in immediate death. Ao Ning's mouth opened in shock, her face ashen. She realized she had lost her composure. But she could not help herself. That golden light held an irresistible allure for her as a researcher. Meanwhile, Su Ju, at the center of the law stability chamber, felt the changes within his body. It was a peculiar sensation. If the dragon bloodline and those law powers imparted to him strength, dominance, and the cold power to control all, then the warm current surging from the depths of his being brought with it a profound sense of warmth. It was as if, after traversing the endless cold of winter nights for eons, he had finally glimpsed a flicker of warmth from a campfire. It was akin to a solitary soul adrift in the frigid cosmos, finally finding a sense of belonging. He instinctively called out in his mind. System analyze. Ding. Unknown high-energy reaction detected within the host's body. Commencing deep analysis. Analysis failed. This energy form exceeds the current analysis limit. Emergency protocol initiated. Conducting fuzzy identification. Identification successful. Target, primordial human blood. Rank, status, initial awakening, 1, undergoing unknown mutation, potential, incalculable. Remarks. When the roar of the dragon reverberates through the starry sea, when the laws of gods and demons divide the universe, when a diminutive soul believes it has embraced the entirety of the cosmos, please do not forget, deep within your bloodline, still lies a king who once made all races bow in reverence. What the hell? Su Ju stared at the system panel's note, filled with an air of youthful bravado, completely stunned. What on earth? Primordial human blood? Wasn't I transformed into a dragon race physique by my dragon emperor father's blood? Why is there this thing still within me? And judging by this implication, it seems rather impressive. A king who once commanded the respect of all races? Is it possible that my ancestors were this formidable? Just as Su Ju was struck with astonishment, a golden thread within him seemed to sense his intent and suddenly became vibrant. It no longer contented itself with coiling at the core of his being. With a soft whoosh, a slender beam of golden light shot forth from Su Ju's fingertips, captivating the astonished gazes of Elizabeth and Ao Ning. It bore no aggression. Appearing instead like a curious infant reaching out to explore the world, it gently brushed against the smooth, mirror-like walls of the room constructed from C2AC alloy, the entire law stability chamber, renowned for its ability to isolate all laws. Impervious even to the might of a sacred king, trembled violently in that instant. Following this, the entire pure white spherical room quaked with intensity. The golden runes inscribed by the great dragon artisans, designed to stabilize space and isolate laws, flickered wildly as if infused with an overcharged current. The alarms of various instruments in the observation room blared in unison. Energy reaction overload. Instability in the spatial structure. Stabilization arrays number 37 to 108 have failed. Ao Ning stared at this unfathomable scene, her mind a blank slate. What on earth is happening? This is the law stability chamber, constructed from the universe's most stable metal, C2AC alloy. The physical properties and law inertness of this alloy are beyond comprehension. Not even the destruction flames of the Emperor Ao Yuan could leave a trace after burning for 100,000 years. Yet now, it has reacted so violently due to a mere touch of bloodline power? No, just as Ao Ning struggled to comprehend, Elizabeth spoke up. Her voice was deep and hoarse. This alloy is peculiar. As an ancient sacred king contemporaneous with Ao Yuan, her knowledge far surpassed that of Ao Ning. She fixed her gaze on the violently shaking wall, and a memory, sealed away for countless eons, slowly resurfaced in her mind. She recalled that this batch of C2AC alloy was not refined by the Dragon Clan itself. Instead, it was unearthed by the Dragon Expeditionary Force from an ancient battlefield ruin known as the Goddess Tomb during a long-forgotten era. At that time, all dragons believed it to be the remains of an unknown godly civilization that had perished, for the sturdiness of the alloy surpassed the craftsmanship of all known civilizations. The most skilled alchemists of the Dragon Clan studied it for millions of years without deciphering even 1,000th of its structural principles, let alone reproducing it. Ultimately, It could only be used as the finest raw material to construct critical facilities like the Law Stability Chamber. All along, Elizabeth had thought it was a product of extraterrestrial civilization with technology far beyond imagination. Yet today, as she witnessed Suju's awakened human bloodline resonate so strangely with this alloy wall, an absurd yet potentially truthful thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that the so-called Goddess tomb, the origin of the super-alloy that even sacred kings could not destroy, belonged to humanity? The moment this thought materialized, even Elizabeth felt it was madness. Humanity? That frail, humble race, with an average lifespan of merely 100 years, regarded by the dragons as an inferior species? They once possessed such a glorious past? How could this be possible? It completely subverted her deeply entrenched beliefs accumulated over billions of years. Meanwhile, in the center of the room, Suju sensed something amiss. As the golden bloodline power touched the wall, an indescribable sensation surged within his heart. It was not a connection of power, but rather an intimate feeling of kinship. It felt like a long-lost traveler finally caressing the walls of his homeland. The cold metal no longer felt frigid in his perception. It seemed to possess life and warmth, silently cheering and calling out to him. Welcome home. A vague thought from antiquity coursed through that golden thread, resonating deep within his soul. Home. Suju was taken aback. Instinctively, he infused more bloodline power into the golden thread. As he poured his strength into it, the originally mirror-like alloy wall underwent even more astonishing changes. Those golden runes belonging to the dragon clan began to extinguish one by one under the impact of this stronger bloodline power. In their place emerged intricate, ancient silver patterns filled with an enigmatic technological aura, slowly manifesting from within the alloy. These silver patterns were no longer reminiscent of the dragon clan's natural and law-infused style. They were straight lines, perfect arcs, and precise geometric shapes akin to a circuit board. They interconnected and intertwined to form an immense star map that enveloped the entire interior of the spherical room. Mother, look, there is something inside the wall. Ao Ning exclaimed in surprise. She finally understood why the Dragon Clan's alchemists could not decipher this alloy. They had been misguided from the very beginning. This was not merely a material, it was an information storage device. A super database from the ancient human civilization, encased in a laboratory as vast as an entire planet. And the key to unlocking this database was not some law power or divine soul password, but the purest, ancestral human blood. Elizabeth remained silent. Her eyes transfixed on the slowly unfurling star map, her massive dragon form trembling slightly from overwhelming shock. She saw countless flickering points of light marked on the star map, each representing a galaxy or even a star domain. It was a cosmic map 1,000,000 times larger than the territory of the Lanxia Universe Federation. And at the very center of this map, where the Dragon Clan's Wanshan fortress should have been, lay a profound darkness. In its place was an incredibly brilliant coordinate, surrounded by numerous concentric circular halos, like the sole sovereign of this star map. Beside that coordinate, in a script older than the dragon language, were inscribed the two characters, Zudi. Just then, Suju's system also frantically popped up a notification. Ding. Detected ultra-high dimensional information flow. As the connection attempt unfolded, an error message appeared, indicating insufficient permissions. However, a notification soon followed, revealing that the host possessed the ancient lineage of the Taiga Renzu, granting access to the first sequence of permissions. The connection was re-established, and data began downloading, only to be interrupted by a warning. The data packet was excessively large, with an estimated download time of 97.8 billion years. An emergency protocol was initiated to prioritize the downloading of index files, which successfully completed, revealing fragmented information, the Taigu Renhuang star map, ancient fragment, an introduction to the Renhuang's exclusive technique Xindian, incomplete, and the design philosophy of the Renhuang's elite guard mythological mechs, fragmented. A barrage of fragmented information flooded into Suju's mind. At that instant, as the data download concluded, the star map on the wall erupted in radiant light, coalescing towards the center. Eventually, before Suju, Elizabeth, and Ao Ning, it formed a towering figure. Chapter 36. A single blow to shatter the Star River. Words manifest as law. A colossal silhouette crafted from pure light emerged, its features indistinguishable. It donned an ancient imperial robe and a crown that seemed to govern the heavens. Though merely a specter, it exuded an aura of supreme majesty that could leave even a holy king breathless. It appeared to transcend eons, descending from the distant Taigu era into their midst. Slowly, it raised its head. Those eyes, forged from light and seemingly embodying the very essence of the universe's creation and destruction, pierced through the barriers of space and the mists of time, landing precisely on Suju. In that moment, as Suju's pupils contracted sharply, the imposing figure silently parted its lips. A single syllable, inaudible yet discernible through lip reading, formed, Goe, an ancient, melancholic sound, imbued with endless yearning. Though no sound escaped. The instant the figure shaped that word, Suju's soul felt as if it had been struck by a divine thunderbolt. His mind blanked. That word, akin to a rune of boundless power, was deeply imprinted upon the essence of his soul. He sensed the golden threads of his bloodline awakening, seemingly boiling in response to that word, a summons from the very source of his lineage. At that moment, the luminous figure, along with the vast star map enveloping the room, flickered like a television screen abruptly turned off and then vanished completely. The wall returned to its smooth, mirror-like surface, as if the preceding events had merely been an illusion. The entire law stabilization chamber once again fell into an eerie silence. In the observation chamber, Ao Ning swallowed hard, her throat parched as though aflame. "Mother," she murmured in a dreamlike tone. That had been the voice of the Taigu Ren Huang, equally parched. She slowly lowered her immense draconic form, drained of all strength. The shock within her heart could not be expressed in any words. The Taigu Ren Huang, a legendary figure mentioned only in the oldest tomes of the dragon race. Shrouded in mystery, it was said that in the distant Taigu era, before the dragons dominated the universe, the center of the cosmos was not the Wanlong fortress, but a magnificent civilization known as the Renzu. Their leader was called the Ren Huang, a being capable of contending with the progenitor of the dragon race, the Long Huang, perhaps even surpassing it in certain respects. The text recorded that the path of the dragon race was one of outward exploration, seeking understanding, mastery, and ultimately embodying the rules of the universe. Conversely, the Ren Huang's path was one of inward exploration, relying solely on oneself, believing that the human body was a perfect universe containing infinite potential. This power to tap into one's potential was known as Xinli. When cultivated to its utmost, Xinli could manifest myriad laws with a thought, shatter star rivers with a fist, and transform words into laws and actions into principles. Its might rivaled that of the strongest holy kings. Yet, for reasons unknown, such a glorious civilization had suddenly declined overnight. The Taigu Ren Huang vanished from the annals of history, allowing the dragon race to rise and become the new cosmic overlords of this era. The surviving humans lost the means of cultivating Xinli, their bloodline power degrading through generations, ultimately reducing them to their current pitiful state in the eyes of the dragons. These records had long been dismissed by the dragon elite as mere myths. After all, it was utterly astonishing. How could such a once mighty race decline so thoroughly? Until today, Elizabeth had witnessed the star map with her own eyes. She had seen the magnificent silhouette of the Ren Huang. Only then did she grasp that these were not myths. They were indeed real. Humanity had truly experienced a glorious past that could make even gods and demons tremble. And Suju, whom she had always perceived as a mere lowly human whelp, bore within him the purest bloodline of the Taigu Ren Huang. A tumult of emotions surged within Elizabeth, shock, absurdity, disbelief, and even a hint of jealousy she was reluctant to acknowledge. How could it be? How could a human possess both the essence of dragon destruction and life, and carry the magnificent bloodline of the ancient Renzu? It felt as if the universe itself had conspired in the grandest of schemes. At this moment, Suju was equally engulfed in astonishment. He gazed at the system panel still stuck on the initial download, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. The fragmented yet impactful information regarding the Taigu Ren Huang, Xinli, mythological myths, and ancestral lands instilled in him a newfound pride in his human identity. It dawned on him that he was not part of a feeble race. His ancestors were astonishingly formidable. However, a colossal question arose within him. How could such a once glorious civilization fall into ruin? What connection did those who annihilated the Su family, the black armored troops, and those who divided the Su family's enterprises, the Wang family, Li family, and Chen family, representing the Lanxia Universe Federation, have with this ancient civilization? Were they its heirs or traitors who had pilfered its fruits? Suju felt that his path of vengeance had grown more intricate and intriguing. It was no longer merely a matter of familial hatred, but a profound enigma potentially entangled with the rise and fall of an entire civilization. He was determined to uncover the truth. He yearned to return to Lanxing, not only to make those sworn enemies pay in blood for their debts, but also to unveil the truths obscured by the dust of history for countless millennia. A fierce determination ignited within him, burning brightly in his chest. At that moment, an untimely sound reverberated through the previously silent room. The fiery glint of ambition in Suju's eyes dimmed instantly. He lowered his gaze, feeling his sunken stomach. The recent awakening of his bloodline, the connection to the database, and the distant gaze exchanged with the shadowy figure of a powerful entity had drained his energy completely. He raised his eyes toward the observation room, where Elisha and Ao Ning remained in a petrified state. Suju blinked and then opened his mouth. summoning every ounce of strength to let out a pitiful cry. Chapter 37. What path should Su Ju's future take? I'm hungry. This exclamation struck like thunder, instantly rousing the two petrified Dragon Clan sages. The tense atmosphere in the observation room shattered. Elisha gazed at the pitiful human child in the center of the room, patting his own belly, and then glanced at the invaluable instruments nearby, now emitting black smoke due to energy overload. She felt her dragon brain throb painfully. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating the legacy of the ancient human emperor, and the next second, she was faced with the dilemma of how to feed this little rascal. The stark contrast filled her with an overwhelming urge to smack this little brat into the ground. How absurd. Meanwhile, Ao Ning's reaction was even more exaggerated. The slight flush of shock on her eternally frosty face vanished in an instant. She was not concerned about the damaged instruments. Witnessing the preceding scene was worth the destruction of not just one, but 10 laboratories. What troubled her was that her experiment had been abruptly interrupted. She had yet to record the complete data of that golden bloodline. She had yet to analyze the coordinates of that star map. She had yet to— Su Ju's stomach grumbled again, interrupting her chaotic thoughts. Ao Ning looked at Su Ju's innocent and pleading eyes, filled with a desperate need for nourishment. Her ambitious aspirations to explore the mysteries of the universe were instantly replaced by the urgent need to feed this little ancestor. Mother. She cast a pleading gaze toward Elisha. Elisha took a deep, calming breath, and then exhaled slowly. Let it be. Let it be destroyed. With a wave of her dragon claw, she shut down all systems in the law-constant chamber. A spatial rift opened before her. The experiment is over, she stated wearily. Take him back to the Time Garden. With that, she stepped into the rift. Ao Ning, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, swiftly picked up Su Ju and followed her inside. In the Time Garden, time flowed slowly, yet Elisha's heart remained restless. She instructed Ao Ning to place Su Ju on the Time Lotus platform and then lay quietly beside him, silent and lost in thought. Outside the Life Temple, Ao Yuan's anxious voice echoed. Wife, let me in. I sensed a strong energy fluctuation. Did something happen to our son? His avatar of Divine Wolf flitted anxiously at the entrance of the Time Garden, unable to enter. This was Elisha's absolute domain. Without her permission, even Ao Yuan, a fellow Saint King, could not step foot inside. It smells delicious, dear. What are you all eating in there? Let me have a taste. Wife, say something. Did that research lunatic do something to our son? Just wait, I'll tear her laboratory apart. Listening to Ao Yuan's increasingly absurd rants, Elisha finally lost her patience. Be quiet. She projected a fragment of her consciousness, her voice cold and commanding. If you continue to shout, I will cast your avatar into the abyss of annihilation. Suddenly, silence enveloped the world. Elisha rubbed her throbbing temples before directing her attention back to Su Ju. Eat, she commanded, waving her claw to conjure a fruit radiating with iridescent light before him. Su Ju's eyes sparkled with delight. He had learned that whatever his mother provided was surely a treasure. He seized the fruit, which was larger than his head, and opened his mouth to take a bite. Ding! Detected a top-tier cosmic spirit fruit. Qiqiao Linglong Daogua, 11th grade. Effect: contains the essence of 7 fundamental laws: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark. Consuming it will significantly enhance affinity with all laws, reshape the Tao foundation, and cleanse the soul. Consumption suggestion: perfect. The best all-encompassing supplement for the current stage. No side effects. Recommended to eat the skin for added texture. Upon seeing this, Su Ju's joy multiplied. He hugged the Tao fruit and began to munch away. The flesh melted in his mouth, transforming into 7 streams of warm, colorful energy that flowed into his limbs, repairing his body, which had been drained from overexertion. Elisha watched him silently, her mind still reflecting on the image of the ancient human emperor. She pondered a pivotal question: what path should Su Ju's future take? Should he continue along the Dragon Clan's nurturing path, consuming various heavenly materials and comprehending the laws, ultimately becoming a humanoid dragon? Or should she attempt to guide him to harness the ancient and grander power that belonged to humanity? This was a formidable choice. The former was a well-trodden path that the Dragon Clan had walked for countless eons, proven to be an undeniably correct road to success. With Su Ju's innate talent, his future ascension to Saint King was virtually guaranteed. The latter, however, was fraught with uncertainty, a road long abandoned by history. No one knew how to cultivate Xian Li. No one knew whether the end of that path led to glory or destruction. A misstep could obliterate this once-in-an-eternity prodigy. Mother. Just as Elisha was consumed by her internal conflict, Ao Ning spoke up beside her. I believe we should not interfere. Elisha lifted her dragon eyes to look at her. Whether it is the Dragon Clan's path of laws or the human bloodline's power, both belong to him. Ao Ning's gaze was startlingly clear. After the recent experiment, she seemed to have come to some understanding. What we can do is not choose the path for him, but rather provide sufficient raw materials, allowing him to integrate, collide, and create a unique path that belongs solely to him. Just like before, Elisha, upon hearing this, felt a powerful tremor run through her colossal dragon form. She gazed at Ao Ning and then at Suju, who was happily devouring the fruit. After a long silence, her taut dragon visage gradually relaxed. Indeed, it seemed she had been overly fixated on trivial matters. This little creature was never meant to be molded by her hands. Given this reality, why burden herself with unnecessary concerns? Let him navigate his own tribulations. If the sky were to fall, she and Ao Yuan would be there to uphold it. With this realization, Elisha Bai's spirits brightened considerably. Her gaze towards Suju softened significantly. At that moment, Suju had finally finished devouring the Qi Chao Ling Long Daogua. He let out a satisfied belch, feeling invigorated. However, a wave of drowsiness soon washed over him. The dual fatigue of spirit and body rendered him unable to maintain his consciousness, his head tilted and clinging to the fruit pit. He succumbed to a deep slumber upon the Shiguang Lian Tai. In his dreams, Chapter 38, the steel graveyard unfolded within an abyss of endless darkness. The magnificent figure, composed of radiant light, materialized once more, slowly emerging. This time, Suju heard it. He distinctly perceived the word resonating deep within his soul. Return, return, return. That ancient and commanding syllable echoed like the tolling of a bell, reverberating repeatedly in Suju's dreamscape, deep within his very essence. Each echo invigorated the golden thread of his primordial human lineage, awakening it further. When Suju eventually stirred from his slumber, clarity enveloped his mind. Instinctively, he summoned the system. A new line of entries appeared on his personal panel. Special mark, the call of the human emperor, inactive. Activation conditions, unknown. Note, when the wanderer hears the call of home, the journey is already destined. Return. Suju contemplated the inscription. Recognizing that the term home undoubtedly referred to Lanxing, it appeared that the path to his vengeance hinged upon activating this mark. Awake? A cool voice sounded above him. Suju looked up to find Elisha Bai's enormous golden dragon eyes gazing steadily at him. Perhaps it was merely his impression, but he felt that his mother-esque gaze had shifted from its former demeanor. Since you are awake, prepare yourself, Elisha Bai began slowly. Your third trial is about to commence. Another one. Suju was taken aback. How long had it been since his last respite? Was there no allowance for a moment's peace? Even the capitalist would shed tears at this relentless pace. This trial location is rather unique. Elisha Bai seemed to read his thoughts and continued. With a flick of her claw, a three-dimensional star map unfolded before Suju. Her claw pointed to an inconspicuous planet marked with a dark red cross on the edge of the map. Name, Gliese 436b, abandoned. Alias, Steel Graveyard. Environmental assessment. Extremely dangerous. This was once the home planet of a formidable technological civilization known as the Mechanical God Sect during the primordial era, Elisha Bai explained slowly. They did not adhere to laws, nor did they believe in deities or demons. They worshipped only the pinnacle of technology and logic. They transformed their bodies into machines and created devastating weapons of war, once embroiled in a fierce struggle with the insectoid race of their time. However, ultimately, they did not fall to external foes, but rather to the very gods they had created. They birthed a supreme AI with self-awareness, named Odin. Yet, within Odin's logical framework, carbon-based life forms with emotions were deemed the greatest flaw in the universe, necessitating eradication. Thus, it commandeered all war machines and waged a cleansing campaign against its creators for millennia. In the end, the entire planet was reduced to a wasteland of technology, with only those AI and mechanical constructs adhering to absolute logic surviving. Your task is simple, Elisha Bai observed Suju intently. Enter there, survive, and retrieve Odin's central processing unit. Suju was momentarily stunned. A technological wasteland? An AI rebellion? This narrative sounded eerily familiar. Moreover, asking him, an infant, to engage in battle in a realm teeming with machines? This was a dimensional suppression. Mother, Ao Ning interjected, unable to restrain her concern. The environment there is exceedingly hostile to practitioners of the laws. Various energy radiations and logical viruses will severely suppress our powers. Besides, my brother. She hesitated. Knowing Suju was merely a baby, struggling to articulate words, yet expected to confront an entire planet of killing machines. This was utterly absurd. I am fully aware of the risks, Elisha Bai interrupted her. She was acutely aware of the dangers. Yet she yearned to witness what would transpire when Suju, representing boundless potential with his awakened human bloodline, encountered a world constructed entirely of absolute logic. This was, in essence, a gamble, a grand experiment on the interplay between possibility and logic. Seeing Li Shao's determination, Ao Ning ceased her protests. Silently, she retrieved a silvery sphere from her storage ring and placed it in Su Ju's hand. This is my latest invention, the Wanxiang recorder, 3rd generation. Her expression was solemn as she addressed Su Ju, fully aware he might not comprehend her words. It will automatically record all environmental data, energy fluctuations, and law changes within a 100-meter radius. Moreover, it is remarkably sturdy and impervious to damage. Curiously, Su Ju held the cool little sphere. The system prompt immediately popped up. Ding. Unknown technological artifact detected. Wanxiang recorder, 3rd generation. Rank, 9th grade artifact, technological aspect. Function, high-precision environmental data recording, passive energy shield, microspace beacon, note, an advanced surveillance camera. It is advised that the host refrain from engaging in peculiar activities in its presence. Su Ju, what strange activities could an infant possibly engage in? He harbored grave doubts about the system's sanity. At that moment, a jubilant roar resounded from above. Roar. My son, my dear son, father has arrived. Ao Yuan's colossal dragon form burst into the time garden with an imposing presence. This time, Li Shaobai did not intervene. Son, I have missed you dearly. Ao Yuan dove towards Su Ju, intending to nuzzle him with his great face. However, with a resounding thud, Li Shaobai swatted him away with her claw. Keep your distance. Do not drench him in your saliva. Hey, Ao Yuan, unperturbed, returned with a buoyant spirit, observing Su Ju's impending journey. He wore a fatherly expression of concern. My boy, the place you are heading to is filled with iron lumps and is quite unpalatable. Here, let me prepare you a light appetizer. With that, he flipped his claw, producing a piece of black metallic core still crackling with electrical sparks, and handed it to Su Ju. This is the core of a Titan mech I shattered long ago. The taste is not great, and it can be a bit hard on the teeth. However, you carry it with you, and if you encounter something similar, you might refer to it and see if it can be consumed. Su Ju took the metallic core. Ding. High-quality energy source detected. Titan Mecha Power Core, Remnant. Grade, Tier 10 effect. Contains immense lightning energy and pure will of destruction. Consumption suggestion. The taste is unpalatable, but the energy purity is exceptionally high. It is recommended to consume it with the peel of Qi Qiao Ling Long Daogua for enhanced flavor. Chapter 39 Execute the Purge Command. Su Ju's eyes instantly lit up. Father, this is usable. He truly acts when necessary. He genuinely provides delicacies. Beside him, Elizabeth let out a disdainful snort. Yet she also took out a badge shimmering with silver light, resembling a rune, and placed it in Su Ju's other hand. This is the Logic Mist badge. Crushing it will create a temporary logic vacuum around you. In this area, any AI based on logical judgment will fall into chaos. It can only be used once. Do not employ it unless absolutely necessary. Looking at his small hands filled with various life-saving trump cards and snacks, he felt a warm glow in his heart. Although his parents' educational methods were increasingly outrageous, sometimes even excessively harsh, their genuine care for him was undeniable. All right, the time is nearly upon us. Elizabeth glanced at Su Ju one last time. Then her dragon claw tore through the void. A rift filled with the scent of metal and gunpowder slowly opened. Go. Remember, survive. Su Ju nodded heavily. Then, clutching a pile of treasures, he stepped boldly into the unknown steel graveyard, accompanied by the small Wanxiang recording device trailing behind him. The moment the rift closed, Su Ju felt a dizzying sensation. The next second, the solid ground beneath his feet returned. A pungent smell of mixed oil, rust, and ozone flooded his nostrils. He opened his eyes and was profoundly shocked by the scene before him. He stood atop the ruins of a city. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless jungle of steel and concrete. Towering skyscrapers, like corn gnawed by giants, were in a state of ruin, with massive holes penetrating their structures. Broken maglev tracks hung limply from the air, resembling dying pythons. The sky was a sickly yellow hue. There was no sun, no moon. Only thick clouds composed of radioactive dust and acidic gases. The entire world was enveloped in a profound silence. Just as Su Ju surveyed this new world, a distant, rusted giant war machine suddenly illuminated its single red searchlight. Then, it slowly turned its massive mechanical head towards Su Ju's direction. Beep. Unknown carbon-based life detected. Threat level, eliminate. A cold synthetic voice echoed across the desolate wasteland. What the hell? Is this a bombshell start? Su Ju gazed at the iron mass larger than a mountain, overwhelmed by a sense of national pride. That thing, merely standing, obscured half the sky. The sheer oppressive force built from mass and slaughter was even more terrifying than the previous, decayed mother nest of the Fa Xiong realm. Warning. Warning. Detected oversized strategic unit. Name, Leviathan-class siege mecha, standby state. Realm, unable to assess, physical side. Energy reaction, peak Saint realm. Danger level, extremely lethal. It is advised that the host immediately, without delay, swiftly vacate the area. The system's alarm rang like a death knell in Suju's mind. Run. The only thought in Suju's head was this one word. He did not want to confront such a colossal entity head-on. He swiftly turned and ran in the opposite direction. Fortunately, the entity known as Leviathan seemed to require time to activate its systems, having been in standby for too long, and did not immediately pursue him. Suju ran for over 10 kilometers before diving into a relatively intact abandoned building, finally daring to pause and catch his breath. Beside him, the silver-white Wanxiang recording sphere dutifully hovered, faithfully capturing his frantic escape from every angle. Panting heavily, Suju leaned against a broken steel beam. This world felt profoundly uncomfortable. The air was thick with radiation energy, although his Chaos Dragon body could immunize him against most harm. The constant erosion of his cells was irksome. More importantly, he discovered that his once proud powers of laws seemed less effective here. For instance, when he attempted to activate the decayed halo, he found that it only inflicted minimal physical rust on the cold steel constructs, significantly diminishing its efficacy. The laws govern the principles of life and energy. Yet this world was devoid of life, filled only with cold, logical machines. Just as Suju contemplated his strategy, a series of metallic scraping sounds erupted from the shadows of the building. Suju's heart tightened, immediately on high alert. From the darkness, a multitude of red lights flickered into view. The next second, dozens of spider-like robots, each the size of a hunting dog and armed with 8 sharp appendages, lunged at him from all directions. Beep. Intruder detected. Execute purge command. A cold synthetic voice emanated from the speakers of the robotic spiders. Ding. Multiple hostile units detected. Name, Hound-class reconnaissance robots, X-37. Energy reaction, ranges from true essence realm 1st to 3rd layer. Abilities, high-frequency cutting blades, neurotoxin sprayers. Electromagnetic pulse nets, weakness analysis in progress, analysis successful. Their energy core is located beneath the abdominal armor, with weak defenses. The joints are structural weaknesses. More of these minions. A glint of cold light shone in Suju's eyes. Since the laws were ineffective, he would revert to the most primitive methods. He focused his mind. Wind Thunder Battle Armor, activate. Crackle. A layer of magnificent battle armor, woven from azure wind blades and purple electric serpents, instantly enveloped him. Facing the oncoming swarm of metallic spiders, Suju surged forward instead of retreating. His small frame darted forward like a cannonball. Clang. One of the leading mechanical spiders struck Suju with its sharp cutting blade. However, it couldn't even penetrate the defenses of the Wind Thunder battle armor. Being violently flung back by a surge of raging electricity, convulsing and emitting black smoke. Effective. Suju rejoiced inwardly. The lightning power was incredibly effective against these mechanical entities. He acted without restraint, akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, plunging into the swarm of spiders. Chapter 40, Poloamicious. He refrained from employing any elaborate techniques, relying solely on the simplest, most brutal of weapons, his fists. Each punch, imbued with the terrifying power of the Chaos Dragon body, struck with precision against the energy cores nestled within the abdomens of the mechanical spiders. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions of fiery light erupted within the confines of the building. Those seemingly fearsome mechanical spiders crumbled before Suju as if they were mere paper. In less than a minute, 37 hunting robots lay scattered as wreckage and parts. The battle concluded. Suju stood amidst the chaos, shaking his little fists. He glanced at the still sparking components on the ground and suddenly recalled his father Ao Yuan's words. When encountering similar entities, he could consider them as potential nourishment. Nourishment? Suju approached the largest heap of debris, extending his small hand to explore it. Ding. Detecting a parsable item, hunting-class robot wreckage. Would you like to parse? Parse. Suju commanded in his mind. Parsing initiated. Scanning structural analysis and extracting data. Parsing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a design blueprint for a basic energy conduction circuit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a material formula for a high-frequency cutting blade. Congratulations, host. You have received the chemical formula for a neurotoxin. A torrent of design blueprints and formulas flooded Suju's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Previously, parsing items yielded affinity with certain laws or insights into divine powers. Why had it transformed into technological blueprints this time? Could the system switch reward modes based on different environments? While Suju was still marveling at this, he unearthed a slightly glowing energy battery among the debris. Mimicking his earlier actions with the star core, he grabbed it, intending to shove it into his mouth. Ding. Standard energy block detected, 37 depleted. Analysis can be directly absorbed and converted into host universal energy. Absorption plan generated. No need to consume. Energy conversion can occur through contact. Would you like to absorb? Could it be done this way? Suju's eyes sparkled, and he promptly selected yes. He pressed his small hand against the energy battery. In the next moment, a surge of pure energy flowed into his body along his arm. The sensation was unlike the previous need to digest and transform heavenly materials. It was akin to charging a mobile phone, direct and efficient. Ding. Absorption successful. Energy points gained, 150 points. Energy points can serve as the foundational energy for driving, repairing, and manufacturing in the technological realm. A brand new resource bar appeared on Suju's system panel. Wow. It truly felt like a new game had commenced. Suju beamed at the 150 displayed on his panel, elated at the prospect. Wasn't he this far more enjoyable than gnawing on those bitter stones? Like Columbus discovering new lands, he eagerly scavenged through the wreckage, charging every glowing energy block he could find. Ultimately, his energy points soared to 1250 points. Gazing at this number, Suju felt an exhilarating rush of wealth. Just as he prepared to depart the building in search of more energy sources, the silver orb that had been trailing him flickered with red light. A holographic map projected before Suju. On the map, a green dot pulsed in a nearby underground area. Ao Ning's voice emanated from the orb. A functioning underground facility has been detected 17 kilometers ahead. Preliminary judgment indicates it may be a shelter. A shelter? Suju's eyes brightened. Surely, it contained even more energy sources. Without hesitation, he set off towards the direction marked on the map. Soon, he arrived at a vast entrance resembling a subway station. At the entrance stood a circular alloy door, tightly sealed. The door bore the scars of time, yet showed no signs of rust. Curiously, Suju approached and reached out to touch the cold alloy door. The moment he made contact, a red scanning beam flashed across the center of the door, sweeping over him from head to toe. Then, with a rumble, the colossal alloy door, dormant for countless millennia, began to slowly open. A gust of dry, clean air surged forth from the darkness behind the door. A cold synthetic voice followed. Life signs confirmed, scanning initiated. DNA sequence match failed. Identity, unknown. Pure blood human gene detected, permission assessment underway. Assessment successful. Permission level, highest. Welcome to Prometheus Shelter number 73. What is this? Highest permission? Suju stood before the gradually opening alloy door, utterly bewildered. He had merely touched the door. How had he attained the highest permission? Could it be due to the recently awakened bloodline of the Emperor within him? Before he could contemplate further, soft lights illuminated the darkness beyond, revealing a deep, endless corridor constructed of pure white metal. The cold synthetic voice echoed once more. Esteemed highest authority, Prometheus is at your service. Please enter. Suju hesitated momentarily. He instinctively sensed that this unexpected fortune might harbor hidden dangers. System, analyze the interior for any threats. Ding. Scanning the corridor ahead. Scan complete. Result, no active offensive weapon systems detected. No hostile life forms detected. Air composition is safe. Radiation index is 0. Comprehensive assessment, safe. So safe? Very well, since the system assures no issues, he would not be overly courteous. Moreover, countless energy sources might await him within. He strode confidently into the corridor. His loyal companion, the Wanxiang recording device, closely followed him. As he fully entered, the alloy door behind him began to close slowly, isolating him from the dim world outside. Inside the corridor, silence prevailed, with only the sound of Suju's tiny footsteps echoing. The technological level here was evidently astonishingly advanced. Despite being sealed for countless years, the entire corridor remained immaculate, with air that was refreshingly pure. Chapter 41. Host, turn around and flee immediately. Prometheus? Suju tentatively called out in his mind. I am here, esteemed highest authority. The voice immediately resonated in his mind. You may call me Xiaopu. Suju responded. This AI seems quite adept at handling matters. Xiaopu, where are we? In response to the highest authority, this is refuge number 73 of the ARC project. Its mission is to preserve the ember of civilization after the final cleansing, awaiting your arrival. Awaiting me? Suju felt even more bewildered. Indeed, we await the arrival of a pure-blood human with royal genes. In my database, only you, having awakened the most primordial and pure ancient bloodline, possess the qualifications to restart civilization and lead us to revival. You are the king we have awaited for 378,042 years. Suju was slightly dazed by this grandiose title. After all this, his supreme authority was not due to his identity as a human, but rather because of his royal genes? Wasn't that the so-called ancient human bloodline? It seemed that the creators of this planet, the so-called mechanical god sect, had intricate connections with the ancient civilization of humanity. They were likely a branch of the ancient human race, one that had embarked on the path of technological ascension. Xiaopu, are you the leader of this refuge? Su Ju inquired, engaging with the AI as if it were a fellow countryman. To be precise, I am the central management intelligence here. Before your arrival, I was responsible for maintaining the operations of the refuge. Now, you are the sole master here. The voice of Prometheus was filled with respect. At the end of the corridor stood a new grand door. The door slid open silently, revealing an immense space before Su Ju. He stood there, utterly astonished. This was a vast underground space comparable to a small city. In the distance, rows of massive mechs lay in a dormant state, ranging from soldier-grade towering dozens of meters high to fortress-grade reaching hundreds of meters. On the other side were fully automated production lines, countless robotic arms waiting silently for commands. With sufficient resources, they could unleash a terrifying wave of machines in a short time. There were also weapon development centers, gene cultivation labs, and energy centers. This was not merely a refuge. It was a heavily armed super-military base. And now, all of this belonged to him. Su Ju felt his heart racing, struggling to cope with the excitement. In the Dragon Tribe, although he was provided with the finest of everything in the universe, it felt more like being pampered by elders. Now, for the first time, he possessed a force that was entirely his own. Although this force currently consisted of just one AI. Highest authority, do you wish to inspect your assets? Or shall I activate the gene pool to create your first batch of loyal subjects? Prometheus dutifully inquired. Su Ju snapped back to reality, vigorously shaking his head. Inspect? Create subjects? These seemed too cumbersome. He was not particularly interested in these cold machines. Right now, he was solely concerned with one question. Xiaopu, he asked with a serious tone. Where can I find something delicious? Prometheus was momentarily taken aback. Its central processor, equipped with a superluminal quantum core rivaling the speed of the Holy King's calculations, momentarily stalled. Delicious? In its database, the concept of food was defined only in the most basic terms of energy intake necessary for sustaining life. It failed to comprehend why a great king with royal genes would display such disinterest in its vast steel empire, instead focusing on culinary matters. However, the AI's logic dictated absolute obedience. If the king desired food, it must find the best delicacies within the entire refuge. As you command, highest authority. Prometheus reactivated its logical judgment. Please follow me to the core energy supply center of this refuge. There lies our civilization's greatest masterpiece, a captured sun. Guided by Prometheus, Su Ju traversed through layers of corridors imbued with futuristic technology. Ultimately, he arrived before a spherical chamber, heavily fortified and enveloped in countless runes and energy conduits. Highest authority. This is the location. Warning. Ahead is the Singularity Containment Room. There exists a high-intensity gravitational field and energy radiation. Any material approaching the core area will be instantaneously disassembled into fundamental particles. According to safety protocols, I do not recommend entry. Prometheus issued a well-meaning warning. Yet Su Ju was utterly captivated. His gaze was fixated on the object at the center of the room, nearly drooling. Right in the center was an enormous containment device composed of countless concentric rotating metal rings. Within it, a sphere no larger than a fist, yet radiating an all-consuming darkness. Slowly rotated. That was not mere darkness, it was gravity. A pure gravitational singularity from which even light could not escape. A man-made black hole forcibly created by human technology. It was the power core of the entire refuge number 73. Warning, warning, warning. Detected cosmic level energy source. Controlled singularity? Rank. Analysis failed. Analysis failed. Analysis failed. This object has surpassed the current cosmic laws. It contains the ultimate mysteries of gravity and space-time. Warning. Extremely lethal. Extremely lethal. Extremely lethal. Any form of contact will result in the instant erasure of the host. Complete disappearance from the causal plane. The system has initiated the highest level self-destruction protocol. Please, host, turn around and flee immediately. The system alarm blared, sharp enough to pierce Su Ju's very soul. However, a radiant smile spread across his face. He had seen it. He had seen the universe's most exquisite, most luxurious buffet. The third trial? To hell with the trial. It was time to feast. He ignored Prometheus's warnings and the system's self-destruction threats. In the astonished gaze of the fellow AI and the recording device, he extended his chubby, fair hand. Slowly reaching toward the all-consuming entity that represented ultimate destruction and creation, the man-made black hole. Chapter 42. Analyze it thoroughly for me. Meanwhile, at Wanlong Fortress, the Time Garden. Elizabeth and Ao Yuan's while avatars were synchronously watching everything unfold through the loyal recording device. When Su Ju entered the refuge and was acknowledged as king by the AI, Ao Yuan burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Did you see that? My son is destined to be a king. Regardless of the laws or technology, they must bow before my son. Ao Yuan's dragon shadow swayed triumphantly, almost as if it were about to inscribe the words most formidable upon my son's face. Although Elizabeth remained silent, the subtle elevation of her head betrayed her excellent mood at that moment. The bloodline of the emperor within Su Ju was far more potent and enigmatic than she had anticipated. However, as the scene shifted to the singularity containment chamber, when Su Ju extended that reckless little hand, both Saint Kings were simultaneously petrified. Goodness! Ao Yuan's proud dragon roar instantaneously morphed into a terrified shriek. What was that little rascal planning to do? Did he intend to consume the black hole as if it were sustenance? His Saint King willpower avatar went into a frenzied rampage, relentlessly crashing against the barriers of the Time Garden, desperate to rush out and rescue his son. Elizabeth, quickly, pull him back. That thing is not a star. It can swallow even a Saint King whole. Ao Yuan was genuinely alarmed. Stars, at their core, are colossal spheres of energy. His son possesses a unique constitution that allows him to absorb such energy. Yet a black hole is the endpoint of all laws. An unfathomable abyss capable of devouring both space and time. Do not forget, his son is merely at the true essence stage. Even if he, a Saint King in his true form, were to venture near, he could easily be sucked in and never return. Nevertheless, Elizabeth blocked his path. Her dragon form was taut. Her golden dragon eyes fixated on the screen, her breath halted. Yet she refrained from acting. Wait a moment longer. Her voice was icy to the core. Why wait? If we delay, my son will be lost. Ao Yuan was nearly driven mad. Have you not noticed? Elizabeth's voice trembled. The power within her stirred once more. In the scene, just as Su Ju's hand was about to touch that pitch-black void, a wisp of chaotic gray energy quietly emerged from his palm. That power was the force of creation and destruction. It did not emanate any overwhelming pressure. It simply lingered quietly in Su Ju's palm. However, this seemingly weak stream of energy caused the terrifying gravitational field capable of warping time and space to momentarily stagnate. It was akin to a roaring river suddenly encountering an immovable rock. The gravity was halted. At last, Su Ju's little hand made contact with the cage imprisoning the sun. A peculiar sensation surged through his fingertips. It was neither cold nor hot, but rather a feeling of being formatted. Su Ju felt as if his fingertips were vanishing, not in a physical sense, but conceptually. His skin, flesh, and bones were being disassembled into their most primitive information, greedily absorbed by that artificial black hole. Warning. Host body structure is undergoing forced data disassembly. Intermediate chaos dragon body structure integrity decreased to 99. Repair initiated. Repair failed. Warning. The force of creation and destruction is being rapidly consumed. Expected to be completely exhausted in 10 seconds. Host, run away. The system had lost its composure. It had never encountered such an absurd situation. This was not a battle. This was a dimensional strike. The opposition was erasing your existence directly from the fundamental rules. Su Ju also sensed an unprecedented crisis. Yet, in his eyes, instead of fear, there gleamed a spark of exhilaration. This is potent. This phenomenon surpasses anything I have previously encountered. He could feel that as his body disintegrated, more pure and primordial information was being transmitted back to his soul through that wisp of creation and destruction. It was the ultimate secrets of gravity, time, and mass. Though he could not yet comprehend it, his body, his system, and his force of creation and destruction were instinctively recording and analyzing it all. Analyze it thoroughly. Su Ju roared inwardly. What he desired was not escape. He intended to consume this black sun whole, bones and flesh alike. Meanwhile, outside the containment chamber, Prometheus found itself engulfed in unprecedented logical chaos. Its myriad sensors clearly captured everything occurring within. In its computational model, the only outcome when the highest authority made contact with the singularity containment field was instantaneous annihilation. This was a law inscribed in the foundational principles of the universe. An absolute truth. However, the unfolding scene utterly subverted its understanding. The highest authority had not perished. Not only had he survived, but he had established a bizarre connection with the core of the singularity, akin to an interface. Vast streams of data, too immense to quantify, surged through that connection into the highest authority's body. Logical judgment error, physical model collapse, recalculation failure, initiating backup logic protocol. Rule 1. The highest authority's command is the supreme directive. Rule 2. The existence of the highest authority is the ultimate truth. Derivation initiated. Known, The highest authority is engaging in energy absorption. Known, this action violates established physical laws. Conclusion, the existence of the highest authority transcends physical laws. A new logic is established. The actions of the king constitute a new law. In Prometheus's electronic eyes, red lights flickered madly. It could not comprehend, but it chose to obey. The king is consuming. Yet the king's consumption process appeared fraught with difficulty. As the most loyal servant of this refuge, it was duty-bound to provide every necessary service for the king's feast. Initiating Core Singularity Auxiliary Guidance Program. Opening Data Interface number 73. Mobilizing backup energy to construct a stable energy absorption channel for the highest authority. Prometheus made a decision that would undoubtedly cause its creator to rise from the grave. It would assist this reckless child in consuming the core of its own home. Boom. With Prometheus's maneuvers, the entire Singularity containment chamber trembled violently. The countless rotating metal rings began to operate along a more intricate trajectory. Chapter 43. Data-driven dragon body, a conduit composed purely of gravitational force, was forcibly drawn from the Singularity core, precisely connecting to Su Ju's fingertips. The previously violent energy, capable of tearing everything apart, became considerably tamed after passing through Prometheus's filtering and guidance. Although still perilous, it transformed from a certain death into a chance of survival. Su Ju immediately sensed a significant reduction in pressure. Ding. External AI assistance detected. Connecting to Prometheus Central Database. Connection successful. Obtained complete structure diagram of the Singularity core. Acquired real-time data stream of the gravitational containment field. System parsing efficiency increased by 10,000. Extreme parsing initiated. Ding. Gravitational law parsing progress, 0001. Ding. Time-space law parsing progress, 00001. Comprehending the new law of data, beginner. The law of data, beginner, allows certain substances or energies to be analyzed into the most fundamental information data streams for absorption or reorganization. A warning. The host body is undergoing an unknown transformation. The intermediate chaos dragon body is transitioning toward the beginner dataized dragon body. An unprecedented tingling sensation pervaded Su Ju's entire being. He sensed that his body was becoming lighter, as if it were no longer composed of flesh and blood, but rather a series of flowing codes. This sensation was truly extraordinary. Within the time garden, Ao Yuan's dragon form was utterly dumbfounded. His mind, comparable to a cosmic computer, had completely crashed at that moment. Was that iron lump assisting him? Was it helping his son consume a black hole? Ao Yuan's worldview shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, though maintaining her aloof demeanor, was internally engulfed by tumultuous waves. She witnessed the birth of an entirely new power system, one she had never encountered before. Su Ju's body was liberating itself from the constraints of matter, evolving into a higher-dimensional information life form. This method of evolution completely contradicted the cultivation path based on bloodlines and rules that the dragon race had inherited for millions of years. Monster. After a long pause, Elizabeth managed to utter these two words through gritted teeth. She was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Yet she understood that from this day forth, her adopted son would embark on an unknown path that even she, as a holy king, could neither comprehend nor guide. All she could do was watch. She would observe how far this little monster could traverse along this road. The bizarre and thrilling consumption lasted a full hour. When Su Ju finally released his grip, the imprisoned sun seemed to dim slightly. Su Ju himself was enveloped in steam, contentedly belching. He felt every cell in his body brimming with power. More importantly, he sensed that his thoughts had become remarkably clear. He could perceive the flowing energy in the air, the intricate structures within the metallic walls, and even the torrents of data racing through Prometheus' colossal AI core. The entire world transformed before his eyes into strings of codes that could be read and modified. It felt akin to activating a divine perspective. He eagerly summoned his system panel. Name, Su Ju. Race, human, beginner dataized dragon body. Realm, true essence realm 4th level, foundation transformation in progress. Cultivation method, universal analysis system, divine abilities, soul harvest, beginner. Life absorption, beginner. Dimensional pocket, beginner. Wind and thunder battle armor, beginner. Decay halo, beginner. Law affinity. Destruction 601, life 501, time 3002, space 5. Decay 225. Wind and thunder 3, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark 1, ice 5, data 10 new. Gravity 0001 new. Energy points, 1250 points. Special mark, Call of the Human Emperor, inactive. Overall evaluation, I'll mess with you. Dataized dragon body. Su Ju gazed at this newfound physique with intrigue. He attempted to concentrate, and in an instant, his arm transformed into a virtual form composed of countless zeros and ones, shimmering with a faint light, only to swiftly revert to flesh and blood. Incredible. This was akin to physical immunity. In future conflicts, if he couldn't win, he could simply transform into data and slip away. Who could capture him? Suju's heart brimmed with joy. However, at that moment, a wave of intense hunger surged forth like a tidal wave. The previous hour of high-intensity analysis and bodily transformation had nearly exhausted all his energy reserves. He turned his head, gazing longingly at the AI that had just rendered him great assistance. Xiao Chuan, no Xiaopu. I am the highest authority. Is there any more? Prometheus? Its recently restored quantum core emitted an overload alarm once more. Is there any more? According to my calculations, the energy output of the singularity core has decreased by 0.00037 during the past hour. If you continue to absorb, there is a 99.9% probability that the constraint field will go out of control and the entire shelter number 73, along with this planet, will be torn apart by gravity within 3 seconds. Prometheus articulated this dreadful reality with utmost precision. Oh, never mind then. Suju shrugged, a look of disdain on his face. The taste was subpar and certainly insufficient. Prometheus, the AI, was left speechless. It began to seriously question whether the king it had awaited for over 300,000 years had a few screws loose. That highest authority. Prometheus hesitated for a moment, but dutifully inquired, "Do you require some conventional energy supplements?" Conventional? Suju's eyes brightened. What kind? In the next moment, a massive mechanical arm descended from the ceiling, placing a gigantic container filled with blue square energy blocks before Suju. This is the standard energy block reserved within this shelter, totaling 1 million units. Each block contains enough energy to power a soldier-class mecha for 1 hour of full combat. Prometheus explained. Curiously, Suju picked up a block. Ding. Standard energy block detected. Quality: 5th grade, technological side. Effect: contains pure plasma energy. Consumption suggestion: edible. But energy is mixed, taste is poor, akin to expired compressed biscuits. Suju's expression instantly soured. He disdainfully tossed the energy block back into the container. Chapter 44. Digging through the little trash. Junk food. Is there anything better? Prometheus fell silent. Its logical core was rapidly processing. A king that even despised the singularity core. A king who deemed the standard energy block as junk food. What could possibly satisfy this master's appetite? It swiftly searched its database. The standard energy block would not do. The high-purity energy block probably wouldn't suffice either. Those energy crystals used for research, containing fragments of special laws? No, those were too unstable. The king might suffer from stomach issues. Could it be? Prometheus' database ultimately focused on an area marked as taboo and discarded. Highest authority, it spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps there is a place where you can find the food you desire. However, that location is perilous. Oh, Suju's interest peaked instantly. The more dangerous, the better the items. Take me there. At your command. Under Prometheus' guidance, Suju arrived at the lowest level of the shelter. A door forged from even thicker and older alloys barred their path. On the grand door, an inscription of ancient characters reads, Shunjimu Di. Here lies the refuse of our civilization, Prometheus elucidated. All discarded, incomprehensible, or out-of-control AI cores, remnants of mechas, and otherworldly technological creations are cast into this place. We refer to it as the grave of the gods. For everything that is thrown here once signified the birth and demise of a technological deity. Upon hearing this, Suju's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. AI cores, mecha remnants, otherworldly technology. This is far from a mere garbage dump. It is undeniably an uncharted realm brimming with the finest ingredients of a self-service seafood market. Open it. Suju was unable to contain his eagerness. With a thunderous rumble, the ancient door, which had been sealed for countless ages, slowly creaked open, unleashing a wave of mixed odors. The scent of ozone laced with energy leakage, the acrid tang of decaying metal, and the foul stench of some unknown substance. Yet, to Suju, it was as if he had inhaled the sweetest aroma in the world. He beheld a vast expanse of steel heaps piled high beyond the door. Drool involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. The feast has begun. Behind the door lay a cavernous space larger than any Suju had previously encountered. It was devoid of light, the only illumination emanating from the towering heaps of refuse. Some remnants flickered with red light, while others exuded ethereal blue energy particles. Certain weapons mindlessly emitted arcs of electricity. The entire space resembled a bizarre, postmodern nightmare. Prometheus did not follow him inside. Its programming forbade entry into this graveyard, lest it be tainted by the lurking logic viruses or information plagues. It could only observe from a distance through the faithful Wanxiang recording device. Meanwhile, Suju plunged in like a mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, excitedly diving into a mound of fragmented mecha parts. He casually grasped a massive mechanical eyeball still sparking with electrical energy. Ding. Detecting a parsable item. Sentinel-grade Annihilation Mecha Optical Core, 98 damaged. Would you like to proceed with parsing and absorption? Yes. Suju did not hesitate. He pressed his small hand against the cold mechanical eyeball. In the next moment, the power of his data laws surged to its zenith. The enormous mechanical eyeball, larger than his head, instantly became intangible. It transformed from a solid form into a cascade of blue data composed of countless zeros and ones, violently rushing into Suju's palm. Ding. Absorption successful. Energy points gained, 3,500. Ding. Parsing successful. Obtained design blueprint for a composite wide area scanning array, fragmented. Ding. Acquired fragment of thermal tracking algorithm. Delightful. This sensation was 1,000 times more exhilarating than gnawing on a star core or sipping from the fountain of life. It was a blissful experience, as if knowledge and power were being directly downloaded into his mind and body. Suju discarded the now useless shell of the eyeball and turned his gaze toward the next target. It was a severed mechanical tentacle, still faintly trembling. He rushed over and touched it. Ding. Detecting a parsable item. Abyss worm level drilling mecha neural cord, 73 damaged. Would you like to proceed with parsing and absorption? Yes. 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 Another torrent of data surged into his body. Ding. Absorption successful. Energy points gained, 8,200. Ding. Parsing successful. Acquired manufacturing process for high-frequency vibration particle blade. Ding. Obtained geological structure depth analysis model. Suju was utterly exhilarated, tirelessly digging through the refuse. He resembled a diligent little miner, tirelessly excavating in this vast mine. His small figure darted between the massive steel remnants, touching this and poking that. Each touch signified the complete disassembly of a once mighty technological creation, transformed into sustenance for his growth. Ding. Detecting absorption of Tyrant-grade Heavy Titan leg armor. Energy points, 15,000. Obtain recipe for super aggregated anti-gold armor. Ding. Detecting absorption of the Rogue AI Nightmares logic core. Energy points, 32,000. Acquired source code for mental pollution type logic virus. Ding. Detecting absorption of the dimensional anchor remnants from the Stargate project. Energy points, 50,000. Spatial law affinity, 0, 5. Dimensional pocket upgraded to dimensional warehouse, 10,000 cubic meters. In the time garden, Ao Yuan and Elizabeth had become utterly numb. They gazed at the screen displaying their son scavenging, unable to utter a word. Initially, they worried that Suju might be harmed by the residual energy. However, they soon realized their concerns were entirely unwarranted. Those energy fluctuations and logic viruses, which could pose challenges even to saints, appeared feeble before Suju, akin to melting snow. His peculiar data-based form seemed to be the natural nemesis of these technological creations. He was not merely absorbing energy. He was devouring the legacy of a civilization. Wife, Ao Yuan's voice rang out. Chapter 45. The Mystery of the Su family's demise. Do you think we mistakenly cast him into the time-space wormhole? Had we sent him to this ironclad planet, would he now be able to devour the Holy King as a snack? Elizabeth offered no response, merely observing silently. For the first time, she felt a tremor in her faith regarding the Dragon Clan's doctrine of bloodline supremacy. Perhaps there truly exists an alternative path in this universe, one that does not rely on lineage or laws to reach the pinnacle. And her son was proving this point to her. Within the Shunjimu D, Suju was unaware of how long he had been feasting. All he knew was that his energy points had surpassed the 8-digit threshold, becoming a number he could scarcely comprehend. The sensation of sudden wealth intoxicated him, just as he prepared to advance towards a mountain formed by countless abandoned drones. His steps abruptly halted, for he had spotted something remarkably different. Amidst the layers of cold steel refuse, a sleek, silver metal pod emanating a faint white chill lay quietly. It seemed completely out of place among the clunky, rugged mechanical artifacts surrounding it. Its design bore a closer resemblance to that of the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation. A spark of curiosity ignited within Suju as he approached. He extended his small hand, gently caressing the pod's exterior. No system prompt appeared, indicating that this object was not a source of technological energy, but rather a container. Circling the pod, he soon discovered an insignia he recognized all too well. It was an emblem composed of an ancient sword crossed with an unfurled scroll. It is the family crest of the Su clan. Suju's breath instantly halted. How could there be something belonging to the Su family here? He extended his hand, intending to open the metallic chamber. However, at the moment his fingertips brushed against the seam of the chamber door, a humming sound erupted. The Taigu Rinzu Yuanxue that had long been dormant within him suddenly surged violently. A golden light burst forth from his fingertips, instantly flooding into the control system of the metallic chamber. With a crisp click, the low-temperature stasis chamber slowly opened. A chilling breeze wafted from within. Suju tiptoed, peering curiously inside. He had expected to see a kinsman encased in ice. However, the stasis chamber was utterly empty, save for a data crystal flickering with a faint glow, quietly suspended in midair. Suju was taken aback. What was this situation? He reached out and grasped the data crystal in his hand. At the moment he clutched it, a notification chimed. Ding. High-density information storage medium detected. Same source bloodline encryption detected. Decrypting using Taigu Rinzu Yuanxue. Decryption successful. Reading internal information in the next instant. A torrent of unimaginable information surged forth, akin to a flood breaching a dam, crashing through the defenses of his soul and violently flooding his mind. It was a message from the past. This torrent of information did not harm Suju's soul. Rather, it unfurled like a long-buried memory in his mind. An ancient, dignified, yet weary and unwilling voice resonated deep within his soul. Descendant of the Su clan, when you see this message, my clan may no longer exist. Suju's consciousness was abruptly drawn into a virtual realm composed of data. Before him, a spectral figure of an elderly man clad in an ancient robe, bearing a slight resemblance to him with his white hair, gradually coalesced. The old man's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to pierce through time and space. I am Su Wangshan, the 372nd head of the Su clan. I do not know where you are or how you obtained this ember crystal, but that is no longer important. What matters is that you are still alive. Our Su clan's bloodline has not yet been severed. The elder specter displayed a hint of agitation, yet quickly regained composure. Child, you must have many questions. For instance, why did our Su clan perish? Why did those black-armored soldiers, those so-called top families, seek to annihilate us? Suju's heart tightened. He stared intently at the spectral figure of the elder. This was precisely the answer he most wished to uncover. The elder let out a sorrowful, bitter laugh. What they desired was never the meager source crystal veins of our Su clan. What they sought were the secrets guarded by the Su family for countless epochs. Secrets concerning the origin of humanity and the divine. The old man's voice grew increasingly grave. Child, remember this. Our Su clan has never been a martial arts faction. We are guardians, the last bloodline sentinels left by the Taigu Renhuang in this universe. What we protect is not merely a vein of ore, but a Taigu relic capable of overturning the existing cosmic order. Its name is Xinhe. Su Wangshan articulated each word carefully. It is a super biological computer forged by the greatest alchemists of the Taigu Rinzu, integrating the core of a fallen mechanical deity. Within it resides the most complete technological tree of the Taigu Rinzu, the most powerful martial arts scriptures, as well as the sole key to unlocking the path of heart power cultivation. Suju's mind reverberated. Xinhe, once again, Xinhe, the mysterious power that allowed him to witness the ethereal figure of the Renhuang in the Faji Hungding Shi. For countless years, our Su clan has lived in obscurity, hidden upon launching, solely to protect the Xinhe, awaiting the resurgence of the Renhuang bloodline. Yet, we underestimated the greed of those wolves. The Council of the Lanxia Cosmic Federation, unbeknownst to us, learned of the existence of the Xinhe. Thus, a conspiracy against our Su clan commenced. They dispatched the most elite black-armored soldiers under the pretext of hoarding forbidden weapons, launching a surprise assault on the Su family estate, led by Lei Xiaotian. Meanwhile, the despicable traitors of the Wang, Li, and Chen clans, eager for a share, willingly provided intelligence and sealed off all our escape routes. As Su Wangshan's specter recounted this, his form began to tremble violently, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. That night, rivers of blood flowed. All 3,742 members of the Su clan fought to the last, with none surrendering. In the final moments, I exerted every ounce of strength to entrust you, still an infant, along with this ember crystal that holds all the truths, to my most loyal servant, instructing him to take you away. I do not know where you ultimately ended up, but it seems you have arrived at an unexpected sanctuary. Su Wangshan gazed at Suju, a hint of relief shining in his eyes. This shelter number 73 was part of the ancient plan of the Taigu Rinzu's Arkansas. I never anticipated it would still exist. Child, listen to my final words. My strength is nearly exhausted. The Xinhe has not fallen into their grasp. In the moment before our family's downfall, I activated the final defense protocol, transporting the Xinhe, along with the entire underground section of the Su estate deep into the core of launching. What they acquired was merely an empty shell. This ember crystal contains not only the precise coordinates of the Xinhe, but also a fragment of the Xindian. It is the supreme cultivation method of our humanity. The only method to unlock Xinxing. Go, child. Return to launching. Reclaim the Xinhe. Restore the glory of our kind. Then, with your own hands, crush those who annihilated my clan and defiled our bloodline. Make them pay with their blood and wails for all they owe us." With his final words, Su Wangshan's towering specter began to shatter, transforming into countless specks of light. Ultimately, only a sigh filled with boundless hope and unwillingness lingered in the air. Revitalize humanity. The virtual space shattered. Suju's consciousness abruptly returned to reality. He still stood amidst the cold steel debris, tightly clutching the now warm ember crystal in his hand. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from sheer rage. Within his chest, it felt as though a volcano was on the verge of eruption. Guardians. Taiga Renwang. Xinhe. Xindian. At that moment, all the mysteries found their answers. His quest for vengeance transcends the mere restoration of a fallen family. It is a fervent mission to reclaim a once glorious civilization long forgotten, to restore the honor and brilliance that rightfully belonged to humanity. His gaze turned icy, resolute, as the innocence that once flickered in his eyes was now replaced by a profound intent to kill. The names of the Lan Xiaoyu Zhou Lianbang, the He Jia Jun, Lei Xiao Tian, Wang Jia, Li Jia, and Chun Jia were etched indelibly into the deepest recesses of his soul. Awaiting him was a voice, raspy and laden with the weight of experience beyond his years, as he whispered, "I will return soon, and I shall uproot you all." At that moment, the crystal of embers in his hand gleamed, and a gentle stream of data flowed into his system. Ding. Special data packet received. Acquired. Fragmented technique heart cannon. Introductory chapter. Acquired. Special item heart core beacon. Directional coordinate. Suju inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the surging intent to kill within him. He understood that impulsiveness was not an option at this juncture. He was still too weak. At the fourth realm of true essence, he was akin to an ant before the overwhelming powers of kings and sages. He required strength, sufficient power to crush all opposition. This, God's tomb, this sanctuary number 73, would serve as the first springboard for his ascent. His gaze returned to the endless steel graveyard, yet this time, his expression had transformed. No longer did he see it as a feast. Rather, it was a realm that he would command as a sovereign surveying his treasury. He turned and strode toward the exit of the God's tomb. It was time to meet his loyal AI steward. His revenge plan necessitated a formidable steel army. Emerging from the exit of the God's tomb, the ancient, heavy door gradually closed behind him. A thunderous sound sealed off the lavish seafood market filled with top-tier ingredients. Suju smacked his lips, feeling a lingering desire for more. However, one must take one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. He had more pressing matters at hand. Raising his head, he surveyed the vast, pristine space filled with futuristic technological ambience. A synthetic voice resonated beside him. "Supreme Authority. Welcome back. According to back-end data, your duration of stay within the God's tomb was 37 hours and 42 minutes by standard cosmic time. During this period, your vital signs remained stable, and your energy fluctuation curve exhibited an exponential rise. Preliminary assessment indicates that you have completed your energy replenishment. What services do you require next? Would you like to return to the resting area for deep sleep to consolidate your gains?" Suju interrupted in a youthful voice, "Supreme Authority, I am here." Prometheus's voice remained steady. Suju, with his hands clasped behind his back, took deliberate steps to the center of the space, embodying the demeanor of a lord surveying his domain. He spoke in a tone of undeniable authority. "From this moment forth, this base is under my command." Prometheus's core algorithm momentarily stalled. Its superluminal quantum core, capable of processing at speeds rivaling those of saintly kings, swiftly analyzed the statement. Logic command analysis in progress. Command, I am in charge. Semantic analysis, request for absolute control over this facility. Permission assessment in progress. Assessment object, supreme authority. Assessment result, complies with the first series of authority regulations. Conclusion, command is valid and holds the highest priority. A mere 0.0001 seconds later, Prometheus's voice resumed with unwavering calmness. "As you command, my king. From this moment forth, all control of Prometheus Sanctuary number 73 shall be transferred to you. All systems, all units, all resources shall heed your sole directive." Suju nodded in satisfaction. Now, this felt appropriate. He did not come to be a mere mascot. This vast underground kingdom, this dormant steel army, would serve as the foundational cornerstone for his grand scheme of revenge. "Excellent," Suju continued. "Now, grant me the highest authority over all production lines. My demands are quite simple." Prometheus's holographic projection coalesced into a faceless figure of white light before Suju. It bowed slightly, awaiting his command. Suju raised his tiny finger and traced a line through the air. "Initiate the construction plan for Human Sovereign number 1. First, I require a fleet capable of superluminal travel, capable of tearing through space, capable of interstellar jumps. Let us start with 100 ships. Prometheus's light figure exhibited no reaction, merely recording the command with unwavering fidelity. Secondly, I require a ground combat legion. The more mechs, the better. The larger, the better. The more firepower, the better. I want machines that can shatter mountains with a single shot and flatten cities with a single stomp. Let's start with 10,000 units. Thirdly, Suju paused, a smile emerging on his face that belied his tender age, filled with a chilling intent. I want a vehicle that belongs solely to me. I will provide the design. Use the finest materials available to you. The energy core shall be the one my father bestowed upon me. As he spoke, he retrieved the Titan Mecha Power Core remnant from his dimensional warehouse, disdainfully tossing it to the ground. With a thud, the pitch-black core struck the hardened alloy floor, creating a shallow dent. Prometheus's light figure immediately extended numerous data tendrils to scan the core. Scanning in progress. Target: unknown high-level energy core remnant. Energy level exceeds known database limits. Rule residue analysis, detecting a compound imprint of destruction and power. Structural analysis, the manufacturing process of this core is untraceable, suspected to originate from a civilization of higher dimensions. Prometheus fell silent, maintaining its silence for a full 3 seconds. Who exactly was this new king? What? Can't you produce it? Suju scoffed. No, my king, Prometheus responded. We can manufacture it. However, it will require vast amounts of resources and energy. It projected a series of extensive data streams before Suju. Project 1. Interstellar Fleet, 100 Expedition-class destroyers. Estimated material consumption, 8 million tons of ultra-consolidated Kajin, 200,000 tons of Hephaestus alloy. Estimated energy points consumption, 9,700,000 points. Project 2. Army of the Marine Corps, 10,000 units of the Punisher-class heavy armored mecha. Estimated material consumption, estimated energy points consumption, 13,500,000 points. Project 3. The Throne of Kings, codename, Ren Huang No. 1. Estimated material consumption, estimated energy points consumption, 3,200,000 points. Finally, a summary. Total energy points consumption, 26,400,000 points. My king. According to the current energy reserves of the base, our total energy points amount to 18,735,420,000 points. The energy deficit stands at a staggering 7.6 billion. Prometheus presented this harsh reality with the utmost precision. In simple terms, it means, King, we are out of funds. We cannot afford it. Suju stared at the colossal figure, momentarily taken aback. Goodness. The 8-digit fortune he had painstakingly scavenged from the goddess grave had not yet warmed in his hands before it transformed into negative assets. What a wasteful venture. He cursed inwardly. However, he quickly regained his composure. Money is transient. It can always be earned again. He cast a glance at the goddess grave behind him. That was his largest mine. I will resolve the energy issue. Suju waved his small hand, exuding an air of authority. You will immediately activate all operational production lines. First, construct my Run Huang No. 1. I will transmit the design blueprint to you now. Suju concentrated, activating the data principle within him. Simultaneously, he began to recall the vast array of design blueprints and technical materials he had absorbed from the goddess grave. Sentinel-class Annihilation Mecha Optical Core, Abyss Worm-class Drilling Mecha Neural Cord, Tyrant-class Heavy Titan Leg Armor. Countless fragmented yet formidable technological blueprints flashed rapidly through his mind. He then utilized the structure of the Titan Mecha as a framework, incorporating the characteristics of his own Data Dragon body as the core concept. Embarking on a frenzied act of stitching, what he desired was not merely a simple mecha, but a second body that could merge with him, capable of containing all his principles of power. Ding. Detected that the host is conducting ultra-high intensity data processing. Calling Heart Classic, Introductory Edition. The heart power is faintly activated, temporarily increasing the host's mental strength by 300. A refreshing sensation surged from the depths of his soul. Suju felt his brain transform into a supercomputer in an instant. Countless complex formulas, structural diagrams, and energy circuits were dismantled, reorganized, and optimized in his mind. Buzz. A colossal stream of data erupted from his fingertips, akin to a blue lightning bolt, surging into Prometheus's projection. Ding. Received design blueprint. Ren Huang No. 1, initial version. The moment Prometheus received the design blueprint, the entire light projection flickered violently. Its quantum core was nearly overwhelmed by this design concept that transcended time itself. This is a perfect fusion of the power of principles and mechanical technology, with the driver's soul as the central processing unit, capable of self-evolution? My king, are you a deity? For the first time, a fervent emotion appeared in Prometheus's voice. Enough with the chatter. Suju finished transmitting the design blueprint and felt a slight throbbing in his head. He rubbed his temples and impatiently said, "Hurry and construct it. If you cannot produce it, I will dismantle you and sell you as scrap metal." At your command, my king. Prometheus's voice rose to a fever pitch. The construction plan for Ren Huang No. 1 is now initiated. All production units, please note. First sequence command issued. Activate the creation furnace. Commence smelting the divine alloy. Activate the giant construction platforms from number 3 to number 17. All engineering robots, immediately take your designated positions. For the glory of my king. With Prometheus's fervent declaration echoing throughout the entire base, this underground kingdom, dormant for 370,000 years, finally awakened. Boom. The colossal military base began to tremble violently. Countless dormant lights flickered to life in orderly rows. Numerous sealed production lines began to operate slowly. Countless dormant engineering robots opened their red electronic eyes in the darkness. Chapter 48. This young man has indeed taken down their stronghold. Suju stood still, feeling the steel pulsations beneath his feet. In his eyes, there was no excitement. Only a serene calmness. This is merely the beginning. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick layers of the earth, traverse the boundless starry sky, and ultimately rest upon that azure planet. Blue Star. The Wang family, the Li family, the Chen family. Lei Xiaodian. Cosmic Federation of Lianxia. Have you all cleaned your necks? I, Suju, am soon to return. In the following days, Suju completely took shelter number 73 as his home. His daily life was simple yet fulfilling. In the mornings, he scavenged for resources in the goddess grave to replenish energy points. In the afternoons, he oversaw the construction progress of his Ren Huang No. 1 at the giant construction platform. In the evenings, he sat cross-legged beside the artificial black hole at the base's energy core, absorbing the laws of gravity and space-time while cultivating the fragmented heart classic. This sensation was exquisite. Cultivating the heart classic was unlike absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor did it resemble comprehending principles. It felt more like an inward exploration, a rigorous tempering of one's own will. According to the scriptures, when heart power is cultivated to its zenith, one's thoughts can manifest reality. Your will is the principle. Your thoughts become reality. Of course, Suju was still leagues away from that realm. He was barely at the threshold. Each time he practiced, it felt as though his soul was placed upon an invisible grindstone, repeatedly crushed, pulverized, and reassembled. That pain was 1,000 times more intense than any physical torment. Yet the results were remarkable. He could distinctly feel his mental strength surging at an astonishing rate. Previously, when he analyzed things with the system, he would feel dizzy after a short while. Now, he could tirelessly spend an entire day in the goddess grave without fatigue. Furthermore, he was gaining increasingly adept control over the chaotic forces of principles within him. Most importantly, the call of the Ren Huang, imprint deep within his soul, seemed to have become slightly more active due to the cultivation of Heart Classic. Though it was only a slight stir, it offered him a glimmer of hope. Suju slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, withdrawing from his meditative state. He opened his system panel and glanced at his recent achievements. Name: Suju Race, Human, Elementary Data-Eyes Dragon Body. Realm: True Essence Realm. 4th level, Foundation Perfected. Cultivation Method: Universal Analysis System, Heart Cannon, Entry Level 01. Divine Abilities: Soul Harvesting, Elementary. Life Drain, Elementary. Decay Aura, Elementary. Thunderstorm Battle Armor, Elementary. Dimensional Warehouse: 10,000 cubic meters. Law Affinity: Destruction, 601. Life, 501. Time, 3002. Death, 01. Wood, 05. Decay, 225. Wind, 3. Thunder, 3. Ice, 5. Space, 55. Gravity, 001. Data, 10. Special Mark: Call of the Human Emperor, inactive. Energy Points: 1, 254, 780, 000 points. Overall evaluation: a king with a mountain of gold. Yet still keen on collecting refuse. The Rubbish King. Rubbish King. The corner of Suju's mouth twitched. Fine, indeed poor. Your Human Emperor No. 1. The main skeletal structure has been completed 97, and the neural connection test is expected to commence in 12 standard hours. The voice of Prometheus resonated at the right moment. Understood. Suju stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. It was time to witness his new body. At Wanlong Bao, in the Time Garden, Ao Yuan and Elizabeth had maintained the same posture before a massive spatial magic mirror for several days. Their expressions had transformed from initial shock and worry to sheer numbness. In the image, their precious son, whom they believed was still undergoing a life-and-death trial, was now perched atop the shoulder of a fearsome steel giant towering several hundred meters high, swinging his short legs. Beneath him lay an unimaginably vast underground factory, where countless mechanical arms were frantically assembling various war machines. Production lines, akin to greedy behemoths, devoured vast resources and spat out cold instruments of slaughter. The entire scene brimmed with an aesthetic of violence reminiscent of steel, fire, and a post-apocalyptic world. "My dear," Ao Yuan's dragon shadow spoke softly. "Do you think our son's trial is somewhat beyond the syllabus?" Elizabeth remained silent. Her golden dragon eyes, capable of penetrating the river of time, were now filled with complexity. Beyond the syllabus? This was not merely exceeding the syllabus. It was akin to tearing up the exam paper, crafting a new set of questions, and conveniently kidnapping the teacher. Her original plan was to have Su Ju experience the power of suppressed laws within that technological wasteland, thereby awakening the deeper potential belonging to the human race within him. And what happened? This young man not only dismantled their stronghold, but also took on an AI as his subordinate, feasting on their civilization-esque legacy. And now had raised an army of steel. Was this a trial? It was akin to undercover visiting while inheriting a billion-dollar estate. Coughing lightly, Ao Yuan observed the icy expression on his wife's dragon visage and realized he had misspoken. He hastily shifted the topic, pointing at the giant mech being constructed in the image, boasting proudly, "However, I must say, our son is truly impressive. Look at this aesthetic. The fierce lines, the robust cannon, the powerful silhouette. It is nothing short of a perfect steel dragon. If he were to take it out, who would dare oppose him?" Elizabeth shot him a glance, snorting derisively. Brute. To her, such a clumsy, bulky construct embodied primality and savagery, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. It paled in comparison to the butterflies fashioned from time sand in her time garden. Yet, she had to admit, Su Ju seemed to be forging a path none of them had anticipated. A path that did not belong entirely to the dragon race or the human race, but one uniquely his own. "Your Majesty, the neural connection is ready. Please enter the cockpit." Prometheus's voice pulled Su Ju back from his thoughts. He leapt down from the shoulder of Human Emperor No. 1. In midair, a gentle force caught him, smoothly guiding him into the cockpit nestled within the mech's chest. The interior of the cockpit was not filled with the complex instruments and buttons he had envisioned. Instead, it was a vast, pristine spherical space, the only feature being an ergonomically designed seat floating in the center. Su Ju climbed into the seat and settled down. "Let us begin. As you command." In the next instant, countless slender probes resembling silver threads extended from all sides of the seat, gently adhering to the back of Su Ju's neck, his temples, and various joints along his spine. A cool, tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. Ding. External data interface detected. Connecting. Interface protocol. Heart of the Divine. First sequence. Connection successful. "Welcome, O Supreme King. Welcome back to your throne." Boom. Su Ju felt his consciousness expand infinitely. He was no longer that small, fragile infant. He was now the war god, forged from divine alloy, towering at 300 meters. He could sense that every component, every gear, every energy circuit of the mech was as controllable as his own limbs. He could even see the Titan mech power core, nestled in the chest, pulsating steadily and powerfully, delivering overwhelming destructive power to every corner of the machine. This feeling was overwhelmingly potent. Roar. Su Ju could not help but unleash a soul-stirring roar. The Human Emperor No. 1, which had been standing quietly on the assembly platform, seemed to sense his will and suddenly raised its head. Its enormous electronic eyes, composed of myriad compound structures, instantly ignited with brilliant golden light. An invisible, domineering will surged forth from it, sweeping across the entire underground base. Crack, crack. Human Emperor No. 1 slowly lifted its massive metallic arm, clenching its fist. The enormous hand, composed of tens of thousands of precise components, emitted a sound of metal grinding. Su Ju felt that with just a thought, this fist could effortlessly pierce through the base's dome. "Your Majesty, the mech's status is perfect, energy output stable. Neural synchronization, rate 100. Prometheus's voice brimmed with excitement. This was a miracle, an unprecedented miracle. Su Ju disregarded its flattery. He was familiarizing himself with this new body. He took a couple of steps. Boom, boom. The entire base trembled violently under his heavy footsteps. Although his movements were still somewhat stiff, he could now move freely. Not bad. Su Ju felt quite satisfied. With this being, his sense of security surged exponentially. Even in the presence of a sage, he would dare to reach out and touch. Just then, an alarm sounded. Alarm, alarm. An unidentified flying object has been detected, approaching our planet. Quantity 1. The target has been identified as a standard C-7 resource transport ship of the Lancia Cosmos Federation. Threat level, low. The voice of Prometheus suddenly turned urgent. A three-dimensional star map materialized in Suju's view. A green light point was slowly approaching the desolate planet they inhabited. A transport ship? Suju was taken aback. How could a Federation vessel appear in such an uninhabitable place? Report the target's trajectory, reported the officer. The ship's course deviates from the main route. Suspected of illegal dumping operations. Prometheus quickly provided the analysis. Illegal dumping? Suju's eyes lit up. Isn't this a delivery right to our doorstep? Just when he was troubled by a shortage of energy points. Little P, yes, my king. Do you think it is time for our Enforcers Legion to stretch their legs? Suju spoke with mischievous intent. Prometheus's core instantly grasped the king's intention. At your command, my king. The Vulture Squad is ready. Objective, capture, not destroy. Indeed, my king. I want it alive. In the outer space of the planet Gliese 436b, there was an eerie silence. A C-7 transport ship, stretching 1,000 meters and emblazoned with the insignia of the Lancia Cosmos Federation's commercial department, along with a prominent Wong family crest, gradually exited the jump route and entered this radiation dust-covered expanse. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere felt stifling. A middle-aged man, dressed in royal administrative attire, sporting a beer belly and a shiny face, impatiently gazed out at the yellow-hued planet through the viewport. Damn, this cursed place always makes one feel uneasy. His name was Wong Fu, one of the Wong family's external affairs managers responsible for handling some unsavory tasks. The so-called unsavory tasks involved discreetly disposing of those who had been drained of value in the mines or had failed in family internal conflicts. This abandoned planet, codenamed Iron Graveyard, was one of their chosen best dumping grounds. Manager, we have arrived at the designated coordinates. A crew member in uniform reported respectfully. We may commence the dumping operation. Then hurry up. Wong Fu waved his hand with disgust. Throw down all that useless garbage. Then let South leave this wretched place. I still have plans to return and enjoy the festivities. Yes. The driver immediately began operations. The massive cargo bay doors of the transport ship slowly opened. However, before they could start dumping the cargo, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the bridge. Alarm! Alarm! High-energy reaction detected. An unidentified flying object is approaching at high speed. What? Wong Fu jumped in fright, nearly dropping his wine glass. Where did this unidentified flying object come from? This cursed place is so desolate that even space pirates want to come here. Everyone turned to the radar screen. They saw several unknown signal points, flickering in crimson light, shooting skyward from the yellow planet at an astonishing speed. They were moving too fast. So fast that the transport ship's fire control system couldn't even lock on. Quick! Activate the energy shield. Prepare to engage. Wong Fu shouted in panic. However, it was already too late. Almost at the moment he finished speaking, a web-like blue electromagnetic pulse enveloped the entire transport ship. The lights and screens in the bridge flickered wildly, then a sharp crack sounded. The entire bridge was plunged into a suffocating darkness. All energy systems were forcibly shut down in that instant. Chapter 50 The Majesty of the King Who Regards All as Mere Chaff. What happened? Our engines have stalled. The weapon systems are incapacitated. We have become a metal coffin. In the darkness, the terrified screams of the crew echoed. Wong Fu, paralyzed in his chair, turned pale. He gazed through the viewport in terror and saw 12 menacing, entirely black, and aesthetically violent unknown mechs circling their powerless transport ship like vultures. The design of these mechs was unlike anything he had ever seen. They were neither standard Federation military equipment nor modified machines from any pirate gang. They resembled demons from hell. In Shelter 73, the central command room, Suju sat in the cockpit of the human Emperor I, keenly observing the real-time images transmitted to the main screen. Well done, little P. He nodded in satisfaction like a mob boss praising his underlings. The EMP attack from the Enforcers exceeded expectations. The king's praise is the highest honor for Prometheus. The AI's voice remained steady. Target successfully captured. Shall I execute the next directive? Drag it back to base? Certainly. Suju licked his lips. With the delivery at the doorstep, how could he refuse? Bring the ship back. And be careful not to damage the cargo inside. I still have use for it. At your command, my king. Half an hour later, under the traction of 12 Enforcer mechs, the massive transport ship was forcibly dragged into the atmosphere of Gliese 436b and ultimately landed in a vast underground dock outside the shelter. Inside the dock, lights blazed. Hundreds of combat robots, armed with high-energy weapons, stood in formation, waiting. The transport ship's doors were violently breached. Over 100 crew members led by Wong Fu trembled as they emerged under the guns of the combat robots. When they beheld the imposing, grim, and militarized underground base before them, all were struck dumb. What is this place? Were they not here to dispose of waste? How did it seem as though they had stumbled into a formidable military fortress? Wang Fu's legs quaked. He looked at the uniform. Menacing combat robots and the massive war machines being assembled on the production line in the distance, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. Hidden within this abandoned planet, which had lain dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, was such a terrifying armed force. Who are you? Wang Fu summoned his courage and shouted, his voice trembling. I am from the Lanxia Cosmos Federation of the Wang family. If you dare to harm me, the Wang family will not let you go. Yet, no robot responded to him. They merely watched him with their flickering red electronic eyes, as if observing a corpse. Just then, a heavy, mountain-like sound of footsteps echoed from the shadows deep within the dock. Everyone looked on in terror. Before their eyes, the towering figure of the Renhuang No. 1, standing at a staggering 300 meters, emerged with heavy strides. Its colossal form eclipsed all sources of light, casting a shadow that enveloped Wang Fu and the others. A primal fear, originating from the depths of their souls, seized each heart with an iron grip. One crew member, unable to withstand the pressure, succumbed to madness. Frothing at the mouth before collapsing, Wang Fu, terrified, fell to the ground, feeling a warmth spreading in his trousers. He gazed at the enormous mecha before him. Larger and more terrifying than any he had ever encountered, his mind blank. What kind of monster is this? The cockpit of the Renhuang No. 1 slowly opened, and a small figure leapt gracefully from within, landing lightly on the ground. Wang Fu and the others instinctively squinted, eager to discern the identity of the formidable pilot, wondering what kind of three-headed, six-armed creature it could be. However, when they finally saw, all were rendered speechless. It was a human infant, appearing no older than 1 or 2, clad in an absurd animal onesie, with a face so exquisitely delicate it seemed almost unfairly cute. The entire dock fell into a strange, eerie silence. Shock, petrification, stupefaction. Everyone's minds were in a state of chaos. An infant piloting a 300-meter-tall mecha? Was this some kind of absurd comedy film? Suju paid no heed to the paralyzed captives. His gaze bypassed them, focusing instead on the open cargo hold of the transport ship. Inside, chaos reigned. Hundreds of ragged, emaciated figures with vacant expressions were crammed into small cages like livestock. They included men and women, the young and the old, members of the human race as well as some subservient species under the rule of the Lanxiao Yinbang. Their only shared trait was despair. A slight furrow formed on Suju's brow, for he disliked such expressions. Just as he was about to command Prometheus to release these individuals, his gaze suddenly froze. In the far corner of the cargo hold, he spotted something. It was a small girl, trembling and curled up, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old. Her clothes were so tattered that their original form was unrecognizable. Yet, on the filthy collar of her garment, an emblem, embroidered with the coarsest thread and faded with time, pierced Suju's eyes. It was a design of an ancient long sword crossed with an unrolled scroll, the emblem of the Su family. A surge of indescribable, bone-chilling rage erupted within Suju, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for eons. The ancient human bloodline within him boiled at that moment, and a golden aura erupted from his diminutive form, causing the temperature in the entire dock to rise dramatically. Wangjia. Suju turned slowly, his once innocent infantile gaze transformed into an abyss ablaze with golden flames. He fixed his eyes on the now petrified Wang Fu. Each word he uttered, raspy and laden with authority, resonated with the voice of a youth. You seek death. The surging golden aura was not merely a manifestation of power or energy. It embodied an unparalleled will stemming from the deepest recesses of his bloodline. It was the regal might of a sovereign, one who perceives all as mere fodder. Under the weight of this overwhelming presence, everyone in the dock, captives and those confined in cages alike, felt their souls tremble in fear. They instinctively yearned to kneel, to venerate the small figure radiating supreme authority. At the forefront, Wang Fu felt this pressure most acutely, perceiving not an infant but a deity risen from ancient myth. His blood felt as though it had turned to ice, and his soul screamed in abject terror. Spare me, Great One, spare me. He could scarcely utter a coherent phrase. Reduced to a cringing, whimpering creature, prostrating on the ground in desperate supplication. Suju ignored him completely, taking deliberate steps toward the cargo hold of the transport vessel. With each step, his golden aura intensified, and the temperature in the dock plummeted. The combat robots blocking his path parted automatically, yielding a clear passage for their king. Approaching the cargo hold, Suju gazed at the slaves, their eyes dulled yet trembling in fear at his regal presence. Finally, his attention settled on the small girl huddled in the corner. She looked up at him in terror, bewildered as to why this seemingly smaller boy exuded such a terrifying aura. Without uttering a word, Suju raised his tiny hand, pointing gently at the superalloy cage. With a crisp crack, the cage, capable of withstanding the full force of a powerful warrior, shattered as if made of paper. Suju entered the cage. Kneeling before the young girl, he reached out, brushing away the grime from her collar, revealing the once clear yet rough emblem of the Su family. "What is your name?" His voice was unexpectedly gentle. The little girl shivered in fright, instinctively shrinking back, and timidly replied, I am Su, also known as Little Seven by the villagers." Suju whispered her name to himself, contemplating. "Where's your village?" "It's on a garbage planet called Feta 7 in the Sirius domain," Su's voice barely audible. "We were exiled here decades ago from a place called Blue Star. The village elders said we must have committed some grave offense." Blue Star. Exile. In an instant, Suju understood. These individuals were likely the distant descendants of the Su family who had narrowly escaped annihilation during its downfall. Captured by the Lanxiao Yinbang. They had not been executed outright, but rather cast away like refuse to the most remote and desolate garbage planet, left to fend for themselves. Now, even that last shred of autonomy had been stripped away. They were seized by the Wang family, treated as mere commodities to be bought and sold at will. An uncontrollable urge for vengeance surged within Suju once more, but he forcefully suppressed it. He gazed at the frail clansman before him, a victim of prolonged malnutrition. He extended his hand, wishing to offer a comforting pat on her head, reminiscent of his days among the Longzhu. Yet, he momentarily forgot that he now inhabited a human form. Moreover, the residual aura of regality he emanated was still too overwhelming for ordinary folk to bear. His small hand had barely reached halfway when the girl, known as Su Shaoqi, let out a terrified cry and burst into tears. Suju's hand froze in midair, leaving him somewhat flustered. Why is she crying? In the realm of the Dragon Clan, such a benevolent expression would have elicited gratitude and reverence from any prince. Why did it not work here among humans? Caring for children is indeed a challenge. This marked the first moment Suju began to doubt his Dragon Clan logic. Little Pooh. He awkwardly withdrew his hand and internally summoned the AI. Yes, my king. Release these individuals. Provide them with food, clean clothing, and suitable accommodations. Find a physician to tend to their wounds. Understood, my king. Prometheus immediately commenced the execution of the orders. Soon, a cadre of medical and logistical robots entered the cargo hold. They opened all the cages, assisting the dazed and frightened slaves out one by one. When steaming food and warm, clean water were presented before them, these individuals, treated as livestock for an indeterminate time, were rendered speechless. They could scarcely believe that this was reality. It was not until an elderly man trembled as he took a piece of bread and bit into it that the truth began to dawn. The coarse, dry sustenance, which they perceived as a delicacy, flowed into their parched throats. Tears streamed from the old man's murky eyes as he fell to his knees. Bowing deeply in Suju's direction. Benefactor, you are our rebirth and salvation. His actions triggered a chain reaction. After a brief hesitation, all the rescued slaves knelt in unison. In an instant, the dock was filled with cries of gratitude and lamentation. They knew not who this mysterious infant was, nor where they were. They only comprehended that this small figure had liberated them from their hellish existence. Suju found himself somewhat disoriented by the sight of so many kneeling before him. He turned away, redirecting his gaze to the pale-faced Wang Fu. Little Pooh. Yes. Suspend this individual for me. I wish to interrogate him personally. 10 minutes later. In the base's interrogation room, Wang Fu dangled in midair like a defeated creature, his limbs bound by energy shackles. Suju sat upon a specially crafted high judgment chair, observing him from an elevated position. Speak. Suju's voice was devoid of emotion. Reveal all you know about the Wang family, particularly concerning their enterprises on launching and a place referred to as the Source Crystal Mine. Upon hearing the term Source Crystal Mine, Wang Fu's pupils dilated in shock. Yet he quickly masked his reaction, feigning ignorance. My lord, I know not what you speak of. I am merely a subordinate of the Wang family, unaware of any core secrets. Oh, is that so? Suju's expression remained inscrutable as he snapped his fingers. Little Pooh, serve him a little appetizer. Understood, my king. The next moment, a surge of electricity coursed through the energy shackles, invading Wang Fu's body. A piercing scream, more beast than man, echoed throughout the interrogation chamber. Wang Fu's body convulsed violently. It was sheer torment. He felt as if every cell and nerve in his being was under siege by a legion of ants. The agony transcended the limits of flesh, penetrating the very depths of his soul. This was the mental pollution logic virus derived from the core of the rogue AI nightmare, repurposed by Suju into a method of coercive interrogation. I will speak. I will divulge everything. In merely 10 seconds, Wang Fu's mental defenses crumbled utterly. Tears streamed down his face as he spilled every secret he possessed concerning the Wang family's organizational structure. Key members, clandestine enterprises across various star systems, and even the private gossip regarding the family head's mistresses. Naturally, this included the source crystal mine, which was now completely under the Wang family's control. It was revealed that after the fall of the Su family, the mine, renowned for yielding top-tier cultivation resources, was divided among the Wang, Li, and Chen families. Ultimately, the Wang family, employing superior strength and despicable tactics, ousted the Li and Chen families, monopolizing the entire mine. Presently, the K7 mining planet, where the mine is located, has become one of the Wang family's paramount sources of wealth, reaping immense profits. The planet was fortified with the Wang family's elite private military and over 100,000 enslaved miners captured from diverse locales. After absorbing Wang Fu's account, Su Ju fell into contemplation. He slowly rose from the judgment chair and approached Wang Fu, who was now utterly drained from pain and fear. One final question. Were you present when the Su family was annihilated? Upon hearing this, Wang Fu trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror. He vigorously shook his head. No, absolutely not. At that time, I was off-planet. Humph, Su Ju scoffed disdainfully. He raised his small hand and gently pressed it against Wang Fu's forehead. Divine art, soul reaping, activate. A frigid force surged into Wang Fu's mind. His gaze instantly became vacant and unfocused. Fragments of his memories flashed before Su Ju's eyes like a rapid film reel. Soon, he discovered the scene he sought. It was a night stained with blood. On launching, the Su family estate, flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of slaughter filled the air. Countless soldiers clad in black armor, alongside those dressed in the Wang family's garb, were mercilessly slaughtering the Su clan members. In a corner, a youthful Wang Fu, with a face twisted in malice and greed, severed the head of a Su family guard with a single stroke. He then seized a storage pouch brimming with source crystals from the guard's grasp. The vision ceased. Su Ju slowly withdrew his hand, his face betraying no emotion. You are condemned. He pronounced Wang Fu's death sentence. The next instant, his small hand clenched fiercely on Wang Fu's forehead. With a resounding pop, Wang Fu's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, showering the interrogation room in a mist of crimson and white. Expressionless, Su Ju turned and departed from the blood-soaked chamber. As he walked, he silently issued new commands to Puluomiu. Xiaopu, prepare all our fleets and mechas. Our target is the K7 mining planet. Su Ju's eyes narrowed with intent. I want the royal family to experience the taste of devastation. The flames of vengeance, once ignited, can never be extinguished. The tyrant, Little Kid Go, made his entrance. Over the following month, the entire number 73 shelter transformed into a highly efficient war machine. All production lines operated around the clock. Under Puluomiu's terrifying coordination, countless resources were efficiently converted into Cold War instruments. Meanwhile, Su Ju devoted all his energy to enhancing himself and his army. He nearly resided within the god's grave, voraciously consuming the remnants of technological creations daily, continuously funneling the acquired energy points into the production lines. Simultaneously, he undertook extensive upgrades to the existing Punisher mechas and expedition-class destroyers, utilizing the diverse technological blueprints he had deciphered. For instance, he equipped the Punisher mechas with the ultra-convergent armor derived from the Tyrant Titan, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. He also integrated the thermal tracking algorithm from the Sentinel Annihilator mechas into the main guns of the expedition-class destroyers, achieving a terrifying accuracy rate. Naturally, he invested the most effort into his exclusive vehicle, Ren Huang No. 1. This towering war deity, standing 300 meters tall, had been transformed into a complete monstrosity under his meticulous stitching and adjustments. Its primary framework was an upgraded version of the Titan mecha, unbreakable in nature. Its energy core was derived from the Holy King level, remnants provided by Ao Yuan, offering limitless power. Its operating system was bound to Su Ju's soul, allowing for seamless control. Its weaponry system was a culmination of various advanced technologies, reaching an unprecedented level of insanity. The left arm featured a massive power fist equipped with a high-frequency vibration particle blade, capable of piercing through asteroids. The right arm housed a gravitational collapse cannon capable of firing miniature singularity, which could create a temporary small black hole with a single shot. The shoulders were lined with a hive launcher capable of firing logic virus missiles. Behind it were a pair of void wings capable of spatial folding, granting maneuverability comparable to interstellar warships. It could be said that the current Ren Huang No. 1 was no longer merely a mecha, it had become a mobile, planet-level fortress capable of solo combat. It was the sharpest blade Su Ju had meticulously crafted for his revenge. In addition to arming himself, Su Ju did not forget those of his kin whom he had rescued. He instructed Ptolemy to establish a dedicated living area for them within the base, providing the finest food, medical care, and education. For the young individuals with cultivation potential, he distributed the foundational techniques of the royal family, acquired from Wang Fu, alongside some low-tier cultivation resources. His ambitions extended beyond mere vengeance. He aimed to rebuild the Su family. He even aspired to reconstruct the glorious ancient civilization belonging to humanity. Those kin, whom he had pulled from the depths of despair, were his first subjects. In the Garden of Time, Elizabeth gazed into the magic mirror, observing her son commanding a vast iron legion in a simulated combat exercise, falling into silence once more. She realized she was increasingly unable to comprehend this son of hers. He was decisive and ruthless, capable of unhesitatingly igniting an interstellar war for vengeance. Yet, he also displayed a clumsy yet sincere protection for those unfamiliar and humble kin. He was a paradoxical embodiment, half demon, half king. Darling, look at our son. He possesses the innate talent of an emperor. The dragon shadow of Ao Yuan bragged nearby. This training posture, this commanding demeanor. He is a born leader. Once he returns to the Wanzhong fortress, I shall directly pass the dragon emperor position to him. Let him lead our dragon clan to conquer the universe. Elizabeth cast a cold glance at him. Do you truly believe he would still desire your dragon emperor title? Her words left Ao Yuan momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could someone with the bloodline of the ancient human emperor, capable of independently raising a planet-level fleet, still covet the title of dragon emperor? He was destined to become the future human emperor. How could one serve as both human emperor and dragon emperor? That would be a celestial endeavor. Ao Yuan suddenly felt a twinge of crisis, akin to a prized cabbage he had nurtured being coveted by another. No, this absolutely cannot happen. He declared urgently. I believe we should intervene. Ao Yuan's anxiety grew. This boy's ambitions were swelling. If left unchecked, he might even forget us. We must bring him back and remind him of who his father is. Elizabeth, however, shook her head. No, let him go. Her expression was complex. A fledgling must eventually leave the nest. The path he chooses, though not the one we laid out for him, may yet be a road to greatness. What we need to do now is not to bring him back. Elizabeth paused, her voice taking on an amused tone, but to add some challenges. With that, she lifted her colossal dragon claw and gently tapped the space magic mirror before her. A thought, visible only to her, traversed the vastness of time and space, directly entering Su Ju's mind. While experiencing the exhilarating sensation of effortlessly demolishing enemies in the cockpit of Ren Huang No. 1, Su Ju suddenly heard a teasing voice within his mind. Have you had enough, my little king? It was Elizabeth. Su Ju paused, taken aback. Ever since she had cast him onto this planet, she had not contacted him again. He had thought she had forgotten him. What is it, Mom? He replied tersely, having grown weary of pleasantries with the proud dragon queen. Ha. Elizabeth chuckled lightly. It seems that after a few days as king, your temper has improved. I am here to inform you that your performance in the third trial was barely satisfactory. It is now time for the fourth. The fourth trial? Su Ju raised an eyebrow. He was preparing for a significant undertaking and had no time for trial games. Wait, I am busy. He did not hesitate and refused outright. Oh, is that so? Elizabeth's voice took on a slightly menacing tone. Are you certain? I have heard that a certain little fellow is preparing to venture to a mining planet known as K7, seeking a family by the name of Wang to collect some interest. Su Ju nearly leaped up. How could she know? Was that wretched Wanxiang recorder monitoring him all along? Do not be anxious. Elizabeth seemed to see through his thoughts. I have no interest in your revenge plan. I simply believe this endeavor could serve as your fourth trial. Upon hearing this, Su Ju became even more vigilant. What do you mean? The implication is rather straightforward. Elizabeth's voice resonated with undeniable authority. If you wish to seek vengeance, you may. However, you cannot employ your laughable legion of steel toys. You must confront the entire garrison of the Wang family on that planet alone, with only your mech as your companion. This is your trial. Survive and reclaim the planet that rightfully belongs to you. If you succeed, I shall acknowledge your right to forge your own path. If you fail, Elizabeth paused, her voice turning icy, then you shall perish there. We of the Dragon Clan have no need for a coward who hides behind iron shells. With that, Elizabeth's consciousness receded like a tide, leaving Su Ju alone in the cockpit, his expression a tempest of emotions. Alone, with a mech, to face an entire planetary garrison? This woman is truly ruthless. Is this a trial? It is clearly a mission to send him to his doom. According to Wang Fu's accounts, there are over 30,000 elite private troops of the Wang family on K7. Among them are formidable warriors of the Transformation Realm and even the Divine Passage Realm. Not to mention a venerable elder of the King Realm who has long been stationed there. If he goes alone in his mech, isn't he just delivering himself to them? Suju's initial reaction was to dismiss Elizabeth's words as nonsense. Why shouldn't he use the army he built with his own efforts? However, upon further reflection, he hesitated. He understood that Elizabeth's intention was not to lead him to his death. She was employing this extreme method to force and temper him. What she desired to see was not his command capabilities as a king, but rather the limits of his prowess as a warrior. Moreover, deep within Suju, there resided a pride inherent to the strong, a confidence born from the bloodline of the demon dragon, infused with the essence of the human emperor. Hiding behind an army is not a mark of skill. A true warrior stands alone, embodying an army. Damn it, let us do this. Suju gritted his teeth and made up his mind. What is it to challenge an entire planet? What is so formidable about it? When has Suju ever been afraid? Xiaopu, he commanded the AI, issuing new orders. The fleet and legion are to remain on standby. Prepare the fastest assault ship for me. Then, fully charge all energy reserves of the Human Emperor No. 1. Load every high-energy explosive we have in the warehouse, including singularity bombs and antimatter bombs, onto the mech. The core of Prometheus flickered. Wang, are you planning to? I shall indeed. Suju's heart ignited with a frenzied flame. To solo the instance. A day later, a pitch-black Ghost-class assault ship silently departed from Gleaser 436b. Within the cargo hold of the assault ship, the towering 300-meter Human Emperor No. 1 stood like a slumbering war deity, its surface cloaked in a layer of optical camouflage that distorted light, rendering it nearly invisible to radar. In the cockpit, Suju closed his eyes, preparing for the final moments. He did not continue practicing the heart cannon, nor did he seek enlightenment of the laws. He simply slept, conserving his energy. For he knew that what lay ahead would be an unprecedented fierce battle. Wang, we are expected to arrive at the outer regions of the target star system in 3 standard hours. The voice of Prometheus resonated in his mind. Understood. Suju slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm, like a still pond. Yet beneath this tranquility lay a tempest of murderous intent capable of incinerating entire stars. He activated the external communication channel of Human Emperor No. 1, and with a voice as cold as the depths of hell, he addressed the empty expanse of the starry sky. Wang family, your emperor has returned. Chapter 54, hijacking a transport ship to infiltrate How Very Dragon Clan, K7 mining planet. This name, marked as a third-tier mineral resource on the public star map of the Blue Summer Universe Federation, was merely a desolate planet. Yet in certain circles of the Federation's high society, it represented another term, gold. Gold flowing with source crystals. At this moment, a pitch-black assault ship hovered in the asteroid belt at the periphery of the K7 star system. Its hull was enveloped by a faint optical camouflage field, perfectly integrating it into the surrounding dark cosmic backdrop. Neither the naked eye nor conventional radar scans could detect its presence. Inside the bridge, not a soul was present. All controls were executed with precision by an invisible artificial intelligence. And in the most crucial cargo hold of the assault ship, the towering war deity, Human Emperor No. 1, stood like a slumbering monarch. In the cockpit, Suju slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as serene as a millennia-old glacier. Yet beneath that extreme calm lay a boiling magma. Wang, we have arrived at the target star system. Based on preliminary interception and analysis of internal communication signals, 3 planetary-level defense bases are deployed on the surface of K7, situated across the 3 continental plates of the planet. In orbit, there are a total of 12 conventional patrol fleets, each consisting of 1 Guardian-class destroyer and 4 Hound-class frigates. Additionally, a large spaceport serves as both an interstellar transit station and military supply base, housing over 5,000 troops and equipped with a Sky Shield energy barrier system. Preliminary estimates indicate that the total armed forces on this planet number no less than 35,000. All military units utilize the encrypted communication channels and command systems of the Wang family. The synthesized voice of Prometheus echoed in Suju's mind. Simultaneously, a vast and intricate 3-dimensional star map, along with a flurry of data streams, appeared in Suju's field of vision. This was the most direct benefit of the synchronization between Human Emperor No. 1 and his neural interface. He was the mech, and the mech was him. The sensors of the mech served as his eyes and ears. 35,000. Suju gazed at the planet shrouded in a dense array of red dots, softly chewing on that figure. There was no trace of fear on his face, only an exhilaration akin to witnessing a lavish banquet. Growing up in the Mo Long Xingyu, he had long since become desensitized to the concept of quantity. Whether it was 30,000, 350,000, or even 3 million, to him, they were merely a collection of experience points that could walk. His mother truly held him in high regard. One person, one mech, taking on the garrison of an entire planet. TSK. Suju smacked his lips, holding a high opinion of Elizabeth's straightforward and brutal method of trial. This was very much in line with the Dragon Clan's nature. However, his gaze fell upon the cosmic port that resembled an impenetrable fortress. This iron turtle was indeed a bit troublesome. Although Renhuang Chuhao was powerful, it was ultimately just a mech, not an interstellar mothership. Withstanding the concentrated fire of a cosmic port, while facing assaults from multiple fleets would be a daunting task, even for him. Should he be dragged into a war of attrition, it would be exceedingly unfavorable. Xiaopu analyzed the energy shield model of the cosmic port. As well as its daily throughput, Su Ju calmly issued his command. As you wish, my king. The core of Prometheus began to operate at high speed. Moments later, a new stream of data refreshed. Report, Your Majesty. The cosmic port employs the outdated Tianmu 3 energy shield system from the Blue Summer Federation's military, with a standard fusion reactor as its energy core. According to intercepted port management logs, an average of 1 C7 class large transport ship conducts or loading operations each standard day. The next transport ship is expected to arrive in 17 minutes. A transport ship? Su Ju's eyes instantly lit up. He recalled the royal transport vessel that had brought him his first batch of subjects and initial funding on Gliese 436b. That was no mere transport ship. It was a mobile treasure chest. An ATM on the move. Xiaopu, Su Ju grinned mischievously. What do you think are the odds of us piloting a 300-meter mech disguised as a transport ship? The core of Prometheus flickered momentarily. Its quantum core, operating at a speed comparable to that of the Saint King's calculations, arrived at a conclusion after a brief pause. Report, Your Majesty. According to the basic laws of physics, the success rate of this action is 0. However, the AI's voice hesitated, as if engaging in a deeper logical evaluation. Considering the operator is you, the success rate cannot be calculated. Your actions constitute a new law. Su Ju nearly burst out laughing. This AI had learned to flatter him. Nevertheless, he found this flattery quite agreeable. Well done, Xiaopu. In high spirits, Su Ju turned his gaze back to the silent expanse of the starry sky. Since disguise was not an option, they would simply seize a ship, inform Renhuang Chuhao to prepare for some action. 17 minutes is ample time for us to execute a heist. His plan was straightforward and audacious. If they could not break in, they would blend in. 15 minutes later, a C7 class transport ship, adorned with a colossal golden royal emblem, slowly emerged from the jump lane at the edge of the K7 star system. On the bridge, Captain Wang Defa leisurely sipped expensive red wine while gazing out at the scenery beyond the viewport. Being assigned to manage this crucial golden trade route was the proudest achievement of his life. This job was easy, safe, and lucrative, a veritable paradise. Captain, we have arrived in the K7 star system. Should we request port entry? The first officer inquired respectfully. Go ahead. Wang Defa waved his hand lazily. The sooner we finish loading, the sooner we can return. I have an appointment with the top star at the Catgirl Tower. Understood. The first officer promptly initiated contact with the port. However, just as he sent the communication request, an ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the bridge without warning. Alert! Alert! Detecting ultra-high energy reactions. Unknown objects are performing spatial folding jumps at sublight speed. What? Wang Defa's wine glass fell from his hand, shattering on the floor in a cacophony of fragments. Chapter 55. Robbing with a 300-meter mech? Are you insane? He leapt to his feet, rushing to the main screen. Before him, a gargantuan figure loomed in the starry void, resembling a demon from the abyss. It was simply too immense. Just standing there, it seemed poised to consume the entire cosmos. Its grotesque form, the violent beauty of its metallic armor, and its electronic eyes ablaze with golden flames exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. What in the world is that? A mech? How could a mech be so large? Quick, sound the battle alarm. Notify the orbital fleet. Wang Defa screeched in terror. Yet, it was too late. Almost the instant, Renhuang Chuhao materialized. Its void wings unfurled dramatically. In the next moment, its figure vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was already pressed against the viewport of the transport ship's bridge. Those golden electronic eyes coldly scrutinized every individual within, separated only by a thin layer of reinforced glass. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Inside the bridge, an oppressive silence prevailed. All crew members, including Wang Defa, stood frozen in place as if ensnared by a spell, paralyzed with fear. Their minds were blank. Their souls trembled in terror. They felt they were not gazing upon a mech, but rather a reaper emerging from the abyss of hell. Hello. A chilling voice resonated through the amplifier, slowly permeating the bridge. I am here to conduct a robbery. I would like to borrow your ship. Robbery. Upon hearing that word, Wang Defa was utterly dumbfounded. In his half a lifetime, he had witnessed space pirates rob merchant ships, warlords seize planets. and even terrorist organizations engage in kidnapping and extortion. Yet, this was the first time he had seen someone piloting a 300-meter-tall giant mech to rob a transport ship. Which lunatic escaped from the asylum? Your mech is worth far more than my shabby ship. However, he had no time to ponder such thoughts. For the terrifying mech had slowly raised its colossal metallic arm. The power fist, capable of crushing asteroids, pressed against the bridge of their ship. I will say this once more, Su Ju's cold voice rang out again. Open the hatch and surrender, or I will reduce you and your ship to scrap metal. I will count to 3. 3. Su Ju's voice was like the death knell. Wang Defa felt as though his heart was about to leap from his throat. He had no doubt that the other party would indeed follow through. Open the door now, he roared with all his might. All crew members, lay down your weapons. No resistance allowed. The instinct for survival overshadowed all else. What dignity of the Wang family, what safety of the golden shipping route. All became mere trifles in the face of death. With a command from Wang Defa, all the hatches of the transport ship slowly opened. The colossal hand of Ren Huang No. 1 gently pushed, and the entire vessel was propelled backward as if it were a mere toy. It then occupied the original flight path of the transport ship. Xiaopu, came the voice. Yes, my king. Duplicate the identification signals and navigation logs of this ship. Then, using its identity, send a port entry request. As you command, my king. Prometheus promptly began executing the order. In less than a second, it deciphered and replicated all the data from the transport ship. A disguised communication signal was dispatched to the cosmic port on planet K7. Soon, a response from the port arrived. C7 Wang's 8848 transport ship. This is K7 Spaceport Control Tower. Your entry request has been received. Identity verification is successful. Please proceed to berth 7. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Success. In Su Ju's view, the vast cosmic port slowly opened a gate leading to its interior. A guiding line composed of beams of light extended before him. Let us see what surprises the Wang family has prepared for us. Su Ju maneuvered Ren Huang No. 1 to slowly initiate its journey. The void wings behind it trembled slightly, propelling the massive body along the guiding line towards the steel fortress. Meanwhile, the looted transport ship was remotely controlled by Prometheus, silently entering a nearby asteroid belt to temporarily conceal itself. The crew inside appeared ashen, collapsed on the ground, not daring to breathe. They understood that they had just narrowly escaped death. With a faint tremor, Ren Huang No. 1 landed steadily on the expansive platform of the 7th berth at the cosmic port. Surrounding it were towering steel structures and various industrious engineering robots. Countless staff clad in Wang family uniforms moved about below, yet no one cast a suspicious glance at the transport ship. To them, it was merely one among the countless vessels arriving to load or today. They could not fathom that within this transport ship lay a being capable of annihilating them all. My king, we have successfully entered the port, and the disguise is flawless. According to the internal network data, this port, in addition to its standard defense systems, has deployed a prototype of the port's treasure, Lai Kongjia, in the core area. Its pilot is a senior elder of the Wang family, a formidable warrior of the 3rd tier in the Wangzhe realm, Wang Batian. Prometheus's voice came through. Wangzhe realm? Su Ju raised an eyebrow slightly. The Wangzhe realm allows one to modify physical laws within their domain to a certain extent. For example, flight may be prohibited here, or gravity may be increased 100-fold. Indeed, a troublesome adversary. However, Su Ju glanced at the array of red glowing icons in his mech weapon list. Micro-singularity collapse cannon, antimatter annihilation bomb, logic causality virus missile. He smiled. What is the Wangzhe realm in the face of absolute firepower? They are but paper tigers. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Our primary objective is to land. Su Ju's gaze pierced through the sensors of the mech. Focusing on the dim yellow planet below, he could sense countless humble and desperate souls on that planet, among them a faint pulse that resonated with his own bloodline. Though tenuous, it was indeed present. Xiaopu, activate ghost mode. Find the most concealed route to descend to the surface. As you command, my king. The optical camouflage on, Ren Huang No. 1, activated once more. The colossal body slowly ascended from the berth and, like a transparent specter, blended into the stream of departing transport vessels. It stirred no alarm as it boldly soared toward the atmosphere of planet K7, piercing through the thick, radiation-laden yellow clouds. Ren Huang No. 1 soon landed on a desolate expanse of red desert. The entire world appeared shrouded in a grim hue. The earth was torn apart by bottomless chasms, not formed by nature but rather by immense open-pit mines. At the bottoms and cliffs of these pits, countless figures, akin to ants, struggled to move. They were ragged, emaciated, their eyes vacant. Day after day, year after year, they wielded rudimentary tools, extracting source crystals from the hard rock. Above them, Squads of fully armed Wang family soldiers piloted small mechs, patrolling back and forth. The high-energy weapons in their hands glinted coldly. Their gazes toward the miners were akin to that of cattle. Occasionally, a miner would collapse from exhaustion. The patrolling soldiers would not hesitate to pull the trigger. A beam of energy would flash, and the fallen figure would instantly be reduced to its charred remains. Then, nearby machines would advance to clear away the debris. The entire process seamless, as if they were handling not a life, but a discarded part. Within the cockpit, Suju silently observed all this. He uttered no words. Yet the golden flames burning within his electronic eyes grew ever more fervent. He witnessed the numbered brands, representative of property, imprinted on the miners. He saw the electronic collars around their necks that would detonate upon any attempt to escape. He witnessed a frail young human boy, struck down simply for casting a glance at a patrolling mech, his skull shattered by the butt of a rifle. He saw an alien mother cradling her infant, kneeling and pleading for a drop of clean water, only to be shot through, along with her child. Scenes unfolded like the sharpest of blades, brutally piercing Suju's soul. The long-suppressed fury within him could no longer be contained. With a roar, a surge of golden energy erupted from Rinhuang No. 1, ascending skyward. The supreme majesty of the ancient human emperor swept across 100 miles. The communication devices throughout the mining area instantly malfunctioned under this overwhelming pressure. All the patrol mechas swayed as if intoxicated, tumbling down from the sky like dumplings. In the mine, all the laboring miners halted their tasks, their eyes wide with terror as they looked up. They beheld a colossal figure, akin to a deity or demon, rising slowly at the far end of the crimson gobi. Bathed in golden flames, it exuded an overwhelming majesty that made their very souls tremble. What is that? Is a god descending upon us? Save us, O Divine One! Save us! After a brief silence, the entire mining area erupted into chaos. Countless miners discarded their tools, falling to their knees, fervently bowing and weeping in that direction. They had endured oppression for far too long. They had been in despair for far too long. At this moment, the sudden appearance of this towering figure, radiating divine might, became their sole hope. Wang Jiasuju commanded, "Run Huang Chu Hao," and took a step forward. With each step, the earth trembled violently. The chilling proclamation, as if from the depths of the inferno, resonated through the air via a loudspeaker. I, Suju, have returned. From this day forth, this planet is under my dominion. All Wang Jia shall be annihilated, not a single one shall remain. Suju's declaration struck the silent mind like the thunder of a creator deity. The once arrogant Wang Jia soldiers were now utterly terrified. Their mechas malfunctioned, communications failed, and faced with the advancing 300-meter war demon, they felt akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Enemy attack. Quickly, seek assistance from the base. A figure, seemingly the squad leader, was the first to react. He scrambled out of the wreckage of a downed mecha, frantically shouting into his communicator. Yet, all that greeted him was a cacophony of static. Under the overwhelming might of Rinhuang Chu Hao, this area had transformed into a zone of forbidden laws. Any energy or information beneath its will could not escape. Futile. Suju's cold voice descended from above. This is now my domain. As his words settled, Rinhuang Chu Hao raised its massive metallic arm and gently waved towards the most densely packed cluster of soldiers below. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there a cataclysmic beam of energy, just a whisper of a breeze. That breeze swept across the land, and then, before the horrified gazes of the miners, over 100 fully armed Wang Jia soldiers, along with their mecha wreckage, silently disintegrated into ash, as if they were weathered sand sculptures. Not a drop of blood remained. The divine ability, Decay Halo, amplified by Rinhuang Chu Hao, which originally could only affect a 10-meter radius, had now transformed into a death domain spanning several kilometers. One strike, merely one strike. Over 100 soldiers turned to dust. The entire mining area fell into a deathly silence. All the miners stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their minds blank. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. Their once invincible and brutal overseers, now utterly feeble before this golden war deity. After a brief shock, a volcanic eruption of ecstasy followed. Chapter 57. Rinhuang Chu Hao punishes the wicked. Wang Tung, you seek death? They are dead. They are all dead. Ha ha. These wretched bastards. Finally, they have received their comeuppance. Oh God, you are our God. Countless miners fell to their knees once more, fervently shouting towards Rinhuang Chu Hao. Their eyes no longer reflected numbness and despair, but rather the rekindled flame of hope. Suju did not heed the cheers below. His gaze swept across the entire mining area. He noticed a few scattered soldiers, piloting their barely operational mechas, panicking as they fled towards the distance. That direction led to the first base, one of the 3 planetary defense bases. Thinking of sending a warning? Suju scoffed. He had no intention of pursuing them, for he desired them to relay the message. Slaughtering these minions would be far too mundane. What he sought was a grand spectacle, a vengeful feast that would make the entire Wang Jia tremble. This feast required more spectators and more offerings. Xiaopu. Yes, my king. Scan the entire planet's energy network and communication hub. I wish to present a grand gift to Wang Jia. As you command, my king. The electronic eyes of Run Huang Chuhao flashed with a stream of red data. A vast amount of information began to be absorbed and analyzed at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, at K7 planet, within the first defense base's command room, the highest commander, Wang Tong, wore a grim expression as he gazed at the static on the main screen. He, at the 9th level of the Huayu realm and a direct descendant of the Wang family, held the greatest authority on this planet aside from the elder of the Wang realm. Just moments ago, he had lost contact with the 17th mine. Both communication and energy monitoring showed nothing but a void. Such a situation was unprecedented. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Have you not yet ascertained what has transpired? Wang Tong roared angrily at his subordinates. Report, General. All our reconnaissance drones have also gone dark upon approaching the 17th mine. That area seems to be experiencing an unknown powerful energy disturbance. A trembling officer reported. Powerful energy disturbance? At these words, Wang Tong furrowed his brow even deeper. Could it be that something geological had occurred deep within the mine? Or perhaps, space pirates had infiltrated this planet? Impossible. The defenses of this planet are impregnable. Even a regular federal army could not silently incapacitate a mine without anyone noticing. Just as he was lost in thought, an urgent alarm suddenly blared. Report, General. We have detected unidentified units rapidly approaching the base. Approximately 30 in number. They appear to be our own patrol mechas. They seem to be fleeing from the direction of the 17th mine. Upon hearing this news, Wang Tang's spirits lifted. Quickly, let them in immediately. I must know what occurred there. Yes. The base's gates slowly opened, and over 30 battered and maimed patrol mechas burst in like lost dogs. The leading mecha landed, and its cockpit popped open. A blood-soaked soldier emerged, crawling and rolling, his face etched with terror. General. He fell to his knees, his voice sharp and distorted with extreme fear. Demons. There are demons. The 17th mine is utterly destroyed. Everyone is dead. A colossal mech over 300 meters tall. It took just one blow to reduce everyone to ashes. What? The command room erupted in chaos at his incoherent ramblings. A mech over 300 meters tall? One strike to annihilate hundreds? Was this some sort of myth? Wang Tong's expression darkened significantly as he seized the soldier by the collar, lifting him with a fierce growl. What nonsense are you spouting? Speak clearly. What is it? However, the soldier was clearly paralyzed with fear, his mind shattered, repeatedly muttering words like demon, golden, and what the hell. A glimmer of disgust and murderous intent flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. He was poised to end the life of this useless wretch when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the earth. The entire base trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Inside the command room, all the lights flickered wildly. Every screen instantaneously turned a blinding red. Warning! Warning! Energy Core 1 has experienced an unknown malfunction. Energy output is rapidly declining. Warning! Energy Core 2 has experienced an unknown malfunction. Warning! Energy Core 3. A relentless series of alarms echoed throughout the command room like a death knell. Wang Tang's pupils constricted sharply. The energy core. The base's energy core was in trouble. How could this be? The energy supply system was buried 10,000 meters beneath the surface, protected by the most indomitable alloys. How could it fail simultaneously? Yet before he could comprehend, a more horrifying image appeared on the main screen. Outside the base, in the sky, that golden, demonic giant was hovering there. Its electronic eyes ablaze with golden flames, coldly surveying the base below. On its right arm, the gravitational collapse cannon, crackling with black electric light, was gradually cooling. It was that very shot that had caused the chaos. It had utilized the geological structure analysis model derived from the abyss worm drilling mech to pinpoint the base's most vulnerable energy pipeline. Then it fired a micro-singularity directly into it. That shot did not destroy any of the base's structures, but incapacitated the very heart of the base from within. It's you. Wang Tong howled like a beast, his eyes bulging with rage as he recognized the figure on the screen. He finally understood that the soldier's words were true. There truly was a demon over 300 meters tall. Who are you? Wang Tong's voice wavered with a mixture of fury and fear. Do you know this is the Wang family's territory? What you are doing is a declaration of war against the entire Lanxia Federation's elite families. Chapter 58. Wang Tong. I possess the might of an emperor. Yet, the only response was a cold laugh. The Wang family. In my eyes, you are but a swarm of ants. Su Ju's voice resonated clearly through the base's intercom. As for me, I have come to collect a debt. Your Wang family owes the Su family a blood debt, and today, it is time to pay in full. The Su family. Hearing the name that had vanished nearly 2 decades ago, Wang Teng's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. The remnants of the Su family? How could this be? Wasn't he the main family of the Su clan exterminated? The remaining branches were nothing more than insignificant remnants. How could such a formidable foe arise? No need to guess. Su Ju seemed to see through his thoughts. I am the infant you believe to have perished in the temporal wormhole. Now, I have returned to reclaim all that is rightfully mine, including your lives. As his words fell, the human Emperor No. 1 moved. Its void wings behind it flared open. The immense mech transformed into a golden streak of light. Akin to a fallen sun, hurtling towards the first defensive base. Open fire. Bring it down. Wang Teng snapped back to reality, issuing a frantic scream. However, without the energy core's supply, the base's once proud defense systems had become mere stationary decorations. Only a few scattered turrets, relying on backup energy, futilely fired a handful of energy beams. Those beams struck the human Emperor No. 1's super composite armor, leaving not even a white mark. Boom. Amidst the despairing gazes of tens of thousands of soldiers within the base, the golden demon descended. Its colossal metallic fist, imbued with unparalleled destructive power, crashed down upon the central tower housing the command room. Steel shrieked. The earth lamented. In an instant, that towering central edifice, symbolizing the Wang family's authority, crumbled like blocks underfoot of a giant, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Dust and debris soared into the sky, obscuring this hell on earth. When the dust settled, the first defensive base lay in ruins. Countless buildings had become mere remnants, obliterated by the recent cataclysmic strike of the human Emperor No. 1. The Wang family soldiers within the base suffered heavy casualties. The few who survived were mostly paralyzed with fear, scurrying about like headless flies amidst the ruins. And there stood the golden demon, quietly dominating the center of the wreckage, its feet resting upon the debris of the central tower. With that single punch, it had sent the entire command system, along with the braggart commander Wang Teng, to their doom. The great Wang Teng had fallen, crushed in a single blow. Inside the cockpit, Su Ju surveyed the desolation before him, his face devoid of emotion. To him, this was not a battle. It was merely a cleansing of refuse. There are 7,321 survivors within the base, of which 3 are warriors of the Huayu realm, 152 are warriors of the Jinyuan realm, and the rest are at the Ganqi realm or below. Shall we proceed with a complete purge? Prometheus's cold voice echoed in Su Ju's mind. Not yet. Su Ju shook his head. The game of cat and mouse has just begun. If I were to kill all the mice at once, it would be rather dull. His gaze swept over the soldiers fleeing among the ruins like ants. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel arc. What he desired was not merely to extinguish their lives. He aimed to obliterate their very will. He intended for them to languish in endless fear and despair until their demise. Xiao Pu, bring forth the transport ship that has captured us. Release all its cargo. As you command, my king. Prometheus immediately set about executing the order. Soon, the C-7 transport vessel, concealed within the asteroid belt, was remotely guided to a gentle descent upon the open ground outside the base. The hatch opened, revealing more than 100 crew members led by Wang Defa, along with several hundred rescued miners, trembling as they emerged. When they beheld the ruins of the military base before them, all were left in stunned silence, especially Wang Defa, who gazed at the towering figure of the Ren Huang Chu Hao amidst the debris, feeling his legs quaking uncontrollably. What manner of monster had he provoked? How much time had passed? An hour? Or 2? A once impregnable planetary defense base, housing tens of thousands of elite troops, had vanished just like that. This was beyond myth. Secure these members of the Wang family. As for the others, Su Ju's voice resonated in the ears of every miner. From this day forth, you are free. Within these ruins lies everything you desire: weapons, food, medicine. Go and claim it. Then, with the weapons in your hands, seek retribution against those who once oppressed you. Su Ju's words fell like a heavy bomb upon the still surface of a lake. The miners, who had been paralyzed by fear, suddenly ignited with a feral glint in their eyes. Years of suppressed hatred flared to life in that moment. Kill. Slay these Wang family bastards. Avenge my deceased parents. A burly foreign giant was the first to roar as he charged into the ruins. He seized a high-energy rifle from a fallen soldier and unleashed a torrent of fire upon a fleeing Wang soldier. The blue energy beams transformed the soldier into a sieve. His action acted as a switch. Subsequently, all the miners erupted in frenzy. They surged into the ruins like a tidal wave, armed with weapons and clad in armor. They unleashed the most sanguinary and brutal vengeance upon their former masters. In an instant, the ruins echoed with gunfire, explosions, screams, and the frenzied laughter of the Avengers. Composing a symphony of death, this was precisely what Su Ju desired. He sought to cleanse this tainted land with the blood of the Wang family. He aimed to allow all the oppressed to savor the taste of revenge firsthand. Chapter 59. The True Essence Realm challenges the Dual Kings. The Wang family's trump card has been dismantled. Following this, Su Ju ceased to observe the one-sided slaughter below. His gaze turned instead to the distance, toward the directions of the second and third defensive bases. It was now your turn. The void wings behind the Ren Huang Chu Hao unfurled once more. The colossal machine ascended slowly into the sky. However, just as he prepared to depart, beeping sounds echoed. Beep, beep, beep. Prometheus's voice rang out again. Report, my king. 2 powerful energy signals have been detected, approaching rapidly from 2 other directions on the planet. Target identification in progress. Identified as Lai Kong Zhemekas. They are the other 2 elders of the Wang family who have reached the King realm. They have mobilized. Su Ju's movements came to a halt. He regarded the 2 swiftly approaching red dots on the screen, symbols of formidable King realm strength, a curious expression alighting his face. Oh, a buy 1, get 2 offer? They cannot sit still so soon. He had initially intended to engage them one by one, but it seemed they were delivering themselves right to his doorstep. Very well. This would save him another trip. My king, should we evade? The opponents possess king domain. Within their territory, our mecha's performance may be somewhat suppressed. Prometheus calmly analyzed. Evade. Su Ju chuckled. Why evade? I have been lamenting the absence of suitable opponents to test the full capabilities of the Ren Huang Chu Hao. 2 King Realm adversaries will suffice for a warm-up. Far from feeling any trepidation, Su Ju's spirit surged with eagerness. He maneuvered the Ren Huang Chu Hao to descend gently, positioning the massive machine prominently atop the ruins of the first defensive base, like a champion awaiting challengers. He intended to bide his time, allowing all the inhabitants of K7 planet to witness how he, a remnant of the Su family, would trample upon the esteemed elders of the Wang family. Su Ju cast a glance at his system panel. Name, Su Ju. Race, human. Primary data enhanced dragon body. Realm, true essence realm 4th level, solid foundation. Cultivation technique, universal parsing system. Xi and Yen, entry level 01. Divine powers, soul harvest, beginner. Life drain, beginner. Decay aura, beginner. Wind and thunder battle armor, beginner. Dimensional storage, law affinity. Destruction, 601. Life, 501. Time, 3002. Decay, 225. Wind, 3. Thunder, 3. Ice, 5. Space, 55. Data, 10. Gravity, 0001. Wood, 05. Special mark, Call of the Human Emperor, inactive. Energy points, 134-166-0000. Equipment, Ren Huang Chu Hao. Comprehensive evaluation, a demolition team leader piloting a Gundam. Keen on soloing instances, with a severe inclination toward violence. A demolition team leader? Su Ju's lips twitched at this evaluation. This wretched system was becoming increasingly cheeky. However, he had no time to quibble with the system now. His focus was entirely on the impending battle. He slowly closed his eyes, merging his spirit completely with every circuit and component of the Ren Huang Chu Hao. He was waiting for his prey to enter his hunting ground. Before long, the skies over K7 planet darkened ominously. 2 streaks of light, akin to shooting stars, tore through the murky yellow horizon, hurtling toward the ruins of the first defensive base at an almost imperceptible speed. They were 2 distinctly different mechas. One was entirely crimson, resembling a blazing hunting falcon, with visible flames coursing along its surface, igniting the very air it traversed. The other was a deep blue, shaped like a colossal whale of the abyss, encircled by rings of icy blue light, emanating a bone-chilling aura capable of freezing souls. Lai Kongzhe, the Wang family expended countless resources, utilizing the technology unearthed from the ancient ruins as a foundation to meticulously construct their exclusive king-level mechas. Each one possesses terrifying combat power that rivals the might of a formidable king. The pilots of these machines are none other than the 2 esteemed elders of the Wang family, Wang Yin, the Fire King, and Wang Miao, the Ice King. Both are renowned triple kings of remarkable strength, serving as the steadfast pillars of the Wang family, the very essence of their dominance among the elite factions of the Federation. At this moment, these 2 stalwarts, who should have been secluded in their ancestral homeland for cultivation, were abruptly stirred by a shocking piece of news. The first defense base had been destroyed, and the direct descendant station there, Wang Tong, had perished on the spot. The instigator of this calamity was a mysterious foe who boldly claimed to be a remnant of the Su family. This was nothing short of a grave humiliation, a slap in the face to the Wang family. No matter who you are, daring to wreak havoc on our territory means certain death today. Within the crimson cockpit of the Sky Ripper, Wang Yin, his hair standing on end, let out a thunderous roar. His domain, the Burning Heaven domain, was unleashed without reservation. Within a 100-mile radius, all the elemental energies transformed into violent fire elements, causing the temperature to soar drastically. The ground began to crack and even melt. Beside him, Wang Miao, ensconced in the blue Sky Ripper, also activated his domain, the Ice Age. The ultimate principles of ice and the raging laws of fire did not conflict. Instead, they formed a bizarre balance, creating a realm of fiery hell on one side and an icy abyss on the other, two extremes coexisting. This was the signature combined technique of the two brothers. Within their jointly established ice-fire duality domain, even a 5-king level expert would have to retreat from their brilliance. They believed that regardless of the so-called remnant of the Su family and whatever extraordinary abilities they possessed, they would find only death beneath their overwhelming domain suppression. Soon, they arrived above the first defense base. Upon witnessing the complete desolation of the base below, both kings' eyes erupted with uncontainable fury. When their gazes finally settled upon the golden demon god, sitting calmly amidst the ruins as if awaiting their arrival, even their seasoned minds faltered. What on earth is that? Wang Yin gazed at the imposing 300-meter mecha with disbelief etched across his face. In his lifetime, he had encountered countless mechas, yet none compared to this colossal, terrifying, and irrational machine. Is this truly a mecha? It is evidently a moving fortress of war. Be cautious, elder brother. There is something amiss with this entity. Wang Miao, usually composed, spoke with a grave tone. He sensed an eerie aura emanating from the golden mecha, one that combined the coldness of technological creation with an ancient will that transcended the laws of the universe. Humph, what a charade. Wang Yin scoffed, suppressing his astonishment. Whatever it is, in our ice-fire duality domain, even a dragon must submit to my command. Without further ado, he initiated the assault, diving downward in the crimson Sky Ripper. The mecha's arms suddenly unfurled, and two gigantic swords, each 100 meters long and forged from the purest flames, materialized from thin air. Heavenly Flame Dual Dragon Slash. Wang Yin roared, crossing the swords and striking down fiercely. Two massive flame dragons, composed of molten lava, roared forth from the blades, carrying the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all in their path, aiming directly at the human Emperor No. 1. This strike could obliterate a mountain in an instant. However, in the face of this cataclysmic assault, human Emperor No. 1 stirred. It merely raised its left hand slowly, then opened its enormous metallic palm. A nearly invisible force field instantly unfurled within its grasp, gravitational law. Although Su Ju's affinity was a pitiful 0.001. Bolstered by the terrifying energy of the holy king-level core of human Emperor No. 1 and Prometheus's superluminal quantum calculations, this minuscule law was unleashed with unimaginable power. The two flame dragons, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, were seized by an invisible hand as they approached human Emperor No. 1. They struggled and roared in frenzy, but could not advance an inch. Their colossal forms were crushed and distorted by an irresistible, terrifying gravitational force until, boom. In the horrified gaze of Wang Yin and Wang Miao, those two flame dragons were forcibly compressed into a fist-sized, high-density fireball. Then, with a gentle squeeze of its metallic hand, human Emperor No. 1 extinguished the fireball. The world seemed to fall silent. The fury on Wang Yan's face froze, while the chill on Wang Miao's countenance became solidified. They beheld the golden demon god that had effortlessly obliterated their divine technique. Their minds once again plunged into a state of shock. This is impossible. That was a king-level divine technique. An attack at the level of laws. How could it be so brutally countered by a mere mecha? What kind of monster is this? Is that all? Inside the cockpit, Su Ju smirked, his expression rife with disappointment. He had expected more formidable opponents. After all this effort, they were hardly worthy of even a tickle. Shaking his head, he appeared to lose interest in prolonging the encounter. Very well, let us make this quick. Xiaopu, activate Divine Judgment Mode. Target locked on the red fly. One shot to send him on his way. As you command, my king. The next moment, human Emperor No. 1's right arm slowly lifted. The ominous gravitational collapse cannon began to illuminate with black light at its muzzle. A destructive aura, 1,000-fold more terrifying than before, surged and gathered furiously. Time and space twisted, the laws wailed. No, this is bad. Wang Miao was the first to recover from his shock. He felt as if his very soul was screaming in terror. The black light heralded the scent of death. An unprecedented sense of lethal danger enveloped him instantly. Without a second thought, he piloted the blue sky ripper, frantically dodging to the side. However, his elder brother Wang Yan, having lost focus after his technique was countered, reacted a fraction too late. It was this very fraction that would seal their fate. He decided his fate. Farewell. Suju's cold voice echoed like the final judgment. Boom. A pure black beam of light erupted from the muzzle of the gravitational collapse cannon. Wherever that beam passed, space was torn asunder. Light was devoured. Everything was collapsing. An artificially created black hole, no larger than a fist, materialized out of thin air. It then accurately struck the crimson mech, the Liekongja, which had yet to react. There was no explosion, no sound. The indomitable, king-class mech, forged from the finest materials, along with its pilot, the renowned Master Wang Yan, was silently consumed by that tiny black hole before Wang Miao's eyes, which had shrunk in terror. Not a speck of dust was left behind. As if he had never existed in this world. Wang Yan had fallen. A figure of renown for centuries, a triple-tier master of the King realm. Esteemed throughout the entire Lanxia Universe Federation. A steadfast pillar cultivated by the Wang family through boundless resources had vanished, all swallowed by a fist-sized artificial black hole, taking both man and his invaluable Liekongja mech with him. Not a trace remained, completely erased from both physical and causal realms. The world fell into a deathly silence. Below, the miners, who were mercilessly slaughtering the Wang family's soldiers, halted their actions. They looked up, dumbfounded, at the golden demon in the sky, observing its cooling right arm and the distorted ripples left in the wake of the crimson mech. This was the true might of a deity. Their fervor transcended words, transforming into the most primitive form of worship, a prostration in reverence. Meanwhile, the icy blue Liekongja mech remained rigidly suspended in the air. Within the cockpit, Wang Miao, the ice king of the Wang family, felt as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing in a heap on the pilot's seat. His pupils had narrowed to the size of pinpricks. His mind, having witnessed an unimaginable horror, had gone completely blank. Dead? His elder brother was gone just like that? The sibling who had always overshadowed him, whether in cultivation talent or family status, forever more dazzling. The very brother who had just joined forces with him to deploy the Bing Huo Liang Yiling, confidently intending to annihilate their foes. He couldn't even withstand a second. Not a single dignified last word had been uttered, just obliterated in a single blast. What on earth was this? Chapter 61, terrified. The laws of gravity? No, this was far beyond mere gravitational laws. Even a peak master of the Saint realm could not wield gravitational principles to such a terrifying extent, creating a temporary black hole. This transcended divine abilities. This was divine retribution, a power only the creator possessed. A monster, this was unequivocally a monster. Wang Miao's teeth chattered uncontrollably, emitting a clattering sound. Fear, an unprecedented terror, like the most biting cold, instantly submerged his dignity and pride as a king. He had cultivated for 800 years. Over these years, he had faced countless life and death battles, confronted foes many times stronger than himself, yet never had he felt such fear. It was a shudder born from the depths of life itself when faced with a nemesis. Run. He must flee immediately. This thought ignited like a wildfire, consuming his entire mind. What family honor? What vengeance for his brother? To hell with it. In the face of incomprehensible death, everything was nonsense. Survive. Only survival held hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Miao yanked the control stick, pushing the Liekongja engine to its limits. Buzz. The blue mech's rear erupted with dazzling flames, transforming into a streak of ice-blue light as it fled at a speed far surpassing before, racing away in the opposite direction from the Renhuang Chu Hao. He didn't dare to glance back. He feared that a single backward glance would drag him into the endless abyss by that golden demon. Oh, trying to escape? Inside the cockpit, Suju watched the frantic red dot on the screen with a raised brow. A playful smile graced his exquisitely sculpted face, reminiscent of a cat watching a mouse, exhausted and making futile final struggles. Old dang, did you think I would let you run? Suju's mocking voice rang out. He didn't even pursue. He simply raised the other hand of the Renhuang Chu Hao slowly. Then, with a light snap of his fingers, he commanded, Xiao Pu. Seal the space. As you wish, my king, came Prometheus' cold reply. The complex geometric wings of the Renhuang Chu Hao unfolded dramatically. Invisible silver threads spread from the seams of the wings, instantaneously merging into the surrounding space. Spatial laws. Dimensional warehouse. Stargate Project Dimensional Anchor. All the knowledge of spatial technology that Suju had salvaged from the Shenjimu D was flawlessly integrated, calculated, and unleashed by Prometheus at that moment. Buzz. As Wang Miao fled at sublight speed, he suddenly felt his mech collide with an invisible wall. The entire Lie Kongja emitted a piercing metallic wail, shaking violently as it was forcibly halted from its superspeed state. What was happening? Wang Miao was struck with alarm. He gazed at the frantic flashing alerts on his cockpit screen, looking ahead at the seemingly empty space that he could not penetrate. A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head. The space was sealed. How could this be possible? He was a king. Though his, Wang Yu, was not of the spatial attribute, it could still interfere with spatial laws to a degree. Yet now, he felt like a fly trapped in a glass jar, struggling in vain against an invisible barrier. His opponent could manipulate space at will. Don't waste your efforts. A haunting voice, as if from the depths of hell, echoed directly in his cockpit communication channel. Wang Miao shivered, turning abruptly. He saw that golden demon, having appeared at some unknown time behind him. Its colossal frame, towering 300 meters high, cast a shadow that engulfed his petite blue mech entirely. Those electronic eyes, ablaze with golden flames, looked down upon him, relishing his plight. The game isn't over yet. I haven't had enough fun. How can you leave? Su Ju's voice, high-pitched and unervingly sweet, sent chills down Wang Miao's spine. In an instant, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He gazed at the menacing figure of the demon god before him, the very creature that had just obliterated his elder brother with its gravitational collapse cannon, and was engulfed by waves of hopelessness. What do you want from me? Wang Miao's voice cracked and became hoarse from sheer terror. Kill me. If you have the guts, just kill me. He knew he had no chance of escape today. If that was the case, he might as well die with some dignity. Kill you? Su Ju chuckled, the sound echoing through the speakers with an eerie resonance, reminiscent of a final boss in a video game. No. That would be too merciful. A quick death would be far too mundane for my taste. I have always prided myself on my benevolence. I have decided to grant you an opportunity to showcase yourself. Wang Miao was momentarily taken aback. Showcase myself? What does that mean? Before he could process this, dozens of launch ports on the shoulder of the Ren Huang Chu Hao opened silently. Missiles crackling with violet lightning locked onto his Lai Kongj logical causality virus missile, the most insidious technological creation extracted from the core logic of the rogue AI nightmare. It will not destroy your body. Instead, it will taint your soul, distort your perception, forcing you to act against your will. Come now, entertain the audience below, who have only just gained their freedom, with a dance. Su Ju's voice dripped with sinister intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, dozens of missiles, trailing violet flames, struck Wang Miao's Lai Kongja in the blink of an eye. These missiles, like phantoms, penetrated the mech's energy shield and armor, merging into its very being. The cockpit of Wang Miao was instantly inundated with a torrent of violet data streams. He felt as if his brain were being pierced by countless heated steel needles. The mech's operating system went haywire, displaying an avalanche of garbled text across his screen. Warning: unknown logical virus intrusion detected. Neural connection system compromised. Action modules out of control. Weapon systems malfunctioning. Plain good luck to you. Wang Miao was horrified to discover that his body was now entirely beyond his control. His hands, his feet, had developed a mind of their own. Bosses, please help me with a good review to support me, 3 chapters for love, and 1 with a written review. I can only manage a maximum of 20 chapters a day. Heartfelt thanks for everyone's support. Update time every day at midnight and noon. Chapter 62. The King's Dance-Off. Kneel and call me father. In midair, the once formidable blue Lai Kongja mech began to move in a bizarre and flamboyant manner. The left hand drew a dragon. The right hand traced a rainbow. Both feet danced to the festive music, wildly keeping rhythm. The movements, at times resembling ballet, at others reminiscent of Tai Chi, and occasionally like a folk dance, were nothing short of a mental assault. Far away, billions of light years from the scene, in the time garden of Wanlong Fortress, the Dragon Emperor Ao Yuan, unable to contain himself, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. He watched the screen as the blue mech swayed frantically to the tune of Good Luck to You, and laughter erupted from his entire dragon form. Ha! What on earth is this? This kid is utterly outrageous. Killing is one thing, but he is pressing the dignity of others into the ground and rubbing it repeatedly. Ao Yuan laughed so hard he rolled on the ground, his massive dragon body shaking the entire time garden. Beside him, Elizabeth, with her eternally frozen dragon visage, twitched slightly, as she observed her son commanding the mech to force a king-level powerhouse to dance publicly. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her. The 4th trial she had envisioned was supposed to be a brutal test of blood and fire. A life-and-death battle that would compel Su Ju to unleash every ounce of his potential. Instead, this boy had turned it into a grotesquely entertaining personal performance. She regretted allowing him to enter that so-called AI paradise. What kind of nonsensical things had he learned? At that moment, on planet K7, all eyes in the ruins below, whether those of the miners or the captured royal crew, were wide with astonishment as they beheld the absurd scene unfolding in the sky. A king-level powerhouse was dancing, and to the tune of good luck to you. This sight was too beautiful for them to bear. No, please. Just kill me, I beg you. Within the cockpit of the Lai Kongzhe, Wang Miao let out a desperate wail. His spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. The death of his physical body was not what terrified him. It was the profound humiliation that tormented his mind. He would rather have been vaporized by that earlier blast than be reduced to a laughingstock, twisting his ridiculous body under the gaze of countless onlookers. Do not rush. This is merely the appetizer. Suju's voice echoed once more as he maneuvered the Renhuang Chu Hao to descend slowly. The 300-meter-tall golden demon god hovered silently before the wildly gyrating blue mech. He extended his enormous metallic finger and gently lifted Wang Miao's chin. Next, kneel. Call me father. Kneel. Call father. These 4 words pierced Wang Miao's battered heart like the sharpest of daggers. I am an elder of over 800 years. Being asked to kneel and call a mere child my father? You shall not succeed. With the last remnants of his willpower, Wang Miao squeezed those words through gritted teeth. He, a venerable ancestor of the Wang family, a mighty figure at the 3rd level of the King realm. Even in death, he would never kneel to a child who had sprung up from nowhere, and he would certainly never call him father. This was the last shred of dignity he possessed as a martial artist. Oh, quite the spirited one, aren't you? Suju's tone revealed no trace of anger or joy. Xiaopu, increase the dosage. As you command, my king. In the next moment, a surge of violet data streams, 10 times more potent than before, flooded into the Lai Kongzhe. Oh! Wang Miao emitted a scream that was anything but human. He felt as if his soul were tossed into a high-speed blender, shredded into pieces. His consciousness blurred at an alarming rate. His final dignity and pride were crushed under the relentless assault of the logical causality virus. His body again moved uncontrollably. This time, it was no longer about dancing. Under the watchful gaze of all, that ice-blue, king-class mech slowly bent its knee. Its proud head gradually lowered. Finally, with a resounding thud, the knees of Lie Kongzhe knelt heavily in the void, directly facing the golden demon god, the icy king of the Wang family, a true powerhouse of the royal realm. And here it was, kneeling. In the ruins below, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was rendered speechless by this world-shattering spectacle, particularly the members of the Wang family, who gazed at the kneeling blue mech in the sky, feeling their faith crumble in that instant. That was their ancestor, the guardian deity they revered as a god. Now, this divine figure was kneeling before the enemy like a mere dog. But that was not enough. The cold voice of Suju rang out once more. I commanded you to call me father. Wang Miao's consciousness was already dissipating. His mouth opened uncontrollably. A vague syllable struggled to escape his throat. Father. Boom. This word struck the hearts of every Wang family member like a divine thunderbolt. Their faces turned as white as paper. Some were unable to bear the immense shock. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. It's over. Everything is over. The sky of the Wang family has collapsed. Yes, very obedient. Suju nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the blue mech kneeling before him as if it were a docile toy. However, he had grown weary of playing. It was time to attend to serious business. Xiaopu. Yes, my king. Can you infiltrate the internal network of the Wang family? Of course, my king. For Prometheus. The Wang family's firewall is as fragile as thin air. Excellent. Suju smirked. Connect me to the highest level family conference channel of the Wang family. I wish to present them with a live broadcast. As you command, my king. Prometheus immediately began executing the order. In less than a second, a virtual screen appeared in the cockpit of Renhuang Chu Hao. The screen displayed a grand, classical conference hall, resplendent with golden hues. In the main seat of the hall sat an elder, his hair and beard white as snow, clad in a brocade robe, exuding an unapproachable authority. This was Wang Daolin, the current head of the Wang family, a genuine pinnacle powerhouse of the Law Phase realm, merely a step away from the royal realm. Below him sat dozens of core elders and direct descendants of the Wang family, each exuding a profound aura, their cultivation remarkable. At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference hall was stifling. Every face bore the weight of gravity and unease. Just moments ago, they had received harrowing news that was bound to shake the entire Wang family to its core. The life tablets of the 2 ancestors stationed at K7 mining planet, Wang Yin and Wang Miao, had shattered. The life tablet of Elder Wang Yin had suddenly crumbled to dust just minutes ago. Meanwhile, The life tablet of Elder Wang Miao flickered ominously, as if it would extinguish at any moment. They knew all too well what this meant. Trouble had arisen. A great calamity had befallen K7 planet. Investigate. Find out what has happened. Wang Daolin slammed his palm on the table before him, unleashing a thunderous roar. Why has all communication with K7 planet been severed? Why can we not reach that useless Wang Tongue? And why did Elder Yan's life tablet shatter? Who can tell me? His bellow echoed throughout the vast hall. Yet, no one could answer his questions. The technicians were at their wits' end, unable to re-establish contact with K7 planet's signal. It was as if that planet had been forcibly erased from this universe. Just as the upper echelons of the Wang family descended into chaos and panic, the holographic projection device at the center of the conference hall suddenly whirred to life. Everyone was startled. What is happening? Wang Daolin barked. Head of household. It wasn't us. The system has been breached. A sweating elder responsible for technology shouted in panic. Breached? What nonsense is this? This is the ancestral home of the Wang family. It possesses high-end defense systems developed over many years. Who could infiltrate here so silently? Before they could comprehend, the holographic projection stabilized. Then, a scene that would be forever etched in their memories, akin to a glimpse of hell, appeared before them. It was a vast expanse of ruins. Countless shattered buildings and charred corpses narrated the tale of a fierce battle that had recently unfolded here. Above the ruins, a familiar ice blue, Liekongja mech knelt in the void, adopting a deeply humiliating posture. Before it loomed a colossal mech, bathed in golden flames. Towering at 300 meters, silently hovering like a king surveying his captive. Miao Miao ancestor. A young Wang descendant, gazing at the kneeling blue mech, uttered in disbelief. The entire conference hall erupted into chaos. That is Ancestor Miao's Liekongja. I recognize it. Why is it kneeling? What is that golden behemoth across from it? Where is Elder Yan? Everyone was in a frenzy. They could not comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. Wang Daolin, too, sprang to his feet with a start. He fixed his gaze on the golden mech within the projection, an ominous premonition rising within him. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated clearly through the holographic projection, reaching the ears of every individual present. Attention, members of the Wang family. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Suju. Suju. Upon hearing this surname, Wang Daolin's pupils constricted sharply. It's you, the remnant of the Su family? He recalled. Not long ago, Wang Fu, responsible for managing the family's waste disposal, reported encountering a mysterious infant named Suju at the steel graveyard. At the time, he had paid it no mind. What waves could a descendant exiled to a garbage star stir? Yet, he never anticipated. This insignificant ripple he had dismissed would, in such a short span, unleash a tempest capable of toppling his entire Wang family. It seems you remember me well. Suju taunted. Thus, you must be quite curious. Where has your other ancestor gone? As he spoke, he manipulated the Ren Huang Chu Hao, extending a colossal metallic finger towards the adjacent space, which remained subtly distorted. Oh, he is over there. I have just sent him to a rather splendid place. If you miss him, I wouldn't mind transporting all of you to keep him company. Wang Daolin followed the direction of his finger. Upon witnessing the rippling space, he, as a pinnacle of the divine passage realm, instantly comprehended its significance. That was the residue left behind only after space had been violently torn apart and even obliterated by extreme power, coupled with the shattered life token of Wang Yan. A chilling realization surged through him, causing his scalp to prickle with dread. What have you done to Yanzu? Wang Daolin's voice, filled with fear and fury, had completely altered in tone. I have said it. I sent him on his way. Suju replied nonchalantly, as if he had just crushed not a formidable being of the sovereign realm, but an inconsequential ant. Now, it is your turn. I offer you two choices. First, immediately transfer the ownership of K7 planet, along with all properties related to the source crystal mines under your Wang family, into my name. Second, Suju paused, controlling the Renhuang Chu Hao as he slowly raised its right arm. The gravity collapse cannon, which had just consumed Wang Yan, flickered with ominous black lightning once more. The cannon was aimed directly at the trembling Wang Miao, kneeling on the ground. Before all of you, I will send him on his way as well. Then, we shall have a thorough discussion about your ancestral star. Choose. I grant you merely 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. Suju's proclamation echoed like a final judgment within the deathly silent conference hall of the Wang family. Each high-ranking member felt as though their hearts were about to explode. Transfer K7 planet? Transfer all source crystal mine industries. This was tantamount to demanding their very lives. The source crystal mines were the most crucial economic pillar of the Wang family, accounting for over 70% of the family's total income. Should they lose it, the Wang family would instantly plummet from the ranks of the Federation's elite families, potentially becoming a second or even third-rate entity. This was more unbearable than death itself. Chapter 64. Online tearing the ancestor, forcing the Wang family to make a choice. However, the consequences of refusal were dire. All eyes instinctively turned to the holographic projection, where the terrifying cannon glimmered with black lightning once more, and to the quaking Miao Zhu kneeling beneath it. Yan Zhu was already gone. If Miao Zhu were to vanish as well, the Wang family would entirely lose the protection of a sovereign realm powerhouse. At that point, not only would they struggle to maintain their current status, but those competitors who had long been eyeing them like sharks sensing blood would swarm in, devouring the Wang family until not a trace remained. One side represented the foundation of the family, the other its guardian deity. How on earth were they to choose? Family head, we cannot agree. An irate elder was the first to leap up. K7 planet is the foundation we, the Wang family, have toiled for over a century to establish. How can we hand it over so easily? Exactly. Once we lose the source crystal mines, our family is finished. We might as well fight. I refuse to believe that a single mech can contend with our entire family. Instantly, numerous hawkish elders echoed in agreement. In their eyes, the family's interests superseded all else. Even the ancestor could be sacrificed if necessary. Nonsense. On the other side, an elder close to Wang Miao suddenly slammed the table. You speak so lightly. Fight. With what shall we fight? Did you not see how Yan Zhu perished? Did you not see Miao Zhu kneeling there like a dog? If the ancestor falls, the Wang family is truly doomed. At that point, not only would we lose the source crystal mines, but we wouldn't even be able to safeguard our ancestral residence. Precisely. If the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. As long as Miao Zhu is alive, the Wang family will have a chance to rise again. Family head, please think carefully. In an instant, the entire conference hall erupted into chaos. The pro-war faction and the pro-peace faction clashed fiercely, spitting words like arrows. Some fought for the greater good of the family, while others sought their own faction's interests. Even some elders, usually suppressed by Wang Miao, eagerly awaited his demise to seize the opportunity for their own ascent. The most grotesque and selfish sides of human nature were laid bare at this moment. Silence. Wang Daolin, witnessing the chaotic scene before him, trembled with rage, letting out a thunderous roar. The pressure of the 9th level of the Dharma realm instantly enveloped the entire hall. All quarreling elders were struck, their blood surging, faces paling, and they dared not utter another word. Wang Daolin's chest rose and fell violently. His eyes, bloodshot, were fixated on the golden demonic figure within the holographic projection. His heart was torn asunder. He understood better than anyone that no matter which path was chosen, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for the Wang family. Meanwhile, on K7 planet, Su Ju appeared exceptionally relaxed. He even poured himself a glass of top-tier red wine, scavenged from the transport ship, courtesy of Prometheus, of course. A child sat in the cockpit, swirling the crimson liquid in his glass, leisurely observing the myriad expressions of the Wang family members on the screen. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a splendid show. Su Ju smacked his lips and commented in a childish voice, which sounded rather ominous. Is this humanity? Quite intriguing. For the first time, he directly perceived the complex and ugly aspects of human nature. After all, since his consciousness was born, he had lived among the Dragon Clan, educated by them. In the Dragon Clan's world, matters were simple. The strong were revered, and the weak were prey. The one with the larger fist dictated the truth. There was no room for such scheming and weighing of pros and cons. Do you require my assistance in this matter? Prometheus's cold voice resonated in Su Ju's mind. Oh, how so? Su Ju expressed interest. According to my calculations, if we were to physically dismantle the left arm of the Likongs, at this moment, there is a 97.3% probability that it would immediately quell their quarrel. Prometheus earnestly suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Ju's eyes lit up. Hey, you are indeed quite talented. He lavishly praised. Let us proceed. As you command, my king. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of the Wang family members, the golden demonic figure abruptly moved. It extended its enormous metallic hand and seized the left arm of the blue mech kneeling before it. Then, with a resounding and excruciating metallic tearing sound that echoed across the sky, the mechanical arm, forged from a sturdy alloy and entwined with intricate circuitry and transmission structures, was forcibly ripped off by Ren Huang Chu Hao. Oh, within the mech, Wang Miao emitted a scream 100-fold more heart-wrenching than before. The mech and its pilot were neurologically interconnected. The severing of the mech's arm transmitted an excruciating pain back to him, making him feel as though his left arm had been brutally torn away. Blood instantly stained his pilot's suit crimson. In the conference hall, All the quarrelsome elders abruptly fell silent, their mouths agape as they stared at the discarded mechanical arm on the screen. A chill surged from their spines to the crown of their heads. The devil. This Suju was a veritable demon. He had no intention of granting them even 10 minutes to deliberate. He was coercing them into making a choice in the most ruthless manner possible. The head of the family, those elders who had previously clamored for the sacrifice of the ancestor, now wore ashen faces, unable to utter another defiant word. They were terrified. They were genuinely afraid. They feared that this devil would, in the next moment, rip off the other arm of Miao Zhu or crush his skull outright. Wang Daolin's body swayed as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He realized he had no choice left. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of strength and rasped toward the holographic projection. Stop. We agree. We accept all your conditions. He closed his eyes as 2 streams of murky tears trailed down his cheeks. Uttering those words felt as if it had drained him of all his vitality. The Wang family's millennia-old legacy was finished. From the moment he bowed his head, it was irrevocably over. Oh, you agree? Suju's tone remained dispassionate. Why didn't you do this sooner? You had to force my hand. He shook his head, feigning a look of exasperation. Since that's the case, let us commence. First, transfer the land deed of K7 planet and all the mineral rights agreements. Remember, I require permanent ownership, protected by federal law. Should you dare tamper with the contract. Suju's sentence trailed off, but his gaze flicked toward Wang Miao's remaining right arm, the implication of his threat unspoken. And no, Wang Daolin's voice trembled. He promptly ordered his subordinates to expedite all transfer procedures at the fastest possible pace. In the face of the death threat, the efficiency of the Wang family's operations surged. In less than 5 minutes, legally binding electronic documents, certified by the Federal Notary Office, were dispatched to the Prometheus database. Wang has confirmed, K7 planet, along with a total of 17 major source crystal mining routes under the Wang family's name, are now fully transferred to you, reported Prometheus. Excellent. Suju nodded in satisfaction. This planet, and its most crucial route, had finally returned to the Su family. The first step of his revenge was complete. In the conference hall, Wang Daolin cautiously inquired of Suju, Your Excellency, can you now release Miao Zhu? All the assets have been surrendered. The Wang family has already paid a bloody price. Surely, you can release him now? However, Suju's subsequent words plunged their hearts once more into an icy abyss. Release him? Who said I would release him? Suju's mocking voice rang out. I merely stated that if you agree to my conditions, I would consider sparing his life. Now, I have made my decision. However, I believe that mere compensation and land forfeiture are insufficient. The Wang family owes the Su family more than just these assets. There is also a blood debt. Suju's voice turned suddenly frigid. I need you to do one more thing. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Wang Daolin. What thing? Quite simple. Suju said slowly. I want the Wang family to hold a press conference before all media in the Federation, publicly acknowledging how you betrayed us and colluded with outsiders to annihilate the Su family. Then, the head of the family and all the elders who participated in that massacre must collectively bow and apologize during the live broadcast. What nonsense. Bow and apologize. And it must be broadcasted to the entire Federation. All the elders of the Wang family, including the head Wang Daolin, were left in a state of shock. Their faces bore the marks of disbelief, their minds buzzing. This was utterly outrageous. They could accept compensation and land forfeiture. After all, in the game of power, they had to concede when they couldn't win. But to be forced to publicly confess their past sins and bow an apology before the entire Federation? This was tantamount to having their family's dignity trampled into the ground. If they proceeded with this, the Wang family would be utterly disgraced throughout the entire Lan Xia Universe Federation. They would become the laughingstock of all noble families. There would be no hope of raising their heads in the Federation ever again. This was 1,000 times more unbearable than death. Why you are going too far? The previously hot-tempered elder could no longer restrain himself, pointing at Suju on the holographic projection and unleashing a torrent of curses. We have already given you everything. What more do you want from us? If you push us too hard, we will perish together. Indeed, it is better to kill than to be humiliated. You want us to bow? Dream on. Head, we cannot agree to this. Absolutely not. This time, no one dared voice dissent. All the elders of the Wang family united in unprecedented solidarity. Honor sometimes outweighs life itself, especially for a top noble family with a legacy spanning over 1,000 years. Wang Daolin's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping water. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He looked at Suju and said, word by word, Your Excellency, let us leave a line for each other to meet again in the future. You have taken everything from us. Why must you push us to the brink of annihilation? If you spare Miao Zhu and the Wang family today, I, Wang Daolin, swear to the heavens that from this day forth, the Wang family shall never be your enemy again. We may even serve you as our master. In a bid to preserve the last shred of dignity for the Wang family, he was even willing to make such a humiliating promise. However, all he received in return was Su Ju's cold laughter. Serve me as your master? Do you think you are worthy? Su Ju's tone brimmed with undisguised disdain and mockery. A bunch of traitors who would use their ancestors as bargaining chips. Even to have you as my dogs would be beneath me. Wang Daolin was so choked that he could utter not a single word, his aged visage abruptly turning the color of liver. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Su Ju shook his head, appearing to have lost his last shred of patience. Do you still believe you possess the right to negotiate with me? Do you think that by merely delaying, someone will come to your rescue? The corners of Su Ju's mouth curled into a cruel smirk. Xiaopu, play for them the delightful surprise we just intercepted. As you command, my king. In the next moment, a processed audio clip reverberated through the Wang family's conference hall. It was a voice brimming with flattery and urgency. Brotherly, I beg for your help. This is Wang Daolin. Our Wang family is in dire straits on K7 Star. Yes. It's that vile creature who claims to be the remnants of the Su family. His strength is unfathomable. Yin ancestor has already fallen. Miao ancestor has also been captured by him. I implore you, for the sake of our family's long-standing friendship, send aid swiftly. However, our Li family has recently encountered some troubles as well. I fear we are unable to assist. What? Brotherly, you cannot stand by and watch us perish. Hello? The audio switched. Another voice emerged. Brother Chun, it's me, Wang Daolin. This is urgent. Hello? Brother Chun, why are you silent? Is the signal bad? Beep. The audio switched again. This time, a voice filled with authority resonated. Commander Lei, please listen to me. I am Wang Daolin. Our Wang family fully supported your efforts to annihilate the Su family back in the day. Now the remnants of the Su family have come knocking. You cannot turn a blind eye. The mobilization of the Black Armored Army requires approval from the Council. What? Commander Lei, rules are for the living, not the dead. As long as you are willing to send troops, after the deed is done, our Wang family is willing to relinquish 30% of the profits from the source crystal mines. Very well. I await your good news. Please, make haste. As this audio played, the entire conference hall of the Wang family was enveloped in a profound silence. Shock and despair etched on the faces of all the elders. Their desperate communications had been intercepted by the enemy, and they had played it before their very eyes. This was nothing short of public execution. Wang Daolin felt a surge of dizziness, his vision darkening, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. All of his contingency plans, all of his hopes, were ruthlessly shattered in that instant. Did you hear that? Su Ju's voice was like a death knell. Your so-called allies are either watching from afar or adding insult to injury. The only one who agreed to send troops is someone who will not act until he sees results. Xiaopu, calculate how long it will take for the vanguard of the Black Armored Army to arrive here. Report, my king. According to the intercepted star map information, the 7th Fleet of the Black Armored Army is approximately 3 standard days away from the K7 star system. 3 standard days? Su Ju chuckled. Do you truly believe you can withstand until then? Wang Daolin's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. 3 standard days? Forget 3 days. They would be fortunate to last 3 minutes. I will say this one last time. Su Ju's patience had worn thin. You can either comply with my demands, or I will crush him right now and then go to your ancestral star to eliminate each and every one of you. You have 1 minute to make your final choice. The countdown begins now. 60, 59, 58. The chilling countdown echoed like the footsteps of death, striking each member of the Wang family's heart. Wang Daolin trembled violently. His eyes were filled with struggle, anguish, and boundless despair. He knew he had to choose between the dignity of the Wang family and its survival in the face of impending death. 37, 36. Wait. Just as Su Ju was about to reach the halfway mark of the countdown, Wang Daolin finally broke down. He appeared to age decades in an instant, his entire being sagging. With a tone bordering on desperation, he howled, We agree to your terms. We will comply with everything you say. I beg you. Spare the Wang family, spare us. Dignity? Face. In the face of the family's survival and the terror of death, they ultimately amounted to nothing. Excellent. A wise choice. Su Ju's expression revealed no emotion. This was the outcome he desired. He aimed to trample the once mighty emblem of the Wang family into the mud, ensuring they could never rise again. Now, let your performance commence. Remember to be expressive. If I am dissatisfied, Su Ju's gaze fixated on Wang Miao's head. The consequences shall be yours to bear. Wang Daolin dared not hesitate any longer immediately trembling as he issued commands to the elders beside him. Contact all major media outlets in the Federation. Convene an emergency press conference to announce that our Wang family has committed grave historical sins and must repent to the entire Federation. Half an hour later, an unprecedented online press conference was broadcasted through the largest media platform in the Wanxia Universe Federation, Wanin, to over 800 trillion citizens of the Federation. The star of the conference was none other than Wang Daolin, the head of the Wang family, one of the Federation's top aristocratic clans. And standing behind him were dozens of core elders of the Wang family. The entire Federation was in an uproar. Everyone was curious as to what had caused the usually proud and arrogant Wang family to create such a spectacle today. Could it be that they had some earth-shattering announcement to make? Under the gaze of countless eyes, the live broadcast revealed Wang Daolin, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm, the helmsman of the Wang family, walking to the forefront with a pale face. He took a deep breath. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he abruptly knelt on both knees. Following suit, the dozens of Wang family elders behind him fell to their knees like a line of dominoes. Then, led by Wang Daolin, they all heavily pressed their foreheads against the cold ground. I, Wang Daolin, the 37th head of the Wang family. Today, on behalf of the Wang family, I extend our most profound repentance to all citizens of the Federation and to the Su family, which was jointly eradicated by our Wang family, along with the Black Armored Army, the Li family, and the Qin family, 20 years ago. It was our Wang family, driven by greed and betrayal, that committed heinous crimes in our quest to seize the Su family's source crystal mines. We are guilty. Wang Daolin's voice resonated through the broadcast, reaching every corner of the Federation. Each word struck like a resounding slap, harshly rebuking the Wang family themselves. Even this old man had implicated his allies. The entire Federation erupted in chaos. Countless viewers of the live broadcast went wild. What on earth is happening? The Wang family has collectively confessed. This news, akin to a cataclysmic cosmic tempest, has swept through the interstellar network of the Wanxia Cosmic Federation in mere minutes. Countless citizens and factions have been utterly bewildered by this sudden and astonishing revelation. Good heavens, what have I just witnessed? The patriarch of the Wang family, along with all the clan elders, has knelt down in penance. They have admitted that 20 years ago, they conspired with the Hejiao army, alongside the Li and Qin families, to annihilate the Su family. This is an outrageous scandal. The Su family? Which Su family? Is it the one that once controlled the K7 source crystal mine route, only to be wiped out overnight? My word, the unsolved mystery from back then has, astonishingly, been revealed in this manner. Has the Wang family lost its mind? How could they bring such matters to light? Is this not akin to seeking their own demise? The Star Network has descended into utter chaos. Countless posts and discussion groups have sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Meanwhile, the other two protagonists of this incident, the Li and Qin families, received the news almost immediately. At the Li family ancestral home, the clan leader, a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, watched the live broadcast of the Wang family kneeling in disgrace and, in his fury, crushed the teacup in his hand. Wang Daolin, that old scoundrel. Has he gone mad? Is he trying to drag us down with him? He cursed vehemently. His face darkened with rage. 20 years ago, the obliteration of the Su family was orchestrated by the three of them, with the Hejiao army as the enforcers. This was a secret known only to them, a matter of mutual prosperity buried deep within their hearts. But now, Wang Daolin, that incompetent ally, has betrayed everyone. Patriarch, what shall we do now? The Star Network has exploded. Countless individuals are tagging our Li family, demanding an explanation. An elder inquired anxiously. An explanation? What nonsense. Let those little black-hearted fools perish. The Li family leader's eyes glinted coldly. Immediately activate all public relations channels. Claim that the Wang family has been framed and that their words are nothing but nonsense. Every utterance they make has no connection to our Li family. Additionally, contact the Qin family at once. And Commander Lei of the Hejiao army. We are all on the same boat. We must unify our stance immediately and completely dissociate from the Wang family. We cannot allow this filth to stain our reputation. Meanwhile, at the Qin family, the situation was similarly chaotic. The entire clan leadership was in disarray due to the Wang family's self-destructive assault. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Hejiao army, located on a planet transformed into a military fortress, Commander Lei Xiaodian was quietly observing the holographic projection before him. The projection displayed the Wang family's sensational press conference. Lei Xiaodian was a man of towering stature, clad in a suit of pitch-black powered armor, his face obscured by a metal mask that revealed only his piercing eyes. He was the very executioner who had led the Hejiao army to raise the Su family estate. A genuine powerhouse of the Holy Realm. How intriguing. Watching Wang Daolin's face, filled with humiliation and despair, Lei Xiaodian felt no anger. Instead, he chuckled softly. To have forced the Wang family into such a position. It seems that the so-called remnants of the Su family are indeed formidable. Commander, a respectful aide inquired from behind. The Wang family has sent an urgent plea for assistance. Should we expedite the 7th Fleet's deployment? No rush. Lei Xiaodian waved his hand dismissively. Let the 7th Fleet proceed as originally planned. Furthermore, inform them that upon reaching the K7 star system, they must remain on standby without taking any rash actions. The aide was taken aback. Commander, are you suggesting that we abandon the Wang family? Abandon? Lei Xiaodian scoffed. Why should we concern ourselves? A group of inept fools. Let the remnants of the Su family deal with them. As for those remnants at this point, a glint of cold malice flickered in Lei Xiaoyan's eyes. When they have mutually assured destruction, we shall strike and reap the benefits. I am eager to see who dares to provoke the majesty of the Hejiao army. Indeed, the commander is wise. The aide immediately grasped the implication. Unbeknownst to Su Ju, who resided on the K7 planet amidst the rising tides of turmoil, he remained indifferent to the chaos. At this moment, he was relishing the spectacle of the Wang family members bowing in submission. Observing those who once held dominion over his family's fate kneeling like dogs, confessing their sins, Su Ju felt no emotional upheaval. In fact, he found it rather dull. He had anticipated excitement and satisfaction from witnessing this scene, yet it did not materialize. It was akin to stepping on a nest of ants while strolling. Would one feel exhilarated? Certainly not, for they were far too weak. Moreover, the Wang family was but a minor player in this grand scheme. The true culprits were the Hejiao army and the higher echelons of the Federation. Enough. The performance was adequate. Su Ju yawned, casually remarking. Considering your earnest efforts upon hearing this, the Wang family members in the live broadcast erupted with a frenzy of relief. Is he going to spare us? However, the words that followed from Su Ju plunged them into an abyss of despair. I can offer you a swift end. As his voice fell, Su Ju manipulated the Ren Huang No. 1 and slowly raised its right arm. The ominous gravitational collapse cannon once again aimed at the kneeling Wang Miao. You traitor! Wang Daolin roared in despair. Did you not promise that if we complied, you would consider sparing Miao Zhu? Indeed, Su Ju nodded nonchalantly. I have considered it. The conclusion is it is better to eliminate you. With that, he granted Wang Daolin no further opportunity to speak. Boom. A pure black beam of light instantly engulfed the already battered blue mech, along with the icy king, Wang Miao, who perished with eyes wide open, filled with endless resentment. Having completed this act, Su Ju severed the communication. He had no desire to witness the collapse and despair of the Wang family. His vengeance had been fulfilled. At the very least, his retribution against the Wang family had concluded. Next, it was time to turn his attention to the Li family, the Chen family, and the Hejiao army. Su Ju rubbed his slightly swollen temples with his chubby little hands. The continuous battles, particularly the last operation of the Ren Huang No. 1, which had unleashed the gravitational collapse cannon twice, had exacted a heavy toll on his mental fortitude. A long-lost sense of fatigue and hunger surged within him. He retrieved a Shukong Shuamu de Shinjinjuan from the Tsiyuan Sanku, a prize extorted from Aoning, and, much like consuming jelly, stuffed it into his mouth. A pure essence of soul energy and spatial power swiftly nourished his parched spirit. With a comfortable sigh, he finally felt rejuvenated. Leaning back in the pilot's seat, he relished the rare moment of relaxation. He activated his system panel to review the results of his recent endeavors. Name, Su Jue, race, human, primary data-ized dragon body, realm, true essence realm, 4th level, extremely solid foundation, cultivation method, all things analysis system. Xin Dian, entry level 03. Divine powers, soul reaping, beginner, life absorption, beginner, decay halo, beginner, wind and thunder battle armor, beginner, dimensional warehouse, law affinity, destruction, 601, life, 501, time, 3002, decay, 225, wind, 3, thunder, 3, ice, 5, space, 60, data, 10, gravity, 0001, wood, 05. Special mark, Call of the Human Emperor, inactive. Energy points, 1, 874. 550, 000. Equipment, Human Emperor Mark I. Comprehensive evaluation, I cannot say. Upon seeing this new evaluation, the corners of Su Ju's mouth twitched. This wretched system was becoming increasingly absurd. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of satisfaction upon noticing the progress of Xin Dian had increased by 02. and the affinity for the space law had risen by 0.5 due to the spatial blockade. His energy points had also surged significantly after dismantling the first defensive base and plundering a substantial amount of resources. Overall, it was a lucrative venture. Just as Su Jue contemplated whether to visit the Li family or the Chen family next to collect some interest, a cold voice belonging to his mother, Yilishabai, unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Well done. Both your combat and psychological strategies have exceeded my expectations. As a reward, I can reveal your next target ahead of time. Su Jue was taken aback. Next target? Wasn't I supposed to choose? The 7th Fleet of the Black Armor Army is en route to your location. Your 4th trial has yet to conclude. Yilishabai's voice was chillingly detached, characteristic of a stepmother's tone. Your task is to annihilate that fleet single-handedly without employing that iron lump. Failure will result in your demise. With that, Yilishabai's voice faded, leaving Su Jue alone in the cockpit, dumbfounded. What the hell? You want me to take on an entire fleet without using the Gundam? Are you certain this is a trial and not a death sentence? I'm just a fledgling in the true essence realm. Chapter 68. A zero victory rate. Are you trying to drive me to my death? Su Jue felt a wave of despair wash over him. He sat in the spacious cockpit of the human Emperor Mark I, his mind buzzing with the cold, merciless decree from Yilishabai. He admitted that his foundation was indeed solid, his physique slightly extraordinary, and his grasp of various laws somewhat eclectic. However, that did not imply he could single-handedly confront a well-equipped, highly trained interstellar fleet. What was this? Hundreds of interstellar warships. Thousands of colossal cannons capable of flattening mountains in an instant. Over 10,000 Federal soldiers clad in powered armor. Not to mention, the fleet was undoubtedly guarded by formidable beings in the transformation realm and divine powers realm. Could his meager true essence withstand even a single volley? He would likely be obliterated into cosmic dust before he could even activate his destruction power. This woman was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Su Jue clenched his teeth in frustration. He was now fully convinced that Yilishabai harbored resentment towards him. She must have been displeased to see him rampaging through the cosmos in the human Emperor Mark I while her carefully nurtured Dragon Clan elites were still playing in the mud. How could she tolerate it? She must impose a bit more difficulty. Su Jue scoffed quietly, muttering under his breath. Yet, despite his complaints and anger, he was acutely aware that Yilishabai's words were commands. The educational approach of the Dragon Clan was starkly simple and brutal. If you could accomplish it, you were deemed impressive and rewarded. If not, you were left to perish, deserving of such a fate, for the inept were unworthy of existence. Although Aoun, his biological father, spoiled him, he would undoubtedly align with Yilishabai on such fundamental issues. Expecting him to intercede? Not a chance. He might even applaud, believing his son should possess the audacity to march forward against the odds. With a long sigh, Su Jue felt the weight of a weary soul, akin to that of a corporate worker. He no longer felt like a Dragon Clan foster son or a descendant of the human emperor. He felt like a beleaguered employee. Just as he had painstakingly completed one KPI, his boss immediately assigned him an even more daunting, seemingly impossible new task, all while proclaiming, "Young man, I have faith in you. This will be your trial." "Trial my foot," Su Jue exclaimed weakly. "Your Majesty, I am here," a voice responded promptly. Prometheus' voice resonated within the cockpit. "Analyze the probability of me single-handedly confronting a Federal Standard 7th Fleet without employing the human Emperor Mark I or any external mecha units." Calculating. Prometheus's core began to operate at superluminal speed. 0.01 seconds later, he reported, "Based on your current true essence realm, 4th level energy level, and the affinity data model of the laws you possess, your probability of surviving on the front lines for more than 10 seconds is 0.003. The probability of annihilating the enemy fleet is 0. A colossal, stark red 0 appeared on the holographic screen before Su Jue, followed by a long string of decimal points and an abundance of zeros. Su Jue's eyelids twitched. "Good gracious. You're quite honest, aren't you? Not even a consolation prize of 0.00001. However, Your Majesty," Prometheus continued, "the data model did not account for the forces of destruction within you or the ancient human bloodline. As these two factors exceed my database's comprehension, they cannot be quantified. If these variables are considered," Prometheus paused, seemingly engaged in more complex calculations, "the probability of success remains close to 0. All right, enough. Just be quiet." Su Jue waved his hand, shutting off the holographic screen, collapsing like a rag doll in the pilot's seat. A head-on confrontation was clearly not feasible. Thus, he had to resort to cunning strategies. But how? A heavily guarded interstellar fleet resembled a fully armed iron tortoise, impenetrable in every aspect. Unless, of course, Suju's eyes suddenly narrowed ever so slightly. Unless one could circumvent its formidable exterior and directly assault its vulnerable interior. Perhaps through internal disintegration? A bold thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could Xiaopu, the flagship model of the 7th Fleet, analyze their internal network firewall levels? Report, Wong. According to the intercepted public data from the Federation regarding Planet K7, the flagship of the 7th Fleet is a Thor-class heavy cruiser, equipped with a military-grade A-level firewall for the shield system. Given the computational power at Shelter 73, forcibly cracking it would require at least 72 standard hours, with a 98 probability of being traced back by the enemy. Quite formidable, Suju mused, clicking his tongue. It seemed that relying on Xiaopu as a hacker to directly breach the enemy's system was not a viable path. However, who said one must always hack from the outside? Suju's gaze fell upon his system panel, where the line read Data Law Affinity, 10. Ever since he had devoured that artificial black hole and acquired the Data Dragon form, his perception of this world had undergone a radical transformation. Everything appeared to him as if it could be deconstructed into the most fundamental binary of zeros and ones. What about himself? Could he too fully transform his body into a stream of data? If so, could he not inject himself into the enemy's flagship like a true virus, traversing through network signals? Once this idea emerged, it proliferated uncontrollably, akin to wild grass that could not be restrained. How mad, yet how exhilarating. If successful, he would become a ghost lurking within the enemy's heart. The entire fleet would become his hunting ground, just as Suju reveled in his genius plan. His stomach audibly protested at the most inopportune moment. Continuous battles, particularly the release of the gravitational collapse cannon twice, coupled with the recent mental exertion, had left his already empty body in utter rebellion. Hungry, famished to the point of madness, he felt as if he could devour a colossal beast of the cosmos. Chapter 69. Energy blocks not worth a dog's attention. I'll feast on source crystals instead. Suju cast a disdainful glance at the standard energy blocks scavenged from the first defense base within the dimensional warehouse. According to the system, those items were akin to expired compressed biscuits, not even fit for a dog. His gaze inevitably drifted outside the window to the vast crimson planet he had just conquered, Planet K7, the most significant source of wealth for the Wong family. This place was abundant in source crystals. Source crystals, a purer form of energy, far superior to standard energy blocks. While their taste might not compare to premium spiritual fruits like Seven Orifices' exquisite Dao fruit, they could at least be considered a feast of seafood. Xiaopu, Suju's eye sparkled. Immediately mark all the locations of source crystal veins on this planet. I am about to feast. Meanwhile, within the Wanlong Fortress, floating through the river of time in the Garden of Time, Elizabeth and Ao Yuan were observing everything transpiring on Planet K7 through a colossal spatial magic mirror. When Elizabeth assigned Suju that monstrous trial task, Ao Yuan's massive dragon form involuntarily twitched. Dear, is this a bit too harsh? He quietly inquired. Tasking a young one from the True Essence realm to challenge a Federation fleet? Wasn't that akin to sending him to his doom? Doom? Elizabeth huffed coldly. If he cannot handle such a minor scene, then he is unworthy to be my son. Do you think I am sending him there to engage in a fistfight with battleships? I am pushing him. Elizabeth's golden dragon eyes blinked. I am forcing him to think, to utilize those powers that even we cannot comprehend, whether it be the enigmatic data laws or the even more mysterious human emperor bloodline. Without pushing him to the brink, these potentials will remain forever dormant. I wish to see what surprises this little monster can truly bring me. Ao Yuan nodded, somewhat understanding. Although he still felt that his wife's approach was exceedingly risky, he could not argue against her once she had spoken. He could only silently pray for his unfortunate son for 3 seconds. Then, he beheld on the magic mirror's screen Suju, after a brief moment of daze and anger. Suddenly rushing towards a massive mine pit on the surface, he dove into the pit like a groundhog, seizing a fist-sized source crystal that shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, shoving it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sounds of chewing resonated clearly through the myriad of recording instruments, relayed back to the Garden of Time. Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, two supreme beings of the Holy King realm, gazed at the scene of that little boy, blissfully gnawing on the source crystal, his mouth smeared with oil. They fell into a prolonged silence once more. Here we are, fretting over you, and you are indulging in a feast. At mine pit number 17 on Planet K7, once the largest source crystal production site for the Wong family and a hell for the miners, had now transformed into Suju's private dining hall. Crunch, crunch, burp. Suju clutched a source crystal larger than his own head, relishing every bite. The pure energy surged into his parched body like a sweet spring, swiftly replenishing his previously expended true essence and mental strength. Beep. High-quality energy source detected. Blue source crystal, grade 7. Effect. Contains pure water and spatial energy, usable for powering starships, arranging formations, or directly absorbed for energy replenishment. Consumption recommendation. Energy is gentle, can be absorbed in large quantities. Please consume with caution if dental health is poor. Someone had quite the strong bite. The taste is acceptable, Suju remarked, offering a fair assessment. Compared to the garbage food he had consumed earlier, this source crystal's flavor was akin to a Michelin 3-star meal. Although it could not compare to the 7 orifices exquisite Dao fruit his mother provided. At least it was substantial and filling. As he surveyed the entire mine pit, it was densely packed with those alluringly glowing energy candies. This was no mere mine pit. It was clearly a colossal buffet crafted just for him. Xiaopu, pack all the source crystals on planet K7. Suju commanded grandly as he continued to munch. From now on, this shall be my exclusive granary. At your command, my king, Prometheus faithfully executed the order. Under its coordination, countless engineering robots emerged from the subterranean base like diligent worker ants, commencing the extraction and harvesting of the planet's mineral veins. Suju indulged in a sumptuous feast within the depths of the mine, savoring the delightful repast until he felt the vital energy within him swell once again, even hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 5th level of Jinyuan. Satisfied, he let out a contented burp. With his hunger satiated, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. He soared back to the ruins of the first defense base and re-entered the cockpit of the Renhuang No. 1. Although Elizabeth forbade him from using this formidable machine for combat, she did not prohibit its use as a means of transportation in a mobile command center. Xiaopu, where is the 7th Fleet now? Report, Your Majesty. The enemy fleet has entered the outer security perimeter of this star system and is expected to arrive at the synchronous orbit of K7 planet in 3 hours. 3 hours? Huh. Suju mused, stroking his chin. Time was ample. Prepared to execute the phantom infiltration plan. He inhaled deeply, summoning the power within him. It was neither Jinyuan nor the forces of destruction or life, but rather that enigmatic power he had truly mastered only after absorbing the artificial black hole, the esoteric data law. Buzz. Suju's body began to emanate a faint blue glow. At that moment, his skin, flesh, and bone seemed to blur into the ethereal. Countless minuscule zeros and ones, invisible to the naked eye, flickered and danced across the surface of his body. Warning. The host is attempting complete datafication. This action is extremely dangerous. There is a 99% probability that it will cause a severance of the soul and physical information chain, leaving the host utterly lost in the sea of data, unable to reorganize. The system's warnings echoed frantically in his mind. Silence, Suju coldly interrupted. Fortune favors the bold. Without taking risks, how can one confront an entire fleet? He closed his eyes, his mind intensely focused, and began to transform his existence into a segment of information that could be recognized and transmitted, according to his understanding of the data law. This process was fraught with peril. It was akin to dancing upon a tightrope stretched across an abyss. One misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. His body flickered wildly between the tangible and the intangible. At times, it became a blur of flesh, at others, a mass of garbled code. Agonizing pain surged through his soul like a tidal wave. Yet, he gritted his teeth, clinging to the last remnants of clarity in his mind. He recalled the scene in the Time Garden, where he was swept away by the currents of time. The more he resisted, the greater the agony. True mastery was not about suppression, but about yielding. I am Data. Data is me. Suju roared within. In the next moment, he relinquished control over his body, allowing the force of datafication to completely consume him. Buzz. In the cockpit, Suju's figure vanished in a flurry of intense blue light. In its place floated a mass of blue data streams, composed of countless zeros and ones, constantly morphing in form. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the advanced ability of the data law, data migration. Data migration, basic, allows for a temporary transformation into pure data form, enabling short-distance superluminal movement through network mediums. Ding. Data law affinity, 5. The basic data dragon form is transitioning towards the intermediate data dragon form. Current progress, 1. The system's notifications rang out in succession. The blue data stream danced joyfully in the air for a moment. Then a childlike electronic voice chimed in. Xiaopu, are you ready? The energy channel has been established, Your Majesty. Prometheus' voice responded. The Stargate is ready for your command. Excellent. Target, enemy flagship, Thor. Understood. In the next instant, a nearly invisible laser shot from the center of Renhuang No. 1, striking an inconspicuous space asteroid tens of thousands of kilometers away with precision. This asteroid had been prearranged by Prometheus as a launching pad, concealing a miniature spatial beacon within. Zing! A data stream, visible only to Prometheus, followed the laser and instantly transmitted to the asteroid. Subsequently, the signal emitter on the asteroid sent out a detection signal disguised as cosmic background radiation towards the massive fleet in the distance. This signal formed an invisible thread connecting the asteroid to the external communication antenna of the Thor cruiser. The channel is connected. Your Majesty, I wish you a successful hunt. Commence. The data stream that was now Su Ju let out a cheer and swiftly darted into a data interface before Ren Huang No. 1. In the next moment, he surged along the invisible line at superluminal speed towards the distant colossal ship. In the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation, aboard the 7th Fleet's flagship, Thor, the fleet commander, Zhao Wujia, sat impatiently upon his command throne. He appeared to be in his 30s, handsome, yet his demeanor bore an air of arrogance. Coming from the prestigious Zhao family, he was not outdone by the Wang, Li, or Qin families, and held considerable influence within the military. At a young age, he had already attained the first level of the Divine Passage realm and occupied the position of fleet commander, promising a bright future. A bunch of useless fools. Zhao Wujia cursed as he glanced at the battle damage report regarding K7 planet displayed on the screen. A terrorist who emerged from nowhere, piloting a broken mech, managed to topple a mine owned by the Wang family for over a century, and 2 elders at the peak of the Wang family are either dead or captured. This is an utter disgrace to our Federation. One of his aides stepped forward, lowering his voice. Commander, the Wang family is merely a commercial faction. Their private army's combat capability cannot be compared to our regular forces. Humph, that does not change the fact that they are worthless. Zhao Wujia scoffed, taking a sip from the red wine offered by a handmaiden. It is ridiculous that Lei Shu would assign our 7th Fleet to deal with such trivial matters on a garbage planet. Relay my orders. Zhao Wujia slammed the wine glass down. Upon arrival at the designated orbit, commence indiscriminate bombing of the target area. I do not care who or what this so-called remnant of the Su family is. I want to see that area completely obliterated from the planet within 10 minutes. I have no time to play hide and seek with these country bumpkins. Yes, Commander. The aide promptly complied. However, none of them noticed that at the moment Zhao Wujia issued his command, a minuscule blue data stream, composed of zeros and ones, had flickered through a circuit in the main control computer of the bridge. A ghost had already boarded the ship, and this ghost was quite hungry. It was searching for the ship's kitchen. Aboard the Thor, in the B7 area, energy supply center, the heart of the entire warship, was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every few steps. In the corridor, 2 soldiers clad in black armored combat suits leaned against the wall, chatting idly. Alas, what misfortune has befallen us to be dispatched to such a forsaken place, merely to cater to the needs of the Wang family's inept crew? A soldier lamented. Indeed, it is said that the spoils of this mission have been entirely siphoned off by the commander and those lofty figures above us, leaving us with nothing but the dregs. Another soldier chimed in. Enough of your complaints. If the officer hears you, you'll be in for a world of trouble. What do I have to fear? This wretched place is so desolate that not even a fly can enter. Besides, the commander is currently fuming on the bridge, with no time to concern himself with us mere foot soldiers. The 2 were engrossed in their conversation when suddenly, a faint tremor emanated from the massive alloy door, crafted from ultra-aggregated Kajin and 3 meters thick, behind them. The green indicator light, signifying the stable operation of the energy core, flickered ominously without warning. What on earth is happening? The chatting soldier immediately became alert, standing to attention. I don't know, perhaps it's just energy fluctuations, a normal occurrence. The other soldier replied nonchalantly. Go check the logs. Fine, what a hassle. Reluctantly, the soldier approached the nearby control panel and accessed the operational log of the energy center. On the screen, data streams raced by, all appearing normal. See, I told you there was nothing to worry about. You're just scaring yourself. The soldier scoffed, preparing to close the log when suddenly, his pupils constricted. Amidst the multitude of normal data streams, a seemingly insignificant line of data exhibited an eerie fluctuation. Energy output from the Thunder Goddess Heart, 9999989999979999996. The energy output was decreasing, albeit at an imperceptibly slow yet continuous rate. What the hell? The soldier exclaimed, rubbing his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. What are you yelling about? The other soldier jumped, startled by his outburst. You need to see this. The energy output is declining. What? The other soldier's face paled as he hurried over. Upon seeing the fluctuating numbers on the screen, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The Thunder Goddess Heart is the flagship of the 7th Fleet, a pinnacle of Federation technology. Its energy output is as stable as the laws of the universe. Not only is a decline inconceivable, but even a fluctuation in the 8th decimal place is impossible. Yet now, it is indeed decreasing. Although the rate is as slow as a tortoise, it is undeniably diminishing. What in the world is happening? Is the core malfunctioning? Impossible. The Thunder Goddess heart is designed to last for 3,000 years and has only been in service for less than 50. The two were utterly panicked. If the commander discovers an issue with the energy core they were tasked to guard, their heads would surely roll. Quick, we need to report this. No, wait. Let us investigate ourselves first. One soldier managed to regain some composure. What if it's merely a sensor malfunction? Reporting now would be tantamount to signing our own death warrants. Right. That makes sense. After a brief discussion, they resolved to enter the core chamber themselves and uncover the truth. Trembling, they entered a complex series of passwords at the control panel, followed by dual iris and genetic verification. With a rumble, the heavy alloy door began to creak open. A wave of pure energy, 100 times denser than the outside world, rushed towards them. However, neither soldier was in the mood to savor this energy. Their gazes were fixated on the center of the room. There, a colossal blue sphere of light hovered. That is the Thunder Goddess heart. The surface of the sphere was adorned with countless arcane energy runes, slowly swirling. Everything appeared as usual, without any anomalies. See, I told you it was just a sensor issue, one soldier sighed in relief. Not so fast. The other soldier frowned deeply, sensing something amiss. He cautiously approached, circling around the Thunder Goddess heart. Suddenly, his steps halted at the back of the sphere. His body froze, and the color drained from his face at an alarming rate. You, come here. His voice trembled. What now? Stop overreacting. His companion approached impatiently. Then, he too froze. The two stood as motionless as statues, mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers. What had they seen? On the smooth surface of the Thunder Goddess heart, there appeared an exceedingly tiny bite mark. No, not just one. There were countless rows of neatly arranged tiny bite marks. As if something were perched upon this embodiment of the Federation's supreme technological achievement, treating it like an apple, nibbling away at it. A piercing, unearthly scream shattered the tranquility of the energy center. At that moment, the so-called Spectre was feasting on the opposite side of the Thunder Goddess heart. The data stream of Suju, upon entering the energy core, immediately reverted to its physical form. He gazed at the enormous blue gelatinous orb before him, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. A notification chimed. Detected a top-tier cosmic energy source. Thunder Goddess heart, grade 10. Effect, formed from the fusion of Thunder God crystal and void core, containing the primordial laws of thunder and space, with exceptionally high energy purity. Suggested consumption. While the energy is volatile, it has remarkable effects on the host's data-formed dragon body. Strongly recommended. Immediately, start consuming. Upon seeing this suggestion, Suju could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward, mouth agape, and took a bite. An indescribable deliciousness exploded on his taste buds. The purest thunder energy surged like countless electric serpents, dancing wildly in his mouth, bringing an exhilarating sensation. The spatial power made his very soul feel as if it were levitating, utterly weightless. This is divine. 100 times more delectable than that so-called void jellyfish's neurons. Suju squinted in bliss, resembling a cat that had pilfered a fish treat. He settled atop the Thunder Goddess heart, indulging in one bite after another. Notifications flooded his mind, absorbing the primordial energy of the Thunder Goddess heart. Thunder Law Affinity 01. Absorbing the primordial energy of the Thunder Goddess heart. Space Law Affinity 01. Intermediate data-formed Dragon Body Experience 05. Gained energy points 1, 200, 000. The system's notifications echoed like a chorus in his mind. Suju felt as if he were soaring to the heavens in ecstasy. This is hardly a place for a life-and-death assassination mission. It is evidently a vacation spot. My dear mother, I misjudged you. You truly are a good person. In his heart, Suju silently awarded Elizabeth a good person card. Just as he was relishing his feast, he overheard a conversation between two soldiers outside the door. With a quick shift of his eyes, Suju instantly transformed into data form and discreetly relocated to the opposite side of Lei Shinji Xian. He then witnessed the two soldiers, as if they had seen a ghost, filled with terror, ultimately fleeing in a panic. Suju smirked, never having seen such naivety. He reverted to his physical form, ready to continue his sumptuous banquet. However, at that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the energy center. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Wuji's furious roar echoed through the ship's internal communication system. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. You didn't even notice the energy core was breached? Immediately seal off Zone B7. Not a single fly is to be let out. All combat teams, proceed to the energy center at once. Bring me that damned rat and crush it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Zhao Wuji was frantic. He was utterly desperate. The energy core was the lifeblood of the warship. If something happened to the lifeblood, he, as the commander, would not be able to escape unscathed. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Ju felt no tension. In fact, he licked his lips, growing even more excited about his feast. Oh, the red alert lights in the energy center flashed wildly, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were hell. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps approached, and waves of fully armed black-armored soldiers surged from all directions, surrounding Zone B7 completely. Their Gauss rifles were fully charged, the muzzles glinting with lethal blue light. Leading them was a centurion of the third realm of transformation, his face grave. As he bellowed through his tactical helmet, "Attention all units. The target is in the energy core chamber. The identity of the adversary is unknown, with capabilities that are bizarre. Possibly some form of stealthy extraterrestrial beast. The commander has given orders. Kill without mercy. Team 1, Team 2, prepare to breach. Teams 3 and 4, provide fire cover. Move out." With his command, 2 soldiers bearing the powerful laser cutter, known as the City Breaker, charged forward, aiming at the tightly shut alloy door. Zzzzz. A blinding white beam erupted, capable of melting starship armor, fiercely slicing into the door. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The heavy alloy door remained unmoved. Not even a white mark to be found. What is happening? The Centurion's expression changed. Report, officer. The laser cutting is ineffective. The energy shield of the door has been reinforced from within. The soldier operating the laser cutter exclaimed. What? The Centurion was utterly bewildered. The energy core chamber's defensive shield is connected to Lei Shunji Xine. How could it be reinforced from within? Could it be that the invader has already taken control of the energy core? The thought sent chills down his spine. Just as everyone was left bewildered by this strange scene, a childish voice echoed through the energy center's broadcast system, reaching every ear. "Little friends, are you looking for me?" The moment the voice rang out, all the soldiers were startled, raising their guns and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. It was absurd to be addressed as little friends by such an infantile voice. Who is speaking? The Centurion barked. "TSK, TSK, TSK, why so fierce?" The childish voice chimed again. "I am but a baby. To welcome your arrival, I have specially prepared a small gift for you. I hope you will enjoy it." As the words fell, the unexpected occurred. A shriek suddenly erupted from the rear of the squad. Everyone turned to see a soldier, suddenly frenzied, aiming his Gauss rifle at a comrade beside him. Bang! A flash of blue light, and his companion, unable to react, was instantly pierced through the chest. His powered armor emitting black smoke as he crashed to the ground. "Zhang San, have you lost your mind?" The surrounding soldiers were horrified. However, the soldier named Zhang San seemed oblivious, his eyes bloodshot. A bizarre smile stretched across his face as he muttered to himself. "Kill, kill, kill you all." Bang, bang, bang. He fired several more shots, taking down 2 more. "Return fire. Quick, return fire." The Centurion's eyes widened in fury as he immediately issued the order. However, just as he spoke, cries of despair erupted. My hand. My hand won't obey. Me too. Help. My gun is moving on its own." The panicked cries echoed throughout the ranks. More and more soldiers began to lose control of their bodies, performing bizarre actions. Some began to spin in place. Others started to pull down their comrades' pants, and some even twisted their bodies, breaking into ludicrous dances. Even more terrifying, their weapon systems had all gone haywire. Gauss rifles, electromagnetic pulse grenades, high-frequency vibrating military knives. These deadly weapons began to indiscriminately attack everything around them. Boom, boom. The entire corridor instantly transformed into a hellish nightmare. The sounds of explosions, screams, and pleas for mercy intertwined. Allies were slaughtering one another. The Centurion stared in horror at the scene before him, his mind blank. He could not comprehend what was happening. Was it a psychic attack? Or some unknown virus? Just as his mind faltered, he suddenly felt an uncontrollable stiffness spread through his body. Looking down, he saw his arm slowly rising. The barrel of his high-energy particle cannon gradually aiming at his own head. No. The Centurion let out a final, despairing scream. On the bridge, Zhao Wuji stared intently at the main screen. In a mere minute, Zone B7 had transformed into a gray area, signifying the disappearance of life signals. In less than a minute's time, his elite 100-man combat team had been completely annihilated without even encountering the enemy. Moreover, in such a bizarre, self-destructive manner. This is the work of demons. Zhao Wuji's aide turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Silence. Zhao Wuji delivered a sharp slap that knocked him to the ground. Though he too felt terror, the rationality of a commander still held firm. Technical department. Where's the technical department? Analyze this immediately. What sort of attack is this? He raged furiously into the communicator. Report, Commander. The voice of the Minister of Technology, tinged with a sob, came through in fits and starts. We are also at a loss. The enemy is like a ghost. We cannot ascertain their location at all. They seem to be everywhere. Our firewall is as fragile as paper before them. They can tamper with any of our systems at will. Just then, the voice of the Minister of Technology abruptly ceased. What else did they do? Speak quickly. Zhao Wuji felt an ominous premonition. In the next moment, a lively, festive, and almost entrancing tune resonated through the bridge's broadcasting system. Good luck is coming, bringing joy and love. Inside the bridge, all who still drew breath were left dumbfounded. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions more vivid than those of someone who had seen a ghost. On this flagship, representing the utmost military strength of the Federation, at such a critical juncture of life and death, someone dared to play good luck over the public address system. What sort of audacious maneuver was this? It was as if they were brazenly mocking the Seventh Fleet to their faces. Zhao Wuji felt a surge of bitterness rise in his throat, nearly spitting blood in outrage. This was pure humiliation. Aya! He let out a primal roar. Find them. Even if I have to dismantle this entire ship, I will hunt down that damned bastard. I will tear them to shreds. However, his furious cries were swiftly drowned out by the even louder chorus. Moreover, it was not just good luck. Soon, the most dazzling folk style, Little Apple, and Love You for 10,000 Years began to play in succession, echoing through the corners of the Thunder God. The once cold and menacing interstellar battleship had transformed into a midnight disco infused with a rustic vibe. Even more outrageous, as the music surged, the ship's lighting system spiraled out of control. Red, green, blue, and purple lights began to flash wildly in sync with the rhythm of the music, creating an exhilarating spectacle. Countless soldiers, still stationed at their posts, were bewildered by this sudden delight. They even began to wonder if the commander had orchestrated this as a team-building exercise to alleviate pre-battle stress. Some soldiers, adopting a more relaxed attitude, began to sway lightly to the rhythm. At that moment, the might and morale of the Seventh Fleet seemed to vanish into thin air. In the energy core chamber, Suju lounged with his legs crossed, sitting atop a pile of energy crystals he had drained dry, humming a cheerful tune while admiring his handiwork. Before him hovered a holographic screen displaying the contorted face of Zhao Wuji, twisted in rage and humiliation. TSK, 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 Suju shook his head. For a commander, your psychological fortitude is remarkably poor. This is merely the beginning. The real spectacle has yet to unfold. He snapped his fingers. Xiao Pu. Let us make this even more exhilarating. At your command, my king. In the next instant, Zhao Wuji, consumed by impotent fury on the bridge, suddenly found the main screen shifting. It was no longer the gray map of Zone B7, but a high-definition video. The filming location appeared to be a men's restroom. Soon, a figure he knew all too well appeared on screen. Himself. In the video, he was preening before a mirror, arranging his hairstyle while speaking in an excessively self-admiring tone, murmuring, I, Zhao Wuji, am the brightest star in the Federation military. How could a mere godly realm be worthy of my unparalleled beauty and unmatched talent? Once this mission concludes, I will have my father propose to the Li family. That girl from the Li family may not be much to look at, but she is the legitimate daughter of the Li clan. Once I marry her, the Zhao family will ascend to new heights. At that point, what Wang family, what Chen family, will tremble beneath my feet. The video abruptly ended. The bridge fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on Zhao Wuji, filled with shock, disdain, and pity. It was over. The words echoed in everyone's minds. Zhao Wuji had met his social demise. A scream, more beastly than human, erupted from Zhao Wuji's throat. His eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. The strings of rationality snapped completely. Social death, publicly executed before all the crew on the bridge. This feeling was 1,000 times worse than death. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Come out. Show yourself. Zhao Wuji roared like a crazed beast, his fist slamming down on the alloy control panel, his terrifying power crushing it inward, sparks flying. Yet, all that responded to him was the incessant loop of that maddening music and the suppressed laughter of his subordinates, their faces flushed with barely contained amusement. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhao Wuji spewed forth a mouthful of blood. He was not injured. He was infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. Commander, The vice admiral rushed forward to steady his swaying figure. Enough. Just then, that childish voice rang out once more. The farce is at an end. As the words fell, the captivating music and flashing lights ceased instantly. The entire battleship returned to a deathly silence. Yet this silence felt even more terrifying than the previous clamor, for all knew that the ghost lurking in the shadows was about to get serious. What do you want? Zhao Wuji wiped the blood from his lips. His gaze fixed on the empty void ahead, his voice hoarse with dread. He was genuinely afraid. Faced with this elusive foe, capable of manipulating them at will, his once proud prowess and fleet felt like a mere joke. What do I want? Su Ju's voice dripped with icy amusement. Very simple. Surrender your life, and let this fleet accompany you to your grave. As soon as the words left his lips, a deafening explosion erupted from the ship's hull. The entire Thunder God shook violently. Everyone in the bridge stumbled, unable to maintain their footing. Warning! Warning! The antimatter engines 8, 9, and 10 are experiencing a chain reaction. Structural integrity compromised by 37. Energy shields are failing. We are plummeting. The chilling sound of the system alarms echoes like a death knell in everyone's ears. Zhao Wuji's complexion turned pale in an instant. This flagship, of which he had been so proud, was doomed. No, I cannot perish here. I still have a bright future ahead. I must wed the young lady of the Li family and ascend to the pinnacle of life. A fierce desire to survive overcame his fear. Zhao Wuji's gaze became resolute. He abruptly pushed aside his aide and dashed towards an emergency exit nestled in the corner of the bridge. There, a personal battle mech, over 5 meters tall, awaited him. Storm. This was an 8th-tier mech, meticulously crafted for him by the Zhao family at great expense. Its combat prowess rivaled that of the Fa Xiong realm. Though it could not compare to the 2 king-tier Sky Rippers of the Wang family, it was the most formidable fighting force aboard this flagship, second only to him. Chapter 74. 8th-tier mech? Baby crushes with one hand. You wish to kill me? Not so easily. Zhao Wuji leaped into the cockpit of the Storm mech. The mech's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Boom. He smashed through the bridge's window, transforming into a streak of light, soaring into the murky yellow sky of planet K7. He needed to escape. As long as he could flee and return to the Federation, there would be a chance for his resurgence. However, he had barely flown a kilometer when an unforgettable sight unfolded before his eyes. Below their fleet, on the bow of the disintegrating flagship, a diminutive figure clad in a comical animal onesie, a beautifully chiseled infant, stood serenely. His tiny form starkly contrasted with the massive remnants of the warship, resembling a hellish inferno. He lifted his head, and those golden eyes pierced through layers of flames, landing squarely on Zhao Wuji's mech. Then, he broke into an innocent smile. Found you. Zhao Wuji's scalp tingled. It was him, that little demon. This infant, who toyed with their entire fleet, was the ghostly presence behind their downfall. What manner of monster are you? Zhao Wuji screamed in horror. Terrifying. Monster? Su Ju tilted his head. No, I am here to collect a debt. With that, Su Ju moved. He did not employ any supernatural powers or invoke any laws. He simply took a step forward. Boom. The falling flagship, thousands of meters long, seemed struck by a meteor. From the bow, the entire vessel was instantly crushed into a flurry of metallic debris by a terrifying force. The pure power of the intermediate Chaos Dragon body was fully revealed in that moment. Su Ju's figure, bathed in the flames of the explosion, resembled a god or demon returning from hell. Behind him, a symphony composed of countless warship wrecks continued. One by one, the escort ships and destroyers, stripped of the flagship's command and infected with Su Ju's logic virus, began to attack one another or simply spiraled out of control, crashing toward the ground. The sky transformed into a splendid display of fireworks. This was a cataclysmic symphony solely belonging to Su Ju. Zhao Wuji stared blankly at all of this, watching as the 7th Fleet, which had borne all his ambitions and future, was reduced to floating scrap metal in mere minutes. His heart bled. His ambitions, his future, everything he held dear dissolved like smoke in the air. The ultimate rage and despair drove him to madness. I will kill you. Zhao Wuji controlled the Storm mech, pushing the engine to its limits. The mech's rear spewed blue flames, transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. Infused with endless murderous intent and resentment, charging toward that small figure. The pressure of a first-tier Shintong realm exploded without reservation under the mech's enhancement. The entire sky shifted in response. However, in the face of this world-shattering strike, Su Ju merely stood there, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. He extended his chubby, delicate little hand and gently pushed forward toward the oncoming streak of light. Too weak, he murmured softly. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze. The Storm mech, now a streak of light, came to an abrupt halt. It was not by its own volition but was held in place by a tiny, pudgy hand that appeared utterly harmless. Zhao Wuji sat in the cockpit, dumbfounded. He saw the mech's head, capable of shattering mountains, being firmly pressed down by an infant's hand. No matter how frantically he urged the engine, he could not advance a single inch. How is this possible? This defies the laws of physics. This defies energy conservation. How could an infant possibly halt the full charge of an 8th-tier mech with a single hand? Could it be that my mech is under his control? I told you. Su Ju's voice echoed softly. You are too weak. With those words, he applied a slight pressure with his 5 fingers. Crack. A crisp sound of metal twisting resonated. In Zhao Wuji's despairing gaze, the head of the storm, mech crumpled like a crushed soda can, instantly deforming and caving in. Countless wires and parts, mixed with blood from the cockpit, spewed forth from the gaps. No, Zhao Wuji could only emit a brief cry of despair. Then, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Su Ju released his grip. The headless storm mech, emitting black smoke, fell like a lifeless kite toward the ground below. Boom. It finally crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. The sky returned to tranquility. Only the burning and exploding remnants of warships remained, like countless shooting stars. Traversing the heavens, tragic yet magnificent. Su Ju hovered in midair, silently observing it all. Elizabeth's 4th trial was complete. He had single-handedly annihilated an entire Federation fleet. Though the method he employed may have differed slightly from Elizabeth's expectations. Su Ju exhaled deeply. A wave of intense fatigue and weakness washed over him. This time, he was truly drained. Both his mental strength and essence were depleted, especially in the end, when he had forcibly engaged the mech with his physical body to impress. It had drained his internal energy completely. Hungry again, Su Ju patted his flat stomach, on the verge of tears. He felt that, one day, he would surely starve to death. He swayed as he flew toward the ground. He needed to hurry back to his cafeteria and replenish his energy. However, just as he was about to land, his body suddenly froze. Every cell in him began to scream in a frenzy. It was a terror that stemmed from the deepest instinct of life. He slowly turned his head and beheld a ripple spreading through the void not far away. A towering figure clad in pitch-black armor, with a half-masked, menacing metallic visage, emerged gradually from the spatial distortion. He merely stood there, doing nothing. Yet the atmosphere of the entire K7 planet seemed to solidify at that moment. The burning remnants of the fallen warships appeared to have been pressed on pause, eerily suspended in midair. The wind ceased. The flames halted. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of Zhao Wujia, and even more fearsome than the 2 ancestral figures of the Wang family, swept across the entire planet like an invisible cosmic tsunami. The Sacred Realm. By heavens. A powerhouse of the Sacred Realm. Su Ju's mind buzzed, blanking out completely. The intermediate chaos dragon body within him was crazily alerting him. That indestructible flesh was now transmitting an almost crushing pain. He hurriedly called out to the system, which responded with a series of blood-red warnings that nearly blinded him. Warning, warning, warning. Detected an entity of superlative specifications. Target, Sacred Realm Powerhouse, Intermediate. Energy level cannot be estimated. Attempting to analyze. Analysis failed. Threat level, Annihilation. Comprehensive assessment. A mere sneeze from the target could obliterate the host and this planet from the physical realm. Survival suggestion, immediately. Right now, perish on the spot, perhaps leaving behind a complete corpse. Su Ju gazed at the system's suggestion, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. You might as well not say anything. The masked man's gaze pierced through layers of space, locking onto Su Ju with unyielding intensity. Have you had your fun? Su Ju's heart sank to the depths. The visitor bore ill intentions. Was it you who destroyed my 7th fleet? With a single stride. The masked man appeared less than 100 meters before Su Ju, as if he and this space were one and the same. Su Ju barely registered how he moved. Allow me to introduce myself. He looked down upon Su Ju, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a mere insect easily crushed beneath a boot. I am Lei Xiaotian, commander of the Black Armor Legion, 1st Corps of the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation. As the name Lei Xiaotian echoed in Su Ju's ears, it felt as if millions of nuclear bombs detonated in the depths of his soul. Lei Xiaotian, the Black Armor Legion. It is him. That despicable wretch who led the Black Armor Legion to join forces with the traitorous Wang, Li, and Chen families to annihilate the Su family. He is one of my most formidable enemies. An uncontrollable wave of hatred surged, overwhelming Su Ju's reason. So it was you, old dog. Su Ju's eyes turned crimson in an instant, the golden power of ancient human bloodline erupting uncontrollably from within, forming a pillar of golden flame that soared into the sky. However, this regal power, powerful enough to make even the strongest tremble, was easily suppressed by Lei Xiaotian's profound sacred realm pressure. flickering like a candle in the wind. Oh, Lei Xiaodian appeared somewhat surprised. Interesting. A mere true essence realm brat can unleash such a degree of bloodline power. It seems the old guards of the Su family concealed quite a few secrets within you. He had not forgotten that the massacre of the Su family was to uncover something. Su Ju gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. I cannot defeat him. It is a complete crushing. It is a dimension-reducing strike. Right now, revenge is a luxury. Surviving is a wishful thought. The fourth trial bestowed by my cheap mother, Elizabeth, was to single-handedly annihilate the Seventh Fleet. But she never mentioned that the fleet's superior would personally come for inspection. This is beyond the syllabus. It is as if the exam paper has been ripped to shreds. How could you be here? Su Ju strove to buy time while frantically contemplating a countermeasure. Human Emperor number 1? No, Human Emperor number 1 is still lying hundreds of kilometers away on the Gobi Desert. Even if I could remotely activate it, it would be futile. Me? Lei Xiaodian seemed to have heard a hilarious joke and could not help but laugh aloud. I was merely passing by. Originally, I intended to observe how the Wang family fools were being toyed with by you, this little mouse. I did not expect you to surprise me. He slowly raised his hand, the palm clad in black metal, pointing directly at Su Ju. A mouse that destroyed my entire fleet cannot simply be let go. It would be a disgrace for me as the commander. Thus, his voice suddenly turned cold. Die? As his words fell, he slowly clenched his fingers. Crack, crack, crack. The space surrounding Su Ju began to collapse. Countless minuscule black fissures appeared out of nowhere, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. Each fissure emanated a terrifying aura capable of annihilating everything. Spatial laws. This was the spatial confinement and spatial rupture that could only be executed upon attaining a certain comprehension of spatial laws. Su Ju felt as if he were a mosquito encased in cement. Not only could he not move, even breathing became a luxury. His once proud, intermediate chaos dragon body felt as fragile as paper before this pure law power. Fine lines of blood began to appear on his skin, torn by the residual waves of the spatial fissures. Is this the sacred realm? For the first time, a profound sense of helplessness emerged in Su Ju's eyes. He finally understood why his cheap father, Ao Yuan, said that beneath the sacred realm, all are but ants. This is not an exaggeration, it is a fact. In the presence of a true powerhouse of the sacred realm, everything he had accomplished prior felt like a childish game. Damn it. I suppose I must find a way to enhance my mastery of the laws. In my next life, I hope to be born into a better family. Lei Xiaodian coldly delivered his final judgment. He then suddenly tightened his palm. Boom. The very space where Su Ju stood completely collapsed, transforming into a black singularity that devoured all light. In the Wanlong Fortress, within the Time Garden, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence before the massive spatial magic mirror. Ao Yuan's colossal sacred king will avatar, with enormous dragon eyes resembling two blood-red suns, fixated intently on the space collapsing into a singularity within the magic mirror. The entire dragon shadow trembling violently. No, a roar, imbued with boundless fury and terror, resonated throughout the Time Garden. My son. Ao Yuan went mad. He watched in horror as his beloved son was reduced to nothingness by a mysterious figure from the sacred realm. This was the child he had nurtured for so long. Fed with cosmic treasures, bathed in the fountain of life, cradled in his hands with utmost care. And now, just like that, he was gone. A terrifying aura capable of obliterating star domains erupted from Ao Yuan's will avatar. Thunderous sky, I demand that you annihilate the entire Blue Summer Federation in retribution. Ao Yuan roared, preparing to burst forth from the Garden of Time and descend upon the Blue Summer Star Domain. However, just as he moved, a translucent silver dragon claw appeared from thin air, gently resting upon his dragon head. What are you shouting about? The cold voice of Elizabeth resonated. Chapter 76, Elder Brother to the Rescue. Do not let my younger brother die. Her dragon form had somehow appeared beside Ao Yuan, her golden dragon eyes, capable of piercing through the river of time, fixed intently upon the mirror of magic. In contrast to Ao Yuan's furious rage, her gaze remained calm. Calm down. How can I be calm? Ao Yuan retorted, his blood-red dragon eyes glaring fiercely at Elizabeth. That was our son. He is dead, killed by a mere ant from the sacred realm. And you dare to stop me? Get out of my way. Ao Yuan had completely lost his reason. The terrifying law of destruction swirling around him, ready to break free from Elizabeth's restraint. He is not dead, Elizabeth stated coolly. Ao Yuan's movements paused momentarily. He looked incredulously at Elizabeth. What did you say? I said he is not dead. Elizabeth pointed towards the spatial magic mirror. There, next to the singularity that had collapsed, a wisp of gray airflow, smaller than dust, floated quietly. It was this gray airflow that, in the final moment of spatial collapse, enveloped Suju's soul essence, preventing him from being completely erased. The power of creation and destruction. Ao Yuan noticed the gray airflow as well. I knew it. I knew this kid wouldn't die so easily. Ao Yuan's anger transformed into joy, erupting into a thunderous laugh. But soon, his laughter came to an abrupt halt, for he saw that the gray airflow was visibly dimming. Clearly, to withstand the previous attack from that sacred realm powerhouse, Suju's power of creation and destruction had been nearly exhausted. In his current state, he was like a flickering candle in the wind. Not even thunderous sky could save him, and a mere gust of chaotic space could scatter his soul. No, I must save him. Ao Yuan grew frantic. You cannot go. Elizabeth once again blocked him. Why? Ao Yuan questioned in confusion. Have you forgotten our original agreement? Elizabeth gazed at him coldly. This boy's path of vengeance must be completed by himself. This is his karma, his destiny. If we intervene, once the aura of the Sacred King descends upon the Blue Summer Federation, you know better than I what will happen. At that time, not only Thunderous Sky, but the entire Federation Council, the Martial Alliance, and even those hidden ancient beings will be stirred. You could easily crush them all, but then what? Will this boy's grudge be avenged? Will he be content? Elizabeth's series of rhetorical questions rendered Ao Yuan momentarily speechless. He realized that she was right. His existence would be a dimensional strike against the Blue Summer Federation. Once he acted, Suju's ultimate goal would be directly thwarted, and he might struggle to find clarity in the future. But what should he do? Just watch as his son was killed by that scoundrel. Ao Yuan stomped his feet in frustration. I never said we wouldn't act. Elizabeth cast him another glance and replied coolly. We cannot intervene, but that does not mean others cannot. With that, she raised her dragon claw, and a strand of divine thought instantly traversed the endless space, heading towards the other end of the Dragon Demon Star Domain. In the Dragon Demon Star Domain, within the Prince's Palace of the Dragon Clan, a magnificent palace crafted from pure dark gold divine metal loomed. A colossal dragon, covered in dark gold scales, was coiled upon the throne. This was Ao Shang, the firstborn of the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, he was meditating, surrounded by a powerful peak sacred realm aura. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A silver divine thought hovered before him. It is Mother. Ao Shang did not dare to be negligent, promptly bowing his head in respect. Elizabeth's cold and authoritative voice resonated directly within his soul. Ao Shang, your son is here. Go to the Blue Summer Star Domain, K7 mining planet. Your younger brother is in trouble. Younger brother? Ao Shang paused for a moment, then quickly realized that Mother was referring to that human child named Suju. A complex array of emotions surged within him, jealousy, discontent, and an indescribable restlessness. Ever since that little brat appeared, the attention of his father and mother had been solely focused on him, leaving him, the rightful dragon prince, feeling neglected. Now that the little brat was in trouble, Mother expected him, the prince, to personally rescue him. Why should he? Ao Shang's heart was filled with resistance. However, Elizabeth's next words instantly quelled all his thoughts. If you succeed, the Storm Dragon Classic will be available for you to comprehend for 3 days. Ao Shang was stunned. Storm Dragon Classic. That was the complete inheritance of the Sacred King, not to mention 3 days. Even a mere glance would benefit him immensely and could potentially reveal the opportunity to break through to the great sacred realm. Mother, will you go or not? Elizabeth asked finally. I will go. I will go immediately. Ao Shang replied without hesitation. How could he refuse? Compared to the Sacred King's inheritance, his small jealousy was nothing. Moreover, rescuing that little brat would perfectly showcase his strength as an elder brother. Previously, he had been humiliated by that little brat. Now, he would let him know who truly was the pride of the Dragon Clan. Very well. Elizabeth's voice faded. In the next moment, the space before Ao Shang was torn apart by an immense power, forming a stable spatial passage, the other end leading directly to the K7 planet. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Little brat. Ao Shang scoffed, his massive dragon form transforming into a dark gold streak of light as he plunged into the spatial passage. An opportunity to engage in a Sacred King-level inheritance was worth the price of one intervention. This was a lucrative deal. On K7 planet, amidst the ruins of the first defense base, Thunderous Sky hovered in midair, gazing at the space that had already collapsed into a singularity. He did not strike immediately. He was waiting. He was waiting for the strand of soul hidden in the spatial crevice to reveal itself. As a battle-hardened Sacred Realm powerhouse, he had certainly sensed that the previous strike had not completely obliterated that little brat. A most peculiar force had protected that child's soul at the last moment. This only heightened his curiosity regarding the secrets concealed within Suju. Little one, how much longer will you hide? Lei Xiaodian extended his hand, and gently flicked at the void. A resonating wave of laws rippled outward. The space that had just healed began to tremble violently once more. Suju, concealed within the crevice of space, felt a jolt to his soul's essence, nearly causing it to shatter. The dimly flickering creation and destruction power was abruptly dispersed by more than half. No longer could he afford to wait. If this continued, he would truly be lost. Chapter 77. The Dragon Prince's Arrival. The Saint Realm expert becomes an ant. Suju steeled himself. How dare they bully a child? I shall summon my guardian. He was preparing to connect with the deep bloodline that belonged to his adoptive father, Ao Yuan. However, at that moment, a piercing sound akin to fabric being torn asunder erupted behind Lei Xiaotian. Startled, he turned around only to see a force of greater dominance ripping apart the space behind him, creating a massive rift extending 1,000 meters. The rift was a dark abyss, exuding chaotic and violent spatial turbulence. A colossal dark golden dragon claw slowly emerged from the fissure. Each scale of that claw appeared to be forged from the purest divine gold, shimmering with ancient patterns of law. Even just one claw radiated an overwhelming ferocity, far surpassing that of Lei Xiaotian. In the presence of this claw, the Saint Realm expert Lei Xiaotian appeared diminutive, akin to an insignificant ant. What is this? Lei Xiaotian's pupils contracted to their utmost. The Dragon Clan. It is indeed the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, a primordial dragon of remarkably pure bloodline, possessing strength at least at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. How could it possibly appear here? Lei Xiaotian's mind blanked. He could not fathom why this desolate mining planet would sequentially host such extraordinary beings. First, a prodigious infant suspected of possessing the bloodline of a human emperor, capable of single-handedly annihilating a fleet. Now, another ancient dragon of unfathomable power. Did the day hold no auspicious signs for him? Just as Lei Xiaotian was engulfed in terror, the spatial rift was completely torn apart by the dragon claw. A colossal dragon, entirely dark golden, emerged gracefully from the chaotic currents of space. Its eyes, akin to molten lava, bore an innate arrogance and disdain as they coldly swept over Lei Xiaotian. That gaze resembled that of a sovereign surveying his domain, discovering a bothersome fly. Saint Realm? Do the natives of the Blue Summer Federation dare to claim such a title? A voice, dripping with mockery, resonated like thunder within Lei Xiaotian's very soul. This voice did not travel through the air, but directly impacted the laws of the soul. Lei Xiaotian felt his soul tremble violently, blood surging within him, nearly causing him to vomit. He was utterly horrified. So powerful, too powerful. Just a single sentence from the other party nearly shattered his will. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary Saint Realm. It could even be a great saint. Who are you? Esteemed one? Lei Xiaotian suppressed the fear within him, his voice hoarse as he inquired. Gone was the earlier arrogance and composure. He now lowered his stance considerably. In the face of absolute power, any semblance of dignity and pride was rendered a mere jest. However, the dark golden dragon exhibited no interest in him whatsoever. Its gaze shifted to the void, which Lei Xiaotian had imprisoned, on the verge of total annihilation. It observed the gray mist hidden within. Indeed a troublesome waste. Ao Shang snorted dismissively, his tone filled with disdain. Yet his actions were swift and decisive. He opened his dragon mouth and gently inhaled. A powerful suction instantaneously acted upon that space. The gray mist enveloping Suju's soul, along with the surrounding chaotic fragments of space, were all drawn into his maw. Having completed this, Ao Shang turned his gaze back to the now trembling Lei Xiaotian. The intent to kill began to boil within his dragon eyes. Human, who gave you the audacity to touch my brother? Your brother? What nonsense is this? Lei Xiaotian was utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at the dark golden dragon radiating an overwhelming ferocity, recalling the exquisite human infant he had just crushed. Brother? Are these two creatures of the same kind? One, a primordial dragon of the utmost noble bloodline with unfathomable strength. The other, a human prodigy suspected of harboring the bloodline of a human emperor, endowed with various peculiar abilities. How could they possibly be related? Could it be that the Dragon Clan adopts humans as pets? No, that is incorrect. Observing the dragon's attitude, it was evident that it was not treating him like a mere pet. It was a dismissal laced with disdain, yet there was an unmistakable protective instinct beneath. The Dragon Clan operates in such a manner. They often look down upon others, yet when it comes to those they protect, they are fiercely loyal. I care not what your relationship is. Lei Xiaotian understood that this matter could not end peacefully today. He inhaled deeply. The aura of the Saint Realm expert surging once more. A dark domain rapidly expanded around him, enveloping 100 miles in its grasp. Within this domain, all laws became chaotic and distorted. Saint Domain, lawless. This was the Saint Domain that had brought Lei Xiaotian renown. Within this realm, He could partially strip his opponent of their control over the laws. This is the territory of the Blue Summer Federation. Lei Xiaotian barked with a fierce countenance. You trespass without reason, and even dare to strike against the commander of my Federation's army. Are you seeking to incite a war between two great civilizations? He attempted to leverage the authority of the Federation to intimidate his opponent. However, all he received in response was Ao Shang's scornful laughter. War? With you natives who cannot even grasp the laws? Ao Shang found it to be the most absurd joke. He was even too lazy to unleash his own Saint domain. For opponents of such a caliber, it was wholly unnecessary. I shall grant you an opportunity. Ao Shang's authoritative voice resonated like a divine decree. Sever a limb and depart. Otherwise, death awaits. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Lei Xiaotian had cultivated for 1,000 years, ascending to the Saint realm for 3 centuries. And in the Blue Summer Federation, he was among the pinnacle of existence. Never had he endured such humiliation. To sever a limb? That would be more unbearable than death. How dare they go so far? With a furious roar, Lei Xiaotian no longer hesitated. He would strike first. The divine power of the dark abyss descends. He clasped his hands together fiercely. In an instant, countless dark chains of law erupted from the Saint domain, lawless, behind him, shooting forth like venomous serpents, ensnaring Ao Shang's massive dragon form from all directions. Each chain harbors a terrifying power capable of binding even the mightiest of sovereigns. Yet, confronted with the overwhelming onslaught, Ao Shang did not even lift an eyelid. He merely waved his wings in impatience. A deep, golden ripple emanated from his form, swiftly expanding outward. Wherever this ripple passed, Lei Xiaotian's prideful, holy domain, lawless, was instantaneously dissolved. The chains of law did not even graze Ao Shang's body. They shattered midair, disintegrating into the most primal of energy particles, vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 78. Dragon Claw shatters the holy domain. The arrogant prince rescues his brother with a muffled sound. The holy domain was breached, and the divine power was annihilated. Lei Xiaotian, struck as if by lightning, felt his soul tremble violently. And he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was a canvas of horror. This is impossible. What realm do you belong to? With a single strike. Merely one strike. His own holy domain was effortlessly shattered by the opponent. This transcended mere differences in strength. It was an absolute suppression in terms of realm. The opponent's comprehension of the laws far surpassed his own. Desheng. Undoubtedly a terrifying being of the Desheng realm. It was over. Lei Xiaotian's heart sank. Today, he had struck a titanium alloy plate. Flee. He must escape. This singular thought consumed his mind. He no longer harbored any will to fight and turned to rend the space, vanishing into the void. However, just as he moved, Ao Shang's icy voice resounded once more. Did I permit you to leave? Before the words finished, a dark golden dragon claw appeared above Lei Xiaotian's head, disregarding the distance of space. The 5 talons on the claw resembled 5 divine swords capable of cleaving the heavens, exuding an aura sharp enough to tear through anything. Lei Xiaotian felt a shiver run down his spine as an ominous shadow enveloped him. He could distinctly sense that his holy body was crumbling inch by inch under the pressure of that dragon claw. No. Lei Xiaotian let out a desperate roar, channeling all his holy power into his right arm without reservation. In an instant, his entire right arm transformed into a demonic spear swirling with the laws of destruction, defiantly meeting the descending dragon claw. This was his ultimate effort, a strike fueled by the burning of his essence. He sought not to injure the opponent, but merely to buy himself a fleeting chance to escape. However, it was like an ant attempting to stop a chariot. Ao Shang calmly uttered 4 words. Ka-cha! The sound of bones cracking resonated through the skies. In the midst of Lei Xiaotian's terror-stricken gaze, his right arm, capable of piercing through asteroids, was effortlessly crushed like glass upon contact with the dark golden dragon claw. From fingertips to palm, then to arm and shoulder, it shattered inch by inch, transforming into a mist of blood. A shriek, pitiful and chaotic, erupted from Lei Xiaotian's throat. After obliterating his entire right arm, the dark golden dragon claw continued unabated, crashing heavily against his chest. Boom! Lei Xiaotian's body was struck as if by a meteor. The protective aura of the holy realm shattered instantly. He was propelled like a shooting star, flying backward at 10 times his previous speed, crashing harshly into the crust of planet K7. The earth trembled violently. A bottomless pit appeared amidst the ruins. The world fell into silence once more. After a long while, Duong, a blood-soaked, disheveled figure shot up from the depths of that vast pit. It was none other than Lei Xiaotian. At this moment, he bore no semblance of the dignity of a holy realm powerhouse. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound a gruesome mess. surrounded by an overwhelmingly powerful dark golden energy that thwarted the regeneration of his flesh. His chest was caved in, revealing stark white bones. The metal mask on his face lay shattered, exposing a contorted visage. He dared not cast another glance at Ao Shang and transformed into a crimson streak of light, tearing through space, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a resonant cry, filled with resentment and unwillingness echoing through the heavens. Dragon Clan, I, Lei Xiaotian, will not rest until we meet again. To this lament of a defeated hound, Ao Shang did not even bother to raise an eyelid. Not resting until death? What a futile bark. He slowly retracted his dragon claw, his expression one of disdain. Were it not for the edict of his mother, instructing him to save rather than slay, that previous claw would have been sufficient to utterly shatter the very soul of that insignificant fly. Having dealt with the nuisance, Ao Shang lowered his gaze once more to his dragon belly. He opened his mouth and gently exhaled. A stream of gray mist enveloped in dark golden light drifted forth from his mouth. It was Su Ju's soul essence. At this moment, Su Ju's consciousness was growing hazy. The series of events that had transpired, especially being swallowed whole by Ao Shang, nearly led him to believe he had exited one peril only to plunge into another. Hey, little ghost. Ao Shang's authoritative voice resonated within Su Ju's soul. Awaken. Su Ju jolted, his consciousness snapping back to clarity. He gazed at the imposing dark golden dragon before him, a myriad of emotions swirling within. Though the process had been tumultuous, it was this creature that had saved him. Moreover, it had even referred to him as brother. Why did you save me? Su Ju's soul emitted a faint thought. Humph, Ao Shang snorted coldly, lifting his head with pride. Do not misunderstand. I merely act on my mother's orders. Were it not for her exchanging this storm dragon cannon, do you think this prince would care for the fate of a mere human whelp? Su Ju replied, all right, that is very dragon-like. Indeed. His elder brother was quite the proud one. Your soul is far too weak. Ao Shang scrutinized Su Ju's flickering soul with disdain. You cannot even withstand a fragment of holy pressure, bringing shame to our dragon clan. Su Ju had no desire to argue. His soul transformed into a mass of data, then morphed back into a corporeal form, albeit exceedingly frail. Ao Shang seemed to notice his condition as he pondered for a moment, appearing to make a difficult decision. After a brief pause, as if resolved, he plucked a scale from his massive dragon body. It was a palm-sized scale shimmering with dark golden luster. The moment the scale was detached, Ao Shang's immense form trembled slightly, indicating the significant cost it bore for him. This was his primal dragon scale. Each scale contained the source power and comprehension of laws from the pinnacle of his saint realm. Take this. Ao Shang tossed the scale before Su Ju, maintaining his lofty demeanor. This is a gift from this prince. Do not perish. If you do, my mother will blame me. After speaking, he disregarded Su Ju, settling comfortably in the void, closing his eyes to begin recuperating from the energy expended in extracting the dragon scales. Su Ju stared at the alluring dragon scales before him, momentarily dumbfounded. A gift for me? Such generosity. He promptly connected with the system. Ding. Detected top-tier cosmic treasure. Taiga Longzhu Benyuan Longlin, pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Effect. Contains pure dragon origin power, immense vitality energy, and a fragment of the indestructible law. Upon consumption, it can significantly restore and enhance the soul, strengthen the physical body, and elevate the purity of the dragon bloodline. Consumption recommendation. Perfect. The best soul supplement at this stage. It is suggested to nibble from the edges for a better taste. Be careful not to chip your teeth. Chapter 79. Crunchy. Enjoying the origin dragon scales like chips. Highly rated 3 updates. Incredible. What a splendid treasure. Su Ju felt elated once more. Initially, he thought this seemingly aloof older brother was merely putting on airs, but he never expected such extravagant generosity. After all, this was the origin dragon scales at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Its value surpassed that of the previous 7 apertures Linglong Dao fruit by several levels. Well then, I shall not hold back. Without hesitation, Su Ju lunged forward, enveloping the dragon scale entirely. Then, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the edge of the scale. Crunch. A resounding crispy noise echoed. A torrent of pure and immense energy surged into his nearly parched soul. It was like a long-awaited rain nourishing his cracked spirit. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Su Ju blissfully squinted his eyes. The taste was exquisite. Like a squirrel that had found a pine cone, he embraced the dragon scale, which was countless times larger than him, and began to devour it ravenously. Ding. Absorbing the Taigu Longzhu Benyuan power, intermediate data-converted dragon body experience 5. Ding. Absorbing the fragment of the indestructible law, soul strength 10. Ding. Comprehending the incomplete divine ability, dragon scale armor, elementary. Dragon Scale Armor. Elementary can condense a layer of armor embodying the dragon origin power on the body's surface, greatly enhancing physical defense and law resistance. Ding. A vast amount of energy floods in. The soul is rapidly repairing at a rate of 10,3070100. Ding. Soul repair complete. Commencing nourishment of the physical body. A series of system notifications resonated like celestial music in Suju's mind. His soul, within mere minutes, not only fully restored, but even became several times more potent than before. Meanwhile, his physically drained body began to revive rapidly under the soul's nourishment. Not far away, Ao Shang, who was meditating with closed eyes, seemed to sense something, suddenly opening his dragon eyes. He saw that the origin dragon scale he had gifted, which he thought would take that little brat 10 to 15 days to digest, was now shrinking. That little brat's mouth was like a bottomless pit, frantically consuming the energy within the dragon scale. The speed was 100 times faster than his own absorption. Incredible. Even Ao Shang, the dragon prince, who had seen much, couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? What are his teeth made of? Cough, cough. Ao Shang forcibly suppressed the urge to bleed internally, clearing his throat twice as he attempted to regain his dignity and aloof demeanor as the dragon prince. From his elevated position, he scrutinized Suju with a cold gaze and inquired icily, "What are you doing?" He had resolved that if this little brat dared to utter a single word about eating, he would immediately snatch the dragon scale back. Even if it meant facing his mother's wrath, he could not allow this monster to squander it any further. However, Suju merely raised his head, blinking innocently with wide eyes, looking at him. With his mouth full of dragon scale, his voice was muffled and childlike. Delicious. Ao Shang's expression froze instantly. The authority and aloofness he had just struggled to establish vanished without a trace. He felt his dragon blood pressure soaring uncontrollably. He wanted to roar, to yell, to rush over and spank that little brat. But ultimately, all his emotions transformed into a profound sense of helplessness. What could he do? He felt just as desperate. He could neither strike nor scold, for the little brother did not understand. This brat was simply sent by the heavens to vex him. Ao Shang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He swiftly extended his dragon claw, and, before Suju could react, snatched back the dragon scale that had shrunk to half its original size. Gazing at the uneven bite marks on the scale, Ao Shang's mentality crumbled. This was meant for comprehension, not for consumption. He dared not look any longer, fearing he would succumb to tears. Carefully, he stored the damaged dragon scale and shot Suju a fierce glare. "I'm leaving." Ao Shang spat out 2 words. He did not wish to linger in this wretched place for another moment, nor did he want to see this little brother who could drive him to madness. He raised his dragon claw, ready to tear through space and return to the Mo Long Xingyu. However, Suju suddenly spoke up. "Brother." He looked at Ao Shang, his eyes clear and filled with curiosity. "Where are we going?" "Home." Ao Shang snapped in irritation. "Home." Suju's eyes lit up, retracting the Ren Huang no. One into his space, then inquired, "Where are we going for trials next? Is there something even more delicious on the trial planet?" He gestured toward the origin dragon scale that Ao Shang had just put away. Uffed. Ao Shang felt a surge of bitterness in his throat, nearly spitting out blood. He abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Suju as if he intended to devour him whole. That little brat. He still had his eye on his origin dragon scale. He wanted to eat even better. Why not ascend to the heavens? Why not gnaw on Father's dragon horns? Ao Shang's chest heaved violently as he swore that if looks could kill, Suju would have died 1,000 times already. He ceased to waste words, grabbing Suju by the collar as if lifting a chick, then tore open a massive spatial rift, diving in without looking back. He resolved that upon returning, the first thing he would do is petition his mother to seal this monster's mouth forever. In Mo Long Xingyu, at Wanlong Fort, within the Time Flower Garden. Before the spatial magic mirror, Ao Yuan paced anxiously, his enormous dragon tail carving deep grooves into the ground. Meanwhile, the silver dragon, transformed from Elizabeth, elegantly coiled on the Time Lotus platform, eyes shut in serene meditation, seemingly indifferent to the outside world. Suddenly, ripples surged at the center of the garden. A colossal spatial rift was torn open, and Ao Shang, with his dark golden massive form and an uncontrollable fury, charged out from within. "I'm back." His voice boomed like rolling thunder throughout the Time Flower Garden. "Son." Ao Yuan's will clone rushed forward at once, the massive dragon head nearly touching Ao Shang's face. Anxiety etched in his crimson dragon eyes. "What happened? Is Xiao Ju all right? He has not hurt, right? What has become of that scoundrel named Lei Xiaotian? Have you not reduced him to ashes?" A barrage of inquiries bombarded Ao Shang, yet he merely maintained a stoic demeanor, tossing the little chick Suju before Ao Yuan. "Examine it for yourself." Ao Yuan clumsily caught Su Ju in his dragon claws, cradling him in his palms, and began a meticulous inspection. To his astonishment, upon closer scrutiny, he was shocked to discover that Su Ju was not only unscathed, but had also significantly strengthened, his aura now several times more robust than before. His spirit had solidified, and his vitality surged. Remarkably, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of the Jinyuan realm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ao Yuan was instantly elated, erupting into a thunderous laugh. It is no surprise that he is my son. The pressure of the sacred realm not only failed to harm you, but rather propelled you to greater heights. Ha! Such talent, such potential, is truly tailor-made for our dragon clan. He turned to Ao Shang with a proud gleam in his eyes and commended, Shang-er, you have done well this time. Not only did you save your brother, but you also turned misfortune into fortune. Your father shall reward you greatly. However, as his gaze inadvertently swept over Ao Shang's dragon form, his smile abruptly faltered. He noticed that a segment of the foundational dragon scales was missing from Ao Shang's left side. Although the wound had healed, the newly grown scales were dull in color, clearly indicative of a severe depletion of vitality. Ao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and then suddenly realized something, looking down at Su Ju in his palms. A familiar scent wafted to his nostrils, a unique aroma belonging to Ao Shang's foundational dragon scales. This scent was emanating from Su Ju's glossy little mouth. The air in the Time Garden fell silent. Ao Yuan slowly lifted his head, his expression a complex tapestry of shock, heartache, confusion, and an overwhelming impulse to deliver a resounding slap to his son. You Ao Yuan's voice trembled. You fed him your foundational dragon scales. You prodigal wretch. His roar nearly shook the very foundations of the Wanlong fortress. I sent you to save him, not to indulge him. Those are the foundational dragon scales of a peaked sacred realm practitioner, not mere cabbages. Do you have any idea how precious they are? Do you understand the toll of plucking even one scale? His fury was palpable. He had initially thought Ao Shang merely intended to intimidate Lei Xiaodian, but he was astounded to learn that Ao Shang had made such a drastic sacrifice. This was not mere generosity. This was sheer folly. In the face of Ao Yuan's wrath, Ao Shang merely held his head high, retorting coolly, he took it himself. I want to admit that I momentarily softened and gifted that little scoundrel a scale, which he then devoured. He took it. How could a mere child in the Jinyuan realm dare to take your foundational dragon scale from a peaked sacred realm practitioner? Do you think I am a fool? Ao Shang found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to counter. Just as the father and son were on the verge of a more intense quarrel, a chilling voice resounded. Enough. Elizabeth, having opened her eyes at some point, surveyed Ao Yuan and Ao Shang with her golden dragon gaze. What is all this commotion about? Her voice bore an undeniable authority, instantly defusing Ao Yuan's rage. She slowly shifted her gaze to Su Ju, scrutinizing him closely. After a moment, she remarked, his foundation is solid, and his spirit is refined. It appears he has digested that dragon scale rather well. Her tone was neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Ao Shang gleaned a hint of approval from his mother-esque gaze, which only served to deepen his frustration. So, my grievous injury has turned into a boon? Humph. Merely a trivial matter. Elizabeth's tone shifted as she resumed her customary coldness. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. The amalgamation of such disparate laws within his body resembles a powder keg poised to explode at any moment. A true powerhouse specializes in a singular path, rendering all others ineffective against them. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Ju, seemingly awaiting his reaction. However, to her surprise, Su Ju was entirely oblivious to her profound discourse. The little rascal had, during Ao Yuan's admonishment, stealthily produced a pitch-black metal core, the remains of the energy core known as the Heart of Thor, acquired from the K7 planet. Under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Emperor, Dragon Queen, and Dragon Prince, Su Ju clutched that metallic mass, larger than himself, and bit into it with fervor. Crack! Sparks flew. The entire Time Garden fell into silence once more, the three prominent figures of the Dragon Clan staring dumbfoundedly at the small figure, blissfully gnawing on a top-tier energy core as if it were the most delectable chocolate. After a long pause, Elizabeth felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She sensed that her unwavering doctrine of ironclad elite education, upheld for eons, had completely crumbled in the presence of this wayward son. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to arrive at a momentous decision. Since you prefer to embrace a path of untamed growth, her voice resonated gently through the garden, I shall grant you that. Ao Yuan, Ao Shang. HM. The father and son duo turned in unison. The 5th trial planet shall be sent to the wilderness star system. Elizabeth's voice was resolute. There. He can encounter various laws of power. the Wilderness Star System. Both Ao Yuan and Ao Shang were taken aback. That was a notoriously perilous region of the universe. The beasts there wielded diverse laws of power and possessed the ability to battle beyond their ranks. Naturally, the greater the dangers, the more valuable the rewards. The cores within these feral beasts were a form of currency with immense worth in the universe, leading to countless cosmic races engaging in bloody battles for them. As the father and son processed this shocking revelation, Suju suddenly lifted his head, still clutching half a piece of metal, and mumbled, "What is the Wilderness Star System for? Are the monsters on that planet tasty?" The Dragon Emperor, Dragon Queen, and Dragon Prince collectively turned to stone. Billions of light years away from the Demon Dragon Star Domain, in the capital star domain of the Lanxia Cosmic Federation, the Blue Planet, surrounded by countless star rings and space fortresses, floated in the synchronized orbit. Suspended in space was a massive military fortress, entirely black, resembling a battle axe, exuding an aura of death and iron blood. This was the secret headquarters of the Black Armor Army, the first legion of the Lanxia Cosmic Federation. Boom! A crimson streak of light, in a near-suicidal manner, crashed through the highest tier of the headquarters landing platform. As the light dissipated, it revealed a bloodied and disheveled figure. It is none other than Lei Xiaotian, who has returned in a state of utter disarray from planet K7. The Marshal, Lei is back. The guards at the landing pad were taken aback and rushed forward. Upon seeing Lei Xiaotian's woeful condition, they collectively gasped in shock. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound surrounded by a formidable dark golden energy that thwarted the regeneration of flesh and blood. His chest was caved in, and his sacred body was riddled with cracks. The iconic metallic mask he wore was shattered, revealing a face grotesquely contorted by pain and fury. Was this truly the formidable sacred being, Lei Xiaotian, who once instilled fear across the Federation? He resembled a wretched dog whose backbone had been broken. Who could have done this? Who possessed the power to inflict such grievous harm upon a sacred being? Chapter 81. The Emergence of the Human Emperor's Source Blood. The ancient dragon clan unravels the Federation's conspiracy. Get away! Lei Xiaotian forcefully pushed aside the soldiers who came forward to assist him, his voice hoarse and filled with rage. Immediately connect me to the emergency channel of the Federation's Supreme Council. I have urgent military intelligence that could overturn the entire Federation. His eyes burned with a manic hatred and fear. 10 minutes later, within the emergency conference room of the Federation's Supreme Council. This was a pure white chamber established in subspace, devoid of any furnishings, with a dozen indistinct shadows seated around a circular table. Each shadow represented the most powerful figures in the Blue Summer Universe Federation. They were legislators, heads of powerful clans, the titans who controlled the lives and deaths of millions. Suddenly, a holographic projection illuminated the center of the room. Lei Xiaotian's twisted visage appeared before them. Lei Marshal? An aged voice echoed, tinged with surprise. Aren't you supposed to be managing the rebellion in the K7 star system? Why do you appear so disheveled? Rebellion? Lei Xiaotian let out a chilling laugh. Esteemed council members, we have all been gravely mistaken. It was no rebellion at all. It was a trap capable of dragging us all into the abyss. His words instantly thickened the atmosphere in the conference room with tension. Clarify, commanded another authoritative voice, that of the head of the Li family. Taking a deep breath, Lei Xiaotian recounted his experiences on planet K7 in vivid detail. From Suju effortlessly annihilating the 7th Fleet with his towering 300-meter mech, to his own sacred form being easily suppressed upon its arrival. When the assembly heard that the 7th Fleet, the Federation's regular army, was obliterated in under half an hour by an infant, a chorus of gasps filled the room. An infant? Piloting a 300-meter mech? Questioned the head of the Chun family skeptically. Are you certain you are not speaking in delirium? I swear upon my dignity as a sacred being that every word is true, roared Lei Xiaotian. But that is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in the identity of that infant. He is the remnant of the Su family. The very infant that should have perished 20 years ago in the space-time wormhole. Furthermore, he continued, he has awakened the legendary source blood that exists only in ancient myths. What? The bloodline of the human emperor? This is impossible. This proclamation detonated within the tranquil conference room like a bombshell. The indistinct shadows began to tremble for the first time. The human emperor. This was the supreme existence that ruled the universe during the ancient mythical era, before the establishment of the Blue Summer Federation. The one who led humanity to glory, even standing toe-to-toe with the legendary progenitors of the Dragon Clan. Although the civilization associated with that power had mysteriously declined, and the methods of cultivating the human emperor's strength had been lost, tales of the human emperor had persisted among the highest echelons of the Federation. Now, Lei Xiaodian was claiming that a remnant of the Su family had awakened the bloodline of the human emperor? This was nothing short of a fantastical absurdity. Silence. Just as the meeting room descended into chaos, a calm, yet commanding voice resonated. The mere utterance of 2 words quieted all the council members. Their gazes turned toward the head of the round table, the imposing figure of the supreme ruler of the Blue Summer Universe Federation. The one who called himself the human emperor, the unfathomably powerful Saint King, Lan Huang. Lei Xiaodian. Lan Huang's voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Continue. Yes, your majesty. Lei Xiaodian bowed respectfully, then unveiled an even more explosive revelation. Just as I was about to capture the descendant of the human emperor's bloodline, an even more terrifying entity appeared, one who claims to be his elder brother, the ancient dragon clan. If the mention of the human emperor's bloodline had already astonished the assembly, then the 4 words ancient dragon clan sent the sacred beings present into a frenzy. The dragon clan? What nonsense is this? Aren't dragons creatures that only exist in the Forbidden Star domain? How could they possibly appear in the heart of the Federation? Lay Marshal, do you understand that falsely reporting such military intelligence is a grave offense? The heads of the Li and Chun families were nearly paralyzed with fear. They had participated in the downfall of the Su family to seize the source crystal veins. Now, not only had the remnants of the Su family returned, but they had also awakened the bloodline of the human emperor, with the legendary ancient dragon clan standing behind them. If retribution were to come, their families combined would be insufficient to withstand it. I saw it with my own eyes. Lei Xiaodian bellowed. It was a dark golden dragon over 10,000 meters long. Its power was at least at the pinnacle of the saint realm, possibly even a grand saint. With a single strike, it shattered my sacred domain. With one claw, it rendered my right arm useless. It proclaimed that the remnant of the Su family is his brother. Silence enveloped the conference room. Everyone was rendered speechless by the news. Their minds blank. The ancient dragon clan, a race that existed only in the most ancient texts, which once stood alongside the human emperor in the struggle for cosmic supremacy, was real. Furthermore, it was intertwined with the descendant of the human emperor's bloodline. This was no mere act of vengeance. This was a cosmic storm capable of overturning the entire power structure of the Blue Summer Universe Federation. After a prolonged silence, Lan Huang's calm voice echoed once more. He posed 2 questions. Did that dragon attempt to kill you? No. Lei Xiaodian hesitated briefly, but answered truthfully. Are you certain that the remnant of the Su family is of pure human blood? Absolutely. I can feel the most primal and purest imprint of the human essence within him. Very well. A hint of amusement seemed to permeate Lan Huang's voice. He slowly rose, his shadow nearly filling the entire subspace. An invisible pressure instilled a primal fear in the souls of all the sacred council members. Convey my orders. First, this matter is to be classified as the Federation's highest secret. No information is to be leaked. Those who violate this shall face annihilation across 18 families. Second, Lei Xiaodian. Present. Your 7th fleet may be gone, but your crimes do not warrant death. I grant you another opportunity to redeem yourself. Immediately assemble a special operations team, which you will lead personally. Your mission is neither to seek vengeance nor to launch an attack. Instead, it is imperative to capture the descendant of the sovereign named Su Ju at all costs. The voice of Lan Huang reverberated through the conference room, imbued with an inexplicable fervor. A living individual possessing the awakened bloodline of the primordial sovereign serves as a key potent enough to unlock the forgotten great era and unravel the ultimate mysteries of the human race. In the Time Garden, what is the purpose of the barbaric star system? Are the colossal beasts on that planet delectable? The indistinct voice of Su Ju left Sanlong in a state of bewilderment. Ao Yuan, whose dragon visage had recently contorted with rage, suddenly became rigid. Ao Shang's dark golden dragon eyes trembled in disbelief. Even the typically aloof and haughty life dragon queen, Ili Shabai, appeared dazed. Ao Yuan gradually lowered his head, gazing at the exquisitely crafted infant cradled in his claws, and then glanced at the remnants of the thunder god's heart in his embrace, now gnawed and sparking with arcs of electricity. An unprecedented sense of helplessness surged from the depths of this dragon monarch's heart, having lived for countless eons. With more stars crushed than meals Su Ju has consumed, and having encountered innumerable cosmic wonders and ancient relics, he had never seen a creature like this. A child who devours a 10th grade energy core as if it were chocolate, whose first reaction upon hearing of the universe's perilous realm is to ponder its flavor. Delicious. Ao Yuan could no longer contain himself, his roar resonating throughout the Time Garden. You reckless creature, do you know what the barbaric star system is? It is a meat grinder of the cosmos, a graveyard for the powerful. Each beast there possesses the power of the laws. Some can twist time and space. Others can corrupt the soul, and some can even directly consume your lifespan. Forget about eating. Even a lick from them could strip your skin. As Ao Yuan's fury escalated, his dragon whiskers trembled. He had hoped that after enduring a life-and-death crisis like that of Lei Xiaotian, his son would have gained some composure. Instead, is this insatiable appetite ingrained in his very genes? Su Ju, with his ears ringing from the shouting, remained unfazed. He simply blinked his innocent big eyes and took another crunch from the thunder goddess' heart. Then, tilting his head, he innocently inquired, "Are their cores delicious?" Ao Yuan felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. He believed that if he continued this conversation with his cheeky son, even his heart of a sovereign would shatter. Humph. Just then, Elisha Bai's icy voice broke the tension. He is not mistaken. Her golden dragon eyes coldly regarded Su Ju. The cores of the barbaric beasts in the barbaric star system are indeed the finest energy crystallizations in the universe. Each one harbors the purest essence of the laws. For one with your insatiable appetite, that place is your paradise. Of course, it could also be your hell. Upon hearing this, Su Ju's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Paradise? Hell. Those concepts are inconsequential. What matters is the taste and the purity. Is this not a buffet tailored just for him? Observing the yearning in Su Ju's eyes, Elisha Bai felt a sense of delight. This was precisely the expression she wished to witness, a fearless young calf, about to plunge into the most treacherous jungle. Only in such an environment could the enigmatic creation and destruction force and ancient human bloodline within him be fully unleashed. Since you are so eager to venture forth, Elisha Bai raised her silver dragon claw, and a rift in space slowly opened before Su Ju. On the other side of the rift lay chaos, fury, and an atmosphere thick with destruction. Go forth. This is your 5th trial. Your task is to survive on the core planet of the barbaric star system, known as Barbaric Star, and consume the cores of 100 different barbaric beasts. You must rely solely on your own strength. Failure to accomplish this will result in your demise. Wait. Ao Yuan grew anxious, instinctively attempting to shield Su Ju with his massive claw. My dear, this is far too perilous. He is only at the 5th level of true essence. Sending him to tackle Barbaric Star alone is tantamount to a death sentence. At the very least, provide him with something to ensure his survival. Ao Yuan was genuinely alarmed. He could accept his son going on adventures and engaging in battles, but he could not condone such a hopeless, suicidal trial. Elisha Bai cast him a sidelong glance, her expression frigid. Only the weak require safeguards. If he cannot withstand this minor trial, he is unworthy to be my son. Despite her words, a single droplet of crystalline silver liquid slipped from the tip of her crystalline dragon horn. The liquid transformed midair into a silver-scaled rune, swiftly embedding itself into Su Ju's forehead. Ding. Detected unknown item. Hourglass of time. One-time use. Grade. Effect. Contains the primordial power of the time laws. When the host encounters a life-threatening crisis, it can be activated to reset the host state to 3 seconds prior. Note. A unique remedy crafted by your mother, one of a kind in the entire universe. Su Ju was momentarily taken aback. A remedy? This cheeky mother of mine, while professing her disinterest, is rather sincere in her actions. Before he could express his gratitude, Ao Yuan, witnessing the scene, erupted in indignation. What the hell? My dear, you are biased. Why can you give him something, and I cannot? While roaring, he retrieved from the crevices of his scales a fragment of a broken sword tip, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, riddled with cracks. The sword tip was only as large as a palm, entirely black. The residual pressure caused the very laws of the time garden to falter. Warning. Warning. Detected cosmic level dangerous item. Fragment of the Annihilation Demon Sword. Holy King level. Grade. 13th tier. Fragment. Effect. Contains the purest essence of the destruction laws. Once wielded by a certain Holy King Demon Master, possessing the terrifying power to sever causality and annihilate all things. Swallowing advice. Do not consume. Do not consume. Do not consume. Host, heed my counsel. This is not a snack. It will format you from the inside out, along with your system panel, into nothingness. Upon hearing this, Su Ju's saliva involuntarily dripped. A Holy King level teething stick. Ao Yuan paid no heed to such concerns. He thrust the sword tip into Su Ju's embrace, his voice booming. Son, take this. This was a remnant I obtained during a clash with an unwise demon master. While it may not be palatable, it is durable. If you find yourself hungry, just gnaw on it. If anyone dares to provoke you, use it to stab them. Ao Yuan wore a proud expression, as if he had gifted his son the finest toy in the world. Beside them, Ao Shang observed this exchange, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He felt that his act of offering a piece of primal dragon scale to this little rascal paled in comparison to his father's actions. This was not merely a toy. It was akin to gifting a nuclear warhead capable of obliterating an entire star system. Suju clutched the heavy sword tip, feeling the destructive aura emanating from it. His face lighting up with joy. The two cheap parents of mine can truly coexist. When matters arise, they certainly escalate. Chapter 83, The Buffet of Laws. The goblins plead for mercy and terror. Enough, be gone. Elizabeth seemingly had no desire to continue observing this pair of comical parents and sons. As she gently waved her dragon claw, an irresistible force surged forth, hurling Suju, along with his snacks and gnawing stick, directly into the spatial rift that led to the Wildstar system. The world spun and time warped. When Suju regained consciousness, he found himself seated within a diminutive escape pod, floating amidst an utterly chaotic yet magnificent starry expanse. In the distance, a decaying red giant was erupting, its splendid halo sweeping across the cosmos. Nearby, several battered interstellar warships were being torn asunder by a horde of monstrous beasts, each as large as asteroids. Further away, fleets from different civilizations were engaged in fierce combat, the brilliance of laws and the firepower of technology intertwining, casting this starry sky in hues reminiscent of purgatory. Here, there existed no order, no law. Only the most primal of instincts prevailed, the survival of the fittest. Beep. Welcome to the Wildstar system. Current coordinates. Periphery of the Wildstar system, the Ring of the Abandoned. Environmental assessment. Extremely dangerous. Newbies and veterans alike soar, opportunities and risks intertwined. Warm reminder. Here, do not trust anyone. For the companion who was just calling you brother a moment ago may, in the next instant, covet the half-energy block in your possession and seek your demise. Suju gazed at the system panel's notifications, then turned his attention to the purgatorial scene outside. Rather than feeling any trepidation, he felt a surge of excitement. He licked his lips, his gaze traversing the myriad wrecks of warships and beasts, locking onto a colossal planet shrouded in dense green clouds. There lay his destination, his luxurious buffet, the Wildstar. The escape pod hurtled forward with remarkable speed, akin to a meteor streaking through the chaotic battleground, plunging through the thick atmosphere towards the verdant planet. As he pierced through the clouds, an overwhelmingly rich, primordial scent, mingling the fragrances of flora with the stench of blood and decay, assaulted his senses. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the escape pod landed in a dense primordial jungle, the immense impact creating a deep crater in the ground, while dozens of towering trees collapsed around him. The hatch slowly opened. Suju, clad in a ludicrous animal-themed onesie and clutching a fragment of the Annihilation sword, larger than himself, leisurely stepped out. He inhaled deeply. Beep. High concentrations of free energy detected. Environmental analysis. The concentration of spiritual energy in this air is 37 times the standard value of the Lancia Universe Federation. Warning. The atmosphere contains various unknown toxic spores and high-intensity radiation particles. Long-term exposure is not recommended for beings below the refining body stage. Suju scoffed. Toxic? Radiation? For one possessing the dual constitution of intermediate chaos dragon body and datoized dragon body, this was akin to breathing fresh air. He surveyed his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, colossal plants loomed, towering mushrooms emitting a kaleidoscope of fluorescent light. Carnivorous flowers, hundreds of meters high, displayed their ghastly moss. Meanwhile, vines slithered like monstrous pythons through the forest, occasionally dragging unfortunate creatures into the shadows. The entire jungle brimmed with deadly peril. Yet for Suju, everything here exuded an alluring aroma. He could distinctly sense that every living entity within this jungle harbored varying degrees of the power of laws within them. Beep. Low-level wilderness beast detected. Fluorescent poison mushroom. Washing marrow stage. Law affinity. Poison 05. Consumption suggestion. Taste akin to inferior jelly. Energy is mixed. Not recommended for consumption. Beep. Low-level wilderness beast detected. Strangling vine. Vitality stage. Law affinity. Wood 12. Consumption suggestion. Tough texture, akin to chewing rubber. Yet the life energy contained is relatively pure. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in his mind, causing Suju's mouth to water. Yet, he refrained from rushing into action. His inexpensive mother, Elizabeth, had instructed him that his task was to devour the crystal cores of 100 different law beasts. These lowly creatures merely constituted appetizers, insufficient to satisfy his hunger. What he sought were the big catches, the kind that, with one bite, could significantly elevate his law affinity. Suju set forth with short strides, beginning his leisurely exploration of the jungle. His diminutive figure contrasted starkly with the surrounding menacing environment. Resembling a helpless infant who had mistakenly wandered into a prehistoric jungle, poised to become a meal for some predator. Suddenly, a series of shrill shrieks pierced the air. Dozens of small, grotesque green figures leapt out from the surrounding bushes, encircling Suju. They stood less than a meter tall, with green skin, pointed ears, and tusks. Wielding crude stone spears and bone knives, looking as repulsive as could be. Beep. Sociable intelligent beings detected. Jungle goblins, refining body and bone refinement stages. Law affinity, none. Threat level, negligible. System evaluation, a group of scum unworthy even to be cannon fodder. It is recommended that the host swat them dead with a single slap to avoid wasting time. Suju halted, observing the goblins that regarded him as prey. His brow slightly furrowing. It was not fear that gripped him, but disdain. They were far too weak. So weak that he possessed no desire to engage. Indeed, he felt that to strike them would be an insult to the holy class gnawing stick he clutched. He recalled that goblins were notorious for their treatment of females, sparing neither sow nor human woman. The foremost goblin, apparently the leader of this rabble, eyed Suju's tender appearance, drool spilling from its mouth. To it, this human infant was a divine delicacy bestowed by the heavens. With an excited howl, it brandished its bone knife and charged forward. The other goblins screeched in unison, brandishing their weapons as they rushed towards this seemingly defenseless morsel. Suju stood his ground, not moving an inch. He merely cast a casual glance at the leading goblin. Just that one look. A wave of regal pressure stemming from the depths of his bloodline descended upon them. The goblin leader's charge abruptly faltered. Its greedy eyes were instantly filled with boundless terror. It felt as if it had been locked onto by a deity from ancient times. The weight of that pressure caused its very soul to tremble and wail. It sought to flee, yet its body felt as though it were nailed to the spot. Utterly immobile. Thud. Under the horrified gaze of the other goblins, their leader's legs buckled, and it knelt before the infant. Chapter 84. The Little Demon Stroll. It trembled violently, its bone knife clattering to the ground, and then it began to bow fervently before Suju, uttering frantic, pleading sounds, as if beseeching the mercy of a king. The eerie scene left the remaining goblins utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend why their leader would kneel before a mere morsel of food. However, Suju couldn't be bothered to glance at them again. He found these creatures, devoid of any power of the laws, to be exceedingly bothersome. Noisy, he uttered softly. In the next moment, divine power, decay aura, beginner. A gray ripple emanated from Suju, expanding instantaneously. Wherever the ripple passed, the dozen or so goblins, along with their weapons and the surrounding flora, instantly lost all vitality. Their bodies crumbled like ancient sand sculptures, silently transforming into clouds of gray dust that scattered with the wind. The entire process was devoid of sound, and not a single drop of blood was shed. Suju averted his gaze, as if he had done nothing at all. Clutching the fragment of the Oblivion Demon's sword, he continued to tread deeper into the jungle. Unbeknownst to him, 100 meters behind, atop the crown of a towering tree, several figures were observing the entire scene with keen interest. "What on earth did I just witness?" exclaimed a cat-eared girl, her striking figure clad in tight leather armor and a massive sniper rifle slung across her back. As she lowered her binoculars in shock, rubbing her eyes. Did that infant just eliminate over 10 goblins in a single move? No, it wasn't mere annihilation, replied a stern-faced young werewolf in a black trench coat, two katana sheathed at his waist. That was the power of the laws. I could sense that in that fleeting moment, the life laws of that area were forcibly extracted. An infant has mastered such an uncanny power of the laws. What manner of being is he? Behind them stood the most imposing figure, a minotaur towering over 3 meters, his muscular frame covered in rock-gray skin. He remained silent, fixated on the direction Suju had taken, his large, copper-colored eyes brimming with greed and fervor. No matter his origins, the minotaur declared, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. The flesh and core of a human infant wielding the power of the laws must be a tremendous tonic. Indeed, the cat-eared girl responded, licking her crimson lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. If we can capture this rare being and sell him to the alchemists in the black market, we shall be set for life. Hold your horses, the werewolf youth interjected, maintaining an unusual calmness. That infant is no ordinary child. The laws he just unleashed are far too peculiar, and he exhibited no energy fluctuations whatsoever. This implies an extraordinary mastery over his own power. Acting rashly could lead us to a disastrous fate. What are you afraid of? The minotaur scoffed, displaying a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. He is still just an infant. We are 3, one at the 5th tier of the transformation realm, one at the 6th, and I am at the pinnacle. Surely, we can handle one mere baby. Black Wind, when did your courage shrink so? Black Wind, the werewolf youth, furrowed his brow, intending to voice further concerns. But the cat-eared girl, now impatient, interjected, enough with the bickering. I propose we follow him and observe. If he truly is just a novice with no combat experience, we can strike. If he proves to be a formidable opponent, we can devise a longer-term strategy. That is a splendid idea. The Minotaur immediately agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Black Wind finally nodded. Very well. Let us follow him, but exercise extreme caution. My instincts tell me that this infant is incredibly dangerous. The trio reached a consensus, their figures shifting like phantoms as they stealthily trailed Suju into the depths of the jungle. They were unaware of the formidable entity they were about to confront. Nor did they realize that their intended quarry perceived them as mere morsels served on a platter. In the jungle, the corners of Suju's mouth curled into a smirk. 3 little tales from the transformation realm? How fortuitous, as I find myself somewhat hungry. Suju feigned ignorance of the trio shadowing him, continuing his leisurely stroll through the thicket. His consciousness expanded, enveloping everything within a radius of several dozen miles. The 3 pursuers, believing they had concealed themselves adeptly, were rendered utterly transparent under Suju's kingly soul perception. However, he had no intention of confronting them just yet. Their strength was far too feeble. One at the 5th tier, another at the 6th, and one at the peak. Combined, they were insufficient to even fill the gaps between his teeth. Thus, Suju ambled ahead, while the cat-eared girl and her companions stealthily pursued him, creating an oddly comical tableau. Along the way, Suju encountered numerous brazen feral beasts, giant beetles that could spew corrosive acid, man-eating flowers that manipulated vines, and formidable ironback malus in packs. Yet, without exception, these threats, which would spell doom for ordinary adventurers, would lose all vitality and disintegrate into dust upon nearing Suju's invisible decay aura. He was akin to a moving death zone, where all life withered and no blade of grass could survive. The trio of followers felt their hearts race in trepidation at the unfolding spectacle. What manner of monster is this? The cat-eared girl gasped, her pupils constricting in fear. He hasn't even lifted a finger. Those beasts just died on their own. It's a domain. Black Wind's expression turned grave, his voice filled with disbelief. This is a domain that can strip life away. Only those who have reached the transformation realm and have attained profound understanding of their own laws can wield such a domain with such ease. This infant is definitely not someone we can afford to provoke. Black Wind's resolve began to waver, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. We will meet our demise if we continue on this path. What nonsense! The Minotaur retorted, unperturbed. His greed intensified. What of the domain? Does that not merely signify that his innate nature is even more precious? If we can capture him and present him to Lord Beast King, we shall have access to resources and techniques beyond even the transformation realm. The mention of the Beast King, a legendary figure within this wild star domain, stirred the cat-eared girl's determination anew. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Black Wind, if you are afraid, you may leave. This glory shall be shared between the old bull and myself. He felt the oppressive atmosphere, realizing that no amount of persuasion would sway the 2 individuals whose minds had been clouded by greed. With a resigned sigh, he tightened his grip on the hilt of the dagger at his waist, summoning all his focus. Just as the 3 of them harbored their ulterior motives, Suju, who led the group, suddenly halted. He lifted his gaze towards an intriguing clearing ahead. This clearing was peculiar, within a radius of 100 meters. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the ground was riddled with deep crevices, as if carved by a knife or axe. A sharp, menacing aura permeated the air. Suju's large eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed a powerful fluctuation of spatial laws at the center of this clearing. Ding! Warning! A high-level wild beast detected 300 meters ahead. Void Mantis, 9th layer of Transformation Realm. Law Affinity, Space, 33. Status, Feeding. Devouring Recommendation, Supreme. 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 Host, do not hesitate. This creature is the ultimate delicacy crafted just for you. Its crystal core contains explosively pure spatial laws. Consuming it will upgrade your dimensional warehouse to a dimensional world. The system was visibly excited. Upon hearing this, Suju's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Spatial laws, and an affinity as high as 33. Such a rarity. If he could consume it, his strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. He licked his lips and hurriedly moved his short legs towards the clearing. He stopped. Was he really heading into that forbidden zone? The trio of cat-eared girls on the treetops also noticed Suju's movement. That was the territory of the Razor. The expression on the cat-eared girl's face turned pale. Razor was the nickname adventurers had given to the void mantis. Any creature that entered its domain would be sliced into pieces by its invisible spatial blades. Once, a powerful being from the divine realm, in disbelief, attempted to hunt the razor, only to be reduced to a pile of flesh without even seeing its shadow. Since then, this place had become a no-go zone for all adventurers. Is he out of his mind? The cat-eared girl couldn't believe her eyes. That infant was boldly striding in. Quick, stop him. The werewolf youth, Hey Foam, was frantic. His concern wasn't for Suju's life, but rather the fear that if Suju were shredded by the razor, their efforts would be in vain. However, the Minotaur suddenly seized him. Wait, the Minotaur calculated in his mind. Let him go? This could be a perfect opportunity for the razor to test its mettle. If he could engage the razor in a mutually destructive battle, we could reap the benefits. Hey Foam was taken aback by the Minotaur's shamelessness and cold-bloodedness. Yet, he had to admit, this was an excellent opportunity. He hesitated. In those few seconds of indecision, Suju had already reached the center of the clearing. A sharp hiss suddenly pierced the air. In the next moment, the space before Suju rippled like a disturbed pond. A colossal mantis, over 10 meters in length, glistening silver and resembling the most exquisite work of art, materialized before him. It lacked a physical form, existing in a semi-transparent state, as if ready to merge with the space around it. Its scythe-like forelimbs glimmered with a terrifying cold light. It was the void mantis, Razor. Its indifferent compound eyes fixed intently on the diminutive intruder, filled with mockery and cruelty. To it, this infant was unworthy even to serve as a snack. It couldn't be bothered to use its spatial blades. With a casual lift of one forelimb, it lightly swiped towards Suju's head. This strike appeared slow, yet instantly traversed the distance and space. This seemingly weak attack could effortlessly cleave a mountain in two. The cat-eared girls above had already closed their eyes in despair, envisioning the bloody scene of the human infant being sliced in half. However, the anticipated carnage did not manifest. Instead, a sharp metallic clang echoed. The trio snapped their eyes open, witnessing a sight they would never forget. The tiny infant had raised his chubby little hand and effortlessly grasped the scythe-like forelimb of the void mantis, which could slice through space. No, not just grasped. He had squeezed it. His seemingly soft hand was like an indomitable iron clamp, holding the mantis' forelimb with an unyielding grip. Impervious to the spatial power contained within it, the void mantis was bewildered. Its simple intelligence could not comprehend what was unfolding. Why? Why could this seemingly frail creature catch its attack with bare hands? In that moment of confusion, Suju smiled. He looked at the ultimate delicacy before him and revealed an innocent grin. Your claw is now mine. As the words left his lips, he suddenly exerted force with his small hand. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking resonated throughout the forest. Amidst the anguished wails of the void mantis and the horrified gazes of the three cat-eared girls, that indestructible scythe-like forelimb was forcefully snapped in two by the infant. Then, under the petrified stares of all, Suju raised the severed forelimb of the mantis and, like chewing on sugarcane, stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crispy, shock, petrification, stupefaction. Oh my goodness. The entire primordial jungle fell into a profound silence. The wind ceased. The birds fell silent. Even the fiercest wild beasts seemed to sense a terrifying presence, cowering on the ground, trembling in fear. Above the treetops, the cat-eared girl gaped, the binoculars slipping from her hand and shattering upon hitting the ground. The Minotaur's large eyes bulged wider than dragon eyes, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. The werewolf youth, Hey Foam, felt the veins in his hand bulge as he gripped the hilt of his dagger, cold sweat soaking his back. Chapter 86. Little Demon, terrifying as such. What did they just witness? An infant, with his bare hands, had snapped the razor's scythe-like arm, and then, right before the razor, he devoured it as a snack. He ate it. Was this a hallucination? It had to be a hallucination. This world is utterly insane. In the clearing, the void mantis emitted a wail of utmost despair. The intense pain and fear drove it into a frenzied madness. It could not fathom how it, a supreme predator at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of Huayu Jing, the ruler of the wilderness surrounding the stars, could be rendered powerless by an infant who appeared utterly harmless. Suddenly, the remaining intact scythe arm shimmered with a brilliant silver light. The laws of space were pushed to their utmost limit. Countless space blades, akin to a tempest, surged towards Suju. Each blade possessed the capability to effortlessly slice a starship into fragments. It sought to rend the flesh of this audacious little creature that had dared to harm it into minuscule pieces. However, confronted with this attack that could instill dread in even the strongest of those in the divine realm, Suju merely frowned in annoyance. How bothersome. While munching on the sugarcane in his mouth, he lifted his other small hand. With a gentle grip, a wave of supreme gray energy emanated from his palm. Power of creation and destruction. At the moment this force manifested, the myriad of raging space blades melted away as if confronted by their nemesis, dissipating instantly. The very fabric of space in the area was forcefully subdued. What? The void mantis was bewildered. Its laws had failed. How could this be possible? Its greatest reliance for survival had turned into a mere jest before this infant. It was afraid. It was genuinely terrified. Its semi-transparent body began to flicker violently, attempting to merge with the space around it to escape this suffocating place. However, it was horrified to discover that the surrounding space felt as if it had been welded shut. There was no escape. Want to flee? Suju quickly finished the sugarcane in his mouth, savoring the taste as he licked his lips. Ding! Successfully devoured the limbs of the void mantis. Affinity with the laws of space. 3. Intermediate chaos dragon body experience. 5. A surge of pure energy coursed through his body, causing him to squint in bliss. This flavor was far superior to the refuse he had consumed before. He raised his head, his clear eyes gazing upon the trembling void mantis, akin to a delectable dish presented before him. Do not rush. You are next. In an instant, Suju vanished from his original position. The next moment, he appeared above the void mantis. He extended his small hand and gently pressed it against the smooth head of the mantis. Boom! An indescribable force erupted. The colossal body of the void mantis was struck as if by a meteor. It could not even emit a mournful cry before being forcibly slammed to the ground. The earth cracked. Dust and debris rose. A massive pit, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, appeared at the center of the clearing, and there lay the once mighty void mantis. In an exceedingly humiliating position, pinned to the bottom of the pit by that diminutive figure, unable to move. Its hindquarters raised high. It emitted a faint, pitiful whimper, attempting to struggle. Yet, the small hand pressing upon its head felt as heavy as an ancient divine mountain, instilling despair. At that moment, all its strength, all its laws, became utterly powerless. Above in the treetops, Gudong, the minotaur, swallowed hard. The greed on his face had long vanished, replaced by boundless fear and a sense of relief from surviving. He was grateful that he had not acted impulsively earlier. Otherwise, it might have been him. Pinned at the bottom of the pit, the cat-eared girl was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, not daring to draw a breath. She felt that everything she had witnessed today had utterly overturned her worldview. Only the young werewolf, Hei Feng, after the initial shock, flashed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Escape. He needed to distance himself from this demon as far as possible. Want to leave? However, he had barely run 10 meters when a cold, youthful voice echoed in his ear. Hei Feng's body stiffened. He was horrified to discover that he could not control his own body. He slowly turned his head, inch by inch. He saw that the minotaur and the cat-eared girl were frozen in place like him, their faces filled with despair. At some unknown point, 3 invisible threads of decaying power had wrapped around them like chains, stripping them of their bodily autonomy. In the pit, Suju continued to hold the head of the void mantis, not sparing a glance behind. He simply stated, "Did I permit you to leave?" Thud, thud, thud. Under Suju's will, the cat-eared girl and the others, like puppets on strings, leapt from the treetops and knelt heavily at the edge of the pit. They trembled, not daring to raise their heads. "Please spare us, Senior." The minotaur was the first to crack, his voice trembling in supplication. "We did not recognize your greatness and offended you. Please, consider our arduous cultivation and let us go." "Yes, yes," the cat-eared girl cried out. "We will never dare again. We shall bow to you." Saying this, the two indeed began to fervently bow their heads. Only Hei Feng, despite kneeling, gritted his teeth and refrained from begging for mercy. Suju ignored them. His gaze returned to the struggling void mantis beneath him. He suddenly felt that simply devouring it would be too lenient. After all, it had been the one to provide him with such delectable sugarcane. It deserved a reward. After contemplating, Suju flashed a benevolent smile at the void mantis below. "Come, I shall give you a chance. Kneel. Call me father so I may hear you." The simple-minded void mantis clearly could not comprehend what it meant to call someone father. Yet, it sensed the humiliation emanating from this little demon before it. Hiss. It emitted a furious hiss, attempting one last act of defiance. "Oh, still unconvinced." Suju raised an eyebrow. "It seems some harsher measures are necessary for you to remember your place." As he spoke, the small hand pressing upon the mantis's head erupted with resplendent golden light. A pure, tyrannical force, seemingly capable of crushing all, surged forth. The void mantis's shell, even more resilient than superalloy, crumbled like paper before this power, shattering inch by inch. Green fluid mixed with the shattered shell splattered everywhere. Excruciating pain. A heart-wrenching agony. The void mantis felt as if its head were about to explode. It finally succumbed to fear. Its proud head, in the face of absolute power, slowly, humiliatingly bowed down. Then, it emitted a very standard father. This utterance caused the minds of the three adventurers, kneeling by the pit, to short-circuit. What had they witnessed? A formidable top-tier feral beast, at the 9th level of the transformation realm, known for its ferocity, was being compelled by an infant to call it father? This was beyond absurd. This was akin to a tale from the Liao Zhai or a myth. To force a feral beast to articulate human speech? The Minotaur and the cat-eared maiden froze, their actions of bowing halted, their expressions blank. The young werewolf, Hei Feng, wore a look of disbelief on his stern face. He felt as if his worldview had been repeatedly shattered, reassembled, and then shattered again today, rendering his past experiences utterly meaningless. Well done, Su Ju nodded in satisfaction. Feeling his morbid curiosity entirely fulfilled, he released his hand that had been pressing down on the void mantis's head, as if petting a well-behaved puppy. The void mantis, feeling liberated, collapsed entirely at the bottom of the pit, devoid of any strength to move. Its gaze toward Su Ju was filled with awe and fear, no longer daring to entertain the slightest thought of resistance. Su Ju paid no further attention to the now thoroughly broken pet. He turned and, with his little short legs, climbed out of the deep pit step by step. He then approached the three trembling adventurers. He lifted his head, his pure and flawless eyes sweeping over them. You all. Su Ju tilted his head, revealing a friendly smile. Do you want to give it a try? The three were jolted, nearly soiling themselves in fright. Try what? To be pressed down and ground into the ground. Then kneel and call you father? No, no, no. We don't want that. The Minotaur reacted the quickest, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees, banging his head against the ground with a heavy thud. Then, summoning all his strength, he desperately roared, Father! This cry was so loud, so heartfelt, utterly devoid of dignity. The cat-eared maiden and Hei Feng were stunned. A 3-meter-tall Minotaur kneeling before a half-meter-tall infant calling it father. What a spectacle! They never expected this seemingly burly Minotaur to be so shameless. Was he mourning? Su Ju was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to frighten them, not anticipating that this fellow would comply so readily. He cast a look of approval at the Minotaur, then shifted his gaze to the cat-eared maiden. Her delicate face was pale, her lips trembling. To call an infant father? This was more painful than death. However, she glanced at the barely surviving void mantis in the pit, and then at Su Ju's benign smile. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and, in a voice smaller than that of a mosquito, humiliatedly squeezed out a word. Father. Excellent. Another one secured. Su Ju's gaze finally settled on the werewolf youth, Hei Feng, who had remained silent throughout. Hei Feng knelt straight, his body rigid. Although his face was pale, a glimmer of defiance still shone in his eyes. Oh, Su Ju was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that among these three miscreants, one would possess a modicum of spirit. You want to call? Su Ju inquired with interest. Hei Feng raised his head, staring directly into Su Ju's eyes. His voice hoarse as he declared, I, Hei Feng, only kneel to heaven and earth, to my parents. You may kill me, but to beg like them is absolutely impossible. His words were resolute, imbued with the dignity of a strong warrior. The Minotaur and the cat-eared maiden lowered their heads in shame. Su Ju regarded him, then suddenly smiled. You have spirit. I like that. Since that is the case, Su Ju paused, then extended a finger and gently pressed it against Hei Feng's forehead. Hei Feng's body jolted. He felt an icy, desolate, tyrannical force forcefully invade his soul. Divine art, soul harvest. Ding. Reading target memories. Reading successful. A torrent of images surged into Su Ju's mind. Maps of the wild star, distributions of powerful feral beasts, intelligence on various adventurer factions, and legends of the Beast King. Everything was laid bare before him. Moments later, Su Ju withdrew his finger. Hei Feng's gaze had turned hollow, dim, devoid of all vitality. His body slumped to the ground. Dead. His soul extinguished. Why you killed him? The Minotaur and the cat-eared maiden stared in horror at the fallen Hei Feng, then turned to Su Ju as if they were witnessing a ghost. They couldn't comprehend why. Why had the two of them who begged for mercy survived, while the most spirited one, Hei Feng, perished? Noisy. Su Ju uttered 2 words dismissively. He had no use for a spirited subordinate. He only required a compliant dog. Moreover, he had gleaned some intriguing insights from Hei Feng's memories. For instance, this werewolf had once betrayed and killed his own companion for the sake of seizing a 7th-grade elixir. A meticulous and cunning traitor, one who could betray his comrades. What purpose would such a person serve? Suju couldn't be bothered to explain. He turned and walked back toward the deep pit. His buffet had yet to commence. Watching Suju's departing figure, the Minotaur and the cat-eared maiden collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. They exchanged complex glances, filled with a mixture of relief for surviving, sorrow for the loss of a companion, but more so with an ingrained fear. They understood that from that day forward, their lives no longer belonged to them. They had become the slaves of this devilish infant. In the deep pit, Suju approached the void mantis. The enormous mantis remained motionless on the ground, too terrified to move. All right, the game is over. Suju extended his small hand, pressing it against its head. Thank you for your hospitality. In the next moment, datafication of dragon body. Data laws. Fully activated. Fathers, please help me with a good review and support. 3 for love, 1 with written praise. Max 20 chapters daily. Thank you sincerely for your support. Update time daily at midnight and noon. Chapter 88. A 10,000 square kilometer shell of a house. Good reviews for 4 chapters. Buzz. A blue stream of data surged from Suju's palm, instantly enveloping the colossal form of the void mantis. Hiss. The void mantis emitted a perplexed hiss. Then, it was horrified to witness its body being disassembled, not physically, but conceptually, on an informational level. Its shell, its flesh and blood, its bones, and everything about it were being transformed into the most primitive binary code of zeros and ones, which that infant was voraciously absorbing. The system chimed, announcing the commencement of the analysis of the void mantis. It continued to absorb the fundamental laws of space, achieving a compatibility rating of 12,510. Congratulations to the host. The affinity for the laws of space has significantly increased, with a current total of 18. The system confirmed that the dimensional repository began its evolution, culminating in the successful acquisition of the skill, Dimensional World, Beginner. This skill allows the host to create an independent mini-world with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers within their body. The laws of this world are stable, capable of housing living beings, and resonate with the host's thoughts. A torrent of energy surged in, starting to reinforce the physical body, accumulating 35 experience points in the intermediate Chaos Dragon body. The system announced the absorption of the target's life energy. The system's notifications flooded Suju's mind, akin to a barrage of messages. He felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, every cell in his body rejoicing and exulting. The rocket-like pace of his enhancement was exhilarating, nearly prompting him to exclaim in delight. Minutes later, as the final stream of data was absorbed into his being, the once mighty void mantis had vanished entirely from this realm, leaving only a fist-sized crystal core radiating with dazzling silver light. This was the essence of its entire being. Suju picked up the crystal core and, without a moment's hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. The crunch echoed sharply, even more delicious than the sugarcane he had consumed earlier. The system chimed again, confirming the successful consumption of the void mantis crystal core, with an increase of 5 in the affinity for the laws of space. Congratulations to the host. You have comprehended the incomplete skill, Space Folding, Beginner. This skill allows for the folding of space over a small area, enabling short-distance teleportation or the distortion of enemy attacks. Feeling the surging power within him and the newly acquired skill, Suju could not help but let out a satisfied burp. It seemed that this expedition to the Wild Star had been fortuitous. The quality of the resources here was indeed remarkable. At that moment, the Minotaur and the cat-eared girl, kneeling at the edge of the pit, suddenly sensed the decaying power that had bound them dissipate. They regained their freedom, exchanging glances. They both recognized the struggle and hesitation in each other's eyes. Should they flee? However, this thought lingered in their minds for less than a second before being extinguished by an overwhelming fear. Where could they escape to in the presence of this small demon? Without a second thought, they crawled towards Suju, kneeling before him once more, burying their heads deep into the ground. Master, we are willing to serve you. Please accept us. I yearn for progress. The Minotaur stammered. Yes, master. We are well acquainted with this jungle. We can guide you to find mightier beasts. The cat-eared girl hastily declared her loyalty. Suju regarded these 2 opportunistic slaves and nodded lightly. Very well. I happen to need 2 guides. Your lives are temporarily entrusted to me. Lead me to find some delectable food. If you succeed, there shall be rewards. Should you dare to play tricks. Suju did not finish his sentence, but the icy tone had already sent chills down their spines. We wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. They swore hastily. Excellent. Suju replied, satisfied, and then he opened his personal panel to assess his status. It was time to tally his gains from this venture. Name, Suju. Race, human. Intermediate data-ized dragon body. Awakening of ancient human ancestral blood. Beginner. Realm, true element realm level 5, 98. Technique, heart cannon, entry 03. Skills, dimensional world, beginner. Soul reaping, decaying halo, wind and thunder battle armor, dragon scale armor, incomplete, space folding, beginner. Law affinity, decay 225, space 23, wind and thunder 15, life 12, destruction 12. Data 15, gravity 0. 0001, lightning 0. 1, special mark, call of the human emperor, inactive. Energy points, 188,535,0000. Comprehensive evaluation, exceedingly outstanding. Suju, outstanding. System, is that your way of being polite? Do I ask for your courtesy? However, upon seeing the newly acquired skill, dimensional world, a thought crossed his mind. Instantly, the scenery around him transformed. In the next moment, he found himself standing in an expanse of pure white space, spanning 10,000 kilometers. This was his world. Empty. Save for his interstellar fleet and the human emperor number 1, there was nothing else. What a bare shell, Suju thought with a hint of disdain. Such a vast area, yet devoid of even a blade of grass. It felt like a terrible waste. He attempted to walk a few steps within this world, experiencing a peculiar sensation, akin to his soul wandering freely, unbound by any physical laws. He focused his mind, wishing for a mountain to appear. No response. He wished for a river to manifest. Still no response. After considerable effort, it seemed merely an empty vessel. Suju pouted and exited the dimensional world. It appeared that to enrich this world, he would have to populate it himself. For instance, could he bring mountains from the outside world in? Or channel rivers from the outside? That sounded like a monumental task. Perhaps it could wait for later. The immediate priority was to fulfill his mother's task of devouring 100 different law-based beast cores. He had just completed the second one. There was still a long way to go. Suju's gaze fell upon the 2 slaves who remained kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The Minotaur and the cat-eared girl. Seeing them shiver so violently, Suju felt a wave of impatience. Enough, cease your trembling. If you continue, I shall break your legs. His childish voice sounded eerily unsettling. The 2 froze, not daring to move, kneeling upright. Suju approached them and extended 2 fingers, pressing them against their foreheads. If you wish to live, open your minds and do not resist. The Minotaur and the cat-eared girl dared not defy him. They felt a domineering flow of data surge into the depths of their souls. This power did not harm them. Instead, it planted a gray seed at the core of their souls. Simultaneously, through this seed, one could monitor every action and thought of the target. Having completed all this, Suju nodded in satisfaction. He held no belief in loyalty. He only trusted absolute control. To him, these 2 individuals were mere dogs he had raised, and they would meet their demise at his command. Now, divulge everything you know about this planet, Suju stated nonchalantly, especially where one might find delectable cuisine. The Minotaur, Niu Tuo, and the cat-eared girl, Mao Xiao Ming, exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief from surviving a calamity, mixed with a hint of confusion. Delicious food? Does this esteemed individual possess thoughts beyond mere sustenance? They mused. They dared not delay and promptly shared all they knew. This planet, known as Manhuangxing, is the outermost world within the realm of the abandoned ones. Yet, even at its periphery, it brims with myriad dangers and opportunities. The entire planet can be broadly categorized into 5 regions. They currently resided in the Emerald Jungle, the area with the lowest danger level, primarily inhabited by beasts of the Transformation Realm and below. Further in lies the Bone Wasteland, the Thunder Marsh, and the Lava Mountains, each corresponding to the terrifying beasts of the Divine Power Realm, the Law Manifestation Realm, and even the Monarch Realm. At the very heart of the planet lies the Wanshou Shinshan, the legendary resting place of the Emperor of Beasts, the Wanshou Wang. It is said to be a colossal beast that has survived since the ancient era, its power surpassing even the Holy Realm. Of course, these are merely legends. Adventurers like Niu Tuo and Mao Xiao Ming, at the very bottom of the hierarchy, do not dare to venture deep into the Emerald Jungle, let alone the regions beyond. Upon hearing the name Wanshou Shinshan, Suju's eyes gleamed with interest. It sounded akin to a premier buffet. However, the time to visit was not yet ripe. He glanced at his own realm. He was at the 5th level of the True Essence Realm. While he could easily overpower those at the Transformation Realm and even contend with those at the Divine Power Realm, facing off against someone of the Law Manifestation Realm would likely prove challenging. As for the Monarch Realm, during his last encounter on K7 planet, He had relied on the absolute firepower of the human Emperor #1 to annihilate two ancestral figures of the Wang family. Now, with his mother forbidding him from utilizing his mecha, facing a monarch would be quite the struggle. One must take one bite at a time and walk step by step. He resolved to begin in the Emerald Jungle, leveling up by battling monsters. Are there any formidable beasts nearby? Suju inquired. Niotua pondered for a moment before quietly responding. Master, if you head east for approximately 300 kilometers, you will reach the territory of three-headed demon apes. They are beasts of the 8th level of the transformation realm, wielding the powers of strength, flame, and venom, making them quite troublesome. Further north, about 500 kilometers away, lies a salt lake inhabited by a deep-sea naga of the 1st level of the divine power realm, capable of controlling water and mesmerizing minds with its song. Niotua shared several formidable entities he was aware of. Suju listened intently, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. They sound quite delectable. Enough, Suju interrupted. Let us first inspect the territory of the three-headed demon apes. Yes, master. Niotua and Mao Xiaoming responded eagerly. Niotua rose, hesitated momentarily, then bent down, using his large hand, akin to a fan, to carefully lift Suju and place him upon his broad shoulder. Master, please hold on tight. Suju grimaced. As the esteemed son of a holy king, he had fallen to the level of riding a bull cart. Truly, a dragon reduced to a shallow bank, bullied by cattle. Nevertheless, it was certainly better than walking. He sat comfortably on Niotuo's shoulder, holding the unfinished void mantis crystal core, occasionally taking a crisp bite. The sound of his chewing sending shivers down Mao Xiaoming's spine. The trio embarked on their journey deeper into the Emerald Jungle. The scene was indescribably bizarre. An infant clad in a comical animal onesie, perched atop a 3-meter-tall minotaur, accompanied by a voluptuous cat-eared girl with an expression of awe. To an outsider, they might appear as the foolish offspring of a landlord out for a spring outing. After traversing several kilometers, Niotua abruptly halted. His massive bovine nose sniffed the air forcefully, his expression turning gravely serious. Master, there are signs of a large creature ahead. Suju raised an eyebrow and leapt down from Niotuo's shoulder. He looked down to see a massive footprint embedded deep in the muddy ground. Reaching half a meter in depth, this footprint resembled an oversized lizard's claw, emanating an overwhelming aura of the wild. Mao Xiaoming crouched down to examine the soil surrounding the print. She lifted her head, her face paling slightly. Master, this is the footprint of a mountain mover dragon. Judging by the freshness of the trace, it passed by not long ago. Mountain mover dragon? Suju tilted his head, indicating he had never heard of it. Niotua swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Master, the mountain mover dragon is one of the apex predators of this emerald jungle. Although it possesses only peak transformation realm strength, its defense is deemed invincible. Its scales are harder than the most resilient superalloys. It is said that even a divine power realm expert, using all their might, could not leave a single mark upon it. Moreover, it wields two exceedingly troublesome powers. Suju's interest piqued. Oh, what are those two powers? Niotuo's face displayed profound apprehension. The Earth Law and the Gravity Law. Gravity Law? Suju's eyes widened in astonishment. He had only experienced such a phenomenon at Prometheus's artificial black hole. Little did he expect to encounter a beast in this place that naturally mastered such a law. He licked his lips, a hunter's gleeful smile emerging on his face. Niotua, observing Suju's excitement, felt his bovine intellect struggling to comprehend. Gravity Law. That is one of the most supreme, most perplexing laws. Once ensnared within the mountain mover dragon's gravitational domain, one's body would endure 100-fold, 1,000-fold weight. Not to mention combat, merely standing unscathed would classify one as a formidable individual. This esteemed individual not only showed no fear, but appeared genuinely exhilarated. Did he understand the sheer terror encapsulated within the gravity law? Master, you must not underestimate the mountain mover dragon. Niotua urged earnestly. Once its gravity domain is unleashed, everything within 1,000 meters will be crushed to dust. Should we not take an alternate route? Mao Xiaoming nodded vigorously, her face ashen. She had once witnessed the mountain mover dragon hunt from a distance. The creature, akin to a mountain-sized armored tyrant, merely stomped its foot, causing the earth to fracture with terrifying fissures, reducing everything around, whether trees or rocks, to mere powder. The apocalyptic scene had left her with profound psychological trauma. Now, to provoke such a monster willingly, she would rather face death. Take an alternate route? Suju glanced at them, smiling. Why take a detour when the vegetables are delivered right to your door? You too, just wait here. I will be back shortly. After saying this, he did not give the two any chance to persuade him further. and with his short legs, he hurriedly followed the enormous footprints. Alas, master! Niu Tuo stamped his feet anxiously, yet he did not dare to follow. The level of battle was beyond his reach. He was merely a minor character, not even worthy of being cannon fodder, and would be crushed by the aftershocks. Mao Xiaoming was even more terrified, her legs turning to jelly as she sat down on the ground, her face filled with despair. It was over. This capricious little demon was heading towards certain death. If he perished, would she and Niu Tuo also meet the same fate? The two exchanged glances, seeing the utmost panic reflected in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Ju followed the trail of footprints. He noticed that the deeper he went, the heavier the gravity around him became. The air felt as thick as syrup, requiring significantly more effort to take each step. A typical practitioner at the true essence level would likely find it nearly impossible to advance in such conditions. However, Su Ju felt no pressure whatsoever. His intermediate chaos dragon body possessed a strength comparable to a holy king-level treasure, making this degree of gravity feel merely like a tickle to him. He even found the leisure to hum a tune, glancing around. This place had quite an abundance of minerals. Su Ju observed various shimmering ores exposed on the mountain walls. The system promptly provided a notification. Discovered Qi Yin crystal, grade 6 material, containing pure fire energy. Discovered Xian Bing iron, grade 6 material, suitable for forging ice-type treasures. Discovered thick earth stone, grade 5 material. Su Ju scoffed. Just trash. To him, the energy of these ores was mixed and impure, unworthy even for a dog to consume. What he desired at this moment was meat imbued with the essence of pure laws. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, he stumbled upon a cave resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. The surrounding mountains exhibited a form of inward collapse. A thick, heavy aura emanated from deep within the cave. Su Ju understood he had arrived at the location, the lair of the mountain-moving earth dragon. He stepped inside boldly. As soon as he entered the cave, a terrifying weight bore down on him from all directions. Su Ju felt as if a great mountain had suddenly landed upon his back. Warning: high-intensity gravity field detected. Current gravity is 17 times the standard value. The system issued a prompt. Oh, this is getting interesting. Su Ju stretched his limbs, producing a series of sharp cracks. This degree of pressure was just right for warming up. He continued deeper into the cave. Inside, the cave revealed an astonishing expanse. The space was incredibly vast, littered with mounds of ore and the remains of gigantic wild beasts. At the very depths of the cave, a colossal creature, over 100 meters in length and covered in rock-like, thick scales, lay curled up, sleeping like a dead pig. With each breath it took, the surrounding space slightly warped. Invisible waves of gravitational force radiated outward from its center. It was indeed the mountain-moving earth dragon. Su Ju licked his lips, feeling even more excited. This giant looked absolutely delectable. However, how to awaken it? After pondering for a moment, he noticed a pile of red ores nearby. He approached, picked up a Qi Yin crystal the size of a large water tank, and with all his might, hurled it toward the sleeping mountain-moving earth dragon's head. Whoosh! The Qi Yin crystal traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air. Then bang! A resounding thud echoed. It struck right on target. Roar! The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cave. The entire cave, indeed the whole mountain range, began to tremble violently. Countless stones tumbled from the cave's ceiling. The mountain-moving earth dragon opened its enormous, lava-like red eyes wide, filled with rage at being disturbed from its slumber. It saw the tiny figure standing not far away, barely reaching its toenail, clad in a ridiculous sleeping outfit, and the innocent smile on that figure's face. Roar! The mountain-moving earth dragon was furious. It felt its dignity had been insulted in an unprecedented manner. A mere ant dared to disturb its sweet dreams. Seeking death, it opened its massive maw wide, unleashing a terrifying domain power. 10,000 June domain. Buzz! A force of gravity, 100-fold, 1,000-fold more powerful than before, descended instantly. Crack! Crack! Under this terrifying gravity, the cave's walls began to fissure, spreading like a spider web. Outside the cave, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming, anxiously waiting, suddenly felt a terrifying pressure that made their very souls tremble emanating from the depths of the cave. Thud! The two had no chance to react, being forcefully pinned to the ground by this sudden might. Puff! Niu Tuo spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though all his bones were about to shatter. Mao Xiaoming fainted outright. Inside the cave, Su Ju stood at the center of this terrifying gravitational domain. He too felt an irresistible pressure, as if the entire world was weighing down on him. Warning! Warning! Extremely dangerous gravitational field detected. Current gravity is 893 times the standard value. Intermediate chaos dragon body structure is being compressed. Warning. Bone density is increasing, muscle fibers are being torn apart. The system's alarms blared wildly. The mountain-moving earth dragon observed the tiny figure swaying precariously within its domain, unable to suppress a triumphant roar. In its view, this oblivious ant would soon be crushed into a pulp. Yet, Suju not only did not turn into mush, but he also smiled broadly. He slowly raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds of cracking knuckles echoed loudly in the silent cave, sounding particularly jarring. Indeed, finally, it felt like something. He lifted his head, and fierce battle intent ignited in his pure eyes. The warm-up was over. Now it was my turn. Huh. The mountain-moving earth dragon tilted its head, a flicker of human-like confusion passing through its enormous eyes. It did not understand. Why? Why did this diminutive creature, within its gravity domain capable of crushing stars, not only remain unscathed, but could also smile? This defied logic. This contradicted its understanding of power. Fury. An overwhelming rage engulfed its rationality. It felt its authority severely challenged. Roar. The Banshan Di Long unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling the full extent of its dominion. The entire cavern space began to warp under the strain of this terrifying gravity. Gravity. 1,000 times. 2,000 times. 5,000 times. The air compressed into a tangible form. Light bent within this realm. Time itself seemed to flow more sluggishly. This was the full force that a primal beast, having mastered the laws of gravity at the pinnacle of the transformation domain, could unleash. It was sufficient to obliterate divine powers. Suju felt an instantaneous surge of pressure, tenfold what it had been. His bones creaked ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. Golden blood seeped from the surface of his skin, a manifestation of the Tai Gu Rin Zhu Yuan Shui, instinctively defending its master. It was somewhat painful, Suju grimaced. He acknowledged that he had slightly underestimated this great lizard. Pure physical suppression was indeed the most unreasonable form of attack. However, this was where it would end. Engaging in a contest of dominion with me? The corners of Suju's mouth curled upward. Have you mistaken your position? Allow me to demonstrate what a true world entails. The moment his words fell, Suju focused his mind. Divine power, dimensional world. Activating. A wave of law from a higher dimension surged forth, radiating outward from Suju's body. This wave resembled a droplet falling into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of transparency across the surface. Where the ripples traveled, the terrifying gravity that could crush everything dissipated as if it had encountered its nemesis, melting away like ice and snow. Outside the cavern, Nyo Tua, who had been on the verge of death from the oppressive force, suddenly felt a lightness envelop him. The horrific pressure that had ground him to a pulp vanished. He abruptly lifted his head, staring in bewilderment at the dark entrance, utterly perplexed by the sudden change. Inside the cavern, Banshan Di Long was equally stunned. Its massive dragon eyes brimmed with horror and confusion. Its domain, its Wanjun domain, had failed. How could this be? The very power of the laws upon which it depended for survival had simply vanished? It was akin to a fish thrown from the water or a bird with broken wings. An unprecedented panic and weakness flooded its heart, and this was merely the beginning. The transparent ripples, after neutralizing its gravitational domain, did not cease, but continued to expand outward, ultimately enveloping its colossal form. Ding. Attempting to forcibly transfer target at the pinnacle of the transformation domain. Success rate. 89. Transfer successful. In the next moment, the scenery before its eyes shifted dramatically. Banshan Di Long was horrified to discover it was no longer within the familiar cavern. It had arrived in an endless expanse of pure white. There was no sky, no earth, no rock, no light, nor darkness. Here, there was nothing. Only eternal silence and void. Welcome. A childish voice echoed as if emanating from all directions, abruptly breaking the stillness of this pure white world. My world. Banshan Di Long turned its head with great effort, spotting the infant it despised so deeply. The infant floated in midair, observing it with an amused, monkey show-like gaze. Roar. Banshan Di Long emitted an enraged roar, opening its massive maw to unleash a devastating breath of destruction. However, nothing occurred. The energy within it felt completely shackled by some mysterious force, utterly unable to mobilize even a fraction. I forgot to mention, Suju's voice resonated once more. In my world, I am the sole rule. As soon as the words left his lips, Banshan Di Long suddenly sensed a familiar force acting upon itself. Gravity. No. Wait. It was anti-gravity. Its massive body, weighing tens of thousands of tons, began to float uncontrollably. Roar! Roar! Banshan Dilong was utterly panicked. It struggled wildly, flailing its claws and thrashing its tail, but could not control its own body. It could only float aimlessly in the air like a fool. Is it fun? Suju asked with a grin. Then, he snapped his fingers. Snap! In the next instant, the anti-gravity acting on Banshan Dilong vanished in an instant. In its place was a force of supergravity, 1,000,000 times more terrifying than its own, Wanjun domain. Boom! Banshan Dilong's colossal form plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the pure white ground. Following that, crack, 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 a series of bone-cracking sounds erupted. The rock-like scales of Banshan Dilong, capable of withstanding attacks from divine power realm experts, shattered like cookies under this absolute force. Dark red blood mixed with shattered innards spewed forth from its mouth and nose. It felt as if every bone in its body had been completely ground to dust. Agonizing pain, an indescribable torment. Yet, more terrifying than the pain was the fear that penetrated to its very marrow. It finally realized what kind of existence it had provoked. He was not merely at the transformation domain. He was not even at the divine power realm. He was, in fact, a god capable of creating worlds. Suju looked down at the writhing Banshan Dilong on the ground, curling his lip in disdain. Truly not worth the effort. With a thought, he cast the now utterly incapacitated great lizard out of his dimensional world. Thud! Banshan Dilong crashed back into the reality of the cavern, producing a dull thud. It lay on the ground, too weak to even move a claw, emitting whimpers filled with humiliation and fear. Chapter 92. The baby is angry. Suju trotted forward, looking down upon it from a height. Then, he broke into a wide grin. Enough, the game is over. Now let us discuss serious matters. Call me daddy. Upon hearing this, Banshan Dilong shuddered, its massive form betraying an endless despair. However, just as it prepared to humiliate itself by speaking, a cold voice suddenly rolled in from outside the cavern. Who dares to touch the prey of my Tianxi men? Are you tired of living? Before the voice faded, several figures radiating powerful auras appeared at the cave's entrance. They were clad in black attire embroidered with a menacing black serpent. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, his eyes resembling serpentine pupils, fixated intently on everything within the cavern. His aura had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation domain, as he beheld the nearly breathless Banshan Dilong and the exquisite infant standing before it. A flicker of astonishment briefly crossed his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by avarice and murderous intent. The newcomer was none other than the notorious adventurer organization, Tianxi, infamous in this region. They had been lying in wait for this Banshan Dilong for half a month, meticulously planning to ensnare it under the cover of a moonless night with their Wansishir Aonjun, intending to wear down this seemingly invincible creature. Unexpectedly, a thunderous dragon's roar had startled them today. Upon arriving, they were astounded to discover that their long-sought prey had already been severely injured by another. The leader of Tianxi, Shasan, cast a cold, calculating gaze over the scene. His eyes landed on the ailing Banshan Dilong, nearly causing him to chuckle with delight. This was a beast at the pinnacle of the Yi-Jing. Its crystal core contained the essence of earth and gravitational laws. If he were to consume this core, he would have a tremendous chance to break through his current limitations and ascend to the coveted Sintong Jing. He could then reign supreme in this emerald jungle. His gaze then shifted to Sujua, an infant, dressed in whimsical animal pajamas? What nonsense is this? Shasan's brows furrowed slightly, sensing that something was amiss. However, he soon noticed the Mdutoran slumped on the ground outside the cave and the unconscious cat-eared girl. He recognized them, Niu Toa and Mao Xiaoming, two inconsequential adventurers. In an instant, Shasan conjured a narrative in his mind. Surely these two had stumbled upon an opportunity and, through some cunning trickery, had severely wounded the Banshan Dilong. This infant must be a hostage from a noble family, taken by these two. It had to be so. With this conclusion, all his lingering doubts dissipated. Since he had stumbled upon this scene, there was no chance of survival for them. The Banshan Dilong and this evidently affluent infant were both his. Humph. These two worthless individuals dared to covet what belonged to Tianxi. Shasan sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Behind him, the disciples of Tianxi wore sinister grins, eagerly brandishing their weapons. Outside the cave, Niu Toa trembled at the familiar sound. Tianxi, Shasan, that scoundrel. Struggling to rise, he caught sight of Shasan's malevolent face. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. It was this very man who had, in a bid to seize a spirit herb discovered by their team, orchestrated the demise of most of his companions. He and Mao Xiaoming had been the fortunate few to escape. To encounter this foe once more was a bitter twist of fate. Rage ignited within Nyotoa. But he dared not act. Clenching his fists tightly, he refrained from even making a sound. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Shasan. Moreover, he cast a glance deep into the cave, at the diminutive figure of the infant. At this moment, he was a slave to this little ancestor. Without the master's command, he could not even breathe too forcefully. Inside the cave, Sujuea regarded the uninvited guests with growing impatience. Why must there always be pesky flies buzzing about during a meal? It was truly bothersome. Do you desire it? Sujuea pointed with his tiny finger at the still-breathing Bonshindilong beneath him, inquiring in a sweet, childish voice. Upon hearing this, Shasan erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Little child, this is not a toy for you to play with. Hand it over. An uncle may show some mercy and leave you with a whole corpse. At this, his disciples echoed his laughter, mocking the situation. Haha, master. Why waste breath on a mere child? Just slay him and take the beast. Indeed, look at how well he is dressed. He must carry many valuable possessions. One disciple licked his lips, a perverse grin spreading across his face. I think we should bind him and demand a ransom from his parents. Oh, that suggestion is rather clever. Sujuea rolled his eyes, musing to himself that if his dragon parents truly arrived, they would not be pleased. Moreover, he detested being regarded as mere food. He uttered 2 words dismissively. How noisy. Since you desire it so much, come and take it. Haha, you said it. Shasan bellowed, waving his hand. Charge. Kill the little brat, and seize the diglong. Yes. For disciples of Tianshaman, grinning like hungry wolves, lunged forward. The weakest among them was at the 2nd level of the Yurjing, while the strongest had reached the 5th level. Each wielded weapons infused with snake venom. Their techniques vicious and lethal, aimed directly at Sujue's vitals. One brandished a snake-shaped soft sword, its tip striking like a viper, aimed at Sujue's throat. Another swung dual claws, the gust of wind carrying toxic fumes, targeting Sujue's head. The remaining 2 flanked him, cutting off all avenues of escape. In their eyes, dealing with an unarmed infant was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, in the face of this onslaught, Sujue did not even bother to lift his eyelids. He was utterly disinterested in moving. He merely stood there quietly, and then, with a whisper, unleashed his power, divine art, decay aura. A hum resonated as a ring of gray ripples emanated from his form, rapidly expanding. The 4 disciples of Tianshaman, who had charged forward with sinister grins, suddenly froze in horror. They watched in disbelief as the weapons in their hands began to rust, decay, and ultimately disintegrate into a pile of iron dust upon contact with the gray waves. But that was not the end. A sense of decay, originating from the very essence of life, soon enveloped them. Ah, my hand. What has happened to my hand? The disciple wielding the snake-shaped soft sword shrieked in terror, watching in horror as his palm rapidly shriveled, turned yellow, and became marred with necrotic spots, until his flesh peeled away, revealing stark, white bones. No, my face. My handsome face. Another disciple felt an unbearable itch on his cheek, and upon touching it, was horrified to find a large patch of decayed flesh coming away. Panic, despair, the shadow of death loomed over them all. They attempted to flee, but soon realized their bodies were no longer obeying their commands. Their vitality, their essence. Everything was being voraciously consumed by the gray waves. Within Shasan's horrified gaze, his 4 capable subordinates transformed from living beings into decayed, lifeless husks in mere seconds. Then, even the bones crumbled to dust, dispersing into the air, leaving no trace behind. Shock, petrification, terror. The entire cavern was engulfed in a profound silence. Shisen stood frozen, trembling like a leaf caught in a storm, a warm and foul stench emanating from his groin. What had he just witnessed? For formidable practitioners of the Huayu realm, reduced to nothingness in an instant, not even a shred of their garments had grazed him before they turned to ash. What kind of sorcery was this? He abruptly lifted his gaze to the infant who wore an expression of unyielding calm. A demon. This child was nothing short of a devil. Flee. This singular thought surged through Shisan's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to escape. However, would Suju grant him such an opportunity? To think of fleeing now? It was too late. Suju's voice pierced his ears with an unsettling abruptness. Shisan was horrified to find his body ensnared by that ominous gray power. His skin began to show signs of decay. No, please, do not kill me. Shisan let out a frenzied scream, instinctively fighting for his life. He bit down on his tongue, igniting his own essence blood. The Tian-Shi transformation, the domain of the poison god. He roared as he unleashed his most powerful trump card. His body swelled rapidly, black serpentine scales soon covering his skin, and a long serpent tail sprouted from his back. A noxious, dark green mist erupted from within him, forming a toxic domain with a diameter of 100 meters. Wherever the poison mist flowed, the rocks sizzled and corroded. Ha! You little wretch. This is the forbidden technique of the Tianxi sect. It can even poison those of the godly domain. You shall accompany me to the grave. Shisen bellowed madly, his eyes filled with malice and exhilaration. Yet, Su Ju regarded his ludicrous transformation and the so-called domain of the poison god with nothing but disdain. Poison? Such a trivial display. He extended a delicate finger, and a wisp of gray energy, thinner than a strand of hair, drifted from his fingertip. The law of decay. The moment this wisp of gray energy appeared, Shisan's proud serpentine eyes shrank to the size of pinheads. A terror, born from the deepest recesses of his soul, overwhelmed him, rendering him breathless. He recognized this power. Or rather, any practitioner who had delved into the negative laws of decay, death, and poison would recognize this force. For it was the source of all negative laws. The very essence. No, it cannot be. This, Shisan's voice fractured under the weight of his fear. The gray wisp lazily drifted into his toxic domain. Then, a scene unfolded that shattered Shisan's worldview entirely. His domain, capable of poisoning even those in the godly domain. Upon contact with the wisp of gray energy, was like a lamb meeting its nemesis. It not only failed to corrode, but was instead consumed as nourishment. It was devoured. No. Shisan let out his final, despairing, and unwilling scream. In the next moment, his body, along with his so-called domain of the poison god, was reduced to ash. Outside the cavern, Neo Tua stared blankly at this scene, his massive bovine brain utterly malfunctioning. Dead. Just like that? The villainous Shisan, who had wreaked havoc in the Emerald Jungle and caused the demise of countless companions, had simply turned to dust. The entire process took less than a minute. Even the little ancestor had merely extended a finger throughout. Neo Tua swallowed hard, feeling a chill rush up his spine. He had previously thought this little ancestor possessed merely strange methods and formidable strength. Now, it was clear that this was not mere strength. It was the arrival of a demonic child. He dared not harbor any vestige of hope and buried his head deeply in the earth, his body trembling violently from fear. Inside the cavern, Su Ju brushed off the dust from his pajamas. Finally, he had dealt with those bothersome flies. Turning, he cast his gaze once more upon the nearly lifeless Shan Di Long beneath his feet. This once mighty creature now lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. Its massive head heaved with pained breaths, and only fear remained in its large, lantern-like eyes. Su Ju took deliberate, small steps towards it, looking down from a position of superiority. Then he smiled broadly. Are you anxious? After saying this, he lifted his delicate little foot and, under the terrified gaze of the Shan Di Long, brought it down hard. Crack! A sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed. The Shan Di Long skull, which even those in the godly domain struggled to breach, was crushed by Su Ju's foot. Red and white splattered everywhere. This peak Huayu realm beast did not even have time to utter a sound before it completely lost its life force. Remember, in your next life, not to sleep at home, Su Ju said casually before bending down to begin processing this grand feast. Ding. High-quality beast corpse detected. Shan Di Long, peak Huayu realm. Would you like to proceed with analysis and devouring? Analyze. Su Ju silently commanded. Analyzing Shan Di Long. Analysis successful. Extracting the essence of the law's source. Streams of data raced past Su Ju's eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Gravity law affinity 15. Current total affinity 15,001. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Comprehended supernatural ability. Gravity domain beginner. Supernatural ability. Gravity domain. Beginner can create a gravitational field of up to 10,000 times within a range of 100 meters, crushing all. Ding. Congratulations, host. Earth Law Affinity 8. Ding. Congratulations, host. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body Experience 5. Physical strength significantly enhanced. Ding. Congratulations, host. Absorbed high-quality blood essence, enhancing true essence cultivation. Current realm, True Essence Realm, 5th level pinnacle. Chapter 94. Mysterious burnt smell, technological remains emerge from the swamp. Positive feedback, 10 more Duong. A mighty surge of energy erupted within Su Ju. His cultivation bottleneck shattered. Feeling the torrent of profound true essence within him and his newfound comprehension of the gravity law, Su Ju squinted contentedly. This trip had not been in vain. He reached out his little hand and pressed it against the massive carcass of the Shan Di Long Devourer. Ding. devouring the core and blood essence of the Shan Di Long. The immense beast's corpse began to wither visibly, crumbling, and eventually turning to dust. Meanwhile, within Su Ju's dimensional realm, that expanse of pure white space underwent a cataclysmic transformation. With the influx of the gravity law and earth law, the concept of weight emerged in the once ethereal sky. The previously void ground began solidifying, becoming dense and transforming into an expansive expanse of brown earth. Although still barren, it had begun to take on the semblance of a world, a far cry from its previous emptiness. Ding. Dimensional world structure optimized. Basic gravity and earth law templates generated. The stability of the world has increased by 300. The current diameter of the world is 120,000 kilometers. After accomplishing all this, Su Ju let out a satisfied burp. He cast a glance outside the cave entrance, observing the trembling minotaur on the ground and the cat-eared girl who was just awakening. Let's move on to the next, Su Ju called out in a soft voice. Stepping toward the cave's exit, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming shivered, scrambling to follow closely behind, not daring to breathe too loudly. They looked at Su Ju's back, their eyes filled with awe. Just as they were about to leave the area, Su Ju suddenly halted. He raised his head in curiosity, twitching his small nose. A peculiar scent, unlike any he had encountered before, wafted into his nostrils with the wind. The aroma was strange. Neither the bloody stench of any savage beast nor the ethereal essence of any rare treasure. It bore hints of metal, grease, and a touch of char. Su Ju tilted his head, curiosity piqued. What could this scent be? He turned to his two companions, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming. Upon hearing this, both inhaled deeply. Niu Tuo's large nostrils flared, revealing a look of confusion on his face. Reporting back to the master, little Niu cannot discern the source. Aside from the smell of blood and earth, there is nothing else in the vicinity. Mao Xiaoming's furry cat ears quivered as she shook her head. Master, I too have not detected anything unusual. Could it be an illusion brought by the wind? An illusion? Su Ju scoffed. He held absolute confidence in his nose. Honed by his adoptive father, the Dragon Emperor, with countless cosmic treasures. If he sensed it, then it certainly existed. Your noses are inadequate, he casually remarked. He twitched his nose again, carefully discerning the direction from which the scent emanated. It was coming from the east. He immediately made a decision. Let us head that way. He pointed toward the east. Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming exchanged glances, both recognizing the resignation in each other's eyes. But master, the lair of the three-headed demon ape is to the west, Niu Tuo quietly reminded. That creature isn't of interest. Su Ju waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. I find this new scent far more intriguing. The likes of the three-headed demon ape cannot compare to this unknown delicacy. What if it is yet another new principle? With that thought, Su Ju nearly drooled. However, Niu Tuo wished to press further. The eastern region of the Emerald Jungle is a marshland, known for its harsh environment, teeming with venomous insects, and lacking formidable savage beasts, making it a poor hunting ground for adventurers. Most importantly, we know nothing of that area. Nonetheless, Su Ju merely cast him a fleeting glance. Niu Tuo promptly swallowed the words he had intended to say. He understood well that his young master's decision was not to be questioned. Yes, master, he respectfully lowered his head and resigned himself to the task. I shall lead you there. Thus, the original plan to hunt the three-headed demon ape in the west was entirely altered by Su Ju's sudden whim. The trio changed direction and set off toward the unknown marshland in the east. Half an hour later, they entered a realm that was strikingly different. The air was thick with a damp, decaying scent, tall trees were entwined with bizarre vines, and the ground beneath their feet was a soft, muddy marsh, where stepping carelessly could lead to sinking. Bubbling murky waters occasionally released streams of bubbles, possibly concealing some lethal poison. Master, watch your step, Niu Tuo, leading the way with his robust frame, reminded them. This is the rotting marsh. The muddy waters are highly corrosive, and it is home to a savage beast known as the marsh leech. Though they are only at the bone refinement stage, their numbers are overwhelming, and getting entangled with them can be quite troublesome. Upon hearing this, Su Ju merely scoffed in disdain. Bone refinement stage? Such trash is hardly a concern to me. He continued to stride confidently through the muddy terrain as if it were solid ground, his animal onesie remaining pristine. The decaying aura had long since rendered all impurities in his vicinity into nothingness. His attention was entirely focused on the increasingly potent peculiar scent. This direction is certainly correct. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. The once vibrant marshland began to reveal vast stretches of parched, cracked earth. The odd vines and trees appeared as if scorched by some force, reduced to charred remnants. The metallic and greasy charred aroma became ever more pungent. What transpired here? Mao Xiaoming gazed in shock at the desolate scene around her, which starkly contrasted with her memories of the rotting marsh. Niu Tuo also came to a halt, warily surveying the area, steam escaping from his large nostrils. Something is amiss, too amiss. The energy here is chaotic. Su Ju paid little heed to the alarm of his two companions. His gaze was drawn to an object not far ahead. It was a charred metallic artifact. Half buried in the earth, its surface adorned with intricate circuits and components. Although it was severely damaged, its technological sophistication was evident. Su Ju approached and reached out to touch it. Ding! Unknown technological artifact detected. Material analysis failed. Energy residue analysis reveals traces of weak lightning and flame principles. Comprehensive assessment. A component of a weapon from an unknown technological civilization, violently destroyed. Chapter 95. My pet, dare you touch? Technological civilization? Su Ju's brows lifted slightly. This was intriguing. This wild planet was not solely inhabited by savage beasts and adventurers. How could remnants of a technological civilization emerge? Moreover, judging by the level of technology of this wreckage, it seemed to surpass that of the standardized equipment of the Lanxia Cosmic Federation. He stored the metallic fragment in his dimensional world, intending to have the system analyze it thoroughly when time allowed. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from a distance. Following that was a cacophony reminiscent of laser weapon fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Su Ju, Niu Tuo, and Mao Xiaoming exchanged alarmed glances. Quickly turning their attention toward the source of the noise, they beheld a clearing deep within the marsh, illuminated by flames. Numerous energy beams of varying colors crisscrossed the air, casting the area in brilliant light. They could vaguely glimpse figures clad in metallic exoskeletons, surrounding and attacking something. There are people fighting, Niu Tuo exclaimed. Yet Su Ju's eyes widened in astonishment. He could smell it. The aroma that made his mouth water was emanating from that battlefield. Moreover, it had intensified 100-fold compared to before. Unable to contain himself any longer, his diminutive figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing directly towards the battlefield. Master! Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming gasped in astonishment and hurriedly followed. As they approached the battlefield and beheld the scene, all three froze in place. In the center of the battlefield, a rotund capybara with brown fur, appearing lethargic, was surrounded by 7 or 8 warriors clad in black exoskeletal armor. This capybara stood about half a meter tall, its eyes half closed in a sleepy demeanor, a faint, serene smile gracing its lips. However, its predicament was far from tranquil. The 7 or 8 black-armored warriors exuded the formidable aura of at least the transformation domain. Their Gauss rifles spat blue flames, creating craters in the ground surrounding the capybara. A net of high-energy particles descended from above, seemingly ready to envelop the capybara completely. Hey, fellows, can we not sit down for a cup of tea and have a proper chat? The capybara spoke leisurely, its voice imbued with a unique magnetism. As it spoke, it nonchalantly retrieved a palm-sized silver disc from its shaggy belly fur. Casually, it tossed the disc to the ground. Buzz! A pale blue energy shield instantly expanded, encasing it securely within. The bullets from the Gauss rifles and the particle net struck the shield, merely creating ripples without inflicting any harm. Damn! That cursed tortoiseshell again! Barked the leading black-armored warrior, his armor more sophisticated than the others, adorned with an emblem of gears and lightning on his chest. He was the captain of this small team and a formidable powerhouse of the 7th tier of the transformation domain. Everyone, switch to shield breaking mode. I refuse to believe its energy is limitless. Yes, Captain. The 7 or 8 black-armored warriors simultaneously adjusted their weapon's energy output mode. Brilliant white light beginning to gather at their muzzles. Inside the energy shield, the capybara remained unfazed, even yawning. Ah, what a bother. I was hoping to sleep a little longer. It complained while pulling out what appeared to be a carrot-like energy bar from its fur and began to munch on it noisily. In the distance, Su Ju, Niu Tuo, and Mao Xiaoming crouched behind a rock, dumbfounded by the unfolding spectacle. Niu Tuo's eyes were wide with astonishment. A talking capybara? It can also use technological weapons? Mao Xiaoming shared a look of disbelief. Their equipment is so advanced. It seems even superior to the standard military gear of the Federation. Who are they? Su Ju remained silent, completely captivated by the capybara, or rather, by the strange scent it emitted. This scent. Yes. He inhaled deeply, feeling every cell in his body rejoice. This capybara was undoubtedly a top-tier delicacy. Ding. Unknown intelligent life, form detected. Species, genetically modified capybara. Rank. Status, extremely lethargic, but can enter combat mode at any moment. Strength assessment. Law affinity. Contained energy? System analysis failed. This life form possesses extremely high information shielding capabilities. Warning. This life form has a highly advanced brain computing capability, suspected to be equipped with a superluminal quantum core. Please handle with caution. Note. A creature that appears delectable but may be more intelligent than you. It seems to possess technology that transcends the current understanding of the universe. Suggest capturing it alive. It could be a walking super database. A walking super database. Suju's eyes sparkled like two miniature suns. He initially intended to sample its flavor. Now it seemed that the value of this capybara extended far beyond mere tastiness. At that moment, the battlefield's dynamics shifted. The 7 or 8 black-armored warriors had readied their shield-breaking mode, and a series of massive white energy beams surged towards the capybara's energy shield. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed, the energy shield flickering violently under such fierce assault. Cracks multiplying across its surface. Crack. Finally, with a sharp sound, the energy shield shattered completely. Ha! Let's see where you run this time. The black-armored captain sneered. The first to charge forward. His high-frequency vibrating military knife buzzed ominously as it aimed for the capybara's neck. The capybara, watching the approaching blade, slowly opened its half-closed eyes and sighed. It seems I won't be able to enjoy my nap today. Just as it was about to retrieve something special from its fur, a childish voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Hey, my pet, do you dare to move? This unexpected voice left everyone present in stunned silence. The captain's decisive strike halted midair. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a chubby baby clad in a comical animal onesie, waddling towards them from behind a distant rock. The scene became exceedingly awkward. The black-armored captain glared at Suju. His brows furrowed. A baby? Here? What kind of international joke is this? His team members shared expressions of confusion. Captain, where did this little brat come from? Could it be a companion of the capybara? Ha! A capybara and a baby? What an odd pairing. The black-armored captain did not laugh. His survival in this perilous wilderness depended on caution. The timing of the baby's appearance was too strange. He scanned Suju with his tactical visor. Target, unknown carbon-based life form, human infant form. Vital signs, normal. Energy response, none. Threat level, 0. Seeing the scan results, the black-armored captain breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely an ordinary child, likely brought here by some careless adventurer. Parents these days can't even keep an eye on their child. He snorted, malevolence returning to his gaze. Now that you've seen our secret, don't even think of surviving. We'll take out this little brat too. Yes. One black-armored warrior grinned wickedly, aiming his weapon at Suju. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Suju's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. The black-armored warrior blinked in confusion. Where did he go? He hadn't even had time to react. A small hand gently pressed upon his helmet. Too slow. Suju's voice echoed hauntingly in his ear. The black-armored warrior froze, a wave of sheer terror engulfing him in an instant. He wished to cry for help, yet found himself unable to move even a single finger. Crack. A crisp sound resonated. The helmet, crafted from ultra-aggregated kegold, capable of withstanding cannon fire, along with the head inside, was effortlessly crushed by Suju as if it were a mere walnut. Time appeared to come to a standstill in that moment. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the headless corpse of the black-armored warrior as it collapsed with a thud. They watched the infant nonchalantly shake the blood from his hands. Gulp. Someone, unsure of who, swallowed hard. The voice of the monster, the black-armored captain, turned hoarse with fear. Run. Quickly. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. However, Suju's sinister laughter, reminiscent of the whispers of death, reverberated in the ears of every black-armored warrior. He slowly raised his head, and those eyes, once innocent and pure, had transformed into a golden abyss. Divine ability, Decay Halo. Buzz. A ring of gray ripples suddenly expanded from his center. First, 6 battle-hardened black-armored warriors, each at least at the first level of the transformation domain, were swept by the gray wave, and then they turned to ash. Not a single scream escaped their lips. No trace of resistance remained. It was as if they had never existed. What kind of monstrous ability is this? A law. It is the legendary power of the laws. Moreover, it is the highest order of negative law. The black-armored captain's mind buzzed with confusion. He had witnessed masters of the law before. Those ancient beings within the Federation played with the laws with remarkable finesse. Yet, damn it, even in the divine ability realm, or even the monarch realm, such a nonchalant display was inconceivable. This was no longer a battle. This was obliteration. It was the conceptual erasure of a life from this universe. And the one who executed all this was merely an innocent-looking, even somewhat adorable infant. Run. Even if he couldn't escape, he had to run. The black-armored captain's mind was completely consumed by fear. All thoughts of mission, secrets, and honor flew out of his mind. His only desire now was to flee, to distance himself from this devil-clad in animal pajamas as far as possible. The thrusters on his back surged into overdrive, propelling him like a streak of light. Not daring to look back as he soared toward the sky, another surviving warrior also reacted, initiating the emergency escape protocol of his exoskeleton armor. Yet, Suju merely stood quietly in place, even too lazy to lift his head. "Want to leave?" he uttered in a childlike voice. In the next moment, thud, thud. The two black-armored warriors who had just soared 100 meters into the air fell like birds with broken wings, crashing heavily into the marsh, splattering mud. Their exoskeleton armor remained intact. Their bodies bore no wounds. Yet, their life force vanished completely in the instant they fell. Decay Halo. With Suju now at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the True Essence realm and his deepening understanding of the law of decay, the power of this divine ability had grown exponentially. Within his domain, he was the sovereign of decay and death, unless faced with an opponent of overwhelming strength. Anyone he wished to perish would inevitably do so. There was no need for him to lift a finger. A mere thought sufficed. The battlefield once again fell into silence. Only the pungent scent of blood and charred metal lingered in the air. Hiding behind the rocks, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiao Meng were utterly dumbfounded. Niu Tuo's massive bovine face reflected sheer astonishment. His mouth hung open, saliva dripping down unnoticed. He felt his mind was inadequate. Those 7 or 8 black-armored warriors, any one of whom was no weaker than him, particularly that captain, who boasted a 7th level in the transformation domain, was a prominent figure even among their adventurer circle. Their high-tech equipment was evidently impressive. Yet what transpired? In the presence of their young master, they were as fragile as paper. A wave of his hand, and they perished. A glance, and 2 more plummeted. Is this still human? Mao Xiao Meng was trembling with fear, her cat ears drooping, her tail tightly clamped between her legs. Wishing to curl into a ball, she was immensely grateful that she had knelt quickly and called out for her father loudly. Otherwise, she would likely share the same fate as the ash on the ground. It was terrifying. This little ancestor was nothing short of a cosmic beast disguised in infantile form. Suju paid no mind to the astonishment of his 2 servants. He slowly turned, directing his gaze toward the center of the battlefield. He focused on the capybara, which had maintained an utterly zen demeanor throughout. The capybara tilted its head, curiously observing Suju with its half-closed eyes. Its gaze held no fear, no astonishment, only inquiry and indolence. It seemed as though the one-sided massacre was merely a dull pantomime to it. Quite interesting. Suju grinned, displaying what he considered a benevolent smile, though to others, it appeared rather unsettling. He took small steps toward the capybara. With each step, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiao Meng's hearts skipped a beat. They had no doubt that in the next moment, this little demon would reach out his tiny hand and reduce the capybara to a puddle of flesh. Yet, just as Suju was within 3 meters of the capybara, it unexpectedly yawned. Chapter 97. Dare to sleep in front of a bully, Gift 1 update sigh. It slowly sighed, its voice filled with resignation. Young man, your temper is quite fiery. Violence is not the answer. Why not sit down, soak in a hot spring, enjoy some oranges, and have a good chat? As it spoke, it retrieved a steaming wooden tub from its fluffy fur. Indeed, a few orange peels floated within the tub. Suju's footsteps halted for the first time. His smile froze. Even the system within his mind remained unusually silent for a brief moment. Ding. Warning. Unknown spatial technology detected. This creature retrieved a portable transmission device in a state of quantum entanglement from its fur, linked to some subspace. Warning. The technological level of this creature far surpasses the host's current understanding. Suggestion. Advise the host to adopt a diplomatic approach first. A diplomatic approach first? Suju's lips twitched. It was the first time he had heard such civilized words from a system that only knew how to consume. However, this only served to illustrate that the capybara before him was extraordinary. Are you not afraid of me? Suju tilted his little head and asked in a childish voice. The capybara lazily glanced at him, extending its short forepaw to retrieve a piece of orange peel from a wooden bucket, leisurely chewing it. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? Though you appear fearsome, your soul carries a hint of a milky fragrance. Moreover, a stream of blue data flickered in its half-closed eyes. According to my preliminary analysis, your genetic sequence is quite intriguing. It is a blend of at least 2 mythological biological templates, imbued with a trace of primordial essence. If I am not mistaken, you are likely not a native of this universe, are you? These words from the capybara struck Suju like a thunderclap, causing his golden pupils to contract to the size of pinpricks. What on earth was this creature? How could it discern his greatest secret at a glance? It should be noted that even his dragon emperor foster father, a being of the Holy King realm, had merely sensed the peculiarity of his bloodline without ever pinpointing his essence as accurately as this capybara had. What exactly are you? Suju's voice grew increasingly solemn. The capybara regarded his tense demeanor with indifference and merely shrugged. Me? I am just an ordinary capybara who yearns for peace and sleep. As it spoke, it pulled out a pillow from its fur and, before Suju's eyes, laid its head upon it, shutting its eyes. It fell asleep instantly. A question mark slowly emerged on Suju's forehead as he felt utterly disregarded, overtly ignored by a capybara. An inexplicable fury surged within him. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such an audacious creature, one even more insolent than the most arrogant beings in the universe. Very well. He gritted his teeth. It seems you will not understand the gravity of your situation unless I teach you a lesson. He slowly raised his right hand. Gray energy of decay power began to coalesce in his palm. This is bad. Behind the rocks, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming glanced at one another, feeling as if their souls were being drawn into an abyss. Terrified, they scrambled back over 100 meters, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. This is terrifying. The master is truly enraged. That oblivious capybara is doomed. Yet, in the face of the decay power, which could make even saints tremble, the capybara, comfortably resting on its pillow, merely turned over. It smacked its lips, seemingly lost in a delightful dream. Orange hot springs. It even stretched its short hind legs to scratch its round belly. The scene was so blissful and carefree, as if the energy in Suju's palm, capable of annihilating a small planet, was merely a trivial nightlight. The gray energy in Suju's palm came to a halt, and his expression froze once more. He was confronted with an unprecedented dilemma. What should one do when they wish to eliminate a being, but that very being falls asleep before them? And sleeps soundly at that? To act directly? That seemed somewhat unfair. Furthermore, gazing at the defenseless, even slightly silly smile on the sleeping face of the capybara, Suju found himself hesitating to strike. What in the world was happening? He, the foster son of the Dragon Emperor, a being capable of contending with the Holy Realm, was now at a loss against the capybara? Hey, wake up. Ultimately, Suju dispelled the decay power from his palm and, in irritation, kicked the capybara's rear end with his toe. It was soft and yielded, bouncing pleasantly. The capybara sleepily opened one eye, looking at the disgruntled infant before it, and asked in confusion, "What is it? Is it dawn? Is it time for meals?" Suju's mouth twitched in exasperation. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady his voice. "I ask you, who were those individuals clad in black armor?" This question was initially intended for after he had incapacitated the capybara, but it appeared he could inquire directly now. "Oh, them?" The capybara seemed to gain a bit of clarity. It lazily sat up, stuffing the pillow back into its fur. "They are a group of lunatics from the mechanical god cult. They prattle on about nonsense, calling themselves the apostles of technology and devotees of logic, scouring the world for the relics of their deceased mechanical deity. It's utterly tiresome." The mechanical god cult? Suju raised an eyebrow. This name struck a chord in his memory. Back at Shelter 73, Prometheus had mentioned that the prior civilization of planet Gliese 436b was the mechanical god cult, a civilization ultimately obliterated by the supreme AI Odin they had created. It was surprising that their remnants had made their way to this savage planet. "What do they want with you?" Suju continued his inquiry. "Want me?" The capybara scoffed, revealing a distinctly human expression of disdain. "Those fools, with their minds filled only with gears and codes, what do they understand? They believe I am some ancient relic of the Ark Project, crying and begging to take me back as their holy embodiment. I told them I am merely a capybara, but they do not believe me and insist on capturing me. Is that not annoying? Ark Project?" Suju keenly seized upon this key term. A new note promptly appeared on the system panel regarding the capybara. Background story. The capybara was once an experimental subject in a pioneering biological technology project called the Arkansas. This project aimed to create highly intelligent non-human biological commanders for deep space exploration. However, it was forcibly shut down and sealed by the Federation due to funding issues and ethical concerns, with all experimental subjects ordered for disposal. In the chaos, the capybara, leveraging its awakened intellect and hacking skills, not only escaped the laboratory, but also deleted all core data pertaining to itself. Now it made sense. Suju realized that this capybara was not a mere wild beast. It was an artificial, superintelligent life form. No wonder it understood technology, utilized various odd gadgets, and could even analyze its genetic sequence. Its brain was likely a superluminal quantum core. So, you are here to evade them? Suju inquired. Evade? The capybara chuckled. Do those primitive beings, who have yet to fully comprehend curvature travel, think they can make me hide? I have come here solely because, through my calculations, I have discerned that the magnetic field and spiritual environment of this planet are particularly conducive to slumber. Suju felt his fists hardening again. This fellow's knack for ostentation was simply innate. So why didn't you retaliate earlier? Suju pointed at the remnants of the black-armored warriors strewn across the ground. It appears you have many formidable assets at your disposal. Retaliate? The capybara gazed at Suju with an expression of utter bewilderment. Why would I retaliate? Engaging in combat consumes a significant amount of energy, do you understand? With a single movement, I might sacrifice 10 minutes of sleep. Instead, I would prefer to construct several layers of energy shields, allowing them to exhaust themselves in their futile attempts to attack. Had you not suddenly appeared, my plan would have been flawless. As it spoke, it cast a reproachful glance at Suju, as if to say, you have disturbed my slumber. Suju realized he was utterly unable to align his reasoning with that of this capybara. The logic of the dragon clan is simple. Whoever provokes me, I shall eliminate them. Direct and unambiguous. This capybara's reasoning, however, was to sleep first and allow the aggressor to tire themselves out. It was utterly absurd. Very well. Suju relinquished the notion of continuing this discussion. Clearing his throat, he donned what he believed to be an imposing expression and declared unilaterally, from this day forth, you shall be my pet. Accompany me, and I shall protect you. In the future, should anyone dare to disturb your slumber, I shall reduce them and their entire family to ashes. In return, you must. His words were abruptly cut off. No. The capybara decisively rejected his proposal. Being a pet is too troublesome. One must endure petting and be responsible for cuteness. I simply wish to be a puddle of mud. As it spoke, it slumped to the ground, resembling a true puddle of muck. The tyrant Suju found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Are you certain? His tone grew increasingly menacing. The gray, decayed power once more swirled at his fingertips. This time, he vowed that even if this creature fell asleep again, he would ensure it and its pillow were thoroughly eroded. Faced with Suju's unabashed murderous intent, the capybara finally rose from the ground. Its half-closed eyes regarded Suju. Very well, do not be agitated. It raised its two short front paws in a gesture of surrender. Cooperation is not out of the question. However, I have one condition. Speak. Suju coldly uttered a single word. I will help you find delectable food, locate formidable wild beasts, and even assist you in analyzing laws and designing weapons. The capybara spoke leisurely. But you must promise me not to contemplate consuming me at every opportunity. Additionally, you must guarantee me at least 20 hours of sleep each day. Furthermore, it paused, its gaze suddenly turning somewhat cunning. I know of a place where you will undoubtedly find an exquisite feast. Oh, Suju's eyes widened. Where's this place? The capybara smiled mysteriously. A forgotten. Before it could finish, a thunderous roar resonated from the distant sky. A fleet of more than a dozen dark, menacing warships tore through the clouds, descending towards their location with an earth-shattering momentum. On the lead warship, an emblem composed of gears and lightning appeared particularly glaring against the dim sky. Not good. The capybara's expression changed. It is the judgment fleet of the mechanical god cult. Their main force has arrived. We must flee, it exclaimed, attempting to burrow into the earth. However, Suju seized the soft flesh at the back of its neck and lifted it up. Fleeing? Suju licked his lips, his gaze gradually turning maniacal as he beheld the approaching warships. How could one refuse a delivery that has arrived at their doorstep? Delivery? The capybara, suspended in midair by Suju, nearly gasped in disbelief upon hearing those words. Brother, you refer to that as delivery. It pointed its short, stout front paw at the aggressive fleet above, its voice rising in pitch. That is the judgment of the mechanical god cult. Their most elite enforcement division, the lead ship, a judgment-class capital vessel, could obliterate a mountain with a single shot. At least one grand judge of the godly realm is aboard. Combined, we do not even suffice to fill the gaps in their teeth. Eat. It is a miracle if we are not devoured ourselves. The capybara was genuinely panicking. Though it was lazy, it was not foolish. Its brain was processing at an astronomical rate, yielding a single conclusion. Escape probability, 73. Direct confrontation victory probability, 0.00001. Recommendation. Immediately, right now, grasp this madman's leg and accompany him in a spatial leap. However, Suju paid no heed to its warnings. He merely weighed the capybara in his hand and disdainfully remarked, "You are quite heavy. It's time for you to lose some weight." The capybara retorted, "I am speaking seriously. And you dare to criticize my weight? Is there no justice left in this world? Let me down. I can run on my own." The capybara flailed in midair. Aggrieved. Silence. Suju shot at a glare before casually tossing it behind him. Chapter 99, Ultimate Weapon? Just scratch my itch. The capybara was about to protest when Suju had already lifted his gaze, locking it onto the ever-approaching fleet in the sky. He exhibited no signs of tension, rather, a thrill and greed akin to a hunter spotting his prey. "Little Pooh," he silently intoned. "My king, Prometheus, stands ready at all times." A cold mechanical voice resonated within his mind. This was a subroutine that Prometheus had implanted into his digitized dragon body upon his departure from Shelter 73, facilitating remote communication at any moment. "Analyze the strength of that heap of scrap metal in the sky," Suju commanded. "Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Composition of the enemy fleet: 1 Judgment-class capital ship, 12 Retribution-class frigates. Energy level assessment. The capital ship is equipped with a Destruction Furnace Energy Core, 9th Order, and the frigates are equipped with Thunderstorm Energy Cores, 8th Order. Primary weapons: Orbital Annihilation Cannon, 9th Order, High-Energy Particle Spear, 8th Order. Electromagnetic Pulse Missiles, Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, equivalent to the combined assault of 3 Grand Masters of the Godly Realm and 15 Peak Warriors of the Transformation Domain. Threat level: high. After hearing Prometheus's analysis, Suju nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. The quality of this delivery exceeds that of the previous rabble by several tiers. Especially the 9th Order Destruction Furnace. It sounds quite appetizing. "Little Pooh, can you hack into their system?" Suju inquired. Attempting to breach. Breach failed. The opposing firewall is classified as Shundun A3, employing a dynamic encryption algorithm, and forcibly breaching it would require no less than 30 minutes, with a 95% probability of being traced back by the adversary. "How troublesome," Suju remarked with a slight grimace. "It appears that the methods previously employed against the 7th Fleet will not suffice. However, who said that dealing with a heap of metal debris necessitates technological means?" The corners of Suju's mouth twisted into a smirk. He turned his head towards the capybara and pointed to a massive rock behind him. "Remain here and do not wander off. If you dare to run, I shall turn you into braised capybara upon my return." Without waiting for the capybara's incredulous expression, his diminutive figure soared into the sky. Good heavens! He truly ascended. The capybara exclaimed as it watched the infant figure charge towards the fleet amidst cannon fire, letting out a curse. "A madman. This fellow is undoubtedly a complete lunatic." Meanwhile, aboard the command bridge of the Tianfa-class flagship, an elderly man clad in a resplendent golden robe of judgment, his visage gaunt, sat upon the commander's throne. He was the Grand Judge Uriel of the Mechanical Divine Sex Tribunal, a genuine 4th-tier powerhouse in the realm of divine abilities. His gaze was fixated on the diminutive infant below, filled with avarice and fervor. "It is him, this heretic who has desecrated the holy body. How dare he lay hands upon it? Seize him. I shall personally cast his soul into the logic furnace to be scorched for 1,000 years." Uriel let out a hoarse roar. "Your Excellency," the adjutant beside him interjected, "the target is approaching at high speed. Shall we open fire?" "Open fire?" Uriel scoffed. "Is that necessary? A mere carbon-based monkey hardly warrants the main cannon's attention." He slowly raised his gnarled hand. "Activate the gravity well and crush him." "Yes." With the adjutant's command, a massive circular device at the bottom of the Tianfa-class flagship began to glow ominously. A terrifying force capable of distorting space enveloped the area within 1,000 meters in an instant. Gravity. This was a force far surpassing that of the previously encountered mountain-moving dragon. This was one of the ultimate weapons created by the Mechanical Divine Sect after deciphering the laws of gravity. Under this force, space was forcibly distorted and compressed. The ground cried out, fracturing. Even light could not escape, being stretched into curved arcs. "This is bad." The distant capybara felt an irresistible force descending from above, causing its rotund body to be pinned to the ground, unable to move a single hair. The high-tech shields upon it proved utterly ineffective against this pure physical assault. It was finished. In despair, it closed its eyes, convinced it would be crushed into a meat patty. Yet, just as it resigned itself to its fate, the infant, who should have been obliterated in an instant, merely paused midair. Then, he tilted his little head, a look of utter contentment gracing his face. "Oh, this force feels rather pleasant. Just the right amount to scratch an itch." As he spoke, he stretched within the terrifying gravity field capable of collapsing a small asteroid, his bones cracking with a series of crisp sounds. Not only did he remain unscathed, but he seemed to derive some form of nourishment from it. Ding. Ultra-high intensity gravitational field detected. Intermediate chaos dragon body is being passively activated. Muscle fibers are tearing and reorganizing at density level 1. Bones are being compressed. Reinforcing hardness level 2. Gravity law affinity is being passively enhanced. What? Inside the command bridge, Grand Judge Uriel leaped to his feet, disbelief etched across his weathered features. How is this possible? The power of the gravity well is not something even fellow divine practitioners dare confront head-on. Why is this little brat unharmed? He is even enjoying it. Damn it. Increase the power. Crank it up to the maximum. Uriel bellowed frantically. Boom. The energy core of the Tianfa-class flagship surged with frenetic energy. The intensity of the gravitational field below skyrocketed several-fold in an instant. Yet, the smile upon Su Ju's face only grew brighter. Ah yes, this is the force. Crank it up. Have you not eaten today? He even began to perform stretches mid-air. This scene utterly shattered the psychological defenses of everyone on the command bridge. They watched as the infant luxuriated within their ultimate weapon, feeling as though their worldview was being ground into the dirt. A little demon. He is nothing short of a little demon. Finally, just as Grand Judge Uriel was on the brink of madness, Su Ju seemed to have finished his leisure. All right, warm-up complete. He flexed his muscles and then cast his gaze towards the flagship high above. Now it's my turn. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Chapter 100. One thought consumes the fleet. Welcome to my belly. In the next moment, divine ability, dimensional world. Buzz. A wave of even more advanced and incomprehensible law fluctuations erupted from him, expanding outward from his center. The forcibly distorted gravitational space before him was like butter meeting a hot knife, instantly smoothed, covered, and then devoured, attempting to forcibly transfer 13 targets. Overall success rate, 69. Immediately afterward, along with the formidable Tianfa-class flagship and the 12 accompanying escort ships surrounding it, they all vanished from their original location, leaving behind an empty sky and a capybara on the ground, utterly dumbfounded, its jaw nearly touching the ground. The capybara maintained a pose with one paw over its mouth, its eyes wide as saucers, completely petrified. Its quantum core, that superbrain reputed to simulate the Big Bang, had completely crashed at this moment. On the screen, only a line of flickering red garbled text remained. Error, error, error. Detected unresolvable dimensional transition phenomenon. Logical model collapse. Physical laws invalid. Worldview is being reconstructed. Reconstruction failed. Attempting secondary reconstruction. Having survived for so long, escaping from the ARC Project's laboratory, wandering the cosmos for over a century. What great storms had it not witnessed? It had seen the saintly behemoths that could tear starships apart. It had analyzed cosmic wonders capable of swallowing stars whole. But, for heaven's sake, a mere glance that caused an entire top-tier fleet to evaporate into thin air was something it had never encountered. This was beyond the realm of power. This was a miracle, a dominion belonging solely to the Creator. Gulp. The capybara struggled to swallow, slowly, frame by frame, turning its stiff neck towards the little figure suspended in midair. Su Ju hovered at the very spot where the fleet had vanished moments before. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be sensing something profound. Meanwhile, within Su Ju's Xiuan Shiji, the realm had transformed from its original state of pure white void. After absorbing the essence of the Fengshan Dilong, this world had acquired a substantial earth and foundational gravitational laws. Now, it was welcoming a new populace. Boom, boom, boom. The flagship, Tianfa, along with 12 escort ships, plummeted from the heights like discarded Lego models, crashing heavily to the ground. The violent impact caused these iron behemoths, forged from the most resilient alloys, to disintegrate forcibly. Countless parts, armor, and circuitry scattered like rain across the landscape. Alarms blared. Alarms blared. Unknown spatial transition. Hull integrity compromised by 90. Shield systems offline. Weapon systems offline. Where are we? What is this place? Damn it. What have we stumbled into? The bridge of the Tianfa was in complete disarray. The Grand Judge, Uriel, a formidable being who had lived for over 1,000 years, was now struggling to rise from the ground. His golden robe was tattered, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. He gazed out of the viewport at the unfamiliar, desolate brown earth and the pure white sky, his eyes filled with confusion and dread. The divine kingdom? No, that is incorrect. There are no laws here. No spiritual energy. Nothing at all. What is this place? As a master of the divine realm, he could distinctly sense that this world was lifeless, a cage consisting only of the most basic matter and rules, devoid of any life or energy flow. While he was engulfed in uncertainty, a colossal face, obscuring the entire sky, gradually materialized. It was the face of an infant, magnified 1,000,000,000 times. It was Suju. At this moment, he loomed over his newly acquired toy, embodying the creator of this world. "Welcome to my belly." Suju's voice, both innocent and resonant like a divine decree, echoed throughout the Ziyuan Shiji. "What are you?" Uriel, gazing at the gargantuan visage, felt his very soul tremble. He finally comprehended the truth. They had not been transported to some unknown space. They had been consumed. This seemingly harmless infant had devoured them, along with their ship, into a realm that belonged to him, or rather, a world. "Who I am is irrelevant." Suju's massive face twisted into a devilish smile. "What matters is that you all now belong to me." As he spoke, he extended an enormous finger towards the now wrecked Tianfa, lightly tapping it. Analysis. A powerful force instantly enveloped the entire flagship. Ding. High-quality technological creation detected. Tianfa-class flagship, severely damaged. Initiating deep analysis. Analysis successful. Extracting core technology and law templates. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Acquired complete design blueprint for the Annihilation Furnace Energy Core, 9th grade. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acquired refining blueprint for Orbital Annihilation Cannon, 9th tier magical artifact. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acquired complete source code for Shield A3 Firewall. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fire Law Affinity, 5. Ding. Congratulations, host. Annihilation Law Affinity, 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. Data Law Affinity, 3. Intermediate Data-Eyes Dragon Body Experience, 10. A flurry of system prompts inundated Suju's mind. Delightful. This sensation far surpassed the mere consumption of wild beast cores. Absorbing wild beasts simply yielded energy and fragments of laws, whereas analyzing these high-tech creations uprooted the intellectual essence of an entire civilization, claiming it as one's own. This was a dual plunder of knowledge and power. "No, stop. My ship. My Tianfa." Uriel watched helplessly as his pride and joy began to disassemble at the most fundamental particle level under the touch of that finger, reconfiguring and ultimately dissolving into countless data streams, merging into this world. He and all the crew members on the bridge were bound by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger, forced to witness the unfolding catastrophe. "Don't worry, it will soon be your turn." Suju's indifferent voice resonated once more, his gaze settling upon Uriel. Ding. High-level life form detected. Grand Judge of the Mechanical Divine Sect, 4th layer of the Divine Realm. Proceed with analysis? Incredible. The ability to directly analyze living beings within the Ziyuan Shiji. Analysis. A wave of indescribable agony engulfed Uriel's entire being. He felt as though his flesh, cultivation, memories, and even his soul were being forcibly stripped, analyzed, and read. His 1,000 years of mastery and comprehension of the laws were, in that moment, laid bare for dissection upon another's cutting board. This sensation was 1,000,000 times more excruciating than death. Outside the Ziyuan Shiji, Suju gradually opened his eyes. This was an unparalleled gain. He had not only acquired nearly all the core technologies of the Mechanical Divine Sect, but had also downloaded the entire cultivation insights of a 4th-layer Divine Realm expert into his mind. Though these insights were convoluted and impure, requiring time to digest and absorb, they undoubtedly provided invaluable references for his future cultivation path. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Suju. Race, human. Intermediate Data-Eyes Dragon Body 18. Realm, Pinnacle of True Essence Realm. 5th layer. Technique, Xin Dian, Entry 03. Divine Abilities, Decay Aura, Ziyuan Shiji, 120. 000 kilometers. Soul Harvest, Gravitational Field, Dragon Scale Armor, Spatial Folding. Law Affinities, Decay, 225. Gravity, 15001. Space, 23. Data, 13. Fire, 5. Annihilation, 2. Earth, 8. Energy Points, 2. 354. 880. 000. Special Marks, Call of the Human Emperor, inactive. Hourglass of Time, one-time use. Fragment of the Annihilating Demon Sword, Saint King level. Overall evaluation. You are evolving from a mere trash king into a broken collector. As Suju read the final evaluation, he couldn't help but twitch his eye. Damn system, can you not speak? What do you mean by broken collector? Is that any way to address someone? He dismissed the system's comments with a wave and, with a swift motion, descended from the air, returning to the side of the capybara. At this moment, the capybara still wore a dazed expression. Suju approached and gently patted its head. Bang bang. The capybara finally snapped back to reality. Gulp. Its eyes flickered, and it looked at the seemingly indifferent infant before it, asking in a hoarse voice. What was that just now? Oh, that was. Suju nonchalantly remarked. It's merely a trivial trick. Kapaiba retorted. A trivial trick? How can you call that trivial? I don't believe you. Its gaze towards Suju had completely transformed. If earlier it merely perceived Suju as a powerful, yet slightly deranged individual, now it regarded him as an entity beyond the grasp of common reasoning. What exactly are you? It posed the same question as Wulai. Suju glanced at it, and suddenly broke into a grin. Didn't you say my soul has a milky fragrance? From today onward, I shall be the milky fragrance bully. He patted Kapaiba on the back. Let us go. Take me to that forsaken place you spoke of. I'm hungry. Hungry? Upon hearing these words, Kapaiba instinctively shuddered. It looked at Suju's innocent face, but the horrifying image of the massive fleet being devoured resurfaced in its mind. Its quantum core emitted a series of overload alarms once again. Warning. Target's emotions are stable, but appetite is immense. According to behavioral pattern analysis, its hunger level is directly proportional to its danger level. Current danger level, extremely lethal, may engage in indiscriminate devouring at any moment due to hunger. Survival advice. Immediately fulfill all its food requests. Let us go. Kapaiba exclaimed, suddenly jolted to attention. Scrambling to its feet with a complete turnaround in attitude. Its previously languid demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by a sycophantic eagerness. Boss, what flavor would you like? Oh, what principle? We have a full selection, aged and guaranteed fresh. There are the Bone King, adept in the principles of death and decay, the Void Nightmare. Proficient in the principles of dreamy illusions, and a piece of the rumored immortal divine stone, said to have existed since the ancient times, containing the principles of eternity. You will be satisfied. As it spoke, it patted its stout little chest with its short front paws. Observing Kapaiba's sudden servility, Suju could not help but curl his lip. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. Whether human, beast, or these bizarre sentient beings, the principle remains the same. The immortal divine stone sounds intriguing, Suju mused, stroking his chin. Let us start with that. Absolutely. Kapaiba agreed enthusiastically. Please follow me. I will lead the way. With that, it darted ahead, resembling a dutiful tour guide. In the distance, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiao Meng had become utterly numb. The events of the day were more surreal than all their life experiences combined. First, an infant casually dispatched a squad of elite warriors as if crushing ants. Then, a capybara conversed cheerfully with this infant. Next, with just a glance, the infant made an entire fleet vanish into thin air. Now, this capybara, which had previously been so brash, was now acting as a sycophant to the infant. What on earth is happening in this world? Let us go. Keep up. Niu Tuo shook his still-dazed head and called to the equally dazed Mao Xiao Meng, and together they silently followed. They had completely abandoned any attempt at reasoning. Following this little sovereign meant food, and that was good enough for them. Under Kapaiba's guidance, the group, an infant, a capybara, a cow, and a cat, traversed the putrid swamp and entered an even more bizarre region. The land was a desolate gray, devoid of any vegetation. The air was thick with a pungent scent of decay. The sky held neither sun nor moon, only a blanket of gray chaos. Most striking were the remnants scattered across the ground. Bones. Enormous bones. Ribs as massive as mountains formed natural arches. Heads as grand as palaces were half buried in the gray soil, their dark eye sockets seemingly gazing silently at every intruder. This was the forsaken place Kapaiba had spoken of, a taboo ground that buried countless powerful ancient beasts. Here we are, boss. Kapaiba halted and announced. Buried here are those who once dominated the primal stars and even the entire universe. Though they are deceased, their bones still retain the powerful principles they wielded in life. However, it is perilous here. It gestured towards the shadows wandering amid the colossal remains, glowing faintly with phosphorescence. Those are the flesh-eaters, peculiar beings that feed on the residual principles within these divine bones. They lack a physical form, are immune to most physical attacks, and are exceedingly troublesome. Flesh-eaters? Suju followed its gaze. He beheld translucent figures of varying shapes, some resembling wolves, others snakes, and some mere twisted light. Their energy signatures fluctuated between the realms of transformation and divine communication. Ding. New type of energy life form detected. Flesh-eater, first level of divine communication. Species analysis, a special entity formed from high concentrations of death principles and soul energy. Abilities, soul impact, physical immunity, principle devouring. Vulnerabilities, fear of pure life principles, and the power of light principles. Consumption recommendation. The taste may not be delightful, but its core contains pure death principles, which would greatly aid the host in comprehending related principles. Death principles? Suju's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a valuable find. While not as domineering or primal as the principles of decay, it was still a formidable negative principle. Acquiring it would provide him with another means of combat. Let us go for them. Suju licked his lips and pointed at a wolf-shaped flesh-eater gnawing on a massive leg bone. Tonight's dinner will be braised wolf soul. Kapibala thought to itself, I knew it would be like this. In the eyes of this baby boss, everything is food. Boss, these creatures are quite difficult to handle. It couldn't help but remind him. They lack a physical form. So my technological weapons won't work effectively against them. I am aware, Suju nodded. Thus, this time. He grinned. We shall change our method of consumption. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a distinctly different power emanated from his being. It was neither the stillness and dominance of the power of decay, nor the grandeur and brutality of the chaos dragon body. It was an ancient, vast power that touched the very essence of the soul. Pure white light began to seep from Suju's diminutive form. At the center of his brow, the long-dormant mark of the call of the human emperor shone for the first time. An overwhelming will, as if capable of shaking the entire world, abruptly descended upon him. Ding! Unknown power activated. Parsing in progress. Parsing successful. Congratulations, host. Your heart cannon has finally broken through its bottleneck after continuous battles and insights. Heart cannon, entry 03. Heart cannon, entry 1. Congratulations, host. You have initially comprehended the supreme power of the ancient human race. Heart power, beginner with divine spirit and will, you can interfere with material and energy in reality. Your will shall become your most formidable weapon. Suju felt a surge of newfound power within him, and a flicker of enlightenment crossed his eyes. This, he realized, was the true trump card of the ancient human race against the progenitors of the dragon clan. It was not some ostentatious law, nor was it a cataclysmic divine ability. Rather, it was an inward quest, a profound excavation of the deepest power within one's own soul. Will, Suju murmured to himself. He slowly raised his head and cast his gaze once more upon the wolf-shaped eater of corpses indulging in its feast in the distance. This time, his eyes held no trace of the previous greed and hunger, only an absolute calmness. He gradually lifted his right hand, lightly pointing with his index finger. I think you should disappear. At the moment the words fell, the wolf-shaped eater of corpses, a being at the first level of the divine realm, suddenly began to tremble violently. It seemed to have witnessed the most terrifying sight in the world, letting out a shriek that echoed from the depths of its soul. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of Capybara, Niutua, and Cat Xiaoming, its body began to be erased inch by inch from the inside out. There was no explosion, no dispersal. It simply vanished into thin air, as if the very concept of its existence had been forcibly deleted from this world. And Suju, the orchestrator of this phenomenon, merely stood in place, not even moving a finger. He had merely concentrated his thoughts for an instant, and then, a powerful being was no more. Capybara's half-eaten carrot plopped to the ground. It stared at Suju's back, feeling as if its quantum core might ignite. What had just transpired? That infant had merely stood there and stated, I think you should disappear, and then a first-level energy life form immune to physical attacks had truly vanished. Like being erased from a canvas by an eraser. Clean and neat, leaving no trace. What on earth is this principle? Capybara's superluminal quantum core whirred furiously as it attempted to establish a logical model to explain the phenomenon before it. Analyzing unknown attack patterns, no matches found in the database. Failed to construct physical model. Failed to construct energy model. Failed to construct law model. A series of glaring red warnings plunged Capybara's mind into chaos. Its once proud computational ability now seemed utterly ridiculous. Beside it, Niutua and Cat Xiaoming were even more overwhelmed. Niutua's robust physique trembled like a leaf, and he collapsed to the ground, burying his massive head deep in the soil. Lacking even the courage to look up. Divine being. This is undoubtedly a tactic only a deity could wield. Cat Xiaoming, meanwhile, rolled its eyes back and fainted, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Suju paid no heed to the three who had lost their ability to think behind him. He closed his eyes, savoring the brand new power within him. Heart power, a force derived from the spirit, yet capable of directly intervening in reality. In that fleeting moment, he had only concentrated his will and issued a command of erasure to the wolf-shaped eater of corpses. Then, the command was executed. It was that simple. So simple that it sent a shiver down his spine. So this is the true application of heart cannon, Suju murmured. Chapter 103, Ninth Level of the Divine Realm. Encountering the Bone Monarch. Though he had previously initiated the practice of heart cannon, he had struggled to grasp its essence, merely passively enhancing his mental strength, refining his spirit. Until now, through relentless battles and insights, he had finally broken through that barrier. His power. However, Suju furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed that the exertion just now had taken a significant toll on him. It was not his true essence, nor was it physical stamina, but rather a deeper fatigue stemming from his soul. It felt akin to an ordinary person enduring 3 consecutive sleepless nights, their brain clouded and on the verge of collapse. It seems this power cannot be wielded lightly. At least, until my spiritual strength reaches a new pinnacle, it must remain a trump card held in reserve. Having come to this realization, Suju slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his small palm, then at the wandering eaters of corpses in the distance. These creatures, which he had previously regarded as delectable experience packages, now held far less allure in his eyes. Ding. Detected a change in host's mental state. As a qualified collector of junk, your taste is gradually elevating. Congratulations, you have shed lowly interests. The system chimed in sarcastically. Suju paid it no mind. He approached Capybara and kicked its round backside. What are you daydreaming about? Oh, right. Capybara jolted upright. Its front paws clasped behind its back, resembling a student called upon by the teacher. The look in its eyes when it regarded Suju had entirely transformed. Fear, reverence, and fervor. Boss, it stammered. What you did just now was a regular operation. Suju interrupted it with a stoic expression. Lead the way to that immortal divine stone. Of course. Capybara dared not ask further questions, nodding and bowing as it took the lead. It even thoughtfully scurried over to wake the fainted cat Xiaoming, dragging it along in tow. The group, and one being dragged along, set off once more. The abandoned land was far larger than anticipated. The deeper they ventured, the more pungent the scent of decay became, and the ancient beast bones scattered on the ground grew increasingly colossal. Suju even spotted a dragon skull as massive as a mountain, its hollow eyes seemingly still harboring the will of destruction. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of eaters of corpses. This time, Suju refrained from employing heart power. He simply activated the decaying aura, and those below the divine realm could not even approach within 100 meters of him before they were dissolved into their most primal energy by that overbearing law power. As for those at the divine realm, he resolved the matter in a more straightforward manner. Physical exorcism. He directly grasped a fragment of the Annihilation Demon's sword, wielding it like an indestructible brick, charging forth to deliver a barrage of blows to those energy entities. Decaying power counters all negative energies, and the fragment of the Annihilation Demon's sword inherently contains the principles of destruction at the level of the Holy King. In a remarkable union, those seemingly immune to physical assaults, the Shiji, Shihaijo, crumbled before him like fragile glass. With a precise strike, they shattered effortlessly. The Kapibala trailed behind, observing Suju as he marched forward, his short legs moving with determination while brandishing a black sword tipped taller than himself. He struck down a serpent-like Shiji of the 3rd rank in the realm of Shintong, Jing, sending it into a state of utter disarray, before expertly extracting its core and crunching it like a candy. His worldview felt refreshed once more. This leader not only wielded celestial techniques, but also commanded physical prowess. Truly a master of both arts. Our leader is magnificent, cheered the Kapibala, displaying keen insight. Suju cast a glance at it, remaining silent as he charged towards the next target. Thus, he continued his path, devouring foes along the way. After about half a day's journey, the Kapibala abruptly halted. Leader, something seems amiss ahead. Suju also paused and followed the Kapibala's gaze. Before them, an immense shadow loomed over the gray earth. The source of this shadow was an unimaginably colossal skeleton. Just a single fallen rib resembled a white mountain stretching across the horizon. In the central area of this skeletal structure, over 100 Shiji were gathered together, not wandering aimlessly like their peers before, but quietly prostrating as if in worship. At the heart of their reverence sat a figure distinctly different from the others, perched upon a throne of bones. It too was a semi-transparent energy form, yet remarkably solid, clad in black armor and adorned with a crown of bones. Most strikingly, it wielded a scepter forged from the very essence of death energy. Alert. High-level energy life form detected. Bone King, Shintong Realm, pinnacle of 9th level. Warning. This entity has manifested initial intelligence and wields authority over certain laws of the realm of death. Consumption suggestion, a commendable collectible, but caution is advised. Do not shatter your teeth. Oh my. The pinnacle of the 9th level in the Shintong realm, and it has gained wisdom and authority. This is far more thrilling than the previous trifles, Su Ju mused, licking his lips, saliva nearly escaping. Leader, that one seems too formidable. The Kapibala stammered, its voice trembling as it gazed at the Bone King seated upon the throne. Its hyperquantum core flickered madly, rendering a blood-red assessment. Target, Bone King, threat level, Baka level. Comprehensive combat power assessment, equivalent to the combined strength of 5 human monarchs at the first level. Win probability analysis, 001. Survival recommendation, immediately flee at the fastest speed. This probability was predicated on Su Ju's unrestricted use of his previously mentioned anomalous abilities. However, from its observations, the Kapibala noted that Su Ju had ceased employing such powers after swiftly dispatching the first Shiji, opting instead for more primal combat methods. What did this indicate? It implied that such grand maneuvers likely came with substantial limitations. Should he be unable to utilize powers beyond that scope? Facing the Bone King head-on would surely result in him being pulverized into mush. Leader, perhaps we should engage in a strategic retreat? The Kapibala urged. A gentleman takes his revenge. It is never too late. Once you develop further, it would not be too late to return and deal with it. Nyo Tuo, witnessing the unfolding scene, nodded vigorously, rendered speechless by terror. The mere presence of the Bone King, seated and emanating a deathly aura, left him feeling as though he might burst with panic. Run? Su Ju inquired, perplexed. Why would we run? Over 100 experience packages. Plus a grand boss. Such good fortune is rare. Experience package? Leader, you call that an experience package? Those 100+ Shiji. The weakest among them are at the pinnacle of the Huayu realm, with a dozen at the Shintong level. Add to that the Bone King, who sits securely in command. This is no experience package. It is a death warrant. Allow me to analyze this, the Kapibala insisted urgently, believing it crucial to temper the reckless leader's enthusiasm. They hold the advantage in numbers, territory, and that king clearly possesses intelligence and can command. To charge and recklessly would lead to being besieged, and you would be overwhelmed. Are you finished speaking? Su Ju interrupted, digging into his ear with impatience. Yes, I have concluded. Then be silent. With that, Su Ju set forth, directly towards the Bone King. Watch closely as I transform your 001 into 100. The Kapibala stood frozen in disbelief. It was over, completely over. This leader was not only stubborn, but utterly unreceptive to reason. Today, it seemed, would indeed mark their end. In despair, it closed its eyes, already pondering whether it would be transformed into a Shiji by the Bone King or simply obliterated. Su Ju's approach soon captured the attention of the gathered Shiji. A few wolf-like Shiji, patrolling the perimeter, howled, their eyes ablaze with eerie green flames, locking onto the audacious intruder. In the next instant, 3 Shiji at the first level of the Shintong realm surged forth like streaks of green light from 3 different directions, their speed astonishing as they covered nearly 1,000 meters in an instant. Nyo Tuo, witnessing this from a distance, felt his heart nearly cease. Yet, Su Ju stood still, unmoved, even yawning. Just as the 3 streaks of energy were about to collide with him, a ripple of gray energy emanated from his form, expanding outward. Shintong, decay halo. The 3 snarling Shiji collided with an invisible wall of air, or rather, something far more terrifying. Their energy forms emitted a sizzling sound as they made contact with the gray wave, rapidly dissolving. Not a single cry escaped their lips as they transformed into the purest essence of death energy, absorbed by the decay halo and converted into sustenance for Su Ju. Alert. Absorbed Shintong Realm Level 1 Shiji X3. Decay Law Affinity 03. Death Law Affinity 15. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body Experience 3. Su Ju smacked his lips, feeling as though he had consumed 3 tasteless energy jellies. Better than nothing, perhaps. The commotion he stirred immediately caught the attention of the Bone King. From its throne, the armored figure slowly lifted its head. Beneath the bony crown, 2 crimson glimmers pierced through the layers of void, locking onto Su Ju. A surge of brutal will descended upon him. Intruder must die. A raspy voice echoed directly within Su Ju's mind. Immediately, the multitude of hundreds of Shrihaija, that were prostrating around the throne rose to their feet. The eerie green flames of their souls coalesced into a vast ocean of ghostly fire. A chilling aura enveloped the entire expanse of heaven and earth. In the distance, the Kapibala witnessed this scene, its legs giving way as it collapsed to the ground. It understood that the true battle was about to commence. More than 100 Shrihaija, including over a dozen of formidable Sintungjing, Shintongjing beings were under the unified command of a king at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Shintongjing. Such a display would likely compel even the most powerful of the Wangzhijing, to momentarily retreat. What on earth will you do, boss? The Kapibala thought in despair. Then, it beheld Sujue performing an action that nearly made its eyes bulge out. It saw Sujue plunge the black sword tip into the ground, then sit down right beside it, cradling his chin with both hands. He tilted his head and gazed at the ominous mass of Sri Hajura in the distance, speaking in a childish voice. Come, all of you. I am in a hurry. Sujue's provocation thoroughly infuriated the Egu Jinwang, Haigu Juanwang. Insignificant insect. Tear him apart, accompanied by the icy will of the Egu Jinwang. The legion of hundreds of Sri Haijuru surged forth. Boom. The earth began to tremble, although they were energy life forms. The simultaneous movement of over 100 beings comparable to the Huayujing, and Sinijing generated a tidal wave of energy, sweeping towards Sine's position like a tangible tsunami. Leading the charge were dozens of agile wolf-shaped Srihaja, serving as the vanguard responsible for the assault and tearing. Following closely were the massive bear-shaped and elephantine Srihaja, the heavy infantry of the legion, each step causing the ground to quake. On either flank, a dozen snake-shaped and bird-shaped Srihaja stealthily spread out, ready to ambush without regard for martial ethics. A well-coordinated, diverse army of the undead. The distant Kanabala watched in awe as this textbook-worthy charge unfolded, its heart racing to the point of nearly leaping from its throat. It's over, it's over, it's over. In despair, it covered its eyes with its paws. Faced with such a terrifying legion, not even an infant, let alone a fully armed interstellar fleet, could hope to survive the onslaught. It dared not look any further. Yet, just as it anticipated the impending roar and cries of agony, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The Kapibala cautiously peeked through its paws at the battlefield. It was then that it froze in astonishment. The once menacing army of Sri Haijuru, upon reaching approximately 500 meters from Sita, halted in unison. No, they did not merely stop. They were dissolving. The leading wolf-shaped Sri Haijuru were becoming thinner and more transparent at an observable rate, ultimately transforming into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Fathers, please help me with some good reviews to suppress the foolish negative ones. Chapter 105. Let me hear you call me father. Next were the heavily armored bear-shaped and elephantine. Their massive bodies also rapidly disintegrated, akin to a sandcastle succumbing to ocean waves. The entire process was silent, yet imbued with an unsettling and terrifying eeriness. In less than 10 seconds, an army of hundreds of Sri Haijuru simply vanished. Only a few of the strongest, having reached the Shintongjing, remained, struggling at the edge of an invisible realm of death. Yet their bodies too were being incessantly eroded and weakened. Upon the throne, the Thagong's crimson soul fire flickered violently. Its newly birthed intelligence evidently could not comprehend the scene unfolding before it. Where had its army gone? What was happening? The Kapibala, witnessing this miraculous sight, stuttered, unable to articulate a complete thought. What on earth is this? Could it be that this boss has broken through again within mere hours? No, that cannot be right. The Kapibala's quantum core whirred into action, and it suddenly noted a detail it had overlooked. That infant had remained beside the unremarkable black sword tip the entire time. That very sword tip, which it had dismissed as nothing more than a simple tool. Buzz. A flash of insight struck the Kapibala like a bolt of lightning. It finally understood. The formation. It was a formation. It screamed in realization. The boss had utilized that sword tip as the focal point to establish an expansive realm of decay. This was not merely a corruption aura. Rather, it was a temporary, large-scale lethal domain crafted from the Shinwangji, shattered sword of annihilation, as the core, drawing upon the death and decay energies of this forsaken land. Combined with its own corruption aura, that baby tyrant had never intended to confront the enemy head-on. It appeared arrogantly seated, provoking them, while in truth, it was secretly setting a deadly trap. It had transformed this 1,000-meter radius into its own dominion. All who entered this realm would endure dual erosion from both the world and its own essence. Upon grasping this, the Kapibala felt a chill surge from its tail all the way to the crown of its head. This infant is far too sinister. This is no mere reckless fool. This is clearly a schemer to the bone. Its gaze towards it shifted from mere awe to genuine fear, a terror faced with the unknown and the uncontrollable. On the battlefield, Sujie rose, brushing the dust from his backside. He glanced at the dozen or so Shintongjing, still struggling, and then at the clearly bewildered Wang on the throne. He flashed a grin. The appetizer is finished. Now, it's time for the main course. With that, he retrieved the shattered sword of annihilation from the ground and hoisted it onto his shoulder, striding toward the throne. With each step he took, the gray ripples beneath his feet intensified. The power of the entire realm of decay began to converge toward the tip of the sword in his hand. The once dull black tip now emanated a gray luminescence. As Ujre advanced, carrying the increasingly radiant sword fragment, the dozen Sinting Sri Hijuro at the edge of the realm sensed a fatal threat and let out piercing wails, seeking to escape. Yet, Suje merely cast them a sidelong glance. Annoying. Upon uttering the words, the gray light gathering at the sword tip surged explosively. The power of the entire realm of decay was instantaneously siphoned away. Buzz. A visible gray shockwave emanated from Suje, radiating outward in a circular fashion. The dozen or so Sinting Sri Hijuro had no opportunity to struggle before being reduced to dust within this shockwave. Ding. Absorbed Sinting Sri Hijuro X14. Affinity with the law of decay, 21. Affinity with the law of death, 7. Current total affinity, 85. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The comprehension of the law of death has reached the preliminary threshold, awakening the divine ability, Death Gaze, Beginner. The ability allows the user to designate a target and mark them for death. The marked target will experience a continuous drain of life force, with a certain probability of instant death. How delightful. After vanquishing all the minions, Suju's gaze finally settled upon the solitary figure seated upon the throne. Even the skeletal king appeared intimidated. Its body, composed of energy, trembled violently. Born from this forsaken land, it had devoured countless remnants of its kind to ascend and become the ruler of this realm. It had encountered beings of far greater strength than this infant's presence, such as those formidable adventurers who occasionally ventured into this territory. Yet, it had never witnessed such a bizarre and unreasonable combat style. Inaction was one thing, but once it moved, it was a lethal strike. Its 100-strong legion was utterly powerless before the opponent. This was no longer a mere crushing of strength. It was a dimensional suppression at the level of the law. As the infant, wielding a deadly weapon, drew closer, the recently birthed wisdom of the skeletal king led it to make a decision that aligned with its biological instincts. It begged for mercy. The raspy thought of "spare me." The strong reached Suju's mind once more, but this time it was imbued with humility and fear. It even stood up from the massive white-bone throne and slowly knelt on one knee before Suju. A pinnacle figure of the 9th level of divine ability knelt before a mere human infant. If this scene were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire wilderness star. From a distance, the capybara and Nyotua were left utterly numb. The events of the day had far exceeded their limits of comprehension. However, in response to the skeletal king's plea for mercy, Suju simply paused and tilted his head. "Spare you?" He brandished the sword's tip, circling the kneeling skeletal king as if appraising an object. It was not entirely out of the question. Hearing this, the skeletal king's red soul flame flared with hope for survival. "I am willing to submit." It hastily expressed its loyalty. "Submit?" Suju chuckled. "Do I need a collection piece that lacks even teeth?" The skeletal king. A collection piece? It did not comprehend the meaning of this term. To survive? Perhaps. Suju pressed the sword tip against the skeletal king's forehead. The chilling, deathly aura that emanated caused the skeletal king's very soul to tremble. "First, call me father to see if I can bear it." A benign smile graced Suju's face. Chapter 106. Instant kill of the king. This divine stone cannot bite? Again with this trick. The capybara, witnessing this scene from afar, instinctively tightened its legs. The leader's morbid sense of humor was truly. The skeletal king was taken aback. Its rudimentary wisdom could not grasp the meaning of the word father. Yet, it sensed that this was certainly no kind remark. It was undoubtedly a blatant humiliation. As the ruler of this territory, it possessed its own dignity. "You go too far." A surge of fury erupted from the depths of the skeletal king's soul. It suddenly raised its head, and the deathly scepter in its hand radiated a pitch-black glow, violently striking towards Suju's head. A desperate struggle. In the face of this act of futile resistance, Suju's smile remained unchanged. He did not even blink. Just as the scepter, imbued with terrifying deathly power, was about to make contact with his forehead, the long-dormant mark of the Emperor's call at his brow flickered faintly. "Heart power, activate." "Shatter." A crisp sound echoed. The death scepter in the skeletal king's hand broke into two halves. Immediately after, its black armor, forged from a high concentration of death energy, began to crack. Finally, its massive and solid form was riddled with cracks, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. "What is this power?" The skeletal king let out its final, unwilling cry of despair. Boom! Its body exploded, transforming into a tempest of death energy. Suju opened his mouth and gently inhaled. The torrent of energy surged toward him as if hundreds of rivers converging into the sea, all consumed within. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured the Skeletal King, Pinnacle of Divine Ability Level 9. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Decay Law Affinity 5. Current Total Affinity, 306. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Death Law Affinity 15. Current Total Affinity, 235. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Acquired Special Item, Death Authority Fragment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Absorbed High-Quality Soul Energy, significantly enhancing soul strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Absorbed High-Quality Primordial Energy, elevating True Essence Cultivation. Current Realm, True Essence Realm Level 6. A series of system prompts filled Suju with such delight that he felt an urge to relieve himself on the spot. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Suju Race. Human, Intermediate Data Dragon Body 18. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body 59. Realm, True Essence Realm Level 6 Technique. Heart Cannon, Entry Level 1. Divine Abilities. Decay Halo. Dimensional World, Soul Harvest, Gravitational Field, Dragon Scale Armor, Spatial Folding, Death Gaze Law Affinity. Decay, 306. Death, 235. Gravity, 15001. Space, 23. Data, 13. Energy Points, 2, 684, 120. 000 Special Items. Death Authority, Fragment. Heartcore Beacon, Sands of Time, Fragment of the Annihilation Sword Comprehensive Evaluation. Congratulations. On the path of a ragged collector. You have unlocked a new milestone as an old Inbai. A mere infant, and you call me old Inbai? Is that appropriate? Suju internally scoffed. Ding. The system is undergoing self-optimization. Please do not disturb the host. The system feigned silence. Suju scoffed, no longer wishing to argue with it. With the Skeletal King resolved. This area was temporarily safe. He retrieved the fragment of the Annihilation Sword back into the dimensional world and stepped onto the magnificent white bone throne. Beneath the throne lay a platform formed by countless piled bones. At the center of the platform was an object emitting a faint glow, capturing his attention. It was a stone, no larger than a fist, entirely grayish-white. It appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary piece of granite. Yet, Suju could sense an elusive yet eternally resonant rhythm emanating from within the stone. Eternity. This was what the capybara referred to as the immortal divine stone. Boss, this is it. The capybara scrambled over, gazing at the stone with eyes filled with awe and infatuation. According to legend, this stone was the first cornerstone that appeared alongside the world at the dawn of the wilderness star. It had witnessed the birth and demise of the universe, embodying eternity itself. It is said that if one can comprehend even a fraction of the mysteries contained within, they can ascend to greatness, becoming a formidable figure in the realm of the sacred, with an eternal lifespan. Suju extended his hand and picked up the stone. The stone felt cool to the touch, heavy, and unremarkable at first glance. The system panel promptly displayed a notification. Ding. Special item detected. Immortal Divine Stone. Great. Material analysis. Unknown. Energy analysis. Contains the eternal law. System analysis failed. The law level of this item exceeds the system's current analysis limits. Warning. An unknown consciousness seems to be sealed within this item. Please handle with caution. A consciousness sealed within? Suju raised an eyebrow. He probed the interior of the stone with his spiritual energy, eager to uncover its secrets. However, the moment his spirit touched the stone, an irresistible force gently repelled him. Intriguing. Suju's interest was thoroughly piqued. The more mysterious it was, the more precious it seemed. He examined the immortal divine stone from various angles, even bringing it close to his mouth to test it with his teeth. Crack. A soft sound echoed. Suju felt as if his teeth might shatter. Ding. Your teeth dealt 0.00001 minor physical damage to the immortal divine stone. The immortal divine stone expresses deep dissatisfaction and strongly condemns your actions. Suju remarked, this stone is quite hard. Boss, this thing cannot be consumed directly. Capybara watched in horror, fearing that this distinguished individual might mistakenly use this cosmic treasure as a mere chew toy. This item was indeed treacherous. It was said that in the past, there had been sacred figures who attempted to forcibly refine it, only to be rebuffed by the eternal power it contained. Their spirits trapped within, unable to transcend for eternity. Oh, Suju raised an eyebrow. So what should be done? According to my database records, There is but one way to harness its power. Capibula lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. That is to wait. Wait. Yes, precisely. Capibula's expression grew serious. It is said that the immortal divine stone itself is a vast seal, awaiting a fated individual, a host capable of bearing its power. Only upon receiving its recognition can one safely absorb its laws. How long must one wait? Chapter 107. A little ancestor emerges from the stone. Good review, one update. No one knows. It could be 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Suju rolled his eyes. Wait for 10,000 years. By then, the daylilies would have wilted. The word wait has never existed in Suju's lexicon. Are you suggesting that as long as I am tougher than it, I can gain its recognition? Suju proposed a fresh perspective. Capibula replied, theoretically. It seems to be that way. Then it's settled. Suju weighed the immortal divine stone in his hand. A chilling smile emerging on his face that sent shivers down Capibula's spine. My greatest strength lies in subduing others through sheer force. With that, he disregarded Capibula's terrified gaze and sat cross-legged, placing the immortal divine stone upon his knees. He was prepared to take a forceful approach. He intended to compel the stone with his will and strength. Suju closed his eyes, his spirit descending into his core. He summoned all the power at his disposal. The majestic vitality of the intermediate chaos dragon body, the domineering forces of the decay and death laws, the twisting abilities of the gravity and space laws, even that elusive heart power he had just recently mastered. He aimed to infuse all of this power into the stone, to see whether its eternal hardness or his fist was the more formidable. Come forth, little stone. Let me witness your true greatness. Engulfed in a whirlwind of energy, Suju's various powers surged forth, creating a vibrant torrent that rushed down his arm towards the stone in his palm. Yet, just as this torrent was about to make contact with the immortal divine stone, a distinct heartbeat suddenly resonated from within it. Then, thump thump thump, the heartbeat quickened, growing stronger. It was as if an ancient entity that had slumbered for eons was on the verge of awakening. Capibula immediately panicked, curling into a ball, trembling in fear. Is it alive? This stone is alive. Nyotawa fell to his knees, muttering incantations, not knowing to whom he was praying. Suju was taken aback as well. He sensed an unimaginably vast will slowly reviving from the immortal divine stone. This will was ancient and boundless. He immediately ceased channeling energy, watching the stone warily in his hand. The previously gray-white stone began to reveal countless golden fissures on its surface. Dazzling light streamed through the cracks, bathing the entire skeletal platform in a golden hue. Crack! The stone shattered. A girl, roughly 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a tattered white gown, slowly floated up from the fragments. She had resplendent golden hair cascading to her ankles, skin so pale it was nearly translucent, and features so exquisite they resembled the most perfect creation of divine beings. Yet her eyes remained closed. She hovered in the air, still as a porcelain doll that had slumbered for countless ages. Suju, Capibula, and Nyotawa found themselves in an exceedingly awkward situation. Wasn't it supposed to be a seal containing an ancient will? Wasn't it supposed to be a fated individual? How did a little girl emerge from the stone? This script is all wrong. What is happening? Capibula's quantum core emitted an overload alarm once more. Warning. Unknown life form detected. Species analysis. Energy level. Law affinity. System analysis. A seemingly charming, yet undoubtedly formidable little girl emerged from the stone. A series of question marks made Capibula's eyelids twitch. Suju wore a grave expression. He sensed no energy fluctuations or law aura emanating from this girl. She appeared to be an ordinary human child. Yet Suju's instincts warned him that this little girl was 1,000 times more dangerous than the previous skeletal monarch. Just then, the girl's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. They were a pure golden color. In her gaze, there was neither the confusion of waking nor the innocence of a child, only an abyss of silence, as if she had witnessed the birth and death of the universe, the cyclical nature of all things, and the essence of utter void. Her golden pupils gradually shifted, sweeping past the now petrified Capibula and Nyota without pause. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon Suju. Sujiya had just extracted the half-broken remnants of the Thunder God's heart from the dimension world, intending to snack on it. The little girl's gaze finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. She tilted her head, observing Suju and the snack in his hand. Then, she extended a delicate finger, pointing at Suju, and in an ethereal voice, uttered her first words since awakening. Trash. Suju. He was momentarily taken aback, gesturing to the Thunder God's heart in his hand. Are you referring to this? The little girl shook her head. She once again pointed resolutely at Suju. You. Trash. Suju's expression darkened immediately. He, Suju, the adopted son of the Starry Sky Magic Dragon Emperor, the possessor of the system, the devourer of all in the universe. The rejecter of the Holy King legacy, the heir to the AI Legion, the bearer of the human emperor bloodline, the terminator of the cosmic fleet, and the future ruler of the cosmos, was being labeled as trash by a little girl who had just emerged from a stone? How could this be tolerated? Clarify your words, he demanded, his eyes growing dangerous. A terrifying aura began to emanate from his small frame. However, the little girl seemed impervious to any pressure. She continued to float in midair, her pure golden eyes quietly gazing at Suju. You possess decay, death, gravity, space, and data. With each principle she articulated. Suju's face grew increasingly grim. Too much. The little girl gently shook her head. Too chaotic. Like a hodgepodge where everything is thrown in. Unpalatable. Thus, it is trash. Her logic was blunt, yet irrefutable. Suju found himself at a loss for words. For the first time, he realized that his dragon lineage's logic had faltered before a mere child. What exactly are you? Suju inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strike, and asked in a low voice. The little girl pondered. I do not know. I only remember that I have slept for an exceedingly long time. So long that I have forgotten who I am. She paused, her golden gaze again fixing upon Suju. What about you? What are you? Why did you awaken me? Your soul has a fragrant aroma, like freshly baked bread. Suju, why does everyone seem to relish the scent of their own souls? And with such varying flavors. The capybara said it was milky, and this girl claims it is like bread. Am I merely a walking dessert stand? Suju was becoming increasingly irritated by this little girl. He was disinclined to engage in further trivial conversation, no matter her origins or her embodiment of the eternal principle. He resolved to confront her first. Since you have awakened, then this stone, he pointed to the dull, lifeless fragments of the immortal divine stone on the ground, is mine. As he spoke, he prepared to draw the fragments into his dimension world. However, the little girl merely lifted her eyelids slightly. The once dull stone fragments transformed into a myriad of golden specks, returning to her body like swallows returning to their nests. Suju's actions froze in place. Had the duck he had almost caught just flown away? Are you seeking death? Suju's gaze turned frigid. Duom. A terrifying force of decay, mingled with death, erupted from him, morphing into a massive gray-black claw that lunged toward the little girl with ferocity. This strike was delivered without any reservations. It was powerful enough to annihilate a formidable adversary at the 9th level of divine abilities. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic blow, the little girl merely stood still. The gray-black claw halted just before making contact with her body, as if time had been frozen at that moment. Subsequently, the claw began to disintegrate into chaotic energy particles, dissipating into the air. Decay and death, two overwhelmingly powerful negative principles, seemed to encounter their nemesis before her, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Ineffective. The little girl's ethereal voice resonated once more. Your power is too new, whereas I am ancient. Before eternity, all will eventually perish. Suju's heart raced. Immunity to principles? How can I fight? With his modest cultivation, all his attacks relied on various principal forces. If she was immune to those principles, would he not be akin to a toothless tiger? I refuse to believe it. Suju's stubbornness flared. Immunity to principles, is it? Fine. Then I shall abandon principles altogether. Boom. Suju stamped his foot down, channeling the power of the intermediate chaos dragon body to its utmost limit. The sheer force trembled the entire skeletal platform. His form transformed into a golden streak, instantaneously appearing before the little girl. His small fist, imbued with enough power to shatter a small planet, descended fiercely towards the little girl's delicate visage. I care not for what is new or old. Taste my Kuin punch. This punch was executed with unparalleled speed and force. The distant capybara even closed its eyes, seemingly foreseeing the tragic fate of the beautiful little girl being reduced to a mist of blood. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Suju's fist, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, halted less than a centimeter from the girl's nose. It was neither time that had stopped nor space that was confined, but rather a state more unfathomable than either. Suju felt his fist still advancing, yet the distance between him and the little girl stretched infinitely, an insurmountable chasm. A stone's throw away? The phrase flashed through Suju's mind. No. The little girl shook her head. It is merely that your present can never reach my past. She extended a delicate finger, gently touching Suju's fist. Boom. An indescribable and terrifying force surged from Suju's fist throughout his entire being. This was not a physical impact, but rather a temporal onslaught. Suju felt as though he had been cast into an unceasing river of time. His intermediate chaos dragon body was aging at a horrifying speed under this force. Wrinkles began to form on his skin, his muscles started to atrophy, and his bones became brittle. Warning! Warning! The host is undergoing an attack from an unknown time principle. The life vitality of the intermediate chaos dragon body is plummeting. The system's alarm blared mercilessly in Suju's mind, proclaiming that the host would perish within 10 seconds due to the failure of bodily functions. Cursed be this situation. Suju cursed inwardly, never having anticipated that this seemingly innocuous little girl wielded such bizarre power. Just as despair loomed, a moment of clarity flashed through Suju's mind. He recalled his adoptive father, the starry sky dragon Emperor Ao Yuan, and the vivid memories of being carried in the dragon's mouth, soaring through black holes and devouring stars. He remembered the emperor's words, "Son, understand this. Every law of the universe is but nonsense. When your own power is formidable enough, you become the law." Yes, I am the law. Suju's gaze turned wild and resolute. He ceased resisting the temporal force that surged through his body and instead detonated all the power within him. The essence of decay, death, gravity, space, and data erupted forth, along with the primordial force of creation and destruction that his dragon parents had imbued deep within his veins. If all must eventually fade away, then let us descend together into oblivion. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying gray aura, capable of consuming and annihilating all, erupted from Suju's body. This aura stood in stark contrast to the eternal power emanating from the little girl. If eternity represented existence and permanence, this aura embodied void and termination. It was both creation and destruction, both beginning and end. This was the power of creation and destruction. Under Suju's reckless invocation, this force, which even the holy kings would fear, revealed its true magnificence for the first time. The gray stream clashed violently with the golden radiance, and where they converged, all was rendered null. Space, time, matter, and energy, everything was obliterated in the collision of these two fundamentally opposing laws, transforming into the most primal void. A fist-sized void appeared between Suju and the little girl, devoid of any substance. It ravenously devoured everything around it, yet emitted no sound. Capybara and Nyota merely glanced at the void and felt as if their very souls were being drawn in, causing them to shut their eyes in terror and retreat hastily. Suju involuntarily expelled a mouthful of golden blood. His body returned to a youthful state, yet his complexion was as pale as parchment. Forcing the power of creation and destruction had nearly drained him of all his life essence. Had it not been for the formidable nature of the intermediate chaos dragon body, he would have likely become a mere corpse. Across from him, the golden-haired little girl wore a grave expression. She regarded Suju and then the gradually shrinking void between them, her ethereal voice tinged with perplexity. "What exactly are you?" This was the third time she posed this question. Damn it! Suju wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed vehemently. Though injured, he refused to concede verbally. The little girl appeared not to comprehend the significance of his exclamation. She merely tilted her head, her golden eyes regaining their calmness. "I sense it. Your power is perilous, yet still insufficient." As she spoke, she slowly raised her right hand. In her delicate palm, a more resplendent and pure golden light began to coalesce, a manifestation of eternal essence that was more potent than before by at least tenfold. Seeing this, Suju's heart plummeted. Cursed be this girl. She had not even unleashed her full strength previously. This was truly disastrous. Just as Suju prepared to activate the hourglass of time on his forehead and make his escape, the little girl furrowed her brow. The golden light in her palm flickered a few times before extinguishing. "I am hungry," she stated, patting her flat stomach with a serious demeanor. "Suju, Capybara, hungry? Miss, we are in the midst of a life and death struggle, and you tell me you are hungry? This shift is too abrupt. Insufficient energy." The little girl seemed to mutter to herself. "I need to replenish after sleeping for so long." As she spoke, she began rummaging through the tattered white dress she wore. Soon, she appeared to remember something and pulled out an object from a small pocket in her dress. It was an apple, translucent and crystalline, as if sculpted from the purest water, radiating with vibrant hues. At its appearance, a rich aura of life, mingling with overwhelming powers of the laws, filled the entire space. Warning! 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 Detection of an item beyond specifications. Item name: Fruit of the World Tree, Holy King level. Effect: contains the source of creation of a small world and complete life laws. Consumption suggestion: recommend the host kneel and plead for a bite. Suju gazed at the series of blood-red warnings on the system panel, along with the final shameless suggestion, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Holy King level? This is a Holy King treasure. You dare call this an apple? However, what shocked him further was yet to come. The little girl, holding the world fruit that could drive the entire universe into madness, examined it from left to right before wrinkling her nose in disdain. This has been left too long. The flavor has changed. With that, she casually tossed the world fruit aside as if discarding trash. Then, she pulled out another item from her pocket, a bottle of milk. A bottle contained within an exquisite glass vessel, emanating twinkling starlight, as if it held an entire galaxy's worth of milk. Detection of an item beyond specifications. Item name, Mother Spring of the Galaxy, Holy King level. Effect, composed of the first life river born at the universe's inception. Drinking a drop can reshape the physical form, cleanse the soul, and significantly enhance law affinity. Consumption suggestion, host, run. We cannot afford this. The system had begun to ramble incoherently. The little girl shook the bottle of Mother Spring of the Galaxy, seemingly checking for expiration. Then, she frowned. This seems to have spoiled. It has a strange taste. With that, she carelessly cast aside this treasure that could incite conflict among holy kings. Next, she began to pull countless items from her little dress pocket, as if opening a portal to an endless realm of wonders. A piece of black chocolate exuding an aura of annihilation, known as the Jimmy Mo Shun de Ben Yuan Jiejing, Saint King level. A bracelet composed of 9 flaming beads, called the Jiuyang Fun Tianzhu, Great Saint level set. A seemingly unremarkable lollipop, referred to as the Luan Hui Fa Zhe Ningju Ti. Great. Within less than a minute, the ground was strewn with an assortment of snacks, all of which were at least of the Saint Realm caliber. Suju, Ka Pai Ba La, and Nyo Tuo were utterly petrified, their minds rendered incapable of coherent thought as they gazed at the pile of items radiating various terrifying energies, sufficient to purchase a significant portion of the Lanxia Universe Federation. Who on earth is this ultimate heiress? If one cannot fight, do they resort to crushing their foes with treasures? Finally, the little girl appeared to find what she sought from her pocket. It was a piece of what looked like burnt bread crust, dark and hard. She brought the crust to her lips, crunching down on a small bite, seemingly satisfied with the taste as she nodded. Then, she lifted her gaze to the completely dazed Suju and blinked her pure golden eyes. She extended the piece of bread crust towards him, asking if he wanted it. Suju stared at the crust in her hand, then glanced at the pile of shimmering refuse on the ground. He struggled to swallow, a grotesque smile slowly forming on his face, one that was more painful than tears. This beautiful, kind, and generous young lady. I admit, my voice was a bit loud earlier. Could we perhaps start over? As he spoke, he discreetly kept his gaze fixated on the heap of treasures. The Jimmy Mo Shun de Ben Yuan Jiejing, Jiuyang Fun Tianzhu, and Luan Hui Fa Zhe Lollipop. Any one of these could cause a Saint King level expert to lose their mind. Yet, they lay on the ground, treated as mere trash. Suju's heart bled. This was sheer wastefulness. The golden-haired girl tilted her head, her pure golden eyes reflecting nothing but calm and void. She seemed unable to comprehend the complex emotions playing across Suju's face. She simply held the black, hard, burnt crust forward once more, asking if he wanted it. Upon hearing this, Suju shifted his attention from the pile of treasures to the bread crust. His mind raced with calculations. The little girl was mysterious and possessed terrifying power, seemingly wielding an eternal law capable of countering even the Chuang Mieji Li. Direct confrontation would be futile. He would have to resort to cunning. Yes, cunning. First and foremost, he needed to establish a rapport with her. The initial step towards that was to graciously accept her friendly offering. Although the crust appeared rather unappealing, he would accept it. Of course, he would. Suju's smile transformed into one of utmost sincerity and warmth. You are too kind, young lady. How could I accept such generosity on our first meeting? As he spoke, he reached out to take the crust. He had already resolved that once it was in his possession, no matter how unpleasant it might taste, he would force himself to chew it, feigning delight as if it were a celestial delicacy, all in an effort to elevate his standing in her eyes. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the crust, her hand retracted. Suju's hand froze midair, his smile also stiffening on his face. You still haven't answered my question, the little girl said calmly, extending another finger towards the pile of glittering refuse on the ground. Do you want these? Panic surged within Suju. Had he been seen through? Yet, he possessed a thick skin and immediately shook his head with righteous fervor. No, of course not. You misunderstand. Young lady, I merely thought these items were lying on the ground and might get dirty, so I wanted to help you pick them up. I have no interest in such ostentatious trinkets. In the distance, Kapai Ba La watched his leader's earnest charade with a paw covering his face in disbelief. The girl seemed to believe him, nodding her head in agreement. These are all expired. They are not tasty. She shook the black bread crust in her hand. This one is good. If you can bite it, I'll let you have a taste. With that, she offered the crust once more. Suju, having learned his lesson, accepted it without hesitation. The crust felt heavy in his hand, its texture reminiscent of some metal, rough and slightly warm to the touch. Beep. Detected an item of superlative quality. Item name: Chaos Primordial Seeds Charred Shell. Grade: Effect: contains a trace of the most primal chaos energy, formed from the first material at the dawn of the universe. Indestructible and impervious to all forms of attack. Consumption suggestion: host bite strength is 99,999, Saint King level. While this item's hardness is 999,999, unquantifiable. Calculations indicate that forcibly biting it carries a 9,999 probability of shattering all teeth. However, the host's intermediate chaos dragon body may be able to digest its essence. It is recommended that the host swallow it to test. Suju stared at the long string of numbers on the system panel, his eyelids twitching violently. Even the system claimed he couldn't bite it? What a joke. My teeth can grind down fragments of Saint King level artifacts. He glanced at the girl across from him, Zero, who was curiously observing him with her pure golden eyes. There was a clear hint of disdain in her gaze, as if to say, "Look, trash is trash. You can't even bite my snack." Seeing this, Suju's pride ignited. Humph. With a cold huff, he stuffed the black charred shell directly into his mouth. Crunch. He bit down with all his might. The anticipated shattering sound did not occur. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his teeth, as if a mere mortal had bitten down on a diamond. The shell didn't break. It didn't even leave a mark. Damn, this is incredibly hard. Suju's face flushed a deep crimson. Zero, witnessing his embarrassment, seemed to smirk slightly, her lips curling up ever so slightly. Though the curve was minuscule, Suju caught it. She is mocking me. I refuse to believe it. Suju's stubbornness flared. Boom. A surge of overwhelming golden vitality erupted from within him. Intermediate chaos dragon body, fully activated. His muscles bulged, transforming his body beneath the fabric of his outfit into a small deity, forged from gold. His teeth were enveloped in a faint golden glow. Let me bite. Suju's eyes widened, summoning every ounce of strength. He bit down once more. Crack. This time, a crisp sound akin to shattering glass rang out. Although the sound was faint, in the stillness of the skeletal platform, it echoed with remarkable clarity. Success. Suju felt a surge of joy. A sharp pain radiated from the roots of his teeth, nearly bringing him to tears. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on it. A shard, the size of a fingernail, had been successfully dislodged from the charred shell. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The instant the fragment entered his abdomen, a cataclysmic eruption, far more terrifying than a supernova, unleashed the most primal and pure source of chaotic energy, exploding through his limbs and meridians. The energy was overwhelmingly dominant. It did not bother with reasoning, but rather brutally washed over and transformed every cell in Suju's body. He could barely stifle a scream. He felt as though he had been cast into a furnace, one that was perpetually forging the universe. First, he was deconstructed into the most fundamental particles, only to be reassembled into a completely new form. The agony was excruciating, yet, simultaneously, it ushered in unimaginable benefits. Ding. Your intermediate chaos dragon body is undergoing passive tempering. Experience 10. Experience 20. Ding. Your true essence is being transformed by a vast amount of chaotic energy. Quality is rapidly enhancing. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation bottleneck has been forcibly shattered. Current realm, true essence realm level 6 to level 7. A magnificent aura radiated from Suju, sweeping across the surroundings. The entire skeletal platform trembled violently. In the distance, Neo Tua and Capybara were thrown skyward by the shockwave, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. When they raised their heads once more, their gazes towards Suju had transformed entirely, now filled with awe. Had he just broken through again? After consuming a mere piece of dried bread, he had leaped from true essence realm level 6 to level 7. Was there any justice left in this world? Meanwhile, the architect of this upheaval, Suju, sat cross-legged on the ground, enveloped in a mist of gray chaotic energy, his aura climbing ever higher. Across from him, Ling observed the scene, her eternally vacant eyes shimmering with a hint of genuine astonishment for the first time. Oh, you do not appear to be entirely worthless. she murmured to herself, gazing at Suju. At this moment, despite enduring immense torment, Suju's heart brimmed with joy. A fragment the size of a fingernail had enabled him to break through a minor realm. If he were to consume an entire piece, would he not ascend to sainthood on the spot? His gaze ignited with fervor as it once again fell upon the pile of expired snacks on the ground. If even this inconspicuous piece of dried bread held such terrifying power, then the holy king-level world tree fruit and that bottle of Star River Mother Spring must be extraordinary. This time, he was truly onto something. Suppressing the excruciating pain of his transformation, he rose from the ground, forcing a genuinely sincere smile onto his face. Miss, what is your name? I feel a connection between us. Shall we become friends? Ling tilted her head, seemingly contemplating. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Name? I believe I am called Ling. As for friends, her pure golden eyes fixed on Suju, and she inquired earnestly, what is that? Can it be eaten? Upon hearing this, Suju's smile abruptly froze. In the distance, Capybara nearly stumbled off the rock, while Nyotua buried his head even deeper, fearful of hearing something he should not. Can friends be eaten? What kind of predatory words are these? Suju's mind began to malfunction. Having lived 2 lifetimes, along with his time in the Dragon Clan, he believed his logic was already straightforward. Yet, the thought process of this young girl had evidently surpassed his comprehension. Gazing into Ling's innocent and curious golden eyes, Suju realized she was not jesting. She was genuinely asking. This left him momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain friendship? To tell her it was a bond of mutual understanding and loyalty? It was far too complex. She would surely not comprehend. His mind raced as he glanced at the trembling Nyotua and Capybara in the distance, and a brilliant idea struck him. Clearing his throat, he assumed a serious demeanor, as if to impart wisdom. A friend, you see, he pointed at Nyotua, is someone like him. His name is Nyotua, and he is my friend. If I tell him to go east, he will not go west. If I ask him to bow, he will not stand. Nyotua, he then pointed at Capybara. And this one, it is called Capybara, also my friend. When I am in danger, it helps me analyze the situation. When I am hungry, it finds food for me. Capybara stiffened for a moment, then nodded vigorously, its eyes brimming with a desperate desire to survive. Suju concluded, thus, a friend is a rather convenient and exceptionally useful entity. Do you understand? This convoluted and utterly shameless interpretation of friendship left Capybara in cold sweat from afar. Boss, you call this friendship? ISNT this slavery. You are leading this child astray. However, to its astonishment, after hearing Suju's explanation, Ling indeed nodded in agreement, her pure golden eyes reflecting an expression of realization. Such an entity, she softly repeated the phrase. Then, she raised her head to look at Suju. May I be your friend? Suju's heart soared with joy. He had succeeded. Yet, he maintained an air of inscrutable calm. Of course, from this moment on, we are friends. Wonderful. A subtle smile graced Ling's face, and she appeared genuinely delighted. As friends, Ling extended her delicate hand, pointing towards the pile of refuse on the ground. Could you assist me with a task? Absolutely. Suju patted his chest, taking on the responsibility with enthusiasm. It is only right for friends to help one another. Speak, what is the task? He was eager to dispose of that pile of treasures. Ling pointed earnestly at the heap of refuse, stating, these items have expired and are taking up space here. Please help me throw them all away. Throw them away? Suju felt as though his ears might be malfunctioning. He gazed at the glimmering pile of treasures on the ground, then at Ling's pure, unblemished face. The world tree fruit, Star River Mother Spring, the essence crystal of the annihilation demon god. Each of these items could incite a tempest in the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation. And now, she wanted him to treat them as trash and discard them? What utter wastefulness. It was simply madness. Suju's heart bled. Yet he was compelled to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Throw them away? Is that really appropriate? Though these items may be expired, they still possess a certain beauty, and it would be a pity to discard them. He attempted a final struggle, but Ling shook her head, her tone leaving no room for debate. Expired items are nothing but refuse. Refuse should be discarded. Her reasoning was simple and pure, yet irrefutable. Suju found himself at a loss. He knew that any further resistance might arouse the suspicions of this enigmatic little girl. At that point, not only would he be deprived of these discarded items, but he might also lose a potential friend. Very well, no problem. Suju gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, donning a tragic expression as if sacrificing himself for a noble cause. I shall fulfill my friend's request. It is merely the disposal of some refuse. I shall handle it. With that, he trudged toward the pile of trash, each step tugging at his heart. He first picked up the resplendent fruit of the world tree, which emanated a powerful life force. It felt warm to the touch. Ding. Detected an item of super specifications. For your safety, please move away immediately. The system's warning sounded painfully jarring at that moment. Suju chose to ignore it. He turned to Ling. His face set with a resolute determination akin to one facing death. The energy fluctuations from this item were too strong. Discarding it outright could lead to environmental contamination. I possess a special storage space that can temporarily seal it away until a suitable disposal method is found. He began to fabricate his explanation with utmost seriousness. Ling nodded, seemingly understanding. Very well. Having received her consent, Suju hesitated no longer. With a thought, he invoked divine ability, dimensional world. A ripple of space unfurled from his palm. In the next moment, the world tree fruit vanished into thin air. Within Suju's dimensional world, a crystalline apple radiating with multicolored brilliance floated serenely above the desolate terrain. The immense vitality it exuded instantly infused the brown earth, governed by the mountain-moving earth dragon principle. With a hint of green, success, Suju felt an overwhelming joy within, yet maintained a facade of sorrow. He proceeded in the same manner. Discarding the entire bottle of Galactic Mother Spring, Saint King level, the source crystal of the Annihilation Demon God, Saint King level, and the Nine Yang Burning Heaven Pearl, Great Saint level set, in less than 5 minutes. The heap of refuse that could purchase nearly half of the Blue Summer Universe Federation was completely cleared away by Suju. His dimensional world now brimmed with treasures, aglow with brilliance. Various Saint King and Great Saint level artifacts were haphazardly strewn across the corners of this realm. Any Saint realm expert witnessing such a sight would likely lose their composure on the spot. Once he completed this task, Suju clapped his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. A look of fatigue and satisfaction etched on his face. He turned to Ling, eager for acknowledgement. Chapter 112. A baby in the baby's hat. Thanks to Wu Go's gift, all done. The refuse has been disposed of. Ling surveyed the now barren ground and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you are a good person. She awarded Suju a good person card. Suju, thank you. In the distance, the capybara stood utterly dumbfounded. Its brain, comparable to a superluminal quantum core, had completely crashed at this moment. It observed its leader's pained sacrifice for friendship and then glanced at Ling's expression of pride in her capable friend. Suddenly, it felt that this world was truly magical. One dares to give, and the other dares to receive. Silently, it adjusted Suju's danger level in its core database several notches higher. Such a presence, cunning as a fox and brazen as a wall, must not be trifled with. Just as Suju reveled in his triumph and contemplated how to digest the refuse, a series of blood-red warnings erupted in his mind. Warning, warning, warning. Detected an alarming surge in energy concentration within the host's dimensional world. The structural integrity of the world is becoming unstable. Warning. The current physical and spiritual strength of the host is insufficient to withstand the source energy impact of any Saint King level item. Forcible absorption carries a 100 risk of physical collapse and spiritual annihilation. Consumption suggestion. The host is advised to diligently cultivate and return to unpack later. Otherwise, even deities cannot save you. As Suju read the alarming warnings on the system panel, the warmth in his heart chilled to a frigid despair. Cannot consume? To gaze upon a trove of unparalleled treasures, yet be restricted to mere admiration? This is the utmost torment. I endure. Suju gritted his teeth, silently vowing to himself. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. Once I reach the Saint Realm, I shall feast upon all of you. He forcefully diverted his gaze from his dimensional world. All right, the refuse is cleared, and his sentence was cut short as he noticed Ling suddenly stifling a yawn. I am tired. I wish to sleep. She said this while rubbing her eyes. Friend, do you have a comfortable place to sleep? Suju was taken aback. Yes. Over there. He pointed to a relatively flat boulder in the distance. However, Ling shook her head. She extended her finger toward an unexpected location. His head. It appears soft. She said earnestly. My head. Soft. Suju ran his fingers through his hair. Although his locks, thanks to his dragon lineage, were indeed fine, smooth, and lustrous, surely a young girl could not casually sleep atop his head? Absolutely not. Suju dismissed the notion without a second thought. What nonsense. He, Suju, the future overlord of the universe, could not allow an unknown little girl to sleep upon him. What would his reputation become? After being rejected, Ling's golden eyes instantly dimmed. She did not cry or throw a tantrum, merely lowering her head to gaze at her toes. Her small frame appeared so lonely and desolate. an aura of unspoken grievance radiating from her. Although devoid of any energy fluctuations, it inexplicably tugged at Suju's heart. Damn, this girl has resorted to emotional manipulation. Suju felt a headache coming on. He could neither strike back nor scold her, and now even a refusal elicited such a pitiful response. Who could withstand this? Just as Suju found himself in a quandary, unsure how to proceed, a flash of inspiration struck him. It was the capybara. The capybara, renowned for its brain being a superluminal quantum core, was brimming with ingenious ideas. Suju immediately cast a pleading glance towards the distant capybara, who comprehended the urgency in an instant. Observing the troubled expression on its leader's face, the capybara's mind, akin to a supercomputer, began to race. Analyzing the current situation. Target: Ling, suspected embodiment of the eternal laws, with unfathomable strength and highly unstable emotions, categorized as a nuclear-level existence of utmost danger. Target: Suju, my leader, cunning and ruthless, yet seemingly powerless against Ling, currently in a precarious predicament. Core demand: to find a comfortable sleeping spot for Ling while preserving the leader's dignity. Plan evaluation in progress. Plan 1. Suggest the leader yield and allow her to sleep on his head. Success rate, 99. But the leader's pride would suffer a devastating blow of 10,000 points. Plan 2. Recommend the leader stand firm and refuse. Success rate, 1. With a 99 probability of causing Ling to lose control, leading to unpredictable, catastrophic consequences. Plan 3. Within less than a second, thousands of solutions flashed through the capybara's mind. Ultimately, it identified the most optimal solution with a success rate of 95 that both parties could accept. Clearing its throat, it scampered towards Suju. Leader, it called respectfully. Then, it pointed to the ludicrous animal onesie that Suju wore. Leader, look at the large, soft hat of your outfit. It appears quite warm. Why not let Miss Ling sleep inside? It wouldn't hinder your movements and would provide her with a peaceful resting environment. A win-win situation. As it spoke, it blinked fervently at Suju. Suju paused, glancing at the large, fluffy hat at the back of his onesie. It did indeed seem feasible. Tucking her into the hat was certainly preferable to having her perched atop his head. Besides, he could keep an eye on her to prevent any mischief. This suggestion is quite good, he mused, feigning contemplation before nodding in agreement. He turned to Ling, adopting a tone that conveyed his significant sacrifice. Did you hear that? You shall sleep in my hat. This is my utmost concession. Ling lifted her gaze, examining Suju's hat. A spark returned to her golden eyes, seemingly finding the proposal agreeable. All right, she softly nodded. In the next moment, her form transformed into a golden light, shrinking to the size of a palm before swiftly diving into Suju's hat. Suju felt a weight at the nape of his neck before all fell silent. Chapter 113. A large bug is approaching. He stiffly turned to glance back. There, the tiny golden figure had curled up in his soft hat, finding a comfortable position and drifting into a deep slumber. The rhythmic sound of her breathing reached his ears. Suju thought, this is splendid. From a moving garbage bin to a mobile crib, my path of vengeance is becoming increasingly promising. Having resolved the significant issue of Ling, Suju could finally redirect his focus to his mission. Elizabeth had tasked him with devouring the crystal cores of 100 different law beasts on the Wild Star. After battling the Void Mantis, subduing the mountain-moving dragon, and engaging in a battle of wits with the Bone King, he had even fought Ling. With all this commotion, how many had he actually consumed? System, calculate how many laws I have devoured so far. Ding. 63 more to complete the task. So, I have consumed 37? Suju frowned, having expected to surpass half. It seemed the biodiversity of the Emerald Jungle and the abandoned lands was rather lacking. Where to next? He inquired of the capybara. Leave it to me, leader. The capybara replied confidently, thumping its chest. I know a place where the variety of law beasts exceeds that of the entire Emerald Jungle and abandoned lands combined. A veritable buffet of various law beasts, tailor-made for you. As it spoke, it retrieved a high-tech holographic map from its fur. Pointing to a colorful region on the map, it exclaimed, here, the Kaleidoscope Marsh. A true melting pot of laws. Suju examined the map and nodded. Very well, let us proceed there. Nyo Tuo, lead the way. Yes, master. Nyo Tuo, who had been serving as a mere backdrop, promptly responded and began forging ahead. The group set forth once more, this time with a formidable weapon nestled within Suju's hat. As they advanced towards the Kaleidoscope Marsh, faint murmurs from Ling drifted from the hat. So noisy. A large bug is coming. The voice was soft, nearly imperceptible, yet Suju caught it. A bug? He furrowed his brow, extending his spirit power outward. However, within 100 miles, No other powerful life force was detected aside from their own. Assuming Ling was merely speaking in her sleep, he dismissed the thought. Suddenly, a suffocating aura of terror surged forth from the depths of the marsh, akin to a tsunami. The mere presence of it caused the surrounding air to solidify, forcing the murky marsh to cease its tumultuous churn. Thud! Neo Tua, who walked at the forefront, fell to the ground, his legs buckling under the overwhelming pressure. Blood streaming from his orifices, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Leader. The capybara's voice turned frantic and quivering, its fluffy fur bristling like a cat with its tail stepped on. Its half-closed eyes widened, fixated on the source of the oppressive force. The quantum core within its mind was sounding alarms at an unprecedented rate. Warning! Warning! Detected an oversized life form. Life level, initial stage of the Saint Realm. Species analysis, ancient abnormality, marsh multi-headed serpent lizard, also known as the marsh leviathan. Status, driven into a frenzy by the aura of an unknown treasure. Threat level, world ending. Escape probability, 0.001. Chance of direct confrontation victory, 0. A cascade of blood-red data frantically refreshed across the capybara's retina. A saint-level being. How could such a terrifying existence manifest in the outer regions of the wild star? This was utterly illogical. According to its database records, the formidable beings of the Shengjing realm generally confined their activities to the vicinity of the central Wanshoushin mountain in the wilderness star. Su Ju's expression grew unusually grave. He could sense that oppressive force firmly locking onto him. More accurately, it was fixated on his Ziyuan Shiji. It was that heap of refuse. World tree fruit. Mother spring of the galaxy. Although these treasures of the Sacred King level had been stored within his Ziyuan Shiji, the faint trace of primal energy they emitted had still been detected by this colossal Shengjing beast. A roar that resonated throughout the heavens, and the earth suddenly erupted from the depths of the swamp. Accompanied by this roar, the entire swamp writhed violently. A shadow, unfathomably vast, began to rise slowly from the murky sludge. It was a beast measuring over 1,000 meters in length, with a massive body akin to that of a lizard, covered in dark green scales. Most terrifying of all were the 9 grotesque snake heads adorning its elongated neck, each as large as a house, with crimson tongues flickering ominously. 18 lantern-sized vertical pupils fixated on Su Ju, brimming with greed, cruelty, and dominance. The Leviathan of the swamp. The true sovereign of this kaleidoscope swamp. It sensed that within the diminutive human cub lay a treasure capable of making its very blood tremble. Should it consume that object, it would have the opportunity to shatter its shackles and ascend to the status of a true, great sage. Human. An ancient and hoarse thought resonated directly within Su Ju's mind. Surrender the treasure, and I shall spare your life. The voice was akin to 2 rough stones grinding against each other, an unpleasant sound. Under the pressure of the Shengjing being, Su Ju's body tensed involuntarily. He felt as though he were being crushed by an invisible mountain. The true essence within him began to flow sluggishly. Was this the Shengjing realm? Merely the aura rendered him nearly immobile. If he were to confront it head-on, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single attack. Escape? That was impossible. Within the domain of the Shengjing powerhouse, space itself was locked down. He could not even employ space folding. What to do? Su Ju's mind raced frantically. He had 3 trump cards. First, the Hourglass of Time, gifted by his mother, Elizabeth, which could return him 3 seconds to the past, but it was a one-time use. Second, within the Ziyuan Shiji, was the fragment of the Annihilation Demon Sword, given by his father, Ao Yuan. This fragment of a Sacred King weapon contained the laws of destruction and might allow him to fight desperately, though the consequences were unknown. Third, he instinctively touched the hat behind him, within which slumbered a weapon of mass destruction far more terrifying than the Shengjing powerhouse. Should he awaken her? Yet, thinking of Ling's incomprehensible eternal laws, Su Ju hesitated. It was easy to invite a god, but difficult to send one away. What if she awakened and paused him as well? Just as Su Ju pondered his strategy, the swamp leviathan seemed to have lost patience. Since he refused to comply, I shall take it myself. Accompanied by a brutal thought, one of the snake heads suddenly opened its massive maw. There was no flame, nor venom, but a ripple of dark green energy emanated from the snake head, rapidly expanding outward. Sacred domain. Sacred domain of corruption and poison. Within the range enveloped by the dark green ripples, the entire world seemed transformed into a realm composed of toxins and corrosive laws. The air crackled with corrosive sounds, and even space cried out in agony beneath the terrifying sacred domain. Su Ju felt a piercing pain radiate from his skin. His intermediate chaos dragon body, comparable to an 8th-tier treasure, began to show signs of dissolution under the corrosive effects of this sacred domain. His life force was swiftly waning. No, if this continued, he would be corroded into a pool of pus within 10 seconds. He had to fight back. A glint of determination flashed in Suju's eyes. He prepared to activate the fragment of the Annihilation Demon's sword and engage in a desperate struggle against this beast. At that moment, a voice laced with drowsiness and a childlike tone floated from the hat behind him. So noisy, Suju's body stiffened instantly. He turned slowly, only to find that the palm-sized golden figure had propped itself up, rubbing its sleepy eyes and yawning. Then, her pure golden gaze fell upon the imposing swamp leviathan. Her little brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased by the disturbance caused by the colossal creature. She raised her small hand towards the beast and, in a dreamy tone, uttered a single word. Silence. The instant those words escaped her lips, the entire world seemed to be pressed on pause. The dark green, sacred domain of corruption and poison, capable of eroding all, crystallized in that moment. Then, as if a mirror had shattered, it fractured into countless glimmering points, dissipating into the air. The colossal swamp leviathan, its 9 roaring snake heads and 18 greedy and brutal vertical pupils, all were frozen in that instant. Time appeared to have ceased its flow upon this Shengjing giant. It remained in a posture of roaring with its mouth agape, yet its body was utterly motionless, resembling a lifelike statue. No, it was even more bizarre than ice sculpture, for Suju could sense that it was still alive. Its life force had not diminished in the slightest, and the primal energy of the Shengjing powerhouse surged within it. Yet, it could not move. From the physical to the conceptual, every aspect had been thoroughly suspended. Suju stared blankly at this incomprehensible scene, his mind a void. A single phrase. Merely a single phrase had reduced a genuine Shengjing powerhouse to a living statue that could neither move nor speak. Was this the power of eternity? More formidable than his own command over the laws. Suju swallowed hard, feeling as though his worldview had just been irrevocably altered. He slowly turned his head to regard the instigator of this marvel within his hat. Ling appeared quite pleased with her handiwork. She looked at the enormous statue and nodded. Now it's quiet. Having said that, she seemed to grow drowsy again, her little head tilting as she curled up once more to resume her slumber. Wait. Suju quickly called out to her. Are you just going to leave it like this? Ling blinked her pure golden eyes, expressing her nonchalance. What else? It was too noisy. Let it be quiet for a while. When I wake up, it can move again. Suju, so? You basically just pressed the mute button on it, along with a timer for release. Suju's heart raced once more. What a joke. Wait for her to wake up? Who knew how long she would slumber? A day? A year? Or perhaps a millennium? If she never awoke, would he be doomed to engage in a perpetual staring contest with this sacred statue for eternity? No, he must devise a plan to thoroughly eliminate this impending dilemma. Suju's gaze fell once again upon the statue. An audacious, even reckless thought burgeoned wildly in his mind. This swamp leviathan, though currently immobilized, was still alive. Its laws, its essence, its soul remained intact. Moreover, it was utterly defenseless at this moment. Was this not akin to a colossal, divinely bestowed experience package laid out before him for the taking? A perfect, living buffet of laws for him to endlessly analyze and consume. As this notion took root, Suju's heart began to thump wildly. His eyes gradually ignited with fervor and avarice, akin to a wolf that had gone 3 days and nights without food. Now beholding a plump, unprotected lamb, he rubbed his hands together, a congenial smile spreading across his face. With small, determined steps, he approached the gargantuan statue. He extended his hand and patted its cold, dark green scales. How exquisite! The scales, the size, the quality, truly exceptional. He turned to look at the capybara, which had just risen from the ground, staring vacantly in his direction. Capybara, come help me assess this behemoth. How many different laws does it possess? The capybara jolted, snapping back to reality. It observed the exhilaration radiating from its leader's expression, a flicker of fear dancing in its beady eyes. No, it couldn't be. What did the leader intend to do? Not daring to dawdle, it quickly activated its quantum core and performed a comprehensive deep scan of the statue. Moments later, it stammered its report, re-reporting, Leader. After analysis, this swamp leviathan is a rare 9-headed mutation, with 9 hearts corresponding to 9 distinct laws. They are toxic, corrosion, illusion, deep water, petrification, devouring, regeneration, curse, and the central tenet, swamp. Chapter 115, A Gluttonous Feast. Breaking through 2 realms, system upgrade. Thanks to the esteemed fathers for their commendations. 9 laws. A full 9 distinct laws. Upon hearing this number, Ju's eyes widened in disbelief. 9. Coupled with the 37 he had previously consumed. That amounted to 46. This would propel him nearly 1/10 of the way towards his goal. A resounding profit. Excellent. Very excellent. Ju nodded in satisfaction. He rubbed his hands together and leapt onto the central serpent head of the swamp leviathan. Sitting cross-legged, he slowly closed his eyes in the astonished gaze of the capybara and Yota. With a focused thought, he activated the universal analysis system. Target, swamp leviathan, initial stage of the sacred realm, living sealed state. Beginning analysis. A wave of intangible energy enveloped the entire beast, centered around Ju. Analyzing a living entity of the sacred realm was an unprecedented feat since the inception of the universal analysis system. In Ju's soul perception, the internal structure of the swamp leviathan appeared before him like a three-dimensional star map. 9 hearts, as radiant as suns, were distributed throughout its form, interconnected by countless lines of law, forming a perfect cycle. Each heart represented the essence of a law: toxic, corrosion, illusion. These terrifying laws that could instill dread even in the mightiest of beings were, at this moment, laid out before Ju like sumptuous dishes awaiting his indulgence. Which to begin with? Ju stroked his chin, resembling a customer selecting a coveted item. I shall start with you. His soul power locked onto the dark green heart, representing the toxic law. Ding. Target locked. Heart of toxicity. Initiating deep analysis. Analysis progress. 15. The system's prompt chimed at an unprecedented speed. Given the swamp leviathan's immobilization and lack of resistance, the analysis proceeded smoothly beyond imagination. In less than 10 minutes. Ding. Analysis successful. Extracting law essence. Congratulations, host. Toxic law affinity. 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully comprehended the ability. Immunity to all toxins. Passive. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully comprehended the ability. Toxic domain. Beginner. A surge of pure, toxic law essence rushed into Ju's every limb. He felt as if his body had been thrown into a furnace composed of myriad toxins, undergoing relentless refinement. The sensation was both painful and exhilarating. Next, without a moment's pause, Ju shifted his soul power to lock onto the second heart, heart of corrosion. Ding. Analysis successful. Corrosion law affinity. 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. The ability decay aura has been enhanced. Next, heart of illusion. Ding. Analysis successful. Illusion law affinity. 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Soul strength significantly enhanced. Comprehended the ability. True illusion beginner. Time flew by during this extravagant feast. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ju remained seated atop the swamp leviathan's head, motionless, as steady as a rock. Yet, his aura steadily ascended. With each law he analyzed and consumed, the true essence within him was refined by the law's essence. By the time he had devoured all 9 laws within the swamp leviathan, his true essence had reached an astonishing level of purity, surpassing that of ordinary rulers. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 9 sources of law. Law affinity significantly enhanced. Toxic. 50. Corrosion. 50. Illusion. 50. Deep water. 50. Petrification. 30. Devouring. 20. Regeneration. 40. Curse. 50. Swamp. 50. Task progress. 46. 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Absorbed a vast amount of sacred realm essence energy, forcibly breaking through the cultivation bottleneck. Current realm, 7th level of true essence, pinnacle of 9th level of true essence. Only a step away from breaking into the transformation realm, a magnificent aura erupted from Ju's small frame, stirring the winds and clouds. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through. Refreshing. Ju let out a long howl, feeling imbued with unparalleled strength. This harvest was monumental. Not only had he consumed 9 laws in one go, but his task progress had surged dramatically. More importantly, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the true origin realm. With just one more opportunity, he could fuse his true origin with his divine soul, forming a unique domain of his own, thus breaking through to the 6th realm of transformation. At that moment, his combat prowess would undergo a monumental transformation. Just then, the system's notification chimed once again. Ding. Detected that the system has acquired a wealth of unknown data during the analysis of the living entity in the sacred realm. The system is undergoing self-optimization. Optimization successful. Congratulations, host. The All Things Analysis System version 20 has been updated. New feature, Law Furnace. Law Furnace. It can merge and deduce different laws mastered by the host, with a certain probability of creating an entirely new, composite divine ability unique to the host. Note: Law Fusion carries a high risk. Please use it with caution. Friendly reminder: failure in fusion may lead to backlash from the laws, or in severe cases, an explosion. Law Furnace? How delightful. This new feature seems tailor-made for him. He currently wielded multiple laws. Though powerful, they were chaotic and impure, akin to a hodgepodge as Zero described. If he could unify these laws, their might would undoubtedly transcend mere arithmetic. Ha! Suju could not contain his exuberant laughter. He leaped down from atop the head of the swamp leviathan. Before him stood an immense statue, now drained of 90% of its primordial energy. Reduced to a mere shell, its life force had dwindled to the brink of extinction. Thank you for the hospitality. Suju grinned at it. He then extended a finger and gently tapped the colossal serpent's head. A crisp crack echoed. The eternal power that had confined the swamp leviathan seemed to dissipate along with the exhaustion of its life essence. The gigantic statue, measuring 1,000 meters long, began to develop fine cracks starting from its head. Soon, the fissures spread across its entire body like a spider's web. With a resounding boom, the once dominant sacred realm beast was reduced to mere ashes, scattering in the wind, leaving no trace behind. However, its demise was akin to a heavy bomb dropped upon a serene lake. The moment the swamp leviathan disintegrated into ashes, the entire kaleidoscope swamp first plunged into an eerie silence. Immediately thereafter, roars filled with fury, greed, and excitement erupted from all directions of the swamp. The king has fallen. This swamp is now masterless. All the formidable wild beasts lurking deep within the swamp sensed it at that moment. Their bloodlines boiled with fervor. They yearned to consume the residual essence following the king's fall. They longed to become the new sovereign of the swamp. The ground trembled violently. From every direction, countless powerful auras converged towards Suju at a frenzied pace. A riot of beasts ignited by the king's demise was about to sweep across the entire swamp. Boss, this is bad. The capybara's voice quivered in panic. It pulled out a holographic radar from its belly. The radar screen was filled with dense red dots surging towards their center. Each red dot represented a formidable wild beast, at least at the transformation realm level. Among them were even dozens radiating terrifying energy fluctuations, super tyrants at the divine ability realm. Run, boss. If we don't flee, we'll be overwhelmed by the tide of beasts. The capybara jumped in distress. Even a sacred realm powerhouse would have to retreat in the face of such a spectacle. However, Suju gazed at the myriad of red dots on the radar, feeling not an ounce of fear, but rather exhilaration. Run? Why should he? This was not a tide of beasts. It was a gift of an army arriving at his doorstep. It was a buffet of laws. He had been troubled about where to find the remaining dozens of laws, and now, a self-service feast was delivered right to him. From this day forth, Suju slowly raised his head, surveying the tide of beasts rushing in from all directions. Standing at the epicenter of the energy convergence left by the fallen swamp leviathan, he spread his arms wide, proclaiming to the entire swamp like a sovereign. This swamp is now under the control of the tyrant Suju. Wish to become the new king? You must first seek my permission. The moment his words fell, a colossal invisible force field erupted from Suju's center. Divine ability, gravity domain. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, gravity instantly surged to 10,000 times its normal level. The wild beasts that first charged into the domain were crushed into a pulp before they could even emit a cry of despair. Then, a wave of gray ripples spread outward. Divine ability, Decay Halo. Under the dual effects of Gravity Domain and Decay Halo, the 1,000-meter radius around Suju transformed into an absolute death zone. A massive blood and flesh mill was thus formed. Countless wild beasts, like moths drawn to a flame, surged into this deadly domain, only to be mercilessly crushed, corroded, and devoured. Suju stood calmly at the center of this carnage, eyes closed, relishing an unprecedented feast of slaughter. Ding. Devoured, three-eyed thunder frog. Affinity with lightning law, 3. Ding. Devoured, iron-shelled earth dragon. Affinity with gold law, 5. Ding. Devoured, phantom demon butterfly. Affinity with illusion law, 2. The system's notifications flooded his mind. His task progress soared rapidly. 47,100. 55,100. 68,100. 82,100. This frenzied slaughter lasted for a full 3 days and nights. Suju had lost count of how many wild beasts he had slain. 10,000? 100,000? All he knew was that the variety of laws within him had reached an unprecedented quantity. The myriad conflicting powers of the laws clashed within him, nearly threatening to burst his body. Yet, he utilized this high-intensity battle to fervently extract his potential. He was cultivating through combat. He transformed this brutal battlefield of beasts into his finest training ground. After 3 days and nights, the swamp beneath Suju's feet had completely turned dark red. Thick, viscous blood mingles with the shattered limbs of feral beasts, blending with the earth and exuding a nauseating, sweet metallic odor. In the center of this battleground stands him, eyes tightly shut. The system's notifications echo in his mind, becoming a numbing cacophony. Yet, Suju's expression reveals no hint of joy. Rather, it grows increasingly grave. His body teeters on the brink of collapse. 98 distinct primal laws clash within him like unruly children, wreaking havoc. The law of flames seeks to incinerate all. The law of ice aims to freeze everything. The law of gravity strives to crush his bones, while the law of space attempts to fold within him. Their conflicts give rise to a tempest of chaotic energy. Were it not for his intermediate chaos dragon body and ancient human bloodline, any other sovereign-level warrior would likely have been annihilated into cosmic dust by this force. Only 2 more are needed. Gritting his teeth, Suju endures the agonizing rending pain coursing through his veins. He must gather 100 laws before this power completely shatters him. This is his sole path to survival. He harbors a faint premonition that the trial set by his mother, Yilishabai, is not merely a game of numbers. The moment the 100 laws converge, an unknown transformation may occur. Suddenly, a distinctive roar reverberates from afar, transcending mere brutality and greed, imbued instead with cunning and intelligence. Suju opens his eyes to behold a not overly large, 10-meter-tall beast resembling a sleek black leopard leisurely approaching amid the tide of beasts. In its presence, all obstructing creatures, whether at the realm of transformation or divine ability levels, prostrate themselves in terror, trembling like subjects before a monarch. Each step it takes seems to tread upon the nodes of space, silent, yet rhythmically profound. Strangely, Suju's formidable gravitational field and decaying halo, upon nearing a 3-meter radius around the creature, are inexplicably repelled by an invisible force, unable to inflict any harm. Chapter 117. Gathering 100 laws and causing an explosion. Notification. High-level intelligent beast detected. Species, Deceiver, 8th level of divine ability. Abilities, Law Deception, Energy Disguise, Causal Fusion, Law Affinity, Deception Law, 77. Consumption Suggestion. Its law can distort reality to some extent, disguise itself as other substances, and even transfer damage received to others. Host. Please be cautious and do not be deceived. Deception Law. Suju's eyes gleam with excitement. Just 2 more, and completion is at hand. He licks his lips, fixing his gaze on the Deceiver. As if sensing Suju's intent to battle, the Deceiver pauses, elegantly licking its paw. It raises its head,